station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Good morning, Houston. Happy Friday. Happy weekend. Thanks for kicking off the weekend with us. It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean once again this morning alongside Seth Payne. And you can join the conversation throughout the morning, 713-572-4610. Final day before the majority of the station heads out to Super Bowl week next week, gets you ready for the big game next week. Seth, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling the excitement of the Super Bowl, even though we really probably won't talk too much about the Super Bowl until after the Super Bowl. Radio Row is always interesting. Usually around Thursday of that week, I'm like, oh, yeah, the football game this week. Because usually most of the discussion as it is right now is all about the coaching changes, the various stupid things that players or coaches have said. All of the NFL talk has very little to do with the Super Bowl itself, other than the Seahawks fans and Patriots fans talking a whole lot of smack. But by and large, it's an afterthought to the hot stove season that has already begun in the NFL.
Plus, different, deodorants and body wash or whatever all the athletes are shilling next week before you get to the matchup.
You know what's interesting is, you're right. Yeah, Old Spice T-shirts. There's always we usually get a free T-shirt from Old Spice or somebody that's sponsoring some of this stuff. I was thinking about the Bill Belichick thing, right? That's going on right now with him not getting into the Hall of Fame in the first year. And it's funny because one of the scandals leading up to the Super Bowl was Deflategate. That was going on as people were still talking about it and everything. It was, I believe, if I remember correctly, it wasn't really resolved until much after the Super Bowl, but it was a point of contention for that specific Super Bowl. So the Patriots are back in our lives again. Well, you've got people rehashing some of the old scandals, but also they're playing in the Super Bowl. Also, the last time the Ravens won the Super Bowl, that was all that deer antler spray that the Ravens players had been using. That was a big topic leading into it. So it was a little bit scandalous. It didn't really amount to much. But I do like a good scandal or controversy to juice things up. It's already gotten to the point where I feel like we've played out a little bit of just everybody being irate over Bill Belichick not being inducted. I don't feel comfortable with all of these people talking about Bill Belichick as a victim. This poor man. Never been anything but kind and gentle to everybody, and now the poor guy is not going to get into the Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility. Just settle down, everybody.
Yeah, the matchup feels different because, based off of the preseason odds this year, this is the most unlikeliest Super Bowl in Super Bowl history. So I know it's the Patriots, and people hate the Patriots, but this isn't the Belichick-Brady Patriots. So you have these two kind of underdogs that came out of nowhere, New England, Seattle, Darnold, Drake May, young quarterbacks. So, yeah, we need a little conflict. We need maybe somebody will stay out too late next week, get in trouble. We need some sort of...
somebody get arrested for soliciting, like we did with the Falcons. It's just a little bit of something juicy. Yeah. Can you get into some trouble in San Francisco, 49ers players and Patriots players? Even Drake May's injury, it's Drake May is on the injury report with his shoulder, but all of the word and buzz seems to be that nobody's really concerned about it at all. If there was old days where there was only 1 week between the championship game and the Super Bowl, then it might be really interesting. But I would expect that the injury report is going to be very minimal for both these teams heading into it.
Yeah, I imagine he'll be fine. Look, there was issues concerns about Sam Darnold and if he was even going to play in the playoffs, and then he went out last Sunday and played the game of his life. So It's different this time of year too, especially with the extra time. We'll see what San Francisco brings next week leading up to the big game. Hey, it wasn't quite as big of a game, but it felt like a nice bounce back last night for the Rockets and a good win. It was a one-possession game late in the third quarter last night against the Hawks, and I'm sitting there thinking here we go again against an under 500 Hawks team, missing 6 players tonight. The Rockets' offense was struggling in the first half, but last night almost felt like the opposite of the night prior, where, against the Spurs 2 nights ago, offense played well first half, built a lead, fell apart. Last night, slow start, close game, and then they took off, which was good to see in the last, really just the fourth quarter, and they got a nice win on the road.
Yeah, really the back end of the third quarter, and but the first half was a slog, and
Yeah.
I didn't have any patience for any kind of back-to-back explanations or anything. You're playing the Hawks, who are missing half their guys. And I just remember yesterday, I can't remember if we talked about it on air or not, but, you're concerned with Şengün and whether he's plateaued or not. But right from the tip-off was comical. I still don't know what the hell happened. Şengün had a false start on the tip-off, and, with his magnificent 1.5-inch vertical. And then I would say Şengün looks like a guy that could have used the night off on a back-to-back because he's still coming back from injury. But with Steven Adams out, they're going to have to play him. And he ended up getting 10 rebounds, but it wasn't a great night for Şengün. It was really the Capella and Reed Shepherd combo in the third quarter ended up being one of the things that kind of ignited things. But the first half this wasn't a late start or anything. I had a hard time staying awake during the first half.
Oh, I don't blame you. I was sitting there last night thinking, here we go with this offense again. And, as you said, to credit kind of those role players, Durant was typical Kevin Durant, 31 points last night. But it was Capella and Reed Shepherd came alive at the end of the game, and Josh Okogie had a double-double with like a career-high 10 rebounds. So that's what they're going to need on this team. They didn't get that the night before, and they lost to the Spurs. But, as you said with Şengün, he just got back. Well, I shouldn't say just got back. It's been a little while now, maybe a month or close to it since he returned from that ankle, and then he tweaked it again the other night. And like you said, last night, 3 for 14 when all of the shots are around the rim. They're in the lane. So you already are without Steven Adams. You're without Fred VanVleet. We know that. But now, Şengün doesn't seem to be himself either with what seems to be a second injury this year. I think there should be some concern there. And if he's not 100%, then you have what you have last night where you have to rely on Clint Capella to have the game of the year for you to get a road win.
Yeah. That's what are you hoping for? What's the most realistic thing that the Rockets could do between now and the playoffs to just feel more confident in them?
Yeah.
Aside from obviously, winning some games, beating the Mavs on primetime television, that would help a lot.
For sure.
Just structurally.
Well, for the trade deadline, if they could add, I'm still on the whole guard thing. I know there's a lot of talk since the Steven Adams injury. I'll try and replace him instead. But I've been on this for months, and I think the Rockets went too far in that direction of the bigs and the size and still need more guard help, and I think that's still the case at the deadline. So that's the only thing I think they can do in terms of adding to the team. But I think the best thing for them is to lean into the defense, right? They were such a defensive team last year. And I know Dylan Brooks is gone and Fred VanVleet's injured, and that plays a big role. And now Steven Adams is out. But they were led by their defense last year. And this year, the defensive rating's like 5th in the league. But when you watch the Rockets, they are not the same defensive team this year as they were last year. Defense looked good last night, but again, Hawks missing 6 players. But I think that needs to become the identity. They've been led by their offense for the majority of this season, and Kevin Durant. I think you have to get back to those Ime Udoka roots, especially from last year, and really become more of a defensive team. Since Steven Adams has gotten injured, the numbers defensively have actually improved because you got a little more speed on the floor.
Yeah.
So we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I'm not going to say it's a blessing in disguise to lose Steven Adams, but I think it's an opportunity to change course and become that defensive team again, lean more into that side, and try to win like they did a year ago.
I think it is interesting because I think they finished, 4th in defensive rating last year?
Yeah.
So there's the eyeball test is a little bit different than the actual rating. And, and then you have to go into factor it, okay, versus the better teams, how have they performed versus just the bulk of the league. Because there's still times when they're out on the court versus inferior teams. I'd say in the first half last night, especially with all of the Hawks injuries, you're like, okay, these guys are just like they're physically more impressive. The Rockets are a physically more impressive team, and they're going to just bully their way to a certain level of performance, and it's getting above and beyond just that sheer raw physical ability or length or whatever. I think Reed Sheppard learning how to need less than 2 quarters of basketball to warm up is maybe he needs to get there 15 minutes early for shoot around or something. There's just it does feel like it takes forever for him to get into the flow of a game, which is understandable for a young player. And I think that's something that logically should improve between now and then, given that the guys make vast improvements in their first couple years in adjusting to NBA play.
And I know the Rockets aren't in a position to necessarily be experimenting, but that's another issue I guess I've had with them all year, of putting the Reed Sheppard development kind of on the back burner. I think you just kind of have to throw him in the deep end and let him be out there and let him figure it out and hope that you can still do enough around him to be able to win these games. But I think the minutes oftentimes are too insignificant. He spends too much time on the bench at times, especially in big moments. And maybe something along those where you lean more into the development of Reed Sheppard, and who knows, maybe you hit something.
Well, Tari Eason being more consistent too and available, I guess I don't know if that's something that you can hope for between now and then. But there's going back to the development of younger players on the core and everything. It's more feasible that when you are still relying on young players that, you're going to see improvement over the course of a season instead of just, needing to tweak the finer aspects of an offense or something, which there's more than tweaking that needs to go on offensively right now. But just by sheer improvement of some of those players, they should be a different team a couple months from now.
They have the Rockets game that we're talking about. They have it on TV here in the studio this morning on the replay, and just saw the opening tip again. And it's funny because Shingun just looks around
yeah, do the play-by-play.
What
on
happened?
It. I didn't go back and rewatch. I just remember thinking, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, too soon. And then he didn't know what occurred. He was looking around huh?
He had a false start, and I'm waiting for the flag to come out.
Yeah, that's
and I'm like, wait, they're continuing play? No, you have to. You're supposed to stop play after a false start.
Yeah, that's right. That's like our 4-year-old at home does that when we're racing cars, and he's like, when he doesn't get as good of a push off on the car. He's like, wait, we have to start over. It's like, no, sometimes that's just how it goes.
You just throw the controller.
Yeah, you just didn't have. You had the false start. You weren't ready. You weren't prepared. I heard them talking about this yesterday on In the Loop. And Seth, I want to ask you: have your expectations changed for this Rockets team at this point? They're behind last year's win pace.
Yeah.
So far, and because of the injuries this year and just what we've seen, some of the, I don't think it's taken that next level like maybe somebody believed when you add Kevin Durant to already a 52-win team. And I think everyone thought it'd be kind of smooth and they just take off. And instead, it's been more of a roller coaster, sort of up and down. With the injuries and what we've seen, have your expectations changed now for this Rockets team this year?
I don't think necessarily, and I'm trying to be honest with myself, because usually what happens is before I enter any sports season, there's things I understand rationally and logically, and I'll say it. Hey, you got to be cautious in thinking that it's going to be as simple as just throwing a good player out there and then everything's going to be fine. But then usually after I preach all that caution, 3 weeks into it or 4 weeks into it, I forget that I had cautioned myself about being cautious, and I'm wondering, why the hell are they not immediately better? It's tough with the Rockets because they got off to such a fast start, and it felt for a while there like, oh, sure, path to the championship, here we go. But I think even, especially the hardcore basketball people were preaching caution at that point, that, man, you just gotta wait. You gotta see you get into the tougher part of the schedule, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it's been borne out the way that you probably could have logically seen it happen. But it's always a question of, all right, you're going to face those obstacles. There's going to be lulls. It's not going to be smooth the entire way. Do I still feel like this team is capable of ascending to that next level? And I think the big question is, I don't know. With Udoka as a defensive-minded head coach, and this team has been all about offensive rebounding, just like last year. Where have you advanced beyond that? And I just don't know. So, yeah, I guess it has taken a step back just in that all of those same fears or concerns you might have had about whether Udoka could be the guy to really extract the maximum potential out of this offense very much remain right now.
I'm going to speak out of both sides of my mouth because my expectations have changed. When they brought in Durant, I thought it's got to be Western Conference Finals at least.
Yeah.
I thought first year, you don't have to make it to the NBA Finals, but can you at least be one of the final two teams in the West? And now I don't feel that way. Now I feel the same as last year's team. Like, just win a playoff series, and that'll be good enough for me. Like, that'll be a surprise, and that'll be a victory. But why I'm going to speak out of both sides of my mouth is because I also bet under on the Rockets' win total this year because I did believe there'd be some regression this year. So now I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Here we are heading into February where it hasn't gone as smooth because I kind of bet on that this offseason, and yet I'm still complaining or I'm still surprised.
It wouldn't be as gut-wrenching or as stressful if Kevin Durant were a younger player. If they had pulled off the trade, which obviously you're not going to be able to pull off that trade if Kevin Durant is 30 years old, it would have been ridiculous. The reason you were able to pull off the trade was because Kevin Durant is approaching 40, and that's the window is so narrow. And you also, and it's not just, okay, how much longer is Kevin Durant going to play and how much longer is he going to be good? It's that, man, if this ends up being one of Kevin Durant's healthy seasons where he plays the vast majority of the games, can you really bank on getting that for the next 2 years? And it's probably unlikely. If in a 3-year window with Kevin Durant, you got to account for, well, probably one of these years he's going to miss a huge chunk of games because of injuries. And I don't want to squander this. I don't want to be sitting here at the end of the season and thinking like, well, gosh, I kind of wish Kevin Durant had gotten injured this year so he could have that healthy year. I know this isn't the way it works, but if I don't know, maybe if he'd gotten it out of his system last year, then he'd be okay, and then we could be making excuses for him and everything for the team. But we're squandering a healthy Kevin Durant season right now.
It's a good point. That adds to the pressure because the window is only so big. I mean, maybe he'll continue to score 30 points well into his 40s. Who knows? Like he did last night, went for over 30. But the expectation is you only have a few years here to try to hit it with Durant leading this team. Appreciate everybody waking up with us on YouTube. Listeners saying Rockets have been disappointing so far considering the ceiling going into the season, so expectations.
Yeah.
They say they're closer to the floor at this point than the ceiling. And another listener said, I drank the Kool-Aid with the Rockets, just like I did with the Texans. I'm choosing to wait and see if I'm still expecting championship series.
Yeah, it's almost that drinking the Kool-Aid is so, because I don't know, you're doing it when you do it. You're drinking the Kool-Aid, everything feels good, you can foresee nothing but greatness. But we're at that point in the season when you realize, this is artificially sweetened Kool-Aid. This was Kool-Aid with saccharin, not even the good artificial sweeteners. The old, just the really old nasty versions of the artificial sweeteners, and it's not. It leaves a taste in your mouth. It's not fun.
I got to be honest with you. We were more of a Crystal Light household growing up.
Oh,
yeah.
You drank your whole. Okay, so you don't even know about. Crystal Light.
Yeah.
That's it. Crystal Light's a saccharin sweetened, wasn't it?
I think so.
It's kind of. You ever get that? Okay, this is where I am with like Coke Zero versus Diet Coke.
Yeah.
There's something about drinking a Diet Coke is I like that it doesn't taste as much like the real thing because I can delude myself into thinking, yeah, this is a health food. I'm doing right by me.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. This kind of sweet tasting beverage plus whatever other chemicals are getting pumped into my body right now, I'm doing the right thing. When I drink like a Coke Zero, it tastes so much just like normal Coke that I feel like, no, this is definitely unhealthy. Even though they're nutritionally should be about the same, I like having a little bit of that sour taste.
I do agree with you. I think Coke Zero's terrible.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's disgusting. I stick to Diet Coke, thinking I'm doing something right.
I really have a hard time with, like, once I pretty much got rid of refined sugars in general, and now I'm that annoying person that will say things are too sweet when I do eat it. I'm like, oh, that's just too sugary for me. And I hate those people.
Yeah.
So I try not to say it out loud. But I do, even when I'm drinking Coke Zero, I'm kind of like, this is just goopy. This is a goopy mess. I don't know.
You're at a birthday party, just throw down the cake.
Where is your Crystal Light?
Yeah. Hey, Crystal Light was good stuff. And my mother was a personal trainer, so I think she would water it down anyways.
Oh, yeah.
But,
no, Crystal Light doesn't. That's the whole thing about Crystal Light. It's 0 calories.
Oh.
It's a better alternative.
No wonder we were a Crystal Light
They don't
household.
call it Crystal Light and then load it up with three cups of sugar,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, Rockets get the big win last night. We'll continue to talk about it throughout the morning. Nice little bounce back for Houston. But when we come back, when did it all go wrong for the 2025 Houston Texans offense? We'll talk about it next. Payne and Pendergast.
I don't know. When I'm talking about something as important.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
When did it all go wrong for the 2025 Texans offense? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Sean, alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show 713-572-4610 as we do a bit of a postmortem here on the Texans offense this past year, which was obviously the big bugaboo. Seth, when did the Texans offense seemingly go wrong this past season?
This popped up on my social media feed yesterday. A guy by the name of Clint Stoerner out of Houston. It wasn't in the audio that Tyler sent, so I was glad that this popped up on my social media feed.
Good job by the algorithms.
Yeah, so Clint kind of echoing something that I had talked about during training camp when we were watching the offense just get completely walloped every day in training camp, and there'd be little fits and spurts of competence. But Clint's really leaning into this now, and I'm curious about how you feel about this. This is Clint on how the approach of the ones going versus the ones every single period in practice last year might not have been a good thing.
I mean, they just unleashed it. They did a lot of ones versus ones, right? Which meant the number one offense versus the number one defense. And you saw what our defense was. Everybody knew they were going to be one of the best defenses in the league.
And this was a line that you're trying to put together.
Well, you had a bunch of new faces on the offensive line that never played together. You had a new offensive line coach. You had a new play caller. You had all new terminology. You had a new number 2 receiver. You had 2 rookie receivers. You had a brand new back who you brought in late to training camp in Chubb, and you had Woody Marks, a rookie.
I just playing a different position.
Yeah, I mean, and you just unleashed the hound. I mean, that was a Bush League approach, and I believe it stunted the growth of the offense, and I believe that it wasn't doing right by C.J. Stroud.
So this is where I don't know if I agree with Clinton saying it was a Bush League approach, because it's pretty common in training camp. That's when it's ones versus ones, twos versus twos, starters versus starters, backups versus backups. And I mean, it's one of the reasons that Davis Mills looked way better in training camp than C.J. Stroud, is because he's out there throwing to guys he's thrown to before versus the second string defense. And so I don't know about Bush League. I don't know if I'd go that far, because it's going outside the norm to say, man, we should probably send the Texans starters versus the backups a few times just so they can get the timing and the rhythm and actually execute successfully. It's kind of like when you throw you got a young boxer, you don't just throw him into the ring with the champ immediately. He's going to get destroyed. A minor league pitcher, there's a growth process and everything. And I know when Clinton and I brought this up in the preseason or during training camp, a lot of people thought I got a lot of pushback from it. A lot of people thought it was dumb because it was just, these guys got to learn. They got to learn how to like go versus tough defenses. I think it's like in learning anything. There's an ideal growth curve. And if you're just getting beat down every day to the point where CJ can't even get through his progression, because if he's trying to work on his timing and rhythm and the pass rush is what it is, and he's being honest as a quarterback where players aren't allowed to touch him, he's got to get rid of the ball because the pass rush is on him. And it's just really hard to operate that way when there was such a huge chasm between where the defense was and where the offense was. So, yeah, iron versus iron is great, but it was almost like iron versus pumice there for the first few weeks of training camp. And you probably missed out on some of the things that you could have been doing to be like, all right, hey, let's put on the training wheels a little bit. Let's get this thing going before we go out and try to do a full motocross course.
No, I'm with both of you guys. I was saying the same thing at the time, and I know you both got a lot of pushback, and it became like a whole machismo thing, right? Like, we don't need to baby CJ Stroud, how soft or whatever. But yeah, I thought the same thing because look, I come from a basketball world, and it's the same idea. Like sometimes you need that easy basket. You guys see the ball go through the net to get the momentum and the confidence going. And I thought it was similar where you're learning the new offense. You had the down year last year. You got to build up the confidence. Let's have an easy start, or an easier start at least. Let's keep the training wheels on a little bit. Give them a little bit of a runway to get going so we can build up the confidence, feel comfortable. Because when you go back out, when things didn't work last year offensively, and then you bring in a new offensive coordinator, and already it's a tough start, it's like, oh, no, like here we go. We made the change that was supposed to work. Here we go again. I was worried about the psyche and the mental aspect of it. Let them get that that good start to be feeling good about themselves.
And I think because the immediate knee-jerk reaction people get is, oh, that's soft. That's soft. You can't be treating these guys like babies. And it really is. It's only soft if you're not coaching the guys and you're just setting it up to be easy or something. I think it'd be the same as whatever a low-level belt is for karate. I don't know what the introductory belt level is. But if you have them go out and just fight a black belt every single day, you're never going to learn a damn thing. You're just going to get your butt whooped every time. People succumb to the movie version of the way it's supposed to go sometimes, I think. It's like, oh, yeah, this young kid was getting bullied every day, but he kept fighting the toughest guy in the school. Then he lost the fight 80 times before he finally beat the bully up. No, in real life, the kid ends up in the hospital he's decrepit. His parents have to change schools and everything. That's the way it happens in the real world. The old advice they give to people in prison, supposedly, which nobody ever gives, find the biggest, toughest guy and fight him the first day. Are you stupid? No. That guy's not even going to fight you. He's going to send the 8 guys that he's got underneath him in his gang to murder you in your sleep. You don't go fight the toughest guy the first day of prison. Everybody knows that, who's actually survived prison.
You tell me the Karate Kids are an exaggeration? Oh, man.
Right. Well, but even the Karate Kid, it's like, Mr. Miyagi didn't just beat him down every single day.
True.
Mr. Miyagi was going to bring the karate. Every now and then you wallop them just to keep their ego in check, And the other part of it for me is it goes back to OTAs. And this is, again, something that people were critical of me, and I probably Clint too, is that, man, it was a bigger deal, CJ missing OTAs, because apparently he'd been working too hard in the weight room. Right now, if you had to go back in time and choose CJ hitting a max rep on his bench or CJ being involved in OTAs, which is more important for a quarterback in a new system with new players and him having more command behind the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage? I think that very much I would prefer that CJ not be quite as physically strong in the weight room, but he actually ran the offense during OTAs. That's why if CJ, I don't think he will, but some people have suggested that CJ might sit out of OTAs if he's agitating for a new contract or something. I would be really, really upset if that happened, and I don't think he would do that. But that's how important I think it is for him to really continue to master all of the finer points of this offense.
Yeah, I'm with you on both points. I'm of the school of thought of the Tom Brady's and the Patrick Mahomes dad bod. I don't need a ripped quarterback back there.
Yeah, that's I don't want to hear about PRs in the weight room. That has nothing to do with being an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I'm with you. When did it all go wrong for the 2025 Texans offense? Listeners chiming in saying when they didn't address the offense in the offseason.
Yeah, they didn't address the offensive line aggressively enough. They did address the offense. They drafted 2 wide receivers in the top 3 rounds. They drafted an offensive tackle. And then the biggest insult to injury to that is they did sign Cam Robinson. As soon as he was a little bit disgruntled, they let him go. He didn't look all that great during training camp, by the way. No. So I don't know how much of it was. They might have said, all right, you're disgruntled, and, man, we shouldn't have blown that money on you anyway. But they didn't address it as aggressively as I think they will this offseason. I think they'll be a little bit more aggressive.
Multiple texts saying when they hired Nick Caley, that's when things went wrong. But what about this one? Someone said when Joe Mixon, when he didn't show up, that doomed the offense immediately. Can we throw the whole Mixon mess into all of the offseason issues?
I think that Mixon being injured and then the injury being way more drastic or problematic than the Texans realized. I don't think Joe Mixon realized it. I don't think the Texans realized it. But, yeah, should they have been more aggressive, just saying Nick Chubb kind of as a medical experiment? And then the other part would be not trading for Breece Hall at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Whatever the Jets were doing, and it's so weird. The Jets have fired everybody. They traded away their very best players and everything, but they held a firm line when it came to Breece Hall, who is going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Nope, we will not. We will accept nothing but maximum value for Breece Hall. I'm retroactively angry at the Jets.
Well, people are retroactively angry with the Texans and how the offseason went. More texts rolling in, mostly saying Caley and Joe Mixon are the two main ones.
Yeah, so Caley is the big question mark there. And you know what, you and I are, I'm going to have Sean do a Pender poll on this. I haven't done a good job of really gauging how upset people are with Nick Caley individually right this moment. I still feel like I feel like most people are more worried about the personnel and C.J. Stroud himself than Nick Caley. But I would also say, too, I don't think there's anybody that's out there flying a Nick Caley flag in their front yard. You know, like they're very much in wait-and-see mode with Nick Caley.
Right. I might be wrong. I felt like it was a lot more Caley during the season, but then because of how the playoffs went, it just took the heat off of him, and now everyone is focusing on Stroud and the personnel. So
another text message. The funny thing about CJ working out too hard in the weight room is it doesn't look like he works out at all. Hey. Hey, man. That's right. We want him Mahomes. Mahomes works out hard. He doesn't look like it, but he does work out hard.
That's my plan, too. Work out and then still eat whatever I want, still have the belly anyways. What can you do?
The sweet spot is being a big, massive dude that just is strong in the weight room. Like, you can be fat as hell, but as long as you got some muscle on top to balance it out, you're still an impressive-looking, Viking-looking dude. Yeah, I'm
envious of those guys because I'm built like the Grinch. I'm very scrawny. The weight goes to the midsection, and so, it just doesn't
You don't
look
offset
good.
it with anything. You just gotta do. I'll give you the secret that Chester Pitts always told me. Because Chester Pitts, life hack, shoulder raises, man. All you do, because I saw Chester once and he was looking really good. A lot of these former offensive linemen they look really good. They look much better in retirement. And I was like, man, Chester, you working out a lot? He's like, shoulder raises, man. Shoulder raises a couple times a week.
Perfect.
Just add a little bit of width to the top there. And if you only do one exercise and all you're worried about is looking good, not actually being healthy, just shoulder raises.
Awesome. Perfect.
You and I
love
just start doing shoulder raises
That's
every
right.
morning.
Absolutely. I'm going to start during the commercial break. Hey, coming up, headlines, including a busy day for the Astros yesterday. We'll get to that next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
I got to follow up to that text. I'm going to have to read next. Kirk Holmes, I'll tell you what. They look like
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Time for today's headlines here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean. He'll be back Monday out in the West Coast for Super Bowl coverage. Alongside Seth Payne here this morning, and you as well, 713-572-4610 to text the show. A lot of movement for our Houston teams yesterday. We had Texans assistant offensive line coach Zach Yenser, who was plucked away by Bobby Slowick and the Miami Dolphins.
This is I don't know. I got to check in on Miami Dolphins radio later today.
This is what they're all talking about. This is big news.
This is big news. Yeah. So he's hired to be their offensive line coach, right? Not the assistant offensive line coach.
Right.
So I mean, this has been the problem with the Texans offense. One of the huge problems with the Texans offense from Bobby Slowick through Nick Caley is that they still don't have a good rushing attack. Still one of the worst rushing attacks in the league. They did improve in some regards in terms of pass protection and in terms of run blocking last year, but that was of course without Bobby Slowick. So now Bobby Slowick is teaming back up with his previous assistant O-line coach to right the ship in Miami.
Yeah. So, and by the way, whenever I see the name or think about, he should go to the Steelers. I always think of the whole Yenser and the Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and he seems like a total. So for those of you who don't know, Yinzers are people from Western PA, and it's because instead of y'all, they say yins. That's their plural. You all. They say yins, so people call them Yinzers. Yeah. And he coached at Eastern Kentucky for a while, or at Kentucky for a while. So that's kind of in that same type of northern redneck. The Yinzer / Kentucky is like not deep south, but there you go.
Yes,
let's talk more about this.
That's right.
Yeah,
Zach Yenser. So he's gone.
I guess it's a good sign at least that people maybe have some respect for something coming out of the Texans offensive line coaching.
Yeah, well, again, I guess it's relationship because relationship building with him and Slowick. But it's kind of what I said yesterday. I mean, someone was interested in Slowick still after what happened here. Someone's interested in Zach Yenser despite people still being upset about the offensive line. Someone's interested in Gerard Johnson even though C.J. Stroud has seemingly regressed. Like, I don't know. There's something here where there's some talented pieces on this staff, I guess, in Houston, but you don't see the necessary results.
Look, and this is what I said with Cole Popovich, because Cole Popovich was an assistant offensive line coach last year, and a lot of people were upset that the Texans would hire a guy who was already in the room when you're trying to basically overhaul the offensive line. I think that there's lots of guys who are assistant position coaches who are better than the guy who's the position coach, and that's why they eventually replace them. So I'm cool with that. My favorite part about this was on the Texans PR site. It says, in his first season with the Texans, that would have been 2024, Yenser played a role in helping tackle Laramie Tunsil notch his second consecutive Pro Bowl. So there you go. There was his fourth Pro Bowl overall. So, but Yenser played a role in getting him to what was, at the time, the second year in a row he had made the Pro Bowl, in his fourth time at the Pro Bowl.
Right.
Yes.
So what he did the previous year, he allowed him to do the next year. So essentially just saying he didn't screw it up, which is what I put on my resume. Filled in for Sean 2 days last week, didn't completely screw it up. That's in my bio.
You had pointed out that they had pointed this. They had said this about Mike McCarthy up in Pittsburgh, that, hey, he was part of getting the best out of Joe Montana. Oh, really? How so? He was a quality control coach when Joe Montana was with the Chiefs, and he was 36 years old.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yep. But at that point in his career, McCarthy got the most out of him.
Who knows how it would have gone for Joe Montana? Maybe they never make the playoffs if Mike McCarthy isn't there as a quality control coach.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zach Yenser's gone, but Gerard Johnson sticks around. The Eagles announced yesterday that they're hiring Sean Mania as offensive coordinator, which is so interesting to me because the Eagles have had some ups and downs, hires with the OC here under Nick Sirianni. And Sean Mannion was a quarterback in the NFL just 2 years ago. Now he's going to be running the Eagles offense.
Yeah, and it was one of the things I've said about Gerard Johnson is, all right, he's only been coaching in the NFL for a little while, and there's part of that you just wait and see and get your chance and opportunity. I mean, he was there for the second round of interviews. He was in the building the day they ended up announcing that it was Mannion. So I don't know how close he was to it or how much of a decision it was for them. What I always worry about with some of these assistant coach interviews, especially on the offensive side of the ball, is, all right, how much how much information did they pump out of Gerard Johnson? It's a hard part when you're an assistant coach and you're going and you're trying to put your best foot forward and explain exactly the way you operate and everything, but you also don't want to give future opponents that much of a peek behind the curtain. But that's also, I mean, it's life in the NFL. It's not a Gerard Johnson thing specifically. It's anybody. It's, Dino Vasso is interviewed for the defensive coordinator job. Like, there's teams are doing as much espionage as they are also interviewing guys.
Yeah, which is obviously a feather in the cap for the Texans if that's the case. I kind of felt bad for Gerard because of what you said. I saw the first report, Gerard Johnson's back in the building for his second interview, and then I saw right away the next report of Sean Mania hired, and I felt like, ooh, you walk out of the interview, and they're like shaking the hand of the guy they actually hired. Like I kind of felt bad for him at the time.
Yeah, I hope they didn't pass on the hallway or something.
Right?
Like Sean Mannion's wearing like a crown and a cape or something as he's walking, as Gerard Johnson is figuring out just what happened.
Yeah, it's like when you get dumped and then your ex is already with somebody like the next day, and it's like, oh man, I need a little buffer period.
That happened to me. The only time that happened to me was when it was going into what would be my 11th training camp. The Jaguars signed me.
Yeah.
I didn't end up playing that year. That was the end of the career. But they cut Tim Couch to sign me. And I walked past Tim Couch in the hallway, and I felt I could tell I was going in to talk to Jack Del Rio as Tim Couch was leaving the meeting, his exit meeting with Jack Del Rio, and I felt bad.
Yeah, on his phone call to his wife afterwards, like, and you'll never believe the guy that they let me go for.
You can't believe this guy they're having playing quarterback. He looks like he weighs 320 pounds.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, the Astros.
I guess it's Jared Lorenzen. I don't know.
Astros had a busy day yesterday. They add some pitching depth. He's going to be a swingman, right-hander. Kiwei Tang is what we're going with for the meantime. They traded away one of their catching prospects who was, I saw one place he was ranked as the 13th top prospect for the Astros, another place 20th, whatever. He's one of their higher prospects, and they had to DFA J.P. France in order to make room for Tang.
Yeah, so as Jim Crane had outlined earlier this offseason, it looks like they're going to sink more resources into scouting Asian players and, figuring out better, where the opportunities are and everything. So I don't, maybe they would have made this anyway, but they're spending more resources. I think, is Bagwell in Asia right now? When he did that video the other day, it sounded like he was headed over to Asia somewhere.
Okay.
Don't worry, everybody. Bagwell's on the case. We've got our man in Japan and Taiwan and South Korea and everything else. He's going to be an incredible ambassador.
It just feels like Crane is getting swept up in all of it. I mean, obviously the Daikin partnership, he spent time over there. They signed 2 pitchers from Asia. It just feels like, I had a friend in college that studied abroad in Australia and then came back speaking all the Australian slang. And, just
annoyingly?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Boy.
And we're like, we get it. You went to Australia for 6 months. So let's move on. Those are your headlines for the day. A lot of moving around with those teams, Texans and Astros, with the personnel yesterday. And, by the way, Rockets get a nice win last night, too. We'll continue to talk about that this morning.
I knew a girl in college who did that. She spent a semester abroad, and I was sitting with one of her friends and watching this girl ended up on some local television show, like a debate show. And she was like saying things like, I don't appreciate you framing it thusly or whatever. And my friend Cecilia was like, she's from Brooklyn. Like, this is all she came back speaking the Queen's English and 24/7. It was very annoying.
Yeah, it is. And then give it a few months and they slip back into old habits.
If Bagwell is indeed in Asia right now, please, Jeff, I cannot caution you enough. Don't come trying to speak with some kind of an Asian accent. It's not going to end well, okay?
Yeah, wait for those broadcasts.
Never go full Shaq.
Wait for those. People are already annoyed with Bagwell on the broadcast to begin with. Hey, coming up, where does DeMeco Ryans rank in terms of top head coaching hires in the NFL of the past 5 years? We have a list. We'll let you know where DeMeco is next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
New you in the new year, and for me, back in January 2020, that meant going to the men's.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Tomorrow, as Luke fills in for Sean Pendergast, was Jeff Bagwell was talking about going down to West Palm Beach. Somehow I remembered I thought he was talking about Imai, and then he said, I'm going to be going down there. And in my mind, I heard I'm going out there. So I was like, is he going to Japan? Is he like checking out some new prospects or something? No, he was going down to West Palm Beach.
Well, you knew he was going somewhere.
Yeah. He may or may not eat some sushi while he's in West Palm, but that's where he was headed.
Yeah, it's like in the movie Road Trip. Yeah, where Tom Green says instead of Austin, Texas, Austin, Massachusetts, he confuses Austin and Boston.
Yeah,
and then that girl goes to Austin instead of whatever it was.
She goes to Austin, Massachusetts.
Yeah,
is that like there is an Austin, Massachusetts.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, he got confused with Austin.
I haven't
and
seen
Boston.
that Road Trip. Tom Green was in Road Trip?
Yeah. He stayed back on campus and was feeding the mice to the snake in the dorm room.
Oh, yeah.
He was the tour guide telling the whole story.
We had Tom Green on the show once a long time ago, and it was annoying. Yeah,
really?
He was promoting a stand-up appearance, but he was pulling that thing where he didn't want to talk anything about the Tom Green show or anything. Like, we're just trying to, maybe remind the listeners who he was and everything. And it was like, no, I'm a serious stand-up comedian now. And I don't know, which might have been also part of his bit because that's what he just screws with people. But it wasn't, it was annoying. It was annoying. Because I wanted to talk about the Tom Green show.
Yeah, he was ahead of his time.
Way ahead of his time.
Yeah.
I wanted to give him credit for being a revolutionary.
Right. He was a big part of my childhood. I grew up on him and all the silly movies he was in afterwards. Comedians are always a tough interview because a lot of them, they feel like they have to be funny because they're on air and everything, like they're performing. And then it's tough to do an interview where they're trying too hard sometimes to be funny. You're just trying to talk to them.
They're doing their material.
Yeah.
Like you're trying to have a conversation. It's changed a lot now. It's changed, though, because of podcasts. Because now I think it's different because and then for one, they don't have a need to go on the radio anymore to promote their appearances because they're promoting it all on social media. But then they also do podcasts, so they're more conversational in those.
It's true.
So, yeah,
that's why
it was an awkward marriage. It was always an awkward marriage to begin with, and now both parties have gone their separate way.
Those interviews are always so lame on the late night shows, and Conan's like, "I heard you got into some trouble yesterday," and then he just like goes into this material.
Do you ever think about how airplane food is weird?
Yeah, right.
As a matter of fact, I do.
Yeah. And then they go into their bit. Yeah, it's always kind of lame. Hey, I'm a big list guy. I don't know if typically if you guys are set and when Sean's in here normally, but I do love a good list. And
lists are good, man.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it. People like lists.
Yeah, I love it. And we got one yesterday from ESPN.com where they've ranked every head coach higher in the NFL since 2021. So obviously includes a few for the Texans, but obviously DeMeco Ryans. And I was looking at this list. I'll tell you right off the top, and we can go through this and tell you where DeMeco is. But I hate who they put number one on this list. So call that, I don't know, a spoiler. We could jump right into it.
No. That's a good. We could do that. We could because I didn't even really think to be upset about it. If we start with we'll just go through the top five. Number 1, Dan Campbell. Number 2, Nick Sirianni. Number 3, Mike McDonald. Number 4, Mike Vrabel. And then number 5, DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, which is pretty good.
I didn't have an issue with anybody above DeMeco Ryans. I felt like that was appropriate. What was your issue with Dan Campbell being number 1?
Not the best hire in the last. I get like the whole idea of turning around the Lions, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But come on, Nick Sirianni's behind him, who's been to 2 Super Bowls in 5 years. Why are we putting Dan Campbell number 1?
Because the Eagles had already had recent success when they hired Nick Sirianni, whereas the Lions had been a disaster for decades. I mean, the Lions were at a point where they traded away Matt Stafford. And nobody even batted an eyelash. It really was. You think about this. The Lions were so bad that they have received 0 criticism for trading away Matt Stafford. Because, the Lions it's going to be such a long turnaround, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And meanwhile, Matt Stafford has gone to 2 Super Bowls since then and won one of them. I think that's the biggest difference, is that he was part of just an extreme turnaround in the entire franchise.
Which I get, but And by the way, he's the only coach in the top 5 that hasn't been to a Super Bowl yet. So, but I get the turnaround. But anyone that's listening knows I'm not a Dan Campbell guy. I just think people love the personality, and they have fallen in love with him, and they overlook a lot of things. I credit, though, Ben Johnson, because when Dan Campbell first got there, they started like 0-10, and Anthony Lynn was the offensive coordinator. He fires the offensive coordinator, promotes Ben Johnson. That's when the team takes off. And then this past year, Ben Johnson leaves, and, oh, look, the great Dan Campbell's in last place, even though I know they had a pretty good record. But still, last place, and Dan Campbell tried to take over the play calling midseason, and they got even worse offensively. So my whole thing with Dan Campbell is, seems like a guy. I'd love to hang out with him. He says these crazy things. He's a football guy, rah-rah. I just think he's an overrated coach, and I hate all like the love and attention he always gets because I just don't think it's.
I feel like he's going through right now what every coach who's not a coordinator is going to go through, which is, all right, what do you do when your coordinators leave, and how do you replace them? And especially when it's with Campbell, he's not an offensive or a defensive coordinator.
No.
Even though he was calling plays this year on offense. So I guess it's twofold with him. And that's where I was a little bit. I didn't want to overthink it, but Vrabel being above DeMeco, you got to give Vrabel credit, obviously, for going to the Super Bowl this year. He's already ascended past anything DeMeco has done. But you got to always give these things a couple years to really play out and see how he handles it. I know that very few people think Josh McDaniels, the offensive coordinator of the Patriots, is ever going to get another head coaching opportunity. I'm not so sure about that. Especially because there's a clip yesterday of him talking to Drake May on the sideline that people are gushing over because it was almost like a father talking to his son, you know, and it was really I could totally see somebody next year, or maybe even in one of the vacancies. It wouldn't be the Raiders, obviously, but I can see somebody taking another crack at Josh McDaniels.
I could as well. Teams certainly get desperate. Liam Cohen, 11th on the list, by the way. Top hires in the NFL last 5 years for head coaches. Shane Steichen, 16th. What's the bigger surprise or bigger upset, that DeMeco Ryans finished 5th on the list, or that David Culley was not last on the list?
I thought that was a coup for Texans fans. I think that the David Culley hire was doomed from the get-go, and yet somehow he ended up 34th. 34th out of, how many was it, 37?
Yes, 37.
Yeah. So people are wondering, like, how could David Culley be any better than those other coaches? All right, they're saying that it was a better hire than Nathaniel Hackett with the Broncos. They're saying it was better than Frank Reich with the Panthers and Urban Meyer with the Jaguars.
The only one I'll defend is Frank Reich, because I don't think it was his fault. I know the team was bad.
Yeah.
But they were 1-10, but he only got 11 games, and you can't say, like, oh, he didn't even make it through a year. I think it's more about David Tepper and the way that organization was run. The other ones, though, Urban Meyer, obviously, it was a clown show. He didn't seem ready for the NFL. And Nathaniel Hackett only got the job because they thought to get Aaron Rodgers, and he shouldn't have been a head coach. So I understand those two, but I think I'd put Frank Reich over David Culley.
I think the difference is those three, Nathaniel Hackett, Frank Reich, and Urban Meyer, all three of those hires were made with an expectation that they were going to win, where with David Culley, I think it was very much of okay, we need somebody who can be caretaker of a tanking football team.
Yeah.
And they somehow managed to undershoot on that. And as I think where most people have settled in with David Culley at this point, it's that, man, he's a hell of a guy, certainly wasn't qualified or ready to be in that position, even as a guy that's just a caretaker of a tanking franchise. Like, it was just, he was too out of his element and out of his league. But the Texans also weren't planning on winning big time with David Culley. But it was still, I don't know. I feel like undershooting on an intentionally bad hire is somehow the most low, like the worst thing you could possibly do. Like,
that's fair.
Lovie Smith finishes one spot above David Culley.
All right.
And I think that Lovie Smith should actually be a little bit higher, just because I think that, going back to the whole way that thing played out. I mean, Culley wasn't, the Texans had named who the finalists were in the search, and for Lovie in that round, they were looking at Josh McCown was one of the finalists.
Wait, where am I? Who is this guy?
full-time in the NFL before. And then all of a sudden, as the Texans are being named in a lawsuit by Brian Flores, they decide to add Lovie Smith into the mix. That was just such a haphazard affair. Man, what an ugly couple of years for the Texans. But I felt like, again, Lovie Smith, for how bad the circumstances were, was actually a really good hire for a team that was doomed anyway. That, man, all right, this guy's a head football coach. Like, this guy at least commands respect. This guy at least knows what he's doing, even though there's nothing he can do to actually make this a good football team.
By the way, now that we're breaking this all down and reminiscing about these terrible times that I tried to block out of my head, my memory because of how embarrassing it was, couldn't you make the case what we just talked about with Dan Campbell? Wasn't the DeMeco Ryans turnaround more impressive? It was quicker than Dan Campbell. It was 1 year. I think the Texans were more of a mess or more of an embarrassment when DeMeco took over than when Dan Campbell got to Detroit. If we're talking about like those turnaround projects, I almost think DeMeco and what he's done here in Houston is. I know Dan Campbell and the Lions, I know they at least got to a title game once, but I almost feel like DeMeco's more impressive with the turnaround.
I guess Campbell's just been at it longer, and he's been it was midway through his second season when he made the switch to Ben Johnson with the play calling.
Towards the end of his first year, I believe.
It was in midway through his first season with Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it's just by virtue of it being 5 full seasons, it's still more impressive because it's got a longer runway on it. I think the overall win record is higher than DeMeco's too.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that like Sean Payton is right behind DeMeco on this?
Ugh, another coach I can't stand.
He's had 3 years. He's won the exact same number of games. His record is 32-19, and Sean Payton's is 32-19.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, I feel like with Payton, he deserves credit for he entered a fiasco in terms of the quarterback situation. He had to get Russell Wilson out of there, and then he had to use a rookie quarterback that was very raw, and he's gotten the most out of him. I feel like the last week has taken a little shine off of the Broncos because all of a sudden they've got, after what should have been a really promising and happy offseason for the Broncos, I would think, like, okay, boy, tweak this, get this better, Bo Nix doesn't get injured. All of a sudden it looks like Bo Nix is upset with Sean Payton for Sean Payton having disclosed his injury history and all of this stuff. He fired his offensive coordinator, even though Sean Payton's the play caller.
Yeah.
There's a lot of grumpy, talks too much Sean Payton propaganda out there right now.
Yeah, I can't stand that guy. My problem with Sean Payton, specifically for the Broncos, is that when he got there the first year, they had a bottom 10 defense and they had a losing season. Yeah. And then they've had a top 10, even sometimes a top 5 defense since, and that's when they've gone to the playoffs the last 2 years, while the offense has been in the middle of the league in rankings. So my point being, he's an offensive coach, but this team is being led by the defense.
Yeah.
And so I don't like all the credit. I know Sean Payton, he's a young quarterback. Bo Nix has looked good. Props there for developing him. But I still think Sean Payton's getting too much credit in Denver, where they win a lot of close games. They beat a lot of bad teams. His record against teams with winning records has not been great in Denver. And they're also led by the defense, which is not his side of the football.
I think, okay, the one spot past Sean Payton is Kevin O'Connell, ranked as the 7th best coaching hire in the last 5 years. Kevin O'Connell is kind of the mirror image of DeMeco, except it's not the mirror image. It's weird. It's where you've got an offensive-minded head coach, and they've done things well offensively in fits and starts, like with Sam Darnold last year. But by and large, it's been more impressive for Kevin O'Connell. So they've got a competitive football team with an offensive-minded head coach, where the offense isn't doing much, but the defense has been impressive. Would you rather have that because you think, okay, well, boy, if they find the right quarterback, then he's shown that he can be a complete coach? Or do you like it how it is with DeMeco, where, man, his area of expertise, the defense, is awesome, and it's everything you would have hoped for, but he's struggling to put out a good offense, even though they already have their quarterback. Unlike the Vikings, where the Vikings don't have their quarterback, the Texans have their quarterback, and they can't have a good offense.
That's a great question. Honestly, and forget that I told you yesterday I grew up a Vikings fan, but I would rather have the Kevin O'Connell situation because that feels like an easier fix. With DeMeco, it's my concern with all defensive head coaches that I don't know if you're going to ever figure out the offense, if you're going to get the right offensive coordinator, if you're going to have the right even just mindset of being aggressive and kind of unleashing the offense, where with Kevin O'Connell or any offensive coach, I trust you, and you have the good defense. Kevin O'Connell, they had a winning season with J.J. McCarthy, Carson Wentz, and Max Brosmer this year. If he had a good quarterback, so with that offensive mind. So honestly, I think the Vikings situation would be better than, I'd rather have the Vikings situation than the Texans.
I'm glad you brought up the offensive aggressiveness side of it. So this is the thing, the old cliches about a defensive-minded head coach is, well, they're going to be conservative on fourth down. The offense in general just might not be what you want. Like, this is the old Lovie Smith dynamic, from back in his Chicago days. But they're going to have a good rushing offense because that's what defensive-minded coaches fear and hate, is when they have to go up against a good rushing team. I would say so far, D'Amico's playing that out on two of those three things. He's very conservative on fourth down. I give him a little bit of a pass there because part of it is that I don't think they had the horses to actually be good on fourth down. But he's been conservative, one of the most conservative teams in the league on fourth down. He's got a moribund offense, so he's checked off those two boxes. But he also doesn't have a strong rushing offense. So that's the one thing that I would take, the strong rushing offense. That's actually that's a better thing now than it was 10 years ago. The pendulum is swinging back. But it's like he's so far has kind of operated like the classic defensive-minded head coach.
Yeah, right, which is, I guess I would say, my issue, my concern and my issue with him. And it's why I have a rule, and D'Amico has actually done a lot better than I even thought when they first hired him. But my rule is, and you should never, have a bias in your hiring, but I would only hire offensive head coaches. I come from that school of thought. I don't like the defensive head coach for those reasons. I want an offensive guy with a good offense. He'll be aggressive. You don't have to worry about constantly finding good offensive coordinators. I'm team offensive head coach.
So there's 37 coaches on this list of hires in the last 5 years, not including this year, obviously. So what we would go to 17, 18, 19 would be the median on this.
Yes.
So I'm going to scroll up to 19. That would be the median if you're talking about, and that would be Brandon Staley from the Los Angeles Chargers. So the vast majority of coaching hires end up being failed coaching hires.
Yeah.
You go up to 18, that's Dave Canales. 17 was Brian Daboll with the Giants. 16 is Shane Steichen with the Colts, and that which he's still there, obviously. Doug Peterson is no longer with the Jaguars, but he's above Shane Steichen. I mean, Robert Saleh with the Jets at 14. Mike McDaniel with the Dolphins at 13. It's astounding just how unsuccessful the majority of NFL coach hires are. It's an exercise in futility.
Yeah, and it's perfect that Brandon Staley is the median because his record with the Chargers was exactly 500. So it's perfect that that's the bar. The median, 500 above, you should have a winning record below. I am curious. They probably say it at the top of this list, but I don't read. I just get right to the list and look at the names. I'm curious if it's based off of results or kind of like the hiring process, like the thought process of like, oh, that's who they hired?
Yeah.
Because Robert Saleh, I know the Jets have always been a mess, but putting Robert Saleh at 14th, he went 20-36 in New York. That seems a little too kind to Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh, though, I mean, he had the Aaron Rodgers and Nathaniel Hackett situation to deal with, and I don't feel like that he was the driving force behind that. So Robert Saleh was on a team that was nearly 500 his last year in New York. Well, he played 4 different non-NFL quarterbacks that entire season. I felt like he didn't get enough credit for actually making that team somewhat competitive, despite having just a disaster of a mess of a situation at quarterback. And he was getting all kinds of hate in New York for not saying the right things in handling the Aaron Rodgers situation. And there was nothing he could do. If he came down with a iron fist on Aaron Rodgers, he was being too mean to him. If he kowtowed to Aaron Rodgers, he was being too soft. Without anybody looking at the situation for what it was, man, Aaron Rodgers had his hand-selected offensive coordinator, Nathaniel Hackett, who's an awful coach, in place. And it's the New York Jets that somehow this is Robert Saleh's fault for somehow getting that team to a 500 level. The Jets turn everything that touches them into the worst version of themselves. It's just such a mess of an organization.
It's true. I mean, he did overachieve when you look at the quarters there, but still, I thought 14 might have been a little high.
Just in going through some of the descriptions or explanations that Barnwell gave on these, I think it was a combination of how much success have they achieved versus the guys who have been fired. Okay, what were you looking to get out of this? What was the situation of the team at the time? That's why Urban Meyer is dead last.
Yeah.
I mean, the the thoughts were, oh, yeah, Urban Meyer's going to come in, and, boy, he's one of the greatest college football coaches of all time. And he's fired before midway through the season, right? He got caught with video of him getting a friendly dance from a colleague. It was just he stayed home. It was the reports on Urban Meyer were like the reports you get on actual players. Like, oh, he skipped the team flight home and then got in trouble after he skipped the team flight home. That's something players do, not head coaches. It was ridiculous.
Right. He also didn't he not know Aaron Donald or something?
He didn't know who Aaron Donald was. Yeah. He was like, oh, that number or whatever is pretty good from the Rams. Huh?
Yeah, he supposedly kicked the punter or kicked the kicker or something. I don't know. Who knows?
I never, you know what? I give Urban Meyer the benefit of the doubt on that one. I feel like that's when a kicker complains about the coach kicking him, because I pictured him of kind of giving a nudge with his foot.
Yeah.
Kind of like a nudge with his foot. But that's the kid who's like, he hit me. And you're like, let's check the closed circuit television, kid. I know you're lying. You're a kicker. He didn't kick you.
Hey, you were in Houston, I think, right, with the whole Chris Hansen chopping wood in Jacksonville thing with Jack Del Rio?
I wasn't in Jacksonville when that happened.
Okay, yeah.
But when was it the kicker or the punter? He cut his hand doing because Jack Del Rio had the stump with a hatchet in it, because the old saying is keep chopping wood.
Right.
But I guess the players just started messing around with a hatchet, and he ended up hatcheting himself. Yeah.
Yeah, and he
I
was
wasn't
the
there
only.
for that. God, I wish I was.
Yeah, he was the only Pro Bowler they had too that year. Yeah, that's my favorite special team story out of Jacksonville. That's why the Urban Meyer kicking the kicker just reminded me of that.
That was let's see, the Chris Hansen hatchet incident refers to a 2003. That was a year after I left Jacksonville. I got to Houston in 2002. So the punter Chris Hansen he kept the chopping wood mantra to motivate the team. So he placed a large tree stump and a double-sided axe in the locker room. It was an actual axe. While attempting to chop the stump, punter Chris Hansen missed or had the axe bounce back, resulting in the axe blade becoming lodged in his own leg.
Oh, my gosh, lodged in the leg. Gruesome.
Yeah, I thought it doesn't sound like, at least according to the AI overview, it wasn't just a glancing blow or anything. It became lodged in his leg. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, what a terrible idea to have that in the locker room. And somehow Del Rio stuck around for another decade in Jacksonville despite that incident. So that's in case you're just joining, it's a list from Bill Barnwell, a Bill Barnwell joint on ESPN.com of the top head coaching hires of the last 5 years. Last thing on this list, Seth, is you kind of made the case earlier, but I was surprised because of what we just talked about with not only the success but kind of expectations. When talking about the Texans, I was actually surprised that Lovie Smith did finish ahead of David Culley. I feel like Culley, because of the expectations when he took over, should actually be higher on this list than Lovie Smith, who was a previous Super Bowl appearing head coach.
Yeah.
But that's
I don't know.
nitpicking.
Just having lived through it, I guess this is nobody could ever really understand what it was like to have, like David Culley turned down a penalty so he could punt. Just some of the really, really mind-numbingly curious decisions that he made as a coach, where it was just he was completely out of his league. I remember including his last interview on the Coaches Show with Mark and John. They asked him, what are some of the things you've learned this year, as a coach and being in this role in the first time? And this is a guy that had been in the NFL as an offensive coach for decades. He said, you know what? I realized that, sometimes you can go up-tempo to try to get things going on offense.
I thought he was an innovator in that moment as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, they've been doing this for decades? The list you can find on ESPN.com. D'Amico finishes fifth. Oh, I know where I was going to go. Someone on the text line reminded me, because I said I don't like hiring defensive head coaches, even though D'Amico's been very good here. And they said, well, there are two defensive head coaches in the Super Bowl now. And you are correct, 713, but it's also the first time that's happened in a decade. Outside of Bill Belichick, we haven't had a defensive head coach win a Super Bowl in over a decade. So this year is a bit of an outlier, which is actually something we can dive more into later. But yeah, in general.
Where I stand on that is always that I like it as a tiebreaker. If you got two guys that you really like and one's an offensive-minded guy, I would go for that. I think the trouble is that because people just fall in love with that notion of having a head coach that can stick around and work with the same quarterback forever, that they end up hiring a bunch of guys who just aren't head coach material or quality, and they end up hiring an offensive coordinator instead of a head coach. And then the other thing that happens too is kind of because teams are so desirous of having an offensive-minded head coach, that a lot of the best actual head coaching candidates they're taken. They're swept up. So there's guys out there where there are opportunities like with a Mike McDonald or a Mike Vrabel, just because other teams are so desperately grasping for the offensive-minded guy.
Yeah, that's true. Also, by the way, too, since you mentioned those names, it reminded me that this is also, based off of the odds, the most unlikeliest Super Bowl matchup we've ever had in NFL history. So it's just been a quirky, weird year this year, which is why it seemed like the Texans' opportunity was even greater. We spent more time on that list than I even anticipated. You could go find the full thing online. But I do want to ask you this. If we were to do like a pie chart on the Texans and the pressure, who has the most pressure on them for the upcoming year, what do you think that chart would look like? Like, how big is the slice for DeMeco Ryans, who finished 5th on that list? Even C.J. Stroud, of course. You want to throw in Caley, maybe Nick Cassiera, whoever else, somebody else maybe. The offensive line, who has the most pressure?
I just think because it's the NFL and because of all the focus and scrutiny is on the quarterback, I feel like CJ's got at least 47% of it. Almost like those pies that you would buy at the grocery store where it's a half pie. And you always you're like, oh, I could buy half a pie. Eating a whole pie by myself would probably be gluttonous. But if I eat this half pie and then get a plastic fork from the deli, I can finish this before I get home, and my wife will never know that I ate half a pie. That's where CJ is right now. He's a half pie from Publix.
Honestly, Publix is great. Honestly, I can never buy the half pie just because of how odd it looks to me. It looks weird in that container. I can't do it. It looks, it just doesn't look.
It's like you're splitting up a couple of orphans or something.
Yeah. It's weird. Like, where's the other half?
You're walking into an orphanage, looking at a couple of identical twins, and I'm saying, I'll take that one and that one alone, and you leave the other one crying in the orphanage.
Yeah, that's right. Where's the other half? It's supposed to be a full circle. The container looks weird. I can't do it. But the reason why I ask this is because, of course, we talk so much about C.J. Stroud, and that's been the conversation here this offseason, just the last couple weeks since the offseason has begun, about how much better Stroud needs to be and are they going to pick up the extension pressure, yada, yada, yada. But the reason why I do bring this up is because I did see a couple of stats, and I just want to run them by you, Seth, to see if they mean anything or if they're just kind of a coincidence. Because if the ultimate goal in Houston is to win a Super Bowl, that's why you hire a coach. And they've made the playoffs 3 times in a row now, obviously under DeMeco Ryans. And the goal is to eventually go win a Super Bowl under DeMeco Ryans. There has never been, this was always my argument against Sean McDermott staying so long in Buffalo, there's never been a quarterback and coach combination to win their first Super Bowl after their 5th season together. If you don't get it done in your first 5 years, it's never happened before. And so that might be more of a C.J. Stroud thing or a quarterback thing, that after 5 years with the quarterback, you have your answer. It's time to maybe make a different decision. But I'll also throw the second stat at you in that only 4 coaches have ever won their first Super Bowl after 5 years with the team. So if the goal is to win a Super Bowl here, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but if that's the goal, can you say that the window really, not only for C.J. Stroud, but for DeMeco, right? You only have like 2 more years. Otherwise, his history tells you, you kind of missed your shot.
That's funny. Usually I usually don't like looking at the historical trends for what has and hasn't happened in the NFL because it's everything's constantly shifting and changing, and it's an outlier business. Every team that wins a Super Bowl in any given year is breaking a bunch of previous historical have never happened types of things. Except that I think if anything, that historical trend is probably going to be even stronger just because everybody has such a short shelf life now.
It's true.
So it probably holds up. It's rare for a team to stick it out for 5 years or more, even if they're good. We're talking about, it's extreme that Mike Tomlin was able to have the run that he did, and they stuck by him through 6 seasons of really bad playoff performances, and that's an outlier that even happened. That they stuck with him even after he'd won a Super Bowl. So I think that, realistically, if you frame it that way, over these next 2 years, I could see them moving on from C.J. Stroud before they move on from DeMeco Ryans. I think that
I agree.
If it doesn't work out this year, you're already into your 4th year. I think there's a real good chance. Like if C.J. has the exact same season and exact same playoff performance next year, you'd probably see at least somebody actually competing with C.J. Stroud in that 5th year. But then it gets all messy and everything too, because there's the whole contract negotiations and all that. So I think they could have a bad year this year and DeMeco's still going to have his job, because I don't think he's going to lose the locker room or anything. But I could totally see them, if CJ has a bad year, them moving on from CJ.
I agree with all of that. I don't think that DeMeco is on a very hot seat. I think the pressure should be more on CJ. I think CJ's leash is shorter. I think he has more to prove, all of that. But then, like I said, I just look at the data, and it's like, ooh, if you don't do it in 5 years, you kind of miss your shot. And it just makes me think that maybe the focus or the pressure should be a little more on the head coach to get this done, because not only does the quarterback have the window with their new contract coming up, but history tells you the coach has these small windows as well to try to achieve the ultimate goal.
Yeah, you look at Mike Tomlin, and if you flip his career in reverse, and he has his last 6 or 7 years are his first 6 or 7 years, I don't think on most teams, Pittsburgh's always been different, but they're weird because they've only had 3 head coaches in the last half century. But yeah, he probably on most teams in his first 5 seasons, let's say if we start in reverse, if Mike Tomlin goes 10-7, 10-7, 10-7, 8-0, or excuse me, 9-8, 9-7. He's getting fired after that 9-7 season, right? That's there's no way in hell. Or even if you start in 2021 and he goes 9-7, 9-8, and then goes 10-7 3 years in a row, but he's getting destroyed in the first round of the playoffs. Yeah. That's a classic these days. That guy's not sticking around. Yeah. That's going back to kind of what's his name? The old Titans coach with the
Jeff Fisher
with the Rams. Yeah, Jeff Fisher scenario.
Yeah, you're right. I know. It's true. So that speaks to it as well, that it's getting harder and harder to have these longer tenures. But it's just that you gotta try to hit it quick. And if you don't do it right away, it's a lot of times it's like a singer or a band or a musician where you could tell right away, like, oh yeah, this person, they got a good voice. They can sing. Whereas not so often does it develop years down the road or over time. And so I just think it's similar with these coaches, where it's just funny how it's worked out that way in the NFL. You point to Tomlin, he had the immediate success, and then even though he never had a losing season, the Steelers obviously regressed under his watch, right? The Ravens moved on from Harbaugh for a couple of different reasons, but they too have kind of regressed the second half of his career there in Baltimore as well. Usually these coaches have that immediate success, but it's hard to sustain that or ramp things up beyond year 5, continue to get better as you're already in the quote-unquote like back half of your career.
It would really simplify things for us if they would just win a Super Bowl next year.
Yeah.
It's that simple and basic. I don't know if they've even thought of that. Has DeMeco thought of that yet? If you want job security, just go ahead and win a Super Bowl.
The David Coley approach. We got to get DeMeco on the phone, please. We have to let him know this genius idea we've come up with this morning. Go win a Super Bowl next year, and we don't have to worry about any of this. Hey, coming up, what's the dumbest idea that you actually wholeheartedly believed would work? Let us know, 713-572-4610, because we got a couple examples out of the NFL yesterday, and we'll share those with you next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers is who you call if you've been in
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
What's the dumbest idea that you wholeheartedly believed would actually work? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean today alongside Seth Payne. Seth, I teed him up Immediately, all the texts have poured in saying,
"Oh, really?
My marriage."
What's that?
Immediately, all the texts have poured in saying, "My marriage" or "my first marriage."
That is true. 50% of there. It's the success rate is almost as bad as NFL coaching hires. I would say when it comes to getting married, it's not. I think it used to be 50%. It's not nearly that high anymore. People are. I think people stopped. There was that era where all of a sudden, when divorce became less drastic of a thing, or less less frowned upon, where people are just getting divorced in droves. And then our generation grew up with divorced parents, or seeing our friends with divorced parents, and I think we started being more careful about actually entering a marriage. So maybe people have gotten we're a little bit less reckless than the boomers were with all of that.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think people are getting married less or married later in life, so less chance to get divorced or married again, whatever it might be. So
yeah, in the 1970s and 80s, by and large, most parents were being inundated with self-help books that told you, like, hey, it's all about you and your happiness, all right? You know? Just don't worry about anybody else. Well, the kids, screw them. And now the kids are like, I don't know, maybe we've become a little too helicopter parentish or whatever, but I don't know. I'll take that alternative. Instead of being left alone with a dog for 3 days. So the dumbest idea that you wholeheartedly believe would work, I just thought of this because Josina Anderson yesterday posted this on X, and I really have a hard time believing that this was actually a legitimate NFL league source. But she says, one league source just told me, in his opinion, the Browns should do something different. Make Todd Monken and Jim Schwartz co-head coaches to assuage this conundrum. Monken, co-head coach of the offense, Schwartz, co-head coach of the defense. Thoughts? And people had thoughts. She got the engagement that she wanted, and she emphasized in some of her replies, nope, this is 100% true. This is a league source that said this. Look, a league source could be anybody and everybody attached to an NFL team. I have a hard time thinking there's anybody out there in the NFL that really thinks that that a co-head coach idea is a good idea as an NFL. And yet, there's also part of me that thinks, well, let's think up outside the box a little bit. I don't know. Could it? Could it work? Could it be? This is the problem. This is like having been, maybe that league source is only 25 or 26 years old. The problem is that, as I've frequently stated on this show, most really good NFL coaches are weird dudes. Like, they are like eccentric and weird and control freaks and everything else, and they function well in their environment. But there's something about being a good NFL head coach that also has a little bit of, all right, that's it. It's going to be my way, and this is the way we're going to do it. Yeah. I really have a hard time, especially with Jim Schwartz, when the reports are that he's put out, when it was announced that Todd Monken had gotten the job, that at some point the trouble is that when there starts to be any kind of adversity and you got two guys that are supposedly co-head coaches, it just doesn't work in a small organization all that well.
What do you think would work better for the Browns, this idea or when they supposedly interviewed Condoleezza Rice for their head coach opening like a decade ago?
Was that for the head coach opening? It was?
I think so, no?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think this co-head coach part might work out better. Look at what happened when Jeff Saturday took over as the head coach for the Colts. All the reports were that it was a disaster in terms of just, people are true NFL coaching and personnel types and everything, trying to take instructions from somebody that really had no clue what he was talking about when it came to being a head coach. It's just but there's also, this is my weakness. There's the part of me that thinks, you know what? Look, nothing else you're doing is working. Let's go outside the box. And most NFL coaches fail anyway. There's a bad part of me that wants to think outside the box. But accepting that, man, it has a chance to be just an abject disaster. But if it works, if you just, hey, maybe if I spend my whole paycheck on the lottery just this once, and it could work, you succumb to that kind of thinking. I personally still don't understand why the fat hockey goalie is a bad idea. I think if anybody's ever tried it, they haven't gone they haven't gone to the extreme of extreme obesity. Somebody that genuinely can cover up the entire goal. We haven't really gone all the way with it.
I imagine plenty have tried that, like in youth hockey, and I'm with you. You would think it would work.
Those kids aren't fat enough yet. You need a 700-pounder there in front of the just like completely cover up every square inch of available space. Because I'm undershooting how wide a hockey goal is. It's wider than you think.
Because I know growing up in our town, they used to do that where they'd put the big kids at quarterback and then just let them run.
Really? And kids just couldn't.
Couldn't tackle them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is kind of lame. What are we doing here?
That's the dirty tactic in Little League Baseball is when you just tell kids to run no matter what. Just forego you're playing a team that doesn't have any kind of fielding at all, and guys will just run up the score, basically telling their players to abandon the fundamentals of baseball.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I've just never been in the position to do it. So as such, I say that's dirty pool, man. You're doing wrong by the kids there.
I know. I always feel bad for the catcher when the teams are just stealing on him the whole time and he can't throw it down and they keep making him trying to. And
I do think
it's a tough watch.
I think co-quarterbacks. I think having two quarterbacks gets too much shade.
Well,
I think that there's certain situations where, look, if it's clear that neither of these guys are going to be the guy and they've got different skill sets, especially if one's a pure passer and one's more athletic but not a great passer, then I just say, go ahead and platoon these guys, use them selectively. I mean, they kind of did it in New Orleans when Drew Brees was at the stage in his career where there were things that he knew he could and could not do. But like a full-time dual quarterback scenario, more times than not, it leads to disaster. But I think it's only because they did it because they didn't really have a good quarterback to begin with.
Right, yeah. Didn't they do that with Cordell Stewart back in the day originally?
When he was Slash, he got
Slash.
They were working him into it. And it was moderately successful, but ultimately they realized, okay, let's see if we can make Cordell Stewart into a really good quarterback.
Yeah. Worked well for Florida for Tim Tebow when he first came on campus. Him and Chris Leak, Tebow was the runner, and
college it makes a lot more sense. The NFL, I think the barrier is people's egos at some point,
right?
Or just everybody think that they're going to be the architect of the next great offense instead of just saying, all right, listen, man, we got to do what we can to get by at this point.
I think it would be a ridiculous idea, but it's also the Browns, so yeah, why not try it? If anyone's going to try it, might as well try it if you're the Browns. I don't think Jim Schwartz has the personality to do it. I think there would be that ego and there would be that push and pull of who gets credit or who overrules who. And then, of course, it reminds me of The Office where they had two bosses. They promote Jim, him and Michael are co-bosses. And at the end of the episode, Oscar says, look, it doesn't take a genius to know that every organization thrives when it has two leaders. Name a country that doesn't have two presidents, a boat that sets sail without two captains. Where would Catholicism be without the popes? And that's what I think of, yeah.
What did Tyrann Mathieu do?
Oh, yeah, we have to get to this audio. Former Texan great told this story on his podcast yesterday about what he attempted to avoid failing a drug test.
Did you ever have anybody go pee for you before, bro? Because people do it all the time.
Man, listen to me, bro. I done tried everything in the books. I've used other people's urine. They got the fake penises. I remember one time, I'll tell you a funny story. It's not funny. I could have died, but a couple tests before I realized it was going to kick me out of school, I'm sitting in a circle, and I'm on Google trying to figure out, man, how can I pass this test?
Right.
These folks keep threatening me,
right.
Right. And I'm just scrolling. And I come across it that said, man, just put some bleach in the top, the top, the top, put the bleach, put a little bleach in the top, and put it in your Coca-Cola. And so I did that. And I'm like, it felt like my whole insides was just erupting. You know what I'm saying? I ended up throwing that up. And I was at that point, I'm like, man, I done ran out of tricks.
Right.
I don't know what to do. And yeah, bro, I remember sitting in front of that building, man, with a cap full of bleach and a Coke bottle. And I thought that was going to save my life. It didn't. It backfired.
Yeah, don't do that. I didn't know that was out there, that people thought that you could do that. Don't do that, anybody listening. If you're ever plus, he's talking about the college drug test there. When he first started talking about it, I was thinking about the NFL, and I'm like, there's no way in hell you could have somebody else do it in the NFL. Those test takers are all it's very involved. That's why people have gotten caught trying to use the Whizzinator, because they're staring at you. And the guys are all they are former DEA agents and everything. They know who you are, and it's very up close and personal. But in college, it sounds like Even at a place like LSU, they might have gotten away with something. I don't know.
The worst part
is shocking.
Yeah, the worst part is he said he Googled it, and that's what Google told him. So I don't know. Be careful what you read out there on the internet. We know not everything's true.
I think he wondered if he saw something about putting bleach, like trying to sneak a drop of bleach into the actual specimen, because that ends up contaminating it, and it's not a valid sample, and he somehow read it wrong. Because he was high.
Yeah.
It's one of the hardest parts of evading a drug test. If you're smoking all the time, is that whenever you're reading the instructions on how to evade it, you also happen to be high. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes it hard. So yes, don't try that at home. Don't try to drink bleach to avoid a drug test. Coming up, as great as Kevin Durant has been, and he scored over 30 points again last night. As great as he has been, is he actually hurting the Rockets? We'll talk about it next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
If you're looking for a place to take the family to eat this week,
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT, KTFHD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Rockets get a win last night. As great as Kevin Durant has been, is it also part of the problem for the Rockets? We'll talk about that. It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Sean this morning. He'll be back next week as the crew heads out to San Francisco for Radio Row out there before the big game. Seth, of course, in this morning. You can always text the show as well, 713-572-4610. And keep those texts coming in of what you thought was something that would actually work out, a dumb idea that you actually believed would work.
Stupid ideas, or that maybe you still believe that it would work, that you think, like, why the hell are people not doing this? It seems obvious.
Yeah, send those in, because a couple of business ideas have come in, and if those are not copyrighted, I don't know. I might just take them. So keep those suggestions coming in. Rockets get the win last night over the Hawks. The game is still on the TV here in studio, and we're at the point midway through the fourth quarter where Houston really starts to pull away. It was a one-possession game late in that third quarter. I said this, too, when we first came on, but it was pretty much the opposite of the night prior in their home loss to the Spurs. They get a road win against the Hawks where, against the Spurs, offense was great to begin and then disappeared, and they blew a lead. Against the Hawks, offense was pretty non-existent early on and then came alive late, and what was a close game became a bit of a blowout as the Rockets went on a 12-4 run to start the fourth quarter to kind of put the game away. They were up by 20 in the fourth quarter, end up beating the Hawks pretty good. So the Rockets have struggled with back-to-backs this year, but at least they got a win last night in the second night of back-to-back.
They kind of I don't look at that one as a big endorsement of, they figured out these back-to-backs, because the Hawks were just really, really depleted and already not a great basketball team. I guess the thing with the Rockets has been a consistent theme all year has been, all right, some of these fourth quarter letdowns are like, it becomes very apparent versus the good teams. Like, man, what happened to the Rockets in the fourth quarter? I don't want to overly simplify it, but there's always that thought of, like, okay, if you could just string these four quarters together, if you could play 4 quarters of complete basketball, it never works out that way. But if you could be more consistent doing that, specifically in the fourth quarter, you feel like you could start cooking with gas with this basketball team. And I do think they've made progress in that regard. They'll go through stretches where they have a few horrendous fourth quarters in a row, but then they'll have some really impressive fourth quarters. And that's when I'm okay with saying, all right, they're young, they're figuring it out. It's just really hard right now because it looks like Şengün's still struggling and coming back from his injury. He didn't have a great night last night. It was, and it started right at the tip-off. Things didn't look right. He just, the tip-off was weird. He jumped too early, and then everything kept playing anyway. He ended up getting 10 rebounds, but it was a sloppy night. I think that the development of Şengün is one thing. And I have faith that he's going to continue to he's already a very, very good NBA player, but I think there's still more growth there, specifically in the fourth quarter. But can he get healthy while also playing without Steven Adams out there? Clint Capella is obviously going to have to step up, and he did some good things last night. But really, so much of their fourth quarter is going to have to come from Şengün continue to be more of a veteran NBA player.
Yeah, he was 3 for 14 last night, which is embarrassing when you're a big guy because those are all shots around the rim. It's Angel Reese type of numbers. I just saw him miss a layup right now on the replay here this morning from last night's game. So he's obviously not 100%, which is a shame because just when he said the other night, like, I finally feel back to normal, and then he tweaked his ankle again 2 days later, and now clearly, based off of last night at least, even the way he was moving around out there, not 100%. You throw that into the Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams injuries, and a less than 100% Şengün, and this team is a little beat up right now, and it can be tough to watch at times, especially on the offensive end.
Yeah, well, and then Reed Shepherd's got the opposite conundrum where he doesn't seem to heat up until the second half in general. It takes a long time for him to figure out. Again, that's a young guy that I think that as he plays more and more NBA games, he'll start to be more of a steady performer. Obviously, what's his ceiling? We'll find out. What did Shams Charania say? I haven't heard this audio.
Yeah, so first, before we get to that, let me set it up just a little bit and actually ask you, Seth, a question, because this has become a bit of a debate with the position the Rockets are in now. Because you bring in Kevin Durant, and so it feels like it's this championship win-now attitude. We got to do what it takes to go win a title. But then you have these injuries as well. And so anyways, there's this debate of, like, how aggressive should the Rockets get the deadline? If they brought in Durant, doesn't that mean they should continue to go all in? While others are saying, well, because of these injuries and everything, we just have to chalk it up that this is kind of a bridge season. Let's just come back next year and hope for better success. And so let's stand pat at the trade deadline. So there's these two sides of the debate amongst Rockets fans right now of how aggressive do we want to be and really go for it this year but jeopardize the future, or do we just kind of take this year with a grain of salt? It is what it is, and let's come back better next year.
Yeah, and I think that if Kevin Durant were 34 years old, it wouldn't feel like there has to be those two sides to this. I think then it's a lot easier to say, yeah, you've got these young guys that you feel good about. It's going to take a little bit of time. If it doesn't happen in year one, then so be it. But you just don't. Once guys get to the age of 37, it's not a guarantee just because some guys have done it that, oh, yeah, certainly Kevin Durant will be healthy and be viable and be just as good when he's 41 years old or however long the Rockets are able to retain him, that it feels that much more intense. And I'd lean more on the side of, man, the all-in move was doing what you had to do to bring Kevin Durant in.
Right.
Specifically because you had these young guys, knowing that there was a temptation for people to, I think look at that young core and think, oh, of course, so now Kevin Durant will cut here. Then next year, the young core will be 25% better than they were last year. Simple as that. I've got a graph here that shows how it works out. And it just doesn't work that way. Those guys are going to develop in fits and starts, but also you are still also trying to figure out and develop the chemistry between Kevin Durant and those other young players, so it adds that other dynamic to it. I don't think you have to be, in being committed to your young core, that doesn't have to mean that, yep, you're just going to have to wait until next year to develop and really do anything with it. I mean, you saw a Rockets team last year that from the beginning of the season to the end of the season they were an improved basketball team. And I think this one is still one that has a lot of room for improvement just because that young core is still a young core.
I'm with you in the sense of, yeah, the go for it move was Durant, or that was the cherry on top. It didn't mean that it was to reverse course of what you're trying to do or build it here in Houston, because the whole idea was we get Durant and we get to keep our young core. And so that can still be the strategy. 6 months later, however long it's been now, we don't need to say, like, okay, we got to blow this whole thing up, get rid of these young guys and bring in Giannis or whoever, because the whole idea was we could get Durant and keep these young guys. It was a win-win. It was supposed to be the cherry, not just the start of something. So here was Shams on ESPN, and here's what he had to say about how the Rockets appear to be approaching next week's trade deadline.
They have been just absolutely ravaged. You have Fred VanVleet, your starting point guard. He's potentially out for the season. Steven Adams, he's played as a starter. He's a reserve. He's out for the season. They've had Dorian Finney-Smith out for a significant period of time this year. They still are, though, a top 4 seed. Despite these significant injuries, they've been winning around Kevin Durant still. But my understanding is this is a team that is still very confident in their young core. Alperen Sengun, Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith Jr., Reed Shepard. They want to give this group a runway for the next several years. These are all players in their early to mid-20s, and so they want to see these guys gradually get better and better. I expect that Rockets organization, they're always going to be active and engaged, but they want that young core to continue to grow together.
Yeah, the Fred VanVleet part is it just you could beat it to death talking about how much different it would be right now. I guess and I should have brought that up when you're talking about, okay, you went all in when you went all in with Kevin Durant, or at least like their version of all in. So they traded away what they're comfortable with trading away, but they already have this young core that they feel good about. And like almost every single issue we talk about with the Rockets offensively is immediately improved if Fred VanVleet is in there. And onboarding all of the young guys and Kevin Durant, or at least get the onboarding process of getting everybody to play cohesively, becomes that much simpler. And there's still going to be, it doesn't make it easy, but it's just that much more viable if you have Fred VanVleet. And I think that you can't just necessarily, I mean, this is this question for the offseason about bringing back Fred VanVleet on his on his deal and everything, but like that's the immediate fix. It's just it doesn't come until next year, and that's the part where Kevin Durant is 1 year older. Is it that much of a sure thing? I'm cool with the organization standing pat on that and just having faith in their younger core and potentially Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's what I would do. I would try to add here at the deadline, but not jeopardize the future of my young core. Try to get some sort of like a Jose Alvarado at the guard position, one of those middle of the road. Not throw it all the way for a Giannis, but add a couple of pieces, try to supplement here and there, and still continue to keep that young core. Shams says, the Rockets want this group to continue to develop together. I think it's the right approach. But here's my question, and this is what I set up, in the tease. Durant has been really good this year. He had 31 points again last night. I know our guy Ocho on the text line is worried about Durant's minutes, and I do get that. I'm watching the game from last night. They're up 20 with 2 minutes left, and Ime still has a banged-up Şengün, Durant on the floor. I don't get that. But nonetheless, Durant has been really good this year. Another 30-plus point game. He's approaching that 90, 50, or 40 streak, or whatever, 50, 40, 90, 50% from the floor, 40% from three, 90% from the free throw line. He's almost there. Having a really good year. With that said, as good as Durant has been, and we touched on this in passing yesterday, but I do wonder if it's somewhat like the whole Patrick Ewing theory in the sense of, as great as Durant has been, has it stunted the other pieces, that young group that we're talking about trying to grow and develop for this Rockets team? Has it actually stunted their development? Because I don't think Reed Sheppard, I think his development has been put on the back burner. I think Amen Thompson, and maybe more because of the Fred VanVleet injury and having to move to point guard, I feel like he has actually regressed this year compared to last year. His numbers are mostly down across the board because he's playing a different role. Şengün, I know it's mostly the injury, but he's kind of plateaued since the start of the season when the offense was running through him. Since then, his usage has gone down. Durant's usage has gone up. Jabari Smith has really taken a step back. He's been bad. Who do you look at on the Rockets and say, like, wow, they've actually gotten better since last year or since the start of this year while playing alongside Durant? I just haven't seen any of that. So as good as Durant's been, I wonder if their strength is also a little bit of a weakness, too.
I guess. And, I mean, with the Patrick Ewing, the theory would be that they play better as a team without Patrick Ewing. I don't know if this team right there right now, without Fred VanVleet and without Kevin Durant, they're not going to be nearly as good. I think it's more that it's frustrating that the guys haven't been able to take advantage as much of all the attention that Kevin Durant draws. And part of that is, like you mentioned, Amen Thompson. Yeah, it doesn't matter if teams it doesn't matter if they leave Amen Thompson wide open because he's not going to hit his shot or he's not going to take his shot. He's been a little bit more free shooting this year, but he's shooting worse than he ever has in his young career. That's the part that I feel like there are opportunities there for these guys to be showing that improvement if they were running more of an actual offense and if it weren't just as much about, I mean, it almost feels like it almost in some ways ends up being as frustrating as watching the old, James Harden era where it wasn't, it was by James Harden's method of operating and everything where he would just wait, pass at the last second, and then hope that guy makes a shot. It's just there doesn't feel much structure or as much of something that younger guys can really latch into and run that offense and take advantage of it. That's where the scrutiny comes back on Udoka being a defensive-minded coach.
Right, yeah, they need some sort of you got to wait till the offseason at this point, but some sort of help offensively in terms of some sort of offensive coordinator, some sort of coach on that staff, where kind of like we were talking earlier with the Kevin O'Connell thing or even D'Amico, Ime handles the defensive side of things and the overarching stuff of the team, and then you have somebody else that can really boost this offense because it's been far too inconsistent. Even in the win last night, the offense looked terrible in the first half, and I thought, oh, here we go again, before Reed Sheppard came alive in the second half. Durant had 12 points in the third quarter. I'm not saying the Rockets would be better without Durant, like that Patrick Ewing theory, just more so that I think his presence has not given the boost people thought it would to other players to the point where I think some of them are actually taking steps back.
I think, but that, again, it always just does come back to, not having a true veteran point guard.
Yeah, it hurts.
Those guys would look a whole lot better if you had an actual point guard running the offense and creating opportunities and distributing the ball. It's like all those things where, it's great that you can run the offense through Şengün. It's great that you can run the offense through Durant, but that's still different than not having a classic point guard.
It's true. No, that does make a huge difference. I do like this text from a listener on the text line that said, so you mean to tell me that after the great year we had the previous season, us regressing this year is supposed to be written off as a bridge season? One thing about Houston sports fans, we love mediocrity and will never put up a big fuss like Boston and those other tough sports fan cities.
Yeah. I don't think it needs to be a bridge season. I don't know if I'm framing it that way. I still think there's room for some gelling between now and the postseason. So what I don't want to do, though, because, again, don't fall too far on the side of that fan that thinks you can go all in every year, and then you're not going to complain about it when everything falls apart. If you go all in this year, get rid of half your young core, and then if that doesn't work out, and then next year you're a worse team than you are this year, are you cool with it? No, you're not. You never are. That's not the way it works. So they have to make that. They have to operate in such a way that, all right, we want to be competitive for a few years here. So you have an opportunity every year, and to abandon it all for, not to mention the fact, okay, great, trade away a bunch of your young core for Antetokounmpo, who's currently injured. And exactly like doing that mid-season, is that a slam dunk without an actual point guard on the floor that you're not going to end up with a lot of the same issues? You might be a better version of what you have right now, but it's not a guarantee that, we've got two great players there. Every team that has two great players wins a championship, right? No.
For the record, I don't think the texter was directed towards you. But just the general idea that I set up earlier about some Rockets fans do believe, like, this is now a bridge season. Kind of pack it in.
It's better if I take it personally.
No, I like it. I love the impassioned, the
Sometimes I have
response.
to explain that to people on the text line. Like, listen, I know your text wasn't actually all that vicious, but it's more fun if I get offended by it.
Yeah, no, hey, I'm the same way. Jason earlier said enough with the TV show references, and I forgot to. I had it in my mind. I was going to shoehorn another TV show reference into this conversation. And Jason, you're lucky that I forgot to do it. I just remembered now, and I'm not going to do it now. I'm not going to force it.
Did we get any more good people's ideas that they know are brilliant but are probably stupid?
Yeah, I like this one. Someone said they used Word to make a fake report card. Worked flawlessly until the teachers called my parents.
Oh, they used Microsoft Word to make a fake report card?
Yeah.
That must have been from back in the day, right? Those get emailed to you now.
Yeah, I remember.
It's harder to fake it anymore.
Yeah, I remember when we were growing up, they would mail them home. And so our big thing was, like, we would try to check the mailbox and intercept it before our parents would get it.
I tried to do my own fake ID when I was in high school.
Yeah? How did it work out?
When I was in college, and it was so bad. It was ridiculous. It was really bad. But the good thing is that most of the bouncers at most of the bars were other athletes, so it didn't matter anyway. I could have showed them my lunch card, and they'd be like, cool, you're in. Yeah.
And then the one other great idea that came in, dad bods, where you could get a lap dance and fatherly advice all under the same G-string, as they say.
Oh, you know what? The fatherly advice part might be good. Then you could come in and have just some nice guy. And I don't know about the lap dance part, but just a woman that wants to feel like there's a man in her life that is actually looking out for her best interest in everything. Women whose own dads are just degenerate jerks or something, or absentee. My idea was always a place where women could go to get foot rubs by good-looking men who are also really good listeners. They could just go in, and it would be like this really handsome guy that would say, "Tell me about your day at work. How all the other women there are just are idiots." Tell me, "Oh yes, oh I get it. No, you're in the right." Yeah,
it's a win-win for
man.
Win-win for everyone. Absolutely, it's a great idea. And lastly, before we run here, Ocho, I got to correct my guy Ocho. He was actually saying he's in support of Durant playing all those minutes, and you shouldn't be worried. I misread the text in my haste.
Yeah, he's at about the same level. His numbers in terms of usage are about the same as they've been the last couple of years.
Yeah, they are. Just a little bit older, and I want to preserve him a little bit, so I'm a little worried about the minutes. But I do love that he plays back-to-backs. He plays all the games. Everyone in the NBA should. Anyways, when we come back, a Friday staple, 5 Reasons I Hate You. And this week, as we get ready for the big game next week, today we do it for the Seattle Seahawks. So do it next, Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, you want to be that wise old guy we were just talking about?
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Someone on the text line said, "Go to hell for mentioning Angel Reese in a negative light." I'm Luke Moore filling in for Sean. It's Payne and Pendergast, and that's a good segue for the 5 reasons I hate you. I know, in a Good Friday staple.
Yes.
And you guys have 2 weeks here.
Yeah, usually we do it with the Texans' upcoming opponent, but the Texans, for those of you who didn't know, are now out of the playoffs. They will not be attending the Super Bowl, but the Seahawks and the Patriots will. And this is fun because we did 5 reasons I hate you for both of these teams this year. So we didn't want to just rehash every single one, but there is still, for the Seahawks, we'll do the Seahawks this week. I would say reason number 1, Ben, we don't have a sounder for this, do we?
No.
All right, good. Reason number 1 is just the 12th man fraudulence. The fact that they started using the 12th man as the nickname for their fans and their crowd without ever having asked permission to Texas A&M. They ended up signing a deal where they have to pay money to Texas A&M to call it the 12th man. But something that doesn't happen at College Station is that in Seattle, like, that crowd, it's really loud at that stadium, but it's because they engineered that stadium to reflect the sound back onto the field at Lumen Field. The world record decibel levels and everything, it's as much a product of the architecture as it is the actual volume of the fans themselves. It's almost like they're people with megaphones shouting down on the field. So I feel like they get more credit than they deserve for being louder than they actually are. That anybody can do it when you've got technology on your side.
Yeah, I like that. I like that one for a couple of reasons. It's like, I think it was the Saints got caught, maybe the Falcons, pumping in crowd noise, and it's like, oh, it's so loud in there. It's like, yeah, because it's artificially enhanced. And then the other thing, too, is, I don't like that whole arrogance thing of, like, we have the 12th man, we have the best crowd, where I don't know if they've ever actually done, like, a study. Have they studied this and
I think
found?
The decibel levels, I never trust those decibel levels.
Yeah, me either.
Where is it on the field, all of that.
Right.
I can tell you, having played there, that it is super loud.
Yeah.
But it's just, like, don't take so much pride in acting like you guys shout louder than other NFL teams or anything.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We've been at NRG in some of the really down years where there might only be half the stands full, if that. When those people decide to get loud in an indoor stadium, it gets really, really loud in there. So don't act like it's just something about the people of the Pacific Northwest and not just the architecture of your stadium.
Yeah.
Clint Kubiak. This is not me hating Clint Kubiak. This is a reason to hate the Seahawks. It's that they have Clint Kubiak, who is everything that we wanted Bobby Slowick to be.
Yep.
So the Texans wanted to replicate that Kubiak-Shanahan scheme. You go out and you get who should we get? Who is there? Is there anybody with a name that sounds familiar or anything that might be able to run the Kubiak-Shanahan scheme that had so much success here in Houston a few years back? Yeah, let's go get a guy named Bobby Slowick and have him try to run it and suck at it. Meanwhile, Clint Kubiak last year goes up to Seattle and ends up being one of the best offenses in the league. It annoys me. It annoys me. It also annoys me that when the Kubiak-Shanahan scheme didn't work out, what did we do? Oh, Josh McDaniels, that's what we need. And you know what we'll do? We'll go get an offensive coordinator that studied under McVay, a Shanahan acolyte, and also under Josh McDaniels. It'll be the best of both worlds. It's annoying me right now that Clint Kubiak is having as much success as he is with the Seattle Seahawks.
Totally
and
get
I
it.
hate them for it.
Yeah.
They stumbled into him.
It should annoy all Texans fans because not only the Slowick, but like you said, I mean, this past offseason, Seahawks hire him, you hire Nick Caley, and back of the day, think, why can't we get somebody like that? And then, obviously, as you referenced, too, I mean, the whole Gary, if there was ever a place where he would be an offensive coordinator, you would think it would be here in Houston. So it's very frustrating. It's almost like the guy in the relationship who thinks the relationship is keeping him from dating all these other supermodels, and he begins to resent his significant other. But in this case, like Nick Caley hasn't been as good as Clint Kubiak, and so anyways you start to resent Nick Caley, like, oh, we could have had that guy over there. But
no, it really is. It's I don't know if it was because they wanted to move away from the Kubiak-Shanahan scheme, and that's where, like, Caley is good. Because remember, people were wondering, okay, is this going to be more of a Shanahan-style offense or more of a Josh McDaniels-style offense? They brought Nick Caley to the Rams specifically to teach them about how to be more like a Josh McDaniels type of offense. So it's not a surprise, really, that this is more of a what did I say? Josh McDaniels type of system. Third reason that you should hate the Seahawks is that you always have to remember these are the people who are besides themselves with rage and disgust that Houston Astros social media Houston Astros social media team would put out a graphic of a broom when the Astros swept the Mariners in the playoffs. It was really all over baseball. People like, oh, what a trash organization. Yeah, doing something that every team has done really for the past decade or so. Get over yourselves. Why are you so sensitive about that? It's your team that got swept, and you're mad at the social media geniuses on the Astros. They should all go die.
Wow.
It's the same fans.
Die, everybody.
Same fans. Yep.
Yeah. It took us long enough to get one of those. Yeah. I did not grow up an Astros fan. I have no reason to dislike the Mariners, but their fans have become really annoying. It's like that new money type of feel. The fans became really annoying and whiny this past year with the Mariners' success, and they became some of the most annoying people on social media. So I'm with you on that one, too. I like this list so far, and hopefully those same fans have nothing to celebrate about just over a week from now.
Yeah, for the life of me, I can't even remember what the actual graphic was. I think it was something involving the Space Needle or something. It was like a Space Needle shaped broom or something.
When I worked in professional baseball, we did something similar where we had a graphic on social media of our manager sweeping, and we put the logo underneath the broom, like upside down with some dust. Anyways, same idea. Other teams reached out to us. They were not happy. Like, come on, what's the big deal? We swept you. We posted on social media. It's all good fun. Lighten up.
Yeah. Let's see. Fourth reason to hate the Seattle Seahawks, and it's this. I think most people don't want the Patriots to win this game. This is 5 reasons I hate the Seahawks, and yet I do want the Seahawks to beat the Patriots. Nobody has an appetite for the Patriots winning yet another championship with a new head coach that could end up going on a run like Bill Belichick or something. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody in America wants to see that. There's a super breed of psychotic Boston sports fan now, these kids who are 30 years old and younger who have never known anything but championships in multiple sports this century in their entire lives. They need to squash that. They need to just burn it down to ashes. I don't know if the Mariners are the team to do that, specifically because they're one of the worst teams in the league at giving the ball away. They fumble, they throw interceptions. Sam Darnold was 3rd in interceptions this year behind Geno Smith. And if they blow it for America like this, which I fear might happen, even though they're comfortable favorites in this game, if they do it because they turn the ball over a bunch in slipshod fashion, I'm going to go back to hating Sam Darnold as much as I ever have.
That face will look a lot more punchable again. Yeah, I look, there's a lot of I'm not going to bore you with all the betting trends that I track for these things, but there's a lot of trends against Seattle, at least from a point spread perspective in this game. So we'll see if it happens.
Is it still at 4.5?
Yeah, I believe so. Last I saw. Yeah.
I don't know if this is maybe an olive branch for Cowboys fans. And this is where I'm kind of emotionally hedging a little bit there. It's been really, really hard for our poor brethren, the Cowboys fan, to watch DeMarcus Lawrence, who said that he had to leave Dallas because they were never going to win a Super Bowl there. And then to see him on the brink of potentially winning a Super Bowl, it's got to be really, really hard for them. And I feel bad for him.
Feel bad for the Cowboys fans?
I feel bad. Yeah, I just feel awful for him. I'm basically getting a shot at Cowboys fans because I couldn't find any more reasons to hate the Seahawks.
I like it. Taking them both down.
It's one more reason to actually pull for the Seahawks. If you really want to make Cowboys fans miserable, it's that one of their players that they hate because he said, I'm never going to win a Super Bowl in Dallas, and there they sit in their circumstances. Well, DeMarcus Lawrence is on the brink of winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, right. The classic, I'm not ready to get married just to see them marry somebody else on Instagram a year later.
Yeah.
So I like it. Taking down Seahawks fans and Cowboy fans all in one. 5 Reasons I Hate You, the Seattle Seahawk edition. Next Friday will be the New England Patriots edition, leading up to the big game next week. Coming up, speaking of the Super Bowl, speaking of the big game, does this matchup make you more upset about the 2025 Texans, or does it make you more hopeful about the 2026 Texans? We'll talk about it next. Payne and Pendergast.
The best sports talk. presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Does this Super Bowl matchup make you even more upset about the 2025 Texans or more hopeful about the 2026 Texans? Payne and Pendergast, I'm Luke Moore for Sean alongside Seth. And you can always text the show 713-572-4610. By the way, we have Take a Mania coming up in less than 20 minutes. I've worked on this show a handful of times now, but have never been here for Take a Mania, so looking forward to that. See if anybody can knock off Dana White, right?
Yeah, Dana White had a particularly bad take. This is a competitive bunch this week. I actually had to exclude a lot that would have made it in any other week.
Awesome.
But there's some good bad takes out there.
Sure.
There's one that's an all-timer that I've never seen. I've never seen a post get millions and millions of views with only like a few hundred likes on it. It's an all-timer in terms of ratio, and I think it's already been deleted by the person.
Oh, wow.
The take. Yeah, it's a bad one. It's a really bad one.
Makes me even more excited for coming up just over 15 minutes. But in the meantime, we look ahead to the big game next week. The crew here at 610 will be out there. Coverage all week long, all day long, all week long from Radio Row next week leading up to the Super Bowl out there in San Fran. Does this matchup, I'll just ask you first, Seth, and then I'll give my 2 cents. But, this matchup, and I'm sure you guys have probably touched on this throughout the week, but when you look at these two teams, how they got there, their styles, yada, 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 does this matchup in the Super Bowl make you even more frustrated in the way the Texans season ended, or does it make you more hopeful about what the Texans might be able to accomplish next year?
All right. There's some things that I could draw from this particular Super Bowl matchup that makes me, still optimistic about where the Texans can be. But, I mean, by far, the things that people are saying about the Patriots and how they've gotten a lot of lucky breaks on their way to getting to the Super Bowl, I don't really dive too much into that. But there's some validity to it. Especially just given the weather conditions and playing at home and the Texans not having Nico Collins, et cetera, et cetera. But the hard part for me is that if you had beaten the Patriots, you were going to go to Denver and you were going to face Jarrett Stidham in bad weather conditions. And it's so easy to see how the Texans could have won that game. Yet at the same time, Jarrett Stidham in that game did almost the exact same thing C.J. Stroud had done the week before, which is he threw a virtual pick six, throws that backwards pass that should have been, the play should have continued and been a touchdown. They ended up scoring a few plays later. The Patriots scored a few plays later anyway. So it's frustrating because I want to be able to look at that Broncos game and say, oh, sure, the Texans would have beaten the Broncos in their backup quarterback. But I can't even be frustrated for that reason. I have to be frustrated that I don't know if C.J. Stroud wouldn't have done the exact same thing in bad weather conditions that Jarrett Stidham did. Jarrett Stidham did some good things in that game, but I think even before the weather turned, I was questioning just how much he was going to be able to do against that Patriots defense. And I just can't be confident that C.J. Stroud, the way he was playing this playoffs, wouldn't have had an equally disastrous game. So I'm frustrated that I can't be frustrated for the reasons I want to be frustrated. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Conventionally frustrated, it would be like, oh gosh, yeah, the Texans totally would have beat the Broncos in that situation with their backup quarterback. But I'm not even allowed to be frustrated in that degree because we saw C.J. Stroud play not much better than Jarrett Stidham just the week prior.
Right. I got it. Makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. So for me, I think obviously what we saw Sunday in Denver just made the Texans' loss even worse. And the fact that these are the two teams in the Super Bowl and their styles of quarterbacks make it even more frustrating. The glass half full approach to me, though, is kind of like what I mentioned earlier of, hey, this is the first time in a long time we've had two defensive coaches in the Super Bowl. These types of styles where Sam Darnold's having a great year, but even he said, I'm just a point guard. I'm just trying not to screw it up. And for Drake May, I know you referenced the stat of, lowest scoring postseason for a Super Bowl team since 1979, I think it is, for the Patriots. So these are not teams that are necessarily being driven by high-powered offenses and quarterback play like the greatest show on turf. So that can give you some hope for the Texans next year. But I always think this stuff is so fleeting, especially in the NFL, that you can't bank on what you did this year. Like, oh, we'll just duplicate that next year. And you especially can't bank on Mahomes, Lamar, Joe Burrow all missing the playoffs and the AFC being as wide open as it was this year so that Drake May and the Patriots could go all the way to the Super Bowl.
That's the interesting part. So this year, we would have been saying the same things about, that we have for the last few years of, man, you got to get through Buffalo, you got to get through Kansas City, you got to get through Baltimore. And all of that just kind of fell by the wayside. Of those three AFC powerhouses specifically, that you think of like, okay, those are the teams that have been there at the end, and either the Bills can't beat the Chiefs, but there's a lot of teams that can't beat the Bills, the Ravens, etc. Of those three teams, which one are you most confident is going to be back to being like a genuine force, and that's somebody that if we gotta make a Super Bowl first, we gotta make it through this team?
Good question. I think I'd have to go Chiefs just because of the pedigree and because of Mahomes and Reed. I still have questions about the Ravens and the Bengals because for the Bengals, not a lot has changed. For the Ravens, I don't know if I love the head coaching hire. I don't think they've hired an offensive coordinator yet. That's going to be a big move. And then even the Bills, I have questions about Brady stepping in as the head coach. So I think I can poke holes in everyone else in the AFC, but the Chiefs, even if the roster isn't great and even if there's concerns and, Mahomes didn't play great this past year, still it's Patrick Mahomes, it's the Chiefs. That's always going to be the boogeyman to me.
I don't know. See, the Chiefs offense, though, hasn't been the classic Chiefs offense in a few years now. And the fact that they bring Bijani back as offensive coordinator, remember when he left the first time, there were all kinds of questions about whether he and Mahomes were even getting along or on the same page. There's questions about the roster construction offensively. Travis Kelce, unless I missed it, hasn't issued a statement about whether or not he's going to play next year. And, we saw over the last couple of years, Travis Kelce wasn't necessarily the same guy, but he could still get it going in the playoffs. This year, it was weird because he was on track to look more like his old self, and then it seemed like in the Texans game specifically, everything fell apart for him. And Mahomes gets injured a few later on, and that's where it all fell apart. I think the Ravens are the one that I'm still most concerned about, just because no matter what they do with their offensive coordinator, if the guy just knows how to if the guy just realizes what they have with Lamar Jackson and he's on the same page with him, they're always going to be a menace. And now you've got a defensive-minded head coach with a defense that's been consistently one of the better defenses in the league. Like, at least they've been weird the last few years. They really ease their way into it, but in the second half of the season, they tend to be one of the better defenses. So, that's the Lamar Jackson dynamic, I think still is the thing that I'm most concerned about. Of those three teams, I think Josh Allen has been kind of a one-man show on offense for a few years now. Well, meanwhile, they've degraded defensively. Yeah. So I don't know if all of a sudden Joe Brady with the same players, the same guy that was, trying to make do with not having any real viable wide receivers last year, that situation's exactly the same.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But then also, then you have to worry about, forget those teams, but then other teams too, where maybe Mike McDaniel with Justin Herbert now in L.A. really elevates them, and they take a big step forward. So, you never know who's going to sprout up.
I think it's still going to be, so on the hopeful side of, okay, what do we take from the Super Bowl? Are you still hopeful? I think it'll likely next year still be a little bit more of a wide open field the way it was this year compared to the previous years where you had a few stalwarts that had been there for a long time. So that could be an area of opportunity, or it could be, it could make it more daunting. I think that the Seahawks dynamic is tough for me because the Texans just got thoroughly beat in that game. You look at some of the other good teams that the Texans played this year, and you go to the Rams game. The Rams won that game. I know the Texans still had a chance there at the end, but I just felt like the Rams outplayed the Texans. But I never felt like, especially because it was week one and you're in a new offense, I never felt like, oh, wow, they're a definitively better team than the Texans. The Seahawks, because of that dynamic with Jackson Smith-Njigba, and the Texans defense just at times really struggled with him. The Texans defense played a better game than the box score shows, I think, just because they had some short fields. But they also still had a really hard time with Jackson Smith and Jigba. And then the way the Seahawks defense just physically manhandled the Texans offensive line, that's the part that makes me feel like, man, I think they're in the same class as the Patriots right now. I can't be convinced that they're in the same class as the Seahawks when it comes to overall roster construction.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Unfortunately, at least, the Patriots are the representative for the AFC. Maybe that gives you more hope for this conference next year. For me, the hope would be, and I don't know if I agree with this, but if I'm trying to be positive, it's that maybe the league and the sport is moving in a positive direction, in your direction if you're the Texans, almost like how back in the day, like in the 80s, you could never tell anybody you read comic books. You'd be such a nerd. And then society moved to a point where, like, now it's cool to like comics and these movies and these superheroes. And so the NFL was so offense-heavy and quarterback and pass-heavy and everything. And maybe this year is just an outlier, but it started to turn back to, like, the run game and the defense. And these quarterbacks that are in the Super Bowl aren't necessarily the top quarterbacks in the sport. And I think that bodes well for the Texans. I don't know if it's going to be the same way next year.
Yeah.
But if so, that could bode well for Houston.
The only thing that makes me nervous about that is that the Texans had one of the worst rushing offenses in the league this year. That's like, yeah, that's great. They got a great run defense, which makes up for the fact that you can't run the football very well at all.
Well, we'll see what they do this offseason. Maybe they'll try to improve that. Maybe Joe Mixon will come back and still be part of the team. We'll see. Hey, time for Take a Mania. Do it this time every Friday, and we'll see when we come back. Dana White's the champion, but we got a lot of people coming after him. We'll find out if he can keep the title next. Take a Mania, Payne and Pendergast.
The NBA. West Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KLT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Time for Take a Mania here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean today alongside Seth Payne. And you can always text the show 713-572-4610. I guess it's my first time ever being in on this show on a Friday and getting to do this.
Yes.
And as a wrestling fan, as a kid who grew up an avid fan of wrestling in the 90s, even just hearing that song of the No Chance from Vince McMahon and Shane McMahon, I'm already excited. So
this is, so for those of you who don't know, Take a Mania, where every week we have a competition to decide who had the worst take of the week in all of this great land of ours, the United States of America. The current and reigning champion is Dana White, who had this to say about the sport of soccer.
Soccer? Whole nother ballgame. Can't stand soccer. I think that it's the least talented sport on earth. There's a reason 3-year-olds can play soccer, okay? You run around and kick a ball. Yeah, Landsberg said, you wouldn't say that if you were Brazil. I said, dude, I say this in every country. When you're playing a game where the net is this big, right, and the score is 3-1, are you shitting me right now? That's a blowout. Do you know how, you know how untalented you have to be to score 3 points when the net is this big?
Yeah, look, and I'm not one to, I don't spend a whole lot of time defending or sticking up for soccer or anything, but to act like the game that the most people worldwide play, and that somehow, because it's hard to score goals is one of the reasons why it's obvious that it's not all that easy a sport. If you're kicking into an open goal with no defense or anything. So it was a bad take. It wasn't the most entertaining of bad takes. It was kind of a weak field last week. So we're gonna start off with Mike Francesa. This is a two-parter. So Mike Francesa, former great New York radio host, talking about how Sean Payton's experience is going to help him in the playoffs.
Sean Payton is good at everything. Sean Payton's not going to screw up.
He's just been through the war. He's been a head coach for decades, going up against Mike Vrabel. Not going to screw it up. After the Broncos lost in the playoff game, and Sean Payton got a lot of criticism for not kicking a field goal when they had the opportunity on 4th and 4, this is what Mike Francesa had to say.
He's screwed up. He's got to go up 10-0 there with his defense and with a suspect quarterback. He could have gone up 10-0 in that game. Instead, he goes on 4th down, doesn't make it, doesn't even come close to making it, and they do not score again in the game.
So this is a hard one because that's not a bad take, what he just said. But he had already guaranteed that Sean Payton wouldn't screw up. What's your feeling on this? I'm the ultimate judge, but in terms of, are either of these independently a bad enough take to be the Take-A-Mania champ?
To be the champ, good question. I don't know if it's enough to take over Dana White, but it is a bad take in just the sense that, especially when you play him back-to-back. He laid it out like that, and it blew up so terribly in his face that even Sean Payton himself apologized or admitted in his post-game press conference after the game of yeah, I screwed up. After Francesa just told you, he never does that, and then he goes and does it. So it's a bad take. It's funny to hear. I don't know if it's champion-worthy, but that's up to you.
If we were going to do a freezing cold takes or something, it might be the champion. Ben, no, he is not the new champion.
Can he do it? Cover!
Plus the other thing too is when you're making predictions or anything, you're going to be wrong 50% of the time. The not screwing up part of it, I think with Sean Payton, people love to remember, okay, he kicked the onside field goal the onside kick in the Super Bowl, and it worked out for him. If it hadn't worked out for him, he was going to be lambasted forever as a guy that just pulled off a desperation move to open the second half. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Like, Sean Payton will take risks and gambles and do stuff outside the book. So there's always I would never say going into a game, no, Sean Payton won't make the wrong decision here. Because I think by design, he's consciously taking risks and gambles that in hindsight look like bad decisions, but he's willing to do that. He's comfortable doing that.
Look, if Francesa says it, it's probably the opposite. There's a whole Twitter account that's dedicated to showing how he jinxes everything, or everything he says, usually the opposite happens nowadays. So.
All right, so you know how I feel about Patriots fans and how annoyed I am with just the fact that there are all these kids and young adults who have never known anything but success and championships the entire time they've been alive, not just in football, but in all four major sports there in Boston. This is, I don't know, it's one of the parting take guys, one of the guys that's kind of on their show or sometimes on their show. I don't know who it is. He's not going to win, but I just need to put this out here. This is a PMT stooge on how the Seahawks schedule, you can complain about the Patriots having an easy schedule because this guy's a Patriots fan. But, the Seahawks wasn't so hard either.
The Seahawks have not played a lot of great offense. Like, they haven't played a lot. Like, their schedule, besides the NFC West, their schedule is not that crazy either.
I mean, the Rams were the best.
I know, but I'm saying take out the NFC West and look at their schedule. Like, there's not any crazy.
We're doing schedule talk.
It goes the other way, and I was like, let's look at the Seahawks schedule, and I'm like, this isn't that impressive either.
Yeah, so the Patriots had the easiest schedule, and it wasn't just the offenses or the defenses they faced. It was how good are the Seahawks in general, or how tough is the Patriots schedule, and it was one of the easiest schedules since 1978, going by DVOA and everything else. He's not going to win. But my God, how hard can you cope before you've even played the game? Patriots fans, well, they are playing the victim over and over again because people point out that, they had a really easy schedule. That's a mathematical fact. Why are you so defensive about it? You get to go play the football game. We're not arguing about greatest team ever or greatest regular season ever or anything.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. It is a weird thing to have this year in the NFL because there were so many down teams that you can make the case for a lot of teams of it wasn't that hard of a schedule, just because I don't know how many teams are really good in the NFL this season. But yeah, the Patriots, it's also not like revisionist history or it's not pointing to an outdated stat. When the schedules came out, they had the easiest schedule in the league based off of winning percentage last year. And then we played the games, and as you alluded to, they still ended up with one of the easiest schedules of all time. So no matter how you cut it, this was an easy schedule. Yeah, just be happy you're in the Super Bowl.
They ended up having, I went through this morning and I forgot to write, I think they had twice as many games against playoff opponents as the Patriots did in the regular season. So that's, but no, he does not win, Ben.
Did he do it? Cover! Oh, and a kick out! Unbelievable!
All right, here's where we get into the bulk of it. This is Stephen A. Smith, and I'm going to have I've got some extra material to add to this because the original take is bad enough, but this is Stephen A. Smith on who he thinks Pittsburgh should have interviewed for their head coaching job.
I'm very upset going back to the Pittsburgh Steelers because I want to stay for the record, and I'm not this. I'm dead serious. I believe that Ryan Clark should have been interviewed for the job. I mean it. I mean it. I believe that Ryan Clark, who I'm looking at right now, should have been interviewed for the job.
I wish I would have.
Phillip Rivers got interviewed by the Buffalo Bills. I'm just saying, you the Pittsburgh Steelers, what's up? What's up? I know they love RC. I know they know he's a Steeler for life. I know they pick up the phone and call him and defer to him and ask his advice and stuff like that, or give him or make sure they express their thoughts to him. How come you can't interview the brother? You gonna sit up there and bring Mike McCarthy back at 62 years old? That's right, and that's what I'm saying. That RC Ryan Clark should have been interviewed for the head coaching job of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Y'all gonna come to me years later. Remember this. Keep this in the archives. Stephen A. said it. You understand? This is what I'm talking about. These are the problems. Let's go on. Let's move on.
Yeah, so is that Ryan Clark saying let's move on? Ryan Clark wasn't comfortable with that conversation. So Stephen A. Smith is saying, well, clearly, look, the Bills are doing it with Phillip Rivers. Why are the Steelers not interviewing Mike Tomlin? Let's check in on what Stephen A. Smith thought of the Bills interviewing Phillip Rivers at the time.
You push McDermott out the door, and you're going to interview a guy that was coaching high school. That's his coaching experience. That's what you're doing.
That was he was not a fan of the Bills interviewing Phillip Rivers, but he fell into that. Look, the Bills did it, so why are the Steelers not doing it with a guy who wasn't even coaching high school football? And after they pushed Mike Tomlin out the door, wait a second, you're going to tell me that they pushed out Mike Tomlin? And now they're not going to interview a guy who's just been talking about sports on television and hasn't even been coaching. I'm furious. I'm irate. I'm livid. I can't put Stephen A. Smith in as a champion because he finds a way to be angry about every single damn thing, no matter how ludicrous. So no, he's not the champion.
Did he do it? Cover! Oh, and a kick out! Unbelievable! That's as close as you can get.
I imagine you could have Stephen A. in this every week if you wanted to. That's the classic.
It's tough. Stephen A.'s almost got it. I just never. He's fun to listen to, and yet he's so over the top about so many things. And then especially in the NFL, especially when sometimes it's something he clearly knows nothing about. It's really hard. It's really hard to just not. It's really hard not to let the shtick get in the way.
Right.
Like, okay, you're so clearly just playing a role here. You can't possibly feel the way you do because none of what you just said is factually correct.
And you know it's bad when the person you're sticking up for even has that reaction. Where Ryan Clark originally, as soon as he started, you could hear Ryan Clark do like the "jeez," and then he almost went into the word I can't say, Isaiah Whitlock's famous curse word from The Wire, as Stephen A. kept going. And Ryan Clark started that and had to cut it off. Like, even he's sitting there thinking, like, what are we doing here?
Well,
Take it easy.
There's so many times where Stephen A. is like race baiting, and then the guys that he's trying to like get to go along with him in the race baiting are kind of like, they're like, all right, no, this ain't it, man. Like, all right, just let's settle down. Let's if we're gonna make this about a serious topic, let's actually talk about it when it's a serious topic. All right. Stephen A. Smith was close. This one's a really good one. This is Dan Le Batard, who is skeptical of Fernando Mendoza's intentions when he dove into the end zone in the national championship game.
I actually believe everything about Mendoza is both sincere and sweet. And yet, when he jumped into the end zone there and extended the ball, I'm like, wildly unnecessary. He could have just run in. He did that because he knew the size of the moment. Yes, I didn't think it was necessary.
I'm not sure he knew. In the moment, he knew, oh, this is dramatic. I've got to extend the ball. That's crazy. I'm not exactly sure he knew where other players were. So he was just like kind of blind and like, I'm going to put all of my 6'5" frame into this. That's nuts. I understand why, because it was like extra dramatic, but he got spun around like a couple of times. That guy, you think that guy is like, flair for the dramatic. I've got to extend.
Not only, Jeremy, do I believe that, because I believe he knew he was going to get in, but the other way looks more theatrical and wonderful. I'm not even criticizing him for it. I'm simply saying that part he was giving you a little extra. It was not necessary because he knew the size of the moment.
Man. I've gone over this, blind spots. I try to look for my blind spots and everything. But ironically enough, it's the actual blind spot that Fernando Mendoza would have had that he would have no clue exactly whether or not he was going to get into the end zone. I'm also just amazed at his ability, Le Batard's ability to think that somebody's having this conscious thought process in the middle of such an incredible play like that there was almost some ability to know that, like, oh, in this moment, after I've spun out of this tackle already, and, 0.2 seconds before this, I didn't even know if I was going to make it to the 5-yard line, that somehow now this is when I'm going to really make this even more dramatic than it needs to be. This isn't even as much about a bad take that I hate as much as it makes me hate Dan Le Batard. I feel like this is a window into his soul. A guy that is so desperate for attention that he can't even conceive of what it might be like for an athlete in a huge moment like that to be thinking about something other than himself and his own self-glorification. I want to have him win the worst life of the week, more so than the worst take of the week.
I'm very curious to see how it goes because to me this seems like the main event at WrestleMania with this Le Batard take up against Dana White. It's a ridiculous. It's a terrible take.
I'm glad you brought me back to Dana White because you're right. I was looking ahead in the competition a little too much. This is emphatically a worse take than Dana Dana White's take. So this is the new champion. But there's a really good chance for a very rare multiple champion just upended very immediately. This is incredible. This is Emmanuel Acho on what is his? The Speakeasy, I believe. And he's skeptical of the Todd Monken hire in Cleveland. Okay, I get it. That's fair. But this part of the Todd Monken hire that has everybody, both Shedeur fans and non-Shedeur fans, aghast. This atrocious take.
If I'm Shedeur or anybody in that locker room, why am I listening to Todd Monken? What have you won on an NFL level as a head coach? You're not even a head coach on an NFL level. So I don't even have expectations for Shedeur under Todd Monken because I believe any expectations I would have, he would not meet. Because why am I excited about it, T? Why?
I honestly, I feel like this is somebody, I probably thinks that he's sticking up for Shedeur Sanders. If you're Shedeur Sanders listening to that, you're like, dude, who do you think I am? Like, what? You think that I need to, like, I'm going to be checking the resume of the head coach, who, by the way, was the offensive coordinator, and Nacho pointed this out. Mongo was the offensive coordinator for Lamar Jackson through an MVP season. He's done all of that. He's been part of a national championship in college. But, like, I'm just trying to picture a world in which a quarterback is thinking, like, oh, I can't believe they hired this coach who's never won a Super Bowl before anything as a head coach. Was that what Tom Brady, another mid to late round draft pick, was thinking when he found out that he was going to be coached by Bill Belichick? Like, oh, that guy's never won anything as an NFL head coach. What could we ever possibly accomplish together? Why am I going to be excited about this? This insults everybody. This insults Shedeur Sanders. It insults football players in general. And Emmanuel Acho played football in the NFL. He should know better than this. All it takes is one good meeting for you to buy in. If you're any kind of a football player, the first day a guy gets up in a meeting and he's like, all right, here's our plan. This is how we're going to operate. You're like, yeah, all right, cool. Like, I don't care what his resume is or anything. Like, this is our plan. All right, I got a plan. Let's sink our teeth in it and get going. It's later on when you start to hate the guy. But initially, yeah, there's a lot for Shedeur Sanders to get excited about with Todd Monken. Is there any reason I shouldn't have Emmanuel Acho win Take-A-Mania this week?
It's a tough competition because they're both such terrible takes. I think this is worse. Everyone has to start somewhere, right? Everyone, like you said, with Belichick, like everyone's a first-time coach at some point. Monken did win 2 national titles in college. I guess that doesn't count for anything as an assistant.
Not as a head coach.
Yeah, not as a head coach. It's a horrendous take.
Every head coach who wins his first Super Bowl has never accomplished anything as a head coach. That was the other part that I kept thinking with Emmanuel Acho. He pointed out Monken's resume and how there's some impressive parts of it, but he kept going back to he's never done anything as a head coach. And I'm like, well, right, what would you say in the NFL? Okay, well, what if they hired Deion Sanders? Like, he's never accomplished anything as a head coach in the NFL. What are you going to say there? Like, by those same arguments, you could say that Shedeur wouldn't have any faith in his own damn father. It was such a ridiculously bad take. Emphatically, this is the Take-A-Mania champ of the week.
Wow.
Levitard's lucky, man. Honestly, I think technically Levitard's take was last Friday. So he got in. He entered just after. Like, he definitely would have beaten Dana White last week, but he didn't enter the competition until this week.
Right. 2 title changes in one day. The other terrible thing with Emmanuel Acho is just that everything he says, he talks like he believes it's so smart and intelligent, and he tries to come off like such. The smart guy in the room. It just makes it worse because he says such ridiculous things.
He talks to us like we're 5-year-olds.
Yeah,
though. It's the way he delivers his message is always. It feels like he's saying, "I'm going to explain this to you, young child. This is how you draw a cursive Z." Yeah. No, please treat me like an adult.
Yeah. Oh, I'm with you.
What am I gonna? And that one. So I could actually see people that just don't like Fernando Mendoza at least. Like jumping on Levitard's take and saying, yeah, you're right, Levitard. With Acho, whether you hate Shedeur or love Shedeur, I feel like that's an objectively awful take.
It sure is. And for that, Emmanuel Acho is the new champion of Take-A-Mania. We'll see if he can hold on to that title beyond next Friday.
I gotta update Sean. I'll text him.
Yeah, let him know.
Let him know.
Let him know how terrible of a take it is, too. Coming up, we mentioned this yesterday. Some texters like the idea. Let's look at actual options. Who are some veteran quarterback options that the Texans could add this offseason to that quarterback room to help out C.J. Stroud? We'll go through the list next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
The best sports talk around any. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Who could be a veteran quarterback that the Texans could add to their quarterback room to try to help out C.J. Stroud this year? Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. During our conversation yesterday on the Texans and Stroud and everything, Seth, you mentioned an idea of, the impact Case Keenum had while he was here, and why not add a veteran quarterback to that quarterback room once again that Stroud can learn from.
And a lot of this is, with Draw Johnson potentially having, he was a finalist for the offensive coordinator job in Philadelphia. These are the things you just don't know behind closed doors, is just exactly who's the biggest influence and who's doing the most work with CJ and having the best impact in all of that. But I think there's nothing negative you could say about the influence that Case Keenum would have had on CJ Stroud, I would think. And it looks like Caleb Williams probably benefited from not just having a new offensive coordinator, but also having Case Keenum on that roster this year. I think that having an older guy in the room helps young quarterbacks a lot in a lot of ways. It's not just the X's and O's either. I think sometimes just how you're managing yourself on the sideline, what you're looking at on the sideline, how you're rebounding from bad plays and all of that. It's good to have a mentor in the form of a player.
And based off of the feedback at the time yesterday, it seemed like a lot of people liked the idea or agreed with you. So I thought, well, let me go look to see if there's a realistic option, because there's really not an option for a starting quarterback in the market this offseason for teams that need a QB, at least not yet. So I thought, is there a veteran quarterback who will be a free agent that the Texans can bring in?
There is Case Keenum.
Case Keenum is available. He is a free agent. Yeah. So that's one.
So there's that.
If you could just bring him back.
Find that would be like Case Keenum.
Yeah, you could just bring him back. But I found 12 other options as well. And by the way, earlier we were talking about, what's a terrible idea that you thought was a great idea, and we got texts and messages and everything. And one listener did say, for a current idea, not one of the past, but their bad idea that they think is actually a great idea, it seems conflicting. They said bring in Aaron Rodgers to add to that Stroud quarterback room.
I think the biggest thing about Aaron Rodgers, who by all accounts has been really cool to the quarterbacks that are younger than him on a roster, he hasn't. The quarterbacks have said that he's super cool and, mentors them, gives them advice and everything, all of that. Doesn't sound like there's the same way I've treated Aaron Rodgers. But I guess what I would worry about with Aaron Rodgers is always, and as he's gotten older, this maybe is a little bit more of an issue, is that he wants to do things his way. And in terms of modernizing his offense, using more pre-snap motion, all of that, there's seemingly some resistance there between him and offensive coordinators. So I don't know if I think he'd be cool about it and everything. I just don't know if he'd be the right guy to mentor CJ and specifically the things CJ needs to work on.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what he would want, even if he doesn't have like a starting opportunity anywhere. I don't know if Rodgers would want to be just like the backup, hang out, mentor CJ Stroud.
He's Pittsburgh or die. I mean, the only reason he'd be available is if he decided that he wanted to leave Pittsburgh specifically. I think that, there is that Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers dynamic. So we don't get any word on Aaron Rodgers until he decides that he's come out of his darkness retreat and tells Mike McCarthy. I wouldn't be surprised if it somehow turns into something that's actually contentious. If the Steelers are starting to enter free agency and Aaron Rodgers hasn't given an answer yet on whether or not he wants to come back and play football or something, then that could be a storyline coming up within a month or so.
Yeah, I mean, remember how long it dragged on last year for him, and it seemed like that was the only decision, was to play for Pittsburgh. He still took so long. Here's some other options. Just we could run through these quick. Tell me if you think they'd actually be good options or not. Joe Flacco.
Yeah. I think that would be a really good one. By the way, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Rodgers is a free agent, isn't he?
Yeah, Rodgers a free agent.
Yeah, for some reason in my mind, I thought that he had signed a 2-year deal. Okay.
Gotcha.
So Joe Flacco, yeah, I think again, lots of reports about how cool he is in terms of just working with everybody. He's got zero ego about him. At this point, there's not going to be a point in the season where you're going to hear about Joe Flacco agitating that he's not getting an opportunity, even though it's C.J. Stroud or anything. I think Joe Flacco would be a good one. I put Joe Flacco and Case Keenum in that category of, man, guys that, they seem cut out for it at this point in their careers.
Okay, what about Russell Wilson?
He didn't seem to do anything for those guys on the Browns necessarily, but I maintain that I feel like there were other things at play there above and beyond Joe Flacco.
Yeah, he didn't have enough time either. What about Russell Wilson?
No, God no.
Yeah, I'm
no.
with you there.
No. I can't have Russell Wilson around.
No, I agree.
I don't want any part of that. Plus, Russell Wilson is, I mean, he always kind of was the same way. You're waiting for him to really take that leap into being that next level quarterback in terms of just being like an orchestra conductor of an offense. And you know what, though? All right, let me pull back on this because I'm contradicting myself. It's not like Case Keenum or Joe Flacco were orchestra conductors as quarterbacks. They were smart quarterbacks, but they weren't like the pinnacle or anything. They weren't Tom Brady. Nope, he annoys me too much. Can't have Russell Wilson.
Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, we talked.
No, I can't have that.
We talked yesterday about the most unlikable quarterbacks in Texans history. Russ would probably jump immediately to number 1 on the list.
Immediate. It's rare for somebody to walk in and have that kind of an impact on an organization, but I think he could do it. He could somehow topple Brock Osweiler for most unpopular quarterback.
That's right. Jimmy Garoppolo's a free agent this offseason. Would you have any interest in that?
I don't think Garoppolo strikes me as the kind of guy that handles all of his business exactly the way you want it to be handled by an NFL quarterback. I mean, was it Edelman or was it one of the other Patriots that had flat out said that they questioned his toughness when he was with New England?
Yeah.
That he was like he didn't want to play because of some situation, didn't want to play through an injury. It was either Edelman or one of those other dudes. Anyway, and then he's no. Garoppolo doesn't strike me as the guy that can really teach a young quarterback how to maximize his value. If anything, like Garoppolo has been a disappointment in terms of what his physical upside is.
Marcus Mariota's a free agent. You might recall he got ticked off, I think, when he got benched in Atlanta and left the team.
He quit.
He
thought about retiring.
Yeah. So that's an option.
All of a sudden, he's going into, is it year 10, year 11?
Yeah,
I don't think
2011? Yeah, I don't know.
He's never struck me as a particularly smart quarterback. So I want somebody that's feels like, okay, no, this guy was maximizing everything because he just knew how to run an offense. He might not have had great physical ability, but he was just dialed in and could get the job done. Like everybody you mentioned previously, I feel like those are all pretty smart quarterbacks. I still question how smart of a quarterback Marcus Mariota is.
Yeah, I hear that. Gardner Minshew's a free agent. Want to bring in a gunslinger, Gardner Minshew?
Gardner Minshew's also another guy that's gotten by on moxie more than intelligence. Like Case Keenum, I feel like Case is interesting because he comes out of an air raid system in college. He really had to learn a lot about playing in the NFL, like what he could and could not do. So he really had to think his way through it and overcome a lot of obstacles and things that he had to learn. Whereas Gardner Minshew, I feel, he's almost the same guy now as he was when he was an electrifying rookie. And had that one really good year with Shane Steichen. But beyond that, no, I don't feel like he's a mentor type.
And then let me just group these last ones in. Tell me if any of these would be of interest. Carson Wentz, Mitch Trubisky, Tyrod Taylor, or Josh Johnson.
Oh, Tyrod Taylor, hell yeah. I would love another crack at Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor handled 2021 with the most maturity and veteran presence that anybody in that situation I think could have handled it. I mean, you go into the season and technically Deshaun Watson is your starting quarterback, but we've got this whole maelstrom of everything else going on around him. And I think I liked Terada. He impressed me. I thought he was an awesome veteran kind of bridge quarterback to have around. So I'd love to have him. Carson Wentz, God no. Carson Wentz would look at CJ's pick 6. CJ would have come to the sideline, and Carson Wentz would be like, "Oh, you know what? You should have tried throwing it with your left hand." No. Carson Wentz has some of the most boneheadedly idiotic plays I've ever seen in the history of football.
It's true.
I did a cut-up reel of left-handed throws by Carson Wentz. It's not just like a one-off or anything. Multiple times in his career, he's had turnovers or fumbles where he decided to transition the ball to his left hand and throw it. God, no.
All right, so if you're the Texans, go out, try to get Flacco this offseason. Tyrod Taylor, who has support on the text line, let them come in, mentor C.J. Stroud, or you can just go get Case Keenum again instead of trying to replace him.
Jeff Driscoll's out there, too.
Yeah, Jeff Driscoll, bring him back. Somebody said Mac Jones, but I think Mac Jones is still too young. So anyways, those are some of the veteran
Is Mac
options.
Jones a free agent this year?
I believe he is.
Oh, okay.
Because I know
he's an interesting one.
Yeah, I saw people talk about him as an option as a starter for some teams. So.
It's tough. Like when we talk about this, I think that we have zero clue how they feel about Graham Mertz right now. So Graham Mertz, you want to keep young quarterbacks in the pipeline as much as possible.
Right.
They like having Davis Mills as their backup. Like if you're bringing, that would be the other hard thing too. Is if you're bringing in a guy who's a veteran like that, he's got to be comfortable knowing that he's the third string quarterback. He's there mostly as a mentor. And I think that's what Matt Schaub was when he went back to Atlanta at the end of his career. Like Matt Schaub was cool with that, and so that's the other dynamic there. He's going to be your third string quarterback.
Right, yeah. So we'll see if it's something. Yeah, it's a numbers game, and there might not be space on the roster. But if the Texans look in that direction, those are some options this offseason. Hey, coming up, we'll catch up with the fellas from In the Loop, of course, see what they got going on. But I do want to ask this question: which, if any, of the 3 major Houston sports teams are actually progressing? We'll get to that next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
The NBA rumor mill. 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Which, if any, of the three Houston sports teams are actually progressing? Get to that here. It's Payne and Pendergast wrapping up Friday and wrapping up the week here for this week of shows. And then the 610 family will be out at Radio Row next week getting ready for the big game in San Francisco. So keep that dial locked for all the latest. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean today. He'll be back Monday morning out west. And alongside Seth Payne here this morning, of course, 713-572-4610 to text the show. We'll catch up with the guys from In the Loop in a little bit as well and find out what they got going on. But before we even get to this question I asked, I've been pushing off this audio. We've just been going long in our conversations.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard this yet, and I have to hear this story of Dan Orlovsky telling a story about a former coach.
So this is Dan Orlovsky. He was on ESPN, one of their shows, telling a story about the time where he was the backup quarterback up in Detroit, and it was his job to receive the call from the offensive coordinator who was up in the booth, and then Orlovsky would relay the call to whomever the veteran quarterback was on the field. He didn't go into names. He didn't name names here. I'm guessing people have already figured out which offensive coordinator and which quarterback it is who like up in Detroit especially. But this is alarming and almost unbelievable, except that I totally believe it. This is him describing a really bad situation.
There was a change of possession, punt, commercial. We come out of the commercial. Play clock is starting. I'm waiting for the play call, and all I hear is the coach, our play caller, our offensive coordinator, fell asleep in the middle of a game and didn't get a call in. I mean, I just eventually panicked and called something to. Thankfully, the starting quarterback was a veteran as well. But for all the people who are like, why were you guys bad in Detroit?
Yeah, that's I can't. I see you going through your computer.
Yeah,
trying to figure out exactly who it was. I didn't bother going through. I couldn't. You look up Orlovsky's stats, and there's multiple years where he doesn't have any stats at all. So I didn't want to go through and figure out which years he was actually on the Lions and who the offensive coordinators were at the time. But they've gotten better in the NFL with this. But the sleep deprivation that coaches used to have. It was the most basic explanation for why sometimes coaches make really stupid decisions on game day. It's because these guys think that they're supposed to be getting 3 hours of sleep a night, so they can come up with all these brilliant game plans and everything, and they're grinding. And be sure the head coach sees that I'm in here working at 3 a.m. and they end up either falling asleep literally or figuratively on the football field. I feel bad for young Dan Orlovsky in that moment because you know how this works. If it was a horrible play call that had gotten called, he was going to get blamed for it somehow. There's no way that offensive coordinator was going to fess up to sleeping on the job.
Right. We were talking about Mike Francesa earlier. There's a great clip of him falling asleep live on air during an interview, and he's just sleeping at the mic. I don't know how these coaches, they're sitting there in a booth with other coaches, but I guess just like how Francesa did it, you just kind of nod off with the headset on.
I used to wonder about this as a player, just because there'd be times during training camp where the coach, you could tell your assistant coach was definitely just hadn't gotten any sleep because they were up doing whatever. And they start saying left when they mean right. They tell you to do something. You do what they tell you to do. Then they start screaming and saying that that's not what I said to do. All these things that happen when people are really, really sleep deprived. And it goes on through the season. You see some of these coaches, you don't see it as much as you used to, but at the end of the year, you see these guys with these huge bags under their eyes and everything. And you just wonder, what do you really think how is this helping you? How is you staying up until 2:30 in the morning grinding film really helping you when you don't know your left from your right when it comes to game day? It was so idiotic back in the day.
Yeah, there's still some of that. Mike McDonald was not bragging, but he was talking about how he only sees his kids for 30 minutes a week because of how much he's working. That's not necessary, and it's not a good thing.
That could still be. I mean, even if when I say they've gotten better, it's not like they still don't work extreme hours. But that could be that maybe he gets home at 9 p.m. every night.
Fair.
And your kids are already in bed. So that part of it, I feel like even if you're working limited hours compared to what they used to do, it's still pretty long hours. They've gotten more reasonable about it.
That's fair. Okay, I've compiled the offensive coordinators for Orlovsky. Now, when he was first in Detroit, John Kitna was the quarterback. I don't know if he was the quarterback for all 4 years Orlovsky was there. But and then when he was the quarterback when he came back to Detroit, Matt Stafford was there. So there's your veteran quarterbacks. Offensive coordinators. His second stint in Detroit was Joe Lombardi, who just fired by Denver, and then Jim Bob Cooter, two young guys. So probably not them, but his first stint in Detroit, his 3 offensive coordinators were all 55-plus. You have Ted Tollner, you have Jim Coletto, and then you have, who honestly, this was my immediate thought because I remember him being the offensive coordinator there. You also have Mike Martz was the offensive coordinator. Maybe Martz fell asleep in the booth.
I could totally see. How old was Mike Martz at that point?
He was about 55.
Mike Martz kind of has that sleepy face, doesn't he?
Right?
Like you can see him in a lazy boy. I can't picture Coletto or the other guy, but I can picture Mike Martz in a lazy boy. And at that point, just drifting off.
Yeah.
That's got to be a tough one, man. Once you fall asleep on the job like that, you got to know that it's probably time to hang it up.
Right?
I was talking to a broadcaster. I won't say who his name was, but he's an older guy and very, very popular. But he told me he stopped doing play-by-play when, he could just he could tell he just didn't have his fastball anymore. That it just wasn't as sharp, and he probably had made some mistakes, with name errors or something like that through the course of a baseball season, and he's just like, it's time for me to hang it up. I mean, if you're an offensive coordinator falling asleep in the middle of a National Football League game, now granted, it was a Lions game back in the day, it might have been a really boring situation at that point. He might have just been emotionally checked out.
Yeah, could have been that 0-16 year, that struggling Dante Culpepper and everybody. Well, glad we were able to get to that. We probably need more time than we have left for this question, but I do want to ask it anyways, and we can even bring in the guys from In the Loop. But I was thinking about this. Which, if any, of the 3 teams here in Houston are actually progressing? Because, the Astros, their win total is lower this year than their amount of wins last year. So Vegas is predicting they take a step back. And I don't really love the Astros offseason or the roster as it's currently constructed. The Rockets, as we talked earlier, right, they have taken a step back this year, maybe because of injuries, but nonetheless, there's been some regression. They're behind last year's win total, and people are talking about what should they do at the deadline? Is this just a bridge year? And then you have the Texans, who obviously the playoffs 3 straight years, but they've gotten knocked out in the same spot 3 straight years. Even though they won more games this past season, they didn't get any further in the playoffs when it seemed like maybe this could be the year. So of any of those 3 teams, do you feel like they're progressing, that they are, one of them's continuing to get better or moving in the right direction?
I do with the trying to look at this objectively as possible. If you just look at, salaries, contracts, age of the roster, key young players, I feel like the Texans and the Rockets are still in that progressing mode. It's just that it's not progressing as quickly as we had all dreamed about in the preseason for both of those teams. The Rockets still have that chance to progress just because of their young core. But both, like the Texans, you have a young quarterback, you have an incomplete offensive line. They're not losing any of their key starters defensively to free agency. Like that's a very big benefit going into this next season, is that C.J. Stroud should have at least another year where the defense is a very good defense on the other side of the ball, and then hopefully they have an improved offensive line and C.J. himself plays better, and an improved running back situation too. Rockets, same thing, young core. It's not progressing like we hoped. The offense seems stagnant. Kevin Durant hasn't been the immediate catalyst to being one of the top 2 teams in the NBA. But you also have to remember that Fred VanVleet's going to be back next year. Maybe, who knows? Maybe late this season, but most likely back next year. So I think that this current roster, like this current Rockets experiment, is still relatively in its infancy, and it's got 1 or 2 more years after this to play out.
Yeah, I think those are hopeful approaches. I guess I'm just looking more, when I think about it, kind of like the here and the now, where things, don't look as...
Okay, yeah, did they progress? Like right now where they are, have they actually progressed at all?
Yeah, I guess so. So that's where I take it, and I don't know. I don't know if I could say yes for any of the three.
No, I think you're 100% right there. And I feel like the Astros, I think that would probably be a unanimous decision. Like wherever they are right now, it doesn't feel like they've progressed, other than hoping that there aren't so many injuries next year. Yeah, for where they are right now, like have they progressed as far as we thought they would? The Rockets and the Texans are the ones you're most optimistic about. The Texans losing the divisional round yet again, and the Rockets doesn't look like right this moment they're going to be more of a force in the playoffs than they were last offseason.
Right, yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, Luke. You know what, Luke? I was about to compliment you for how enjoyable this last 8 hours of radio I've done with you is between yesterday and today. Now I go into the weekend depressed and angry.
That's my reputation around here.
Drinking at 10:30 today.
That's right. That's what I do. I come in and I make people miserable.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, that's right. As we say hello to the guys from In the Loop, Reggie and John, who, by the way, I was disappointed to hear the hate on the pitchers and catchers report date yesterday.
What?
Yeah, get out. Me.
Oh,
the biggest waste of time.
Nothing gets me more excited.
21 days.
Killjoy.
Yes. Yeah, 21 days till pitchers and catchers
Significantly less than that, in fact. I think we're like at 12 or something.
Yeah, can't wait. Less than 2 weeks.
How are you going to celebrate?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, see, that's my point.
Look forward to the start of the season. Maybe watch some pitchers field grounders.
My favorite part of the pitchers and catchers reporting was Zach Greinke would always report late, and they would ask him why. And he'd say, well, because one year somebody told me that I don't actually have to report then. So I don't.
My kind of guy.
Because he's Zach Greinke, everybody was like, oh,
I get it. Yeah.
That's just his thing, man.
Yeah.
He's just quirky.
Yeah, which is such a thing in baseball, too, right? Like the whole Manny Ramirez thing, too, where like he would make idiotic plays, and it's like, oh, that's just Manny being Manny.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like, well, he's kind of being stupid, too, and a bit of a jerk of a teammate at times, but because it's Manny, it's cool. What's the question of the day today?
What is the question of the day today? We talked about it, but I'm logging in.
Oh, okay. I was like, why are you pointing at me right now?
Didn't mean to catch you guys off guard.
Well, here's the other part about logging in. John Bijani is still logged in. Y'all want to send any emails? Dear Sarah, I've had it up to here.
I feel like people did that when they were middle schoolers, when they caught somebody's email open or whatever.
Oh yeah, we did that in college to people when Facebook was big back then.
Oh yeah. The thing I hated about that, as I go on a tangent that nobody needs, is people be like, "Oh, I hacked his account." I'm like, he just left it logged.
Yeah,
in.
right.
There was no hacking involved here.
Yeah.
Question of the day though is, what's the most underrated fast food order?
Yeah.
Because apparently Iowa's Jennings Culver is
Jennings Dunker.
Jennings Dunker, sorry. Culver's is the fast food spot, but he's getting a lot
Culver's guy.
Getting a lot of media's attention.
He eats 4 Butterburgers.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I could do that.
Just hearing that clogged up an artery.
Yeah, right?
A Butterburger at where?
Culver's.
Oh, I don't think I've ever had that.
That's what the host says. Like Culver's. Like, well, there's 3 or 4, I don't know, in Houston, and there was one in Humble. J.J. Watt used to drive after practice all the way up to Humble to get Culver's and cheese curds.
Well, because they also have frozen custard, which isn't as popular here as it is in other parts of the country.
Right.
Yeah.
And so he was appalled that the host didn't know about Culver's. So it got us thinking about like underrated places, foods in fast food that really come to mind that other people are like, what? You eat that?
I would say, you know what, for me, like the most, when I feel I get the most bang for my buck, when I decide that I'm going to eat unhealthy, I'm just going to go for it, but I don't want to overdo it. I would say the Whataburger apple pie, just because it's similar to the classic McDonald's apple pie back before they caved to pressure and tried to give you a baked apple pie. It's just a nice deep fried apple pie that you can sit and enjoy. You have to eat it slowly because it'll scald your tongue.
Correct.
Right.
You know, so you kind of you enjoy it and you kind of savor it, and yet it's still not, you're not destroying yourself, and it's quick.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. I was so frazzled by the pitchers and catchers earlier. I didn't say that.
Rightfully so, mind you. We've been getting on them.
Good. I would say I would give more of a place. I always stand up for Arby's. I think Arby's is really underrated.
Yeah.
But I don't do the roast beef or whatever else they do. I always just get the chicken tenders.
You don't get a beef and cheddar. You're the guy that
never.
I hate. I hate that
I
guy.
get the chicken tenders, the mozzarella sticks, and the curly fries, and they're all delicious.
And
I
you,
love
and you
Arby's.
paid like $17 for each one of those.
It's worth
You're
it every
doing
time.
this wrong.
I love it.
He the type to go to a seafood spot to get the chicken.
Dude, I had a friend in college. We would go to like a steakhouse every once in a while, and he always get a burger. And I'm like, dog, what are we doing here?
You know what, though? I'm glad you brought up Arby's, because I don't even like getting the cheddar on it. I just get the straight roast beef sandwich. And I feel like that's a criminally underrated hot fast food sandwich. That is delectable, man. It's juicy. There's a crispiness to the bun. They do it right.
Yeah.
And you have to drink about 7 gallons of water later that night. You're trying to go to bed, and you're like, why am I so thirsty? So, yeah, because you just had basically a half gallon of salt. That's why.
Yeah. I love it. These are my kind of debates or conversations just about fast food. So I can't wait to see what the answers come in on underrated fast food orders or foods. Hey,
my kind of debates and conversations, the one that you were just having on like which teams were progressing, because it made me think also about how progress is not linear, and you get to certain like plateaus or certain levels, and the ceiling on that next level is harder to crack. And it feels like in some ways we were looking at the Rockets as getting to that spot, and I feel like they've now reached that place where you go, oh, it's harder now. It's harder to reach the next level of what we're talking about. And so we end up, I don't know about you, Lopez, or you guys as well, we end up a little bit frustrated in some ways, and like, hey, this is the new operating level that you're at. It's no longer where you're just kind of happy with, oh, here's some general notion of progress. Now it needs to be more refined, and I think that this is where you get more pressure on people like Ime Udoka and such on. It's no longer just, can you play generic good style of basketball? Can you do specific things and win particular games?
Yeah, I'm hypocritical with the Rockets because I am disappointed kind of where they're at this point in the season, even with the injuries. But as I told Seth earlier, I bet on their under win total this year because I was expecting regression. But now that we've gotten like the quote unquote regression in the win total, then I'm like, well, what the heck? How come you're not better? So I don't know. I don't know where I am with the Rockets.
Didn't expect me to be correct on that.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Luke, according to my artificial intelligence machine, Arby's mozzarella sticks, often cited by food critics as the best in fast food.
Oh wow!
Yes, I'm telling you,
it's pretty good.
It's an incredible side. I just can't. It's unconscionable to get into the line at Arby's and being like, this is what I came for, nothing else.
Yeah. Well, and the chicken strips and the fries.
Pizza places get me where I don't eat that much pizza, but those commercials during football games of the breadsticks and everything, those get me. Those are, or the cheesy whatever this or that or anything. I will definitely go to a place specifically and not get pizza, but get those breadsticks.
100%. I might do that right now when I leave here. Seth, hey, it's been a pleasure the last 2 days. Safe travels to you out west.
It was awesome until that last 3 or 4 minutes when you ruined my mood. So good job.
Luke Sorrow is what we call him.
Oh, that's good. I like that. Yeah. Maybe I pulled you back in with the Arby's.
Yeah.
All right, let me try this. Let me try to get this right today. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. And get this, In the Loop starts now.
Yeah!
Here we go. That's us.
That's how you finish the week, baby. Shout out to my guy, Luke Morrow. By the way, if you're not on the YouTube streams or anything, which we always appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for, hey, man, he is styling and profiling today, baby.
I feel like I had something to do with this.
What is that? Wait, how did you? Lopez.
I really did.
Breaking news. Lopez taking credit.
On a Friday, you had to start with that.
Get back on the mic.
You had to start with that. I'm taking credit for Luke Morrow in the nice denim jacket today.
You don't need your headset. We did a good 2 to 3 weeks altogether of shows back a couple of years ago, almost 2 years ago. And you would come in every day with a rock T-shirt, which you're wearing now, and your hat on backwards, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
And then one day he came in and his hair was just perfectly coif.
Yes.
And he had like regular pants on, slacks, whatever you want to call them, and whatever shirt he was wearing.
Looked like he was going to a job interview.
And I was like, dude, you're a different man. This is a great look for you. And ever since that day.
So you taking credit for that. You hear that?
I will say this. I don't know if I'll give you full credit, but I will say the days that I do come in, like yesterday where I'm not wearing a hat, I actually do, might be weird to say, I actually do think of you.
Thank
and
you.
how you always give a hard time for wearing a hat.
Ego.
And I always think, well, at least Lopez will be pleased today. I'm not wearing a hat. I'm showing the hair.
He's got great hair. He's got great
He does have
hair.
great hair.
Yes.
I have it on good authority that was a good
Lukey with the good hair.
That was a good portion of why he was able to land the lady that he did.
Anyway,
yeah, that's right.
Feel free to go to Arby's now.
Yeah, I will. Appreciate it.
Grab something for me as well. That's our guy, Luke Morrow. Appreciate you hanging out last couple of days in the stead of Sean Pendergast. Let's get going on a Friday. How does that sound?
It sounds good.
Sound like it's going already.
It is already.
Texter immediately, here goes John.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
He just confirmed it. Like literal confirmation.
I think the text line might have bullied him into taking his hat off at one point, too.
Yeah, that's true.
Definitely did. But I love it. I love that our text line does that. Again, and I want to make sure I do this right, get involved with the program. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. It's a Friday, and we're going to try and have fun today more so than any other day. And so you could do that. You could see what the fun looks like by checking in with the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams.
We keep it 100.
There's the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat 610 Houston. And
you can see how our hair looks today.
My hair's kind of a little rough. It's all right. I got a haircut appointment afterwards.
Back
yeah, I got to get a haircut. I'm going to get a haircut tomorrow.
All right.
We are all getting haircuts because we're like, we got to look right in San Francisco.
Yeah, I wonder why.
We can't look crazy. You getting your haircut too, Lopez?
You still cut your own hair?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks good, doesn't it?
So anyways,
I was going to say, if you're not cutting your own hair, you need to find somebody else. I'm just playing. I'm just joking.
That's funny. Yeah, obviously we're.
I'll do y'all's.
Yeah, I'll
right,
pass on that
man.
one. I'm not going to do that one today. Not at all. Especially, you're not going to have me in front of all of the Super Bowl radio row-hoes.
Yeah,
looking crazy.
in front of the hoes.
That is crazy. But we're excited. We're super excited for that. Are you excited for this? We had a couple of things happen in the National Football League, at least administratively is the way that I'll call it, that make it seem that you are going to look a lot like you did last year if you're the Houston Texans staff. There's a couple of things that happened. One, the Philadelphia Eagles, the offensive coordinator job that it felt like they just couldn't find anybody for.
Yeah.
They did hire Packers quarterback coach Sean Mannion. So that means that Gerard Johnson does not end up being hired for that job. I think it's highly likely that he stays, right? Because now we get back to the place where I know that there's a subsection of the Texans fan base that was going, move on from Gerard Johnson. Look at what's happened for C.J. Stroud in the last 3 years. You're seeing what feels like it's not progress for him. Generally, if you go, who is in charge of that? Gerard Johnson. You are responsible now. For it. How do you feel about the possibility of Gerard Johnson remaining?
Okay, so the two finalists for the job were Gerard Johnson and Mannion. Apparently, both were in the building yesterday taking a tour, so it was that close. You know,
yeah, because I saw the report, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
and then it felt like it was maybe 30 minutes later.
Which that's kind of
weird. We hired our coordinator.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's kind of.
I was like, is he still in the building? Is he in the parking lot? What happened?
Walking out. You just think, oh, that's a Twitter alert. But yeah, so apparently it was that close for them. But with him not getting that job, it does pretty much. I mean, you kind of said it. I'll just put it bluntly. They're running it back. They're running it back largely. I know tight ends coach and et cetera, but
assistant linebackers coach. You have to get an assistant offensive line coach as well. But these are not ones that we consider or that we immediately think of as load-bearing positions on your staff.
But in terms of like the hierarchy, the decision makers on the offensive side of the ball, they're running it back. It's done. Well, unless something happens here, but. Well, that would be sorry to tell all these guys you're keeping them and then fire them at this point.
They were like, we were hoping somebody else would do it for us, but now that we have to do it ourselves.
Yeah.
And I know that there's people still out there that would prefer if that was the case. Are you okay with running? Well, I shouldn't ask you because I feel like there's a level of bias that comes in here. But
no,
can you steel yourself to that? Can you get into a vacuum?
No, I do, and I have. I mean, I was the one that said he's the easiest target.
Sure,
he's the easiest mark to let go. He knows how I feel about him. I know how he feels about me, but we're honest, and so that's why I said that, and everybody gets it. But I will ask some questions here.
Okay.
Well, no, with him being the easiest target, why didn't they? I think that's an interesting question, and let me explain. Why didn't they say, look, we've got our coordinator, he's not going anywhere. We've got other quarterback people, Ben McDaniels, Jerry Shaplinski. We can... at least for image or PR purposes or whatever, we can let go of Gerard Johnson, and it would be like, hey, okay, they're not standing pat, but they're largely running back. Why didn't they let go of Gerard Johnson?
Can I go real conspiracy theory here? I will start conspiracy theory and try and rein it back into more logical thought on a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that they were doing Gerard Johnson a favor, like a solid, as he is out here in this marketplace trying to get a job?
It's possible.
How does it help you in your job prospects if you just got fired from your last one?
No. I think that's a possibility, and we may get a report today, about that. I think it's more this.
Thank you for the X-Files thing. By the way, did you know that the babies don't know about the X-Files? The Gen Zers do not know about X-Files.
It wouldn't surprise me.
You play this music, and they're like, oh, yeah, I think I've heard this before. What is it from? It killed me. Anyways.
Yeah. So here's the question. Does it say more about Gerard Johnson that they kept him? Or does it say more about C.J. Stroud? Now, let me explain.
Okay.
If you think it says more about Gerard Johnson, it means, much like Nick Caley, they have confidence in what he is doing. They believe.
Well, if you're in offices talking and you don't look at the offense as a concern, then
But let me get you the other part.
Sure.
They have if it says more about Gerard, that means that he's doing a hell of a job. They believe in him. They know the message he's sending, the work he's doing with C.J. Stroud, and they believe in it. Okay. That's the first side of it. The other side is, does it say more about C.J. Stroud? And this is where it's a little concerning. If they fire Gerard Johnson, is that another sort of bad mark for them in the eyes of C.J. Stroud? Are they sort of placating him? You know what I mean?
That's a possibility that I can't ignore.
Because they're real tight.
I will also, because as you were asking the question, it for some reason in my head it began linking with the myriad times even that this organization that you've had the principal people talk where they've basically put things not on coaching staff but on players.
Mm-hmm.
It's about execution. We know what we know what we're doing, and it's just making sure that we are able to execute the game plan in essence, right? I'm paraphrasing, but that has been the message a number of times from D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
That was very strongly in the message from Nick Caserio in his exit interview with the assembled media. And so does this not feel like it could very much fit in that through line of we think our staff is solid. We think we're preaching the right things. We think we have all of the right answers. It now is more incumbent upon the players, and in this instance, particularly C.J. Stroud, to do what we ask of them.
Yeah, I think, along with that, I think it's also sort of a message to C.J. Stroud. Like, we're not changing anybody. No, we like what we're doing. We like what Nick Caley's doing. We like what Gerard Johnson's doing. Shaplinsky, Ben McDaniels, Cole Popovich. Just go on down the list. We're not changing anything, CJ. You got to change.
And to that end, assuming that Aaron Wilson's reporting is correct, he was saying essentially that if Gerard Johnson had have gotten this job and with the OC of the Eagles, that you also could have probably still yourself in run it back mode because here comes Jerry Shaplinsky. Have you heard of him before? He's on the staff right now as taking on the official role of quarterback coach. Like that would also be a representative of not actually changing what is effectively happening there. And so, yeah, they're I think they are very much making it plain that the way that they went about things is something that they feel is 100% correct, and that, or maybe they have some small, minute changes that happen in the way that they go about things, but they think that the people that are operating this are by and large in the right places outside of the tight end coach, I guess.
With the right messaging.
And ultimately it is incumbent upon the players to get it right. And in CJ's case, it's kind of hard to argue against it, right? They were able to find a way to win a number of games when he was some level of operating the way that they wanted to, and as soon as he went AWOL, it went really, really left for him, and you ultimately either skate by a team that you should have smoked in the Steelers or lose to a Patriots team that felt like they were there for the pickings. Like, it's hard to argue against at least that portion of it from the quarterback perspective.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and ultimately I think that's where I am because, as much as it would have upset me, it was an obvious move. We were saying it the day after the season. Well, it doesn't look good for Gerard, given what the way CJ played, that he's one of those guys that's an easy mark and all that. And then they're basically saying, they're doubling down on this staff. Everything that we're talking about this offseason as it begins already for the Texans points back to CJ Stroud. Like, are you going to get on board or not? Fully. Because he has been, to be fair, he was on board, it seemed like, or at least operating.
Mostly to a certain degree or what have you. Now, if what we're surmising is correct, and I want to put that as a hypothetical because it's hard to get fully in everybody's mindset when you're not in that inner circle.
Yeah.
If we are correct that the idea is, hey, we're running this back because everything is right on the coaching staff and it's all about getting these players to buy in the way that they do, does that not also then make it more annoying that at least, outwardly, Nick Caserio seemed to be in a place where he was like, the talent's there on the offensive side. It's fine, right? Because if there's issues, if you do not feel like your players are executing what the coaches are putting down far enough, does that not then say that you might need to do a little bit of shaking up on what your players are?
Oh yeah. Oh no question about it.
If that's the way that you're handling it, because we can all.
Yeah, they're going to make adjustments.
Reasonable minds can disagree on whether or not that's the case, but if that's the place that you are with this, does that not then necessitate some level of shaking up with what your players are?
I think, what do I always say? Watch what they do, not what they say.
Sure.
What they're doing is running it back on the coaching staff. What they're doing is putting pressure on C.J. Stroud. Maybe visible and not so and subtly as well. What they're doing is saying, yeah, we still need to work with this offensive line and get better. Yeah, we still need a running back. Yeah, we still need, maybe some tweaks to the offense, but nothing that's going to be that drastic a change. No, what they're doing is telling C.J. Stroud, we're doing it right. We might get some personnel to help you, but we're doing it right.
And so the hope for the future then, the immediate future, because, again, you're now in this stratosphere, rather, of the National Football League where you want to get some stuff done now. This isn't just continuing to build towards something nebulous in the next handful of years. Next year needs to be something where you see tangible improvement, and that means winning in the second round, maybe even like getting yourself to an AFC Championship game and seeing if you can make a Super Bowl. The immediate hope then, and we've talked about this in some ways, but it becomes even more clear with the circumstances that are now in front of you, is that you have some level of development in capability for game planning and game calling from your coordinator that you currently have, and then that they just execute better. These are the things that you're hoping, or maybe that you get a different level of talent in various different ways through the draft, or maybe a one or two free agent additions.
Yeah,
those are the places where you're hoping for progress.
Yeah, and we see Senior Bowl going on right now. We see Nick Caserio and Cole Popovich at the Senior Bowl watching offensive linemen. Everything they're doing is a sign. Again, watch what they're doing. The offensive line is a big priority. We know that, and they're showing us. The coaching staff, they're showing us. The fact that they feel like they are in a place to be able to win now, as you just mentioned, they're showing us. They're also by doing all that, showing us that they're sending a message to C.J. Stroud.
All right, so and then there was one more move that
I thought this was big.
To whatever degree. You think this was big?
Yeah.
That the Falcons hired Bears assistant GM Ian Cunningham as their general manager, so James Lipford will remain also in tow as one of your assistant general managers for under Nick Caserio?
Extremely trusted and continuity. That's why I think it's big. Extremely, extremely trusted guy, right-hand man for Nick Caserio, and there's a continuity there. I think for the.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio.
lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide.
Oh, God, that
listen to Lil Kiki.
I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Hope that your Friday is going well, and I hope it gets even better as you roll along with us on Sports Radio 610. What are you most and least looking forward to Sports Radio 610 being at Super Bowl Radio? We're on a plane on Sunday.
Yeah.
Out to San Francisco, and then you'll have Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive all live from San Francisco all 5 days next week, and I'm super excited for it. I wanted to know what the listenership is excited for, and maybe least excited for to hear, whether that's off-air shenanigans or on-air guests. I think we've got some really good guests.
We have
slated.
Go through a couple there.
Well, one of the ones that to start answering, the one that I'm actually
this is just our show.
Yeah, one of the ones that I'm super excited, or actually a couple of them in different ways. So we have Jeff Garcia slated for Wednesday. Mm-hmm. And we also have Nate Tice slated for Tuesday. Jeff Garcia, obviously NFL quarterback. Nate Tice was not a quarterback in the NFL level, but his pops was obviously a coach in the NFL, and he was a quarterback. And I think with both of them, especially seeing as the biggest story with the Texans is C.J. Stroud, I'm super excited to get into a couple of different aspects of quarterback play from their perspectives as analysts. Because I mean, right now we got Jags fans in the YouTube chat trying to antagonize the Texans about C.J. Stroud. This has been a conversation all the way across the National Football landscape. Yeah. C.J. Stroud, his mentality, does he have it? Is he some level of bust? And I mean, first and foremost, talking like that from the Trevor Lawrence Club, kind of crazy.
Yeah.
We saw you.
Take that to Twitter, man.
We seen you, but also like I think that I would love to get those perspectives on C.J. Stroud. And so I imagine that with at least those two, but I imagine with a lot of our analysts that we were able to sit down with and talk to, that's going to be interesting to get various different perspectives on where C.J. is and what they expect from him.
Yeah, those are always good, and I know the listeners are going to – there's always some sort of newsy thing or big, strong opinion about your team or something in the NFL. Jay Glazer is going to be joining us at some point. Annie Agar.
We got to see if we can get Jay Glazer to break something on air.
Break something about one of us. That'd be wild.
Just break something big or small. Just, hey,
that's right.
you got some news. Give me some news here, man.
Yeah,
some news?
And you know, Annie Agar is really popular. I'm looking forward to that. There's going to be some good guests. Now, as far as just like the trip in general, and some of this means nothing to listeners. Some of it will be quite entertaining because I know Figgy's going to be doing a kick-ass job with all our social media, and that's always funny. But really, the fellas, you know, in a different environment, you know, hanging out with all these guys and non-professional, non-radio type, on-air type stuff. That's always good. You know, least thing, the thing I'm least looking forward to, I would have to say the real hokey eye roll stuff that we see on radio sometimes, especially on media day. I get it. You know, it makes for good social media content for some of these influencers and such, but I'm just like, it's just like, oh boy, a lot of it gets old.
What do you talk like? Give me an example.
Like the funky questions that come out of nowhere, and you know, the costumed, you know, people dress up in wild costumes just to get the attention themselves, and I get it. It's part of it, but it's just.
I think the part I like about that, especially when it comes to NFL Media Night, where you got the you got the players that's in the Super Bowl on the podium and stuff like that. You get different kids and people from all over the world asking questions.
Yeah.
I think the funny part about that is last year Ron was kind of going around asking questions. It was some random dude that was dressed funky, like you said.
Yeah.
And I guess he was from overseas somewhere, so he had a strong accent. And so they were trying to get to know each other. And Ron was like, hey, have you ever had crawfish? And he said, oh, sorry, what now? He had no idea what he was talking about. They were just going back and forth. They had no idea what he...
Crayfish, crayfish.
Crawfish? Oh, what is it? Like crawfish.
Yeah.
It's just like, huh?
You talked about getting out with the fellas. I'm intrigued to see how this goes with everybody, because I was like, my first foray into this was having a house in New Orleans, and one house to get kind of just hang out, and then it's New Orleans. You can just walk around the streets, and that is entertaining. I don't know what that's like in San Francisco.
A little more spread out, maybe not quite as much as like Houston or something, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. There's a lot of cool things to do there. I'm looking forward, really to just seeing a bunch of old friends. I've been in this business a long time. You guys always give me a hard time.
Oh, your buddy J.A. He didn't know who the hell you were?
Oh, you're lying. I go, hey, J.A., and they're like,
just like, hey, how you doing? Just kept going.
No, he did not.
See, this is one that keeps coming in. I've seen this a couple of times. Hopefully we see another Seth Payne fight. I don't think that's hopeful. We should not be hopeful of that.
Yeah.
I will say, though,
Josh Ennis going to be there.
Yes, I don't think
713-572-4610.
I don't think that's going to be the way that this goes. However, the possibility of sleep deprivation does make this more plausible. And that is the thing that I'm least looking forward to is I'm going to try and make the most of it, but being 2 hours, I guess, behind in San Francisco, we're still going to do our best to do a great show as best as we can.
Yeah.
I am already anticipating by the time I get to Friday being entirely sleep deprived.
It was funny last year because Reggie's not the big, crazy party animal, go out all night. But he was last year, but he was New Orleans.
I couldn't tell.
It's New Orleans, though.
I was like, what are you going to do? I don't know. I'm going to go here. And then I'm rolling around.
That brother was hitting the town, man.
3 in the morning. I was like, what's going on here, man?
Hey, man, you got to be outside. And that's the thing is I wonder, what is it going to look like in San Francisco? Because New Orleans is just built like that.
Yeah.
That's just one of those places. Like, what are we doing? Are we going to Alcatraz at 2 a.m.? Like, I don't think that's something that's going to be the case, but maybe we'll figure that out.
I want to go to Alcatraz at 2 a.m., I guess.
I don't know if I want to go to Alcatraz
They got
at 2
the tours.
Yeah, they do.
Can do a tour.
I'll tell you
I'm trying to get Sean Pendergast to do a tour there so he can rank the most infamous inmates from there.
Well,
power rank.
Al Capone was an inmate
Al Capone,
there once.
yep.
What's his name? Whitey Bulger?
Yep. Machine Gun Kelly, the real Machine Gun Kelly.
Yep, the Birdman of Alcatraz. There was some bad dudes there.
Do you feel like this is going to be a better
Johnson?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
really
he was. Yeah.
Do you feel like this is going to be a better Super Bowl to talk on Radio Row? Because last year was interesting when you had the Eagles and the Chiefs, and it felt like everybody was kind of almost sick of talking about the game by the time we got there.
I think there's going to be some good stories. Yes, I do. Even though it's the Patriots and bleep the Patriots and all that, some new blood, so to speak. There's some new blood there. I think Seattle's going to be fun. Which city takes over San Francisco?
Between Boston,
you would
and
think
the New England
Seattle,
Patriots,
right? You would think.
Fans.
Honestly, I was gonna go Patriots, man. They kind of travel strong, man. Them fans come out of nowhere. They kind of took over Houston when they had the Super Bowl here.
They did, absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to this. Seems like people are more trying to see Seth get into a fight. I have a feeling that he will not do that. But the shenanigans off air, I think that they'll be limited a little bit, at least we won't have people complaining about parking passes or what have you, because we won't have that necessarily.
Or dirty dishes.
Yeah, the dirty dish fight is not going to happen.
Dirty pot in the sink.
Yeah, I had to wash a couple of those.
All right.
The food is going to be another great year for food. Great year. Oh, yeah.
Is San Francisco?
I have no idea what their food scene is.
Get a little sourdough bowl with some chowder.
They have a good food scene?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I imagine going to Chinatown would be fire.
Chinatown as well, yeah.
Somebody said San Francisco is better than Santa Clara, and thankfully we won't be in Santa Clara. Like that's
what's wrong with Santa Clara?
Well, I think it's just further out.
Okay,
I think that's all.
It's out in the boonies.
Yeah, but you said your favorite guest, at least as we have right now, because we might add some more. Is who that we have situated?
Maybe Glazer. Jeff Garcia.
Jeff Garcia should be a fun one.
Yeah, ask him about his relationship with T.O.
Yeah.
Are they still cool? Because it's a big situation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so looking forward to that, and looking forward to not having any guests drop F-bombs on there. That would be very, very, very great.
Who would be the one guest that would do that?
That we have as of right now? I think that we don't have any guests that I look at as possibly doing that.
What's the over or under on dumps?
Oh, we're going to have at least one. We'll have at least one.
Oh, you know who I am interested in, and it's not going to be on our show, but the fellas of the Drive are going to have Dalton Schultz on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he might, especially in this capacity, might be in a more talkative mood, right? Might have a little bit more of an opportunity to get into some insight with him as well. Oh, Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin will be on with the fellas as well.
You think he's going to drop some type of swear word?
No, but he's going to give him a great story.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Michael Irvin, if there's one thing that he could do, he is entertaining with the capital E. I am certain that he is going to be a hoot and a half. So that's going to be fun. And we'll have Payne and Pendergast that'll talk to Nick Caserio while we're out there. So that's actually going to be probably one of the most insightful for a Texans fan perspective getting into this week, because you're coming off of the actual decisions that were made when it came to the staff and these types of things. With those solidified and headed into the offseason in earnest, getting some insight from Caserio with the fellas of the Drive, or fellas of rather Payne and Pendergast, who he seems to talk well with. That's going to be very intriguing.
Better get some insight on why he keeping this offense, or him and D'Amico ain't had questions about the offense all season.
Yeah,
and then we'll have a few days in, so maybe Seth will be a little sleep deprived. That might get fun. You never know. You never know.
By the way, marijuana legal.
Okay.
Why is that? What does that have to do with anything?
You trying to roll up?
I think that's got social media gold written all over it, Figgy.
So you want to go to the dispensary for a video?
No, not me. Somebody.
Oh, so Lopez, hey, when do y'all get high?
No, that would be gold if you did it.
Lopez, you can't bring it up like, hey, when do y'all get high? And you're not gonna do it.
No, when do y'all get high?
Hey, that'd be social media gold if you jump off this bridge.
Yeah, get Sean.
I'm not doing it.
Get Sean high. Get Sean
Why
high.
you don't want to get high? Y'all should get high.
I've told you, I've got nothing against weed. I love it. It's awesome. It's just not for me.
Very good. All right.
You're gummy, Sean.
Look at this guy, man.
Just trying to set other people up.
All right. Who do you want to get high? 713-572-4610.
Yes. Important questions. Let's get to our question of the day, in fact. What's the most underrated fast food order in the world? There's more and more stuff happening at the Senior Bowl. I kind of want to get into some of the names that continue to pop as your favorite D3 player continues to get more and more buzz. But there is a particular gentleman who is getting buzz for fast food. So the question of the day, what's the most underrated fast food order in the world? We'll talk about that next.
The NBA. 22. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Question of the day. What's the most underrated fast food order in the world? You might go, Reggie, why would you ask this?
Why would you ask this?
The NFL world, at least the team building portion of the NFL world, has their eyes on Alabama, where the Senior Bowl is happening, and there's so much going on. A lot of buzz down there. John Harris down there, Cody Stutes down there. A lot of Houston media as well. Shout out to our guy Garrett for Houston Stressens on Twitter.
He out there?
He's out there as well. A lot of people
Salute
out
to
there.
Garrett, man.
A lot of good, kind of news and stuff coming out of it. But also you get fun stories as we start to learn some more about some of these guys that aren't maybe as visible or as notable if you were just watching the college football season. And one of those was an Iowa player named
Jennings Dunker.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Jennings Dunker had a very particular
name
thing
too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but he should be a hooper if you got a name Jennings Dunker. Like I feel like you really got to get in there. But it works as a
First
football
name
name.
Jennings.
It works as
That's
a football
cool
name.
alone.
By the way, Jennings with a G.
Yeah, that's cool alone.
That's
right there.
Jennings at that point, I'm pretty sure. But he had an interesting kind of human interest type moment where we learned a little bit about his proclivities when it comes to fast food.
But the Culver's was mine. I put that in after. I love Culver's.
What is it, Culver's?
Culver's.
What's Culver's?
You never been to Culver's?
He's not from the Midwest.
yeah,
I live in Minnesota. He lives on the East Coast.
That's
Culver's
a crime. Are you serious?
I mean, I'll visit one day. Jennings Dunker aiming. We thought he was going to get a Dunkin' Donuts ad. He's aiming for a Culver's ad.
That ain't right. Yeah, you got to go. You got to check it out.
They have one in Mobile, apparently. We should have done this interview at a Culver's.
You got to check it out.
So, yeah, Culver's. By the way, he eats 4 of those during the season.
What position Jennings Dunker play?
What do you think?
I think he is a safety. No, that's a lineman.
You sound like a quarterback.
That's a lineman.
By the way, he's one of the ones on the winners list that we get occasionally, kicking ass. By the way, big, beautiful, monstrous red-headed mullet.
And it flows out the back of his helmet?
Big, long, red-headed mullet. Yeah, but
how you feel about Clovers?
Culver's?
Culver's, yeah.
The only reason I found out about it is one of my son's best friends was from Chicago, and they put a Culver's in Humble. Apparently there's like 3, maybe 4.
I went to that one.
Yeah.
Before.
And he said, oh, they're putting a Culver's? I like, it's like Whataburger up in the Midwest, And I said, well, I'll try it. And they have this thing called the Butter Burger.
I had that.
It's awesome.
It was actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it was good. The only thing, I wouldn't go all the way back out there for it.
They have.
If I'm in the area,
J.J. Watt used to drive out there regularly after practices and stuff. And they have cheese curds. It's a big thing in the Midwest. So cheese curds and a butter burger, not the healthiest thing in the world, but
you don't say.
But so it did get us thinking about like an underrated, maybe not even in town, but in town, like an underrated fast food meal. Because the butter burger is never really mentioned in all these lists. It's outstanding. And he sounded like legitimately offended that the guy had never even heard of it. Like, you never been to Culver's? What's the matter with you? Have you not lived, man? So I'm interested in y'all's, and of course, get in on the YouTube channel, all the social media, and then also 713-572-4610. Like underrated, not like the double Whopper and whatever. No, underrated fast food or ones that you'd like to see. The one that came to mind for me, and I've tried several times. Grocery stores here will sell in the frozen section White Castle hamburgers.
Yeah, or like the actual sliders.
Yeah, the actual sliders.
Okay,
they're just not the same.
Oh yeah,
they're just
I thought you was about to say they pretty good.
No,
like, nah,
they're just not the same.
Nah.
When I traveled all the time, anytime I would go by the White Castle restaurant,
real restaurant, yes,
that is awesome.
Yes,
that is really good.
We got a White Castle. We are a White Castle home.
Oh yeah.
So every time we see one, we stop.
And there's none in Houston, right?
Nope. I think they put one in Texas somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's up there towards Dallas or what, but they put one in Texas.
You could eat like 9 of those.
I feel like when we do this, though, we ruin the integrity of what we're doing. I feel like anytime we take these regional trains and we try and spread them far and wide.
Or do local then.
No, I know, but I'm saying like no. It's not. And it's not about the responses.
You're talking about the frozen section.
But like the Culvers when it's like, hey, we got one in Texas, and it's like this probably doesn't compare to the one that y'all got up in.
No, the
wherever.
one here was good. I loved it.
Was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I know some of our listeners will let me know where else, but I know the one in Humble was really good.
Some people that feel like they have some underrated sandwiches or various different items from fast food. Somebody said McDonald's Filet-O-Fish, the classic. The people who like the Filet-O-Fish love the Filet-O-Fish. There's no in between. You either hate it or love it. I don't think I've met someone that was like, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's either just hate it or love it.
Yeah.
Somebody said the 2 tacos from Jack in the Box, argue with your mama. I appreciate that portion of it. There was a point in time where that was the go-to. Whatever I got at Jack in the Box, I needed to make sure to get these tacos.
Just throw them on the side.
Yeah, that was my side.
Yeah.
Without question.
Like underrated?
I think I've gotten bougie. This is a mini confession here because I have cut off more and more of fast food from my life, and it's not because I'm trying to eat better. It's because I'm like, ooh, the quality is not the same as what I want. And somebody on the text line mentioned Brahms, and I really like Brahms. I just feel weird talking about this Oklahoma-ass chain as the one that I want to throw up here. That feels weird to me.
Yeah, the one I wouldn't say this is underrated. This is probably something I only get. Maybe a couple people get this, and I got a lot of dirty looks from this every time I order this. But going to Whataburger, I usually get the number 5, which is the bacon. I want to say the Whataburger with bacon. I think instead of the mustard on there, I always substitute it for honey butter sauce.
Oh, see, I do that with the chicken. Well, not with the chicken biscuit, with the honey barbecue chicken sandwich.
Really?
Instead of getting honey barbecue, I get honey butter.
Yeah,
which
I get the honey butter on the burger.
Yeah,
to the point I pulled up. I mean, to the point I pulled up, she was like, "What?" She said, "On the burger."
That's like mine though.
She had to make it clear. I'm like, "Yes."
I have a really good hack that I'm going to tell everybody now. When you go to Jack in the Box,
sourdough bread.
Yep, just get the regular. What is it called? The regular Jack, but to ask them to put it on sourdough, perfect.
I used to do the bacon ultimate cheeseburger on sourdough when I still went to Jack in the Box, but I'm too bougie for that now.
The other one, and maybe people think I'm nuts, but when I used to travel a lot to West Texas, it's generally up there. I guess there might be some down here now. I haven't looked. Taco Bueno.
Taco Bueno's solid.
Yeah, Taco Bueno's good. Yeah.
And then, of course, for my guy Luke, and for all my other folks who have been either suffering in silence or been one of just alone in this thought. Can't go wrong with the basic Arby's beef and cheddar. You can't. All these people that talk crazy about Arby's, they're liars. They don't know. They don't know ball. Yeah, he gets chicken. I don't understand that, but you got to get the beef and cheddar, man. The classic beef and cheddar always going to do you right. So yeah, shout out to Jennings Dunker, who, by the way, that he is a 6'5", 320 offensive tackle that played at Iowa, so you know he's got the toughness and everything. Yeah, he's been a guy that is of note. And I think
where is he slated to be? Where is he mocked to be drafted?
Oh, this is one that I don't have a great idea on just yet. But I mean, when you get these guys in the Senior Bowl, it's always very interesting. And he profiles at least top half with his measurables.
Yeah, at
least. But yeah, I haven't seen him on as much. I haven't seen his name pop up like as a winner. Now, a name that I have seen a lot, D3, John Carroll University, wide receiver Tyron Montgomery.
Dude,
they're talking about him as like he's going to be a dude.
I started seeing people from Cleveland talk about, hey, he's already here. Might as well draft him.
5'11", 190. People were saying that he tried, or not people were saying, in his past, and I don't think I realized this, he tried to walk on here at Houston.
And LSU.
At UH and LSU.
Played basketball. Oh, he's only been playing football for 2.5 years.
Like, that is an interesting note.
Yes.
Because that when you hear that, you think of all the players, like, for some reason, I'll go with Hakeem, where, by the time he got to U of H, he had only been playing basketball for a few years. The possibility that still remains with refinement on the top end.
We were literally first on this guy. We were the first.
But you're joking.
What doesn't matter.
And then all of a sudden we were like, oh, wait, this is real? Here's another one, though, that I think has been interesting. Defensive tackle Caleb Banks out of Florida. Projected first rounder. He's had a huge day.
Yeah.
Bucky Brooks was, kind of mocking him to the Texans, which I think because of the Texans draft position at 28, a lot of the mocks, I've seen all sorts of different stuff. I've seen defensive tackle. I've seen, obviously, offensive linemen like Caden Proctor. And then I've seen, like, Anthony Hill, linebacker out of Texas. And it just feels like because they're so far down and we're still so early in the process, it's hard to figure out how things will fall. But Caleb Banks is one of those guys that has been mocked to the Texans, and Florida defensive tackle, projected first rounder, didn't get a lot of snaps this past season because he was dealing with the foot injury.
They're going to draft a defensive tackle with their first round pick.
6'5", 330, and he looked imposing, really strong in run defense. That intrigues you, does it not?
It does, but again, defense gets richer, and where's those offensive linemen? By the way, Jennings Dunker, the highest ranked guard.
Who has that one?
NFL Draft Buzz.
Okay, yeah.
Second rank.
Guard.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm trying to think. So that probably sound like a second round.
Depends.
Probably, yeah.
Depends.
Second round pick.
Yeah.
It depends. So, and then the one that I was actually talking with John Harris about this one yesterday when we were going back and forth texting. Quarterback Taylon Green. It's not a good quarterback class. Taylon Green is he's a dude who has had people buzzing. I know that Todd McShay was talking about him out at Senior Bowl, because he falls in a category that I like to call is going to get somebody fired.
Yes.
Big, athletic.
6'6". Remember we talked about that?
Not great at throwing the football.
Yeah.
It just feels like he is the next in the lineage of, can we make him into Josh Allen? Is this Josh Allen? And so Arkansas's Taylon Green, who I'm sure you've seen, right, at some point, he's also a guy that's generating buzz, but not necessarily all for the right reasons. But yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. In fact, speaking of John Harris, I'm sure we'll get him on at some point in the near future to talk about draft things as we get towards
okay, so that
whoever he feels that way
we'll
about.
ask him. That'll be
we
a
need
question.
we need to make sure we get that person.
John, who do you feel like?
Who is the player that make you feel like this?
okay, so that
The top 5 players that make you feel like
Give
this.
us a list.
okay, so that
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get ready to go around the NFL. We should have B. Scott joining us. But on top of that, what the hell is a chief kindness officer? We'll do that next. any of the people.
2 years.
Any of the people that they tried to look at for this job, and he is ultimately the one who ends up there with a Philadelphia Eagles team that looks like they need to figure out offense desperately.
You need to figure out offense. You don't want Sirianni to start calling plays again on a Revel. And B. Scott joining us here.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to bury the lead. Brandon Scott is in the building, baby.
Can somebody just help me figure out what does Nick Sirianni do?
Yeah. No.
What does he do?
Getting fights with fans and his teammates, or rather his players.
Which is all well and good, and fun. Yeah, I mean, it's awesome for fodder and to observe, but what does my man actually do?
No, the story in Philadelphia is the new guy, in this case Mania, the charge was you're calling plays.
Right.
Like they don't want, or he doesn't want, or whatever.
But a young, inexperienced guy.
Yeah, 33 years old.
33 years old, going to come in and call plays for the Super Bowl winning coach who none of us are still sure exactly what he does. Yeah. It is baffling to me. Baffling.
I have frequently had issues with Sirianni that have been voiced on this program because you are ostensibly an offensive guy. Why does your offense keep looking like that?
Yeah,
why is it so hard for you to? Why does it all look so hard? Why is it so hard for you to get the ball to all these talented players that you have? That was the question that I kept asking. And I mean, they go and hire a quarterback coach, Sean Mannion, who is inexperienced and now is charged with taking over and trying to get Jalen Hurts, who also has his particular issues is not right word.
He's a challenge to coach.
He has his challenges.
He's
I think
limited.
that's the word.
Yeah,
there's some limitations that have there, and then you have to figure out how to make all of this go in the space where a lot of other people have tried to make this go and haven't really been as successful as it feels like they should have been.
If it doesn't work with Sean Mannion, it can't be Sean Mannion's fault, right? It's got to fall at the feet of Nick Sirianni, of Jalen Hurts. Yeah. Of whatever stars they still have left over. I don't know if A.J. Brown will still be there, but you understand, he will be on the bottom of the list, even if he's no good. Great for him,
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity to take this step up in a job is good, but this is a tough one. And this is a job where I think Figgy made mention of it. Hey, the fans will know your name and they'll get after you. Ask Kevin Patullo.
It's all over already.
Ask Kevin Patullo. They was on his bumper.
That's one reason I didn't want Gerard Johnson to go there. Like just as a person, as a human.
Yeah.
Like, man, don't go to Philly, man.
They're already like, oh, no,
one wrong throw, man. They're going to be going after him.
Yep.
Hey, look, I got to say this, though, on Gerard's behalf. If I'm Gerard, all right, how long Gerard been coaching now? How long you been in the NFL? At least about 6 or 7 years.
6 or 7 years.
I'm a little bitter about this one. Oh, you think Sean Mannion can scheme you up a better offense than me?
He visited there yesterday.
I know.
He was there.
in the building.
He was in the building yesterday.
It's not like you hired Chip Kelly or Cliff Kingsbury or Kevin Stefanski or Mike McDaniel or somebody. Sean Mannion? What's up, Philly?
I know.
Come on now.
Yeah.
And y'all got another Houston kid as the quarterback. I can come in there and work wonders.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like that.
Now, you said a lot of names that would be responsible. How would you feel about Howie Roseman here? Because there was a point in time where it felt like Nick Sirianni was kind of a figurehead and Roseman was kind of appointing things in his stead. Like, here, I'm giving you the players, I'll give you your coordinators, and you could just do whatever it is you do. I don't know if that's still the case or if that really fully was the case at any given point, but it feels like Howie Roseman, you got some splaining to do as well, because you're doing you're getting the groceries, but somehow you've got to acknowledge if the chef isn't getting it done.
Yeah, the main thing that works in Howie Roseman's favor is that we do feel pretty good about him at his job. Like, it's hard to look at their roster year in and year out and think that, you know what, Howie Roseman doesn't know talent. He doesn't know how to put together a team.
Look at the offensive line.
Like, it's so you at least know that he knows what he's doing, but are they surrounding themselves with the right people to maximize what he's ultimately building?
Sirianni could be out next year.
Easily.
Next year. Which is another reason you're kind of like, all right, Gerard, probably wanted this job. I know you wanted this job. Might be a good thing.
Yeah.
Might be a good thing.
Could be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
So I imagine that this will be a question that will go to Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the National Football League, when he has his State of the League address next week in San Francisco for Super Bowl Radio Row, gearing up for the big game, as we like to call it. What the hell is a chief kindness officer? Because
a chief kindness officer?
I'm breaking this to you. Can't wait.
Wait, kindness? As in being kind?
As in being nice.
The NFL has appointed a new chief kindness officer Which there is something to say about this Chief Kindness Officer.
Well, yeah, before we even get to that, the idea of it.
I thought y'all was talking about the Kansas City Chiefs.
No.
I thought he was trying to help them out a little more.
No, the NFL, in their executive structure, in addition to their chief operating officer and their chief financial officer and all their chief executive officer or what have you, they decided, you know what we need is a CKO, a Chief Kindness Officer.
I'm going to get in
I should have applied for that,
I was
man.
going to say, I'm going to jump in our audience, or not our audience, our Odyssey portal and see if there's a Chief Kindness Officer in our company.
You're
and
in.
see if I can negotiate
ASAP.
that position.
I will dip out on this show so fast.
Man, let me tell y'all about kindness. How much does kindness pay?
Well, I will
Probably
say
more
this.
than what I make.
And here's the kicker. First of all, the Chief Kindness Officer has Roger Goodell written all over.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what it does.
Like he's all about image and where choose kindness and all this other stuff that they do. So it has him written all over.
Yeah, I guess this because they've been trying to work with creators, 160 creators across various social platforms are going to be there in San Francisco to film content. And one of those creators is named Dar Man, who has leveraged YouTube and other platforms to develop a serious scripted entertainment studio, apparently.
Can I tell you about Dar Man?
Yes, please. The NFL says that Man is being named that in reference to the uplifting content that he produces.
Right.
So
Dar Man,
that's the Chief Kindness Officer.
That's the bio.
Yes.
They left this part out. In 2012, he was charged with 13 felony counts of fraud and defrauding a city beautification program, the city of Oakland, California. 13 felony counts in 2012.
So decidedly not kind, allegedly.
That's not kind at all.
That's right. Figgy, you really should be in this job.
Hey, I'm telling you, I would leave this show in a heartbeat for a position like that. I'm already being kind for free.
At least I should get paid for it.
Yes.
I might be losing money being too kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea that you could monetize kindness.
Yeah.
I would have been kinder.
You do now.
I would have been much kinder my entire life.
That was all that was stopping you. The prize on the other side, right?
Nobody told me to get paid. Didn't know.
Yeah, I found this to be entirely
kind.
silly, but this is the type of thing that the NFL does in this media landscape.
And then it turns out it's just content creation.
Pretty much, yeah.
And I think that's what's really getting me is the lameness of calling it kindness.
What you really telling me the league that has behind their end zones, it takes all of us?
Yeah.
Is it kind of corny at times?
Yeah.
Because I still ask myself, and every time I see that, to do what? It takes all of us to do what?
It would be hilarious, though, if they just continue to write all of it around the field. It takes all of us to do this and do that and to do that. It's just like, man, just keep it. Keep it. You don't mean any of it.
Yeah.
Some other things as we continue around the NFL. Do you care at all about the jersey, the uniform combination in the football game?
I do now because people have been asking me about it, so do tell.
Yeah, the uniform combination has been announced. Patriots going with a whiteout. It'll be an all-white jersey for them. In fact, they've worn white before, but they have not done the all-white appearance. So this is their 12th Super Bowl appearance, which, as you might remember, is the most of any Super Bowl, any team in the NFL. They have been in 1/5. By the time this game is over, they will have been in 1/5 of all Super Bowls that have existed. All white for the Patriots, which also will have a USA 250 patch on it to celebrate or commemorate the 250th year of the United States being a country. That patch is going to be all next year, so this is a little bit of a preview in this game. The Seahawks will be wearing their home navy as well, but I found it interesting that they go with the entire icy white.
So I was talking to a group of students at Sam Houston State a couple of days ago, and they were all about. They were like, "Do you know what jerseys they're going to wear at the Super Bowl?"
That's because they wanted the old school, the Patriot.
Yeah, but they don't do throwbacks in the playoffs.
I guess you could, but I know that's what people have been.
No, I think that's a rule. I think it's a rule is that when you get to playoffs, you're not doing the throwback jersey.
This is more art than science for me, but I feel like the Patriots white looks better and the Seahawks blue looks better.
I agree.
So, really any color that they wear. So I would have been disappointed if it was the other way around, right? If you got the Seahawks wearing white and the Patriots wearing their blue or whatever. So I think this is the optimal outcome aesthetically.
Yeah.
So I have that portion of it. And do you guys, first and foremost, before I move forward, because Rob throws up, he thinks that they should absolutely be allowed to have alternates in the playoffs. Do you guys?
Yes.
Man, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Rules on what you can wear are stupid.
And that can
be
changed with a snap of the finger.
In every setting.
Yeah.
Yes, you should be allowed to wear.
That's why uniforms was a deal, because people really wanted the old Patriot, snapping the
ball.
Do
you feel like the NFL just want the generic, regular uniforms in there because the whole world going to be watching and they want it to be more recognizable?
I don't know. I think they could do it.
Because if you do like an old alternate from the Green Bay Packers or something like that, that's not going to be the typical green you'll see.
Well,
So
I don't know if
maybe
they'd go back to like the 50s and those old uniforms.
Yeah, so I wonder if they just kind of want the regular uniforms just for the big game like that.
Yeah, no, it needs to look good. Look good, feel good. I meant what I said, like rules about wearing stuff anywhere. I actually didn't mean that. It needs to look good.
Yeah.
It needs to feel good, and this looks good, and I imagine will feel good looking good.
Okay, I rock with it. All right, one more note that I wanted to make about the Patriots, though. They carry a very interesting distinction as just the fourth Super Bowl team to do something in particular, which is
Super Bowl team to do something.
Oh, you want to try and guess it? I'll let you try and guess it.
I was going in the mental Rolodex. I don't have it.
Lose to the team that ultimately will have the first overall pick.
Oh boy, that's another reason I'm mad at the Patriots. So
they lost to the Las Vegas Raiders this year.
One, I came in after that.
Oh yeah, this one hurts you.
This one particularly hurts me. I was in a one chance only Survivor League. I had the Patriots week one, and they lost to the Raiders. I was out the first week.
Is that not? Hey, look, especially if you like the number one pick that you're going to get, is that not the best outcome for a fan if you're not going to win or go to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Like winning or simply going to the Super Bowl, I think is objectively better, right?
Right.
But if you can't do that, to say that I beat the Super Bowl champ and I got the number one overall pick, that I also like.
Silver lining. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I'd rather that than where I'm at right now.
When you say that, that means you're trying to cope.
Yes, that's coping.
Always. Yeah, but you already had the number one pick. You better find some cope to you.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Hey,
I think
we beat the Super Bowl champs.
You better find something to make you happy.
If that make you feel better, cool.
I'm just saying, if you beat the Super Bowl champs and you get the number one pick, so you feel like you got that feather in your cap, and you also gonna go get another.
All we need is that one player. Yep. All we need is that one player.
I'm not saying
watch out for next year.
Nah, I'm not saying that you're tricking yourself into thinking that you're actually a better team than you are.
Yeah.
Just with that result in and of itself, it's like, well, that's better than nothing.
All right, so the three other teams that have had this happen to them. In 1968.
Oh wow.
The Jets lost to the Bills. The Bills had only won one game, and it came against the Jets that year. The Jets won Super Bowl III. 1987, the Atlanta Falcons beat the Washington. Then I don't want to say the name. You just gonna you know what the team is.
Them folks.
I don't like saying the name. It is what it is. But the Atlanta won over Washington. Washington won the Super Bowl that year. You'll have to help my memory here because I have not done my research. The Colts beat the Packers in '97. The 1998 Super Bowl. Do you remember who won it?
Denver.
98. Was that Denver?
Yeah, Denver beat. I forget who they beat.
Denver beat the Packers.
Packers,
So to this point, the teams that have had this distinction of losing to the team that ultimately had the number one pick are 2-1. Do we go to 2-2 or is it 3-1 after this?
The Patriots are not winning the game.
we go to 2-2.
So no.
Okay, all right. I wanted to make sure, see if this was going to be something where, because 2-1 is not enough of a sample or enough of like a I guess record that we could say that it would tell us something one way or the other.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have this as a stat that ultimately goes, okay, it doesn't actually tell us anything.
Oh no, it's definitely what Figgy and what Lopez were. It's just a cope stat. Like oh man, at least I did this one thing cool, but it don't say nothing about you.
Did you guys see this? That Joe Brady, new head coach of the Buffalo Bills, he was the offensive coordinator. In his introductory presser, Josh Allen came out, and apparently Josh Allen revealed, "Hey, had a broken bone in my foot."
Oh, he had crutches and a boot.
Yes, yes. We just. Although he also went as far as to say he had a little broken bone in there. Blah blah blah. Obviously not an ideal situation, painful throughout the weeks, but game day, different story. Just being able to put that to the side and go out there and play
so
football.
Both of these quarterbacks in that game was playing with broken something in their foot.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of a thing. The football players are just different like that. Like they're playing a brutal sport, and then they dare to do it after they've already had their bodies brutalized on top of that. So it doesn't surprise. I do wonder, of course, like the implication here is it will be used as an excuse for why Josh Allen was so horrible toward the end, and just another example of him not winning the big game, but he's got his media darlings. Oh, look at him out there with the broke foot carrying his team.
Oh yeah, the media's
it'll be that.
The media discrepancy between how Josh Allen is talked about and how other quarterbacks are talked about is going to continue to expand.
Yeah.
He says that he would have played in the next game, so he is at least internally not using that at some level.
Yeah, to be fair to him, He is incredible.
And he has never used those types of
things. He is incredible and accountable, and I give him credit for that. So, I do get the fascination.
Right.
For sure.
Yes, but apparently just everybody was out here dealing with foot injuries. And another instance where you look around at the AFC this year and you go, damn, that was winnable.
Do you think he still would have played?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's a sicko. Yeah, he prides himself on being that.
I mean, no Buffalo without. They might as well forfeit whenever he doesn't play.
Correct.
Like I know you can't do that.
The way that they're built right now, without question.
Who's they backup?
I have not even committed it to.
Is
Let's
it still
find
Mitch
out
Trubisky?
together. Well, I hope not, for their sake.
Oh, yeah.
What's the difference? I ask myself as soon as I said that. Yes, it is Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah.
Mitchell, not Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah. Which is like a D grade Josh Allen. Like if you could get 40%, 35% of Josh Allen.
Actually, do you know who their backup is? Wildcat James Cook. That's who their backup is, if we're going to be honest. That's the way that should go. That's the way
That's a better chance.
You can interest me in that. Okay.
There we go. All right.
Much better chance.
There you go. That's around the NFL on this Friday in Loop on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott in with us on this Friday as well as he often is. And so why not get B. Scott's thoughts? I have a feeling that we might be talking about where the Rockets are right now. Let's find out together next.
The NBA rumor mill. Powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
One of the best parts of your Friday is when you tuned in to In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 at 11:20 on a Friday, because you get B. Scott's thoughts. B. Scott, what you got, man?
So I listened earlier to our friends on the morning show, Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast, kind of make fun of Kendrick Perkins's
the pride of Beaumont, Texas.
The pride of Beaumont Ozan High School, class of 03, McDonald's All-American and all of that.
Damn, he got the whole resume out here.
He was in that class with LeBron James coming out of high school, and all of that. People forget about that.
Going against Chris Bosh.
Yeah, man, it was a movie back then. But he had a take that the Rockets should be involved in the Giannis trade talks, that they should trade Alperen Sengun and a handful of other players and some picks to go out and get Giannis and double down on the Kevin Durant trade and go all in, essentially.
Yeah.
And it seemed like the morning guys found it comical. It seemed like some of the audience listening in the morning found it comical.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just listening. I found it interesting how differently we viewed the whole thing, because while Kendrick Perkins as a figure and ESPN figurehead can be pretty funny,
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was making some pretty decent points. Here's my feeling on the Giannis idea. If the Rockets are not at the very least having serious conversations about what it would look like to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo and who they would be willing to part ways with and what they would be willing to part ways with to do so and what the opportunity cost would be to do it, then they are not doing their due diligence. They should absolutely be interested, or at the very least be talking about doing it. Now, maybe the conversation arrives you to a place where, you know what, we don't want to do it. We don't want to give this up. We believe in this. We believe in that. But you should at least say it out loud.
Yeah.
Do I think that Alperen Sengun is better than Giannis Antetokounmpo? The answer is probably going to be no. You should say out loud, at what point in his career do I think Alperen Sengun is going to be better than Giannis Antetokounmpo is right now? Not even MVP and finals MVP Giannis. I'm talking about today's 31-year-old Giannis who's been through injuries and is injured right now. At what point in Alperen Sengun's career is he going to be as good as that player and give you as good of a chance to win a championship as that guy with the combination of Kevin Durant, even at 37 years old, playing like an all-NBA player? It's something they should absolutely be considering.
I don't think you're crazy, even before you said that. But we brought this up. I brought up Reggie, and mine was more question than anything. And I'm with you on you got to have the conversation. You have to say it out loud. I also feel there's a Fertitta factor here, and you brought in Kevin Durant. I don't think it's crazy. And so I think if you're in, right? If you're in, you're all in. And so that was the question. I mean, are you willing to do that to have a legitimate chance? Because I think this started, Reggie, when I asked, or you asked, where are they right now as a contender?
Yeah. Right.
Because they're not.
Which is another big question that
Right.
they need to ask themselves.
They're not a contender right now. I think this was yesterday, actually.
It was literally yesterday.
Yeah.
What is the reasonable expectations
Right.
for them at this
And
point?
so I
Because they
brought up-
started the season as championship or bust, and that can't be the answer.
Yeah.
anymore.
Right.
And
so
started the season off 15-5 and looked like they could play with anybody.
And I
at
brought
that
up
time.
the whole Giannis thing, not really having a strong opinion, but I think they definitely should kick the tires on it and look at it. I really do. But if he comes in, this whole what are they and are they a contender, that conversation ends. They're a contender.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. No. Not only are they a contender, but they're so look. The big issue is that Giannis is hurt right now.
Yeah.
And so, like, part of my logic, before his injury would have been you give yourself a better chance right now and at the very least next year when based off of the way that Kevin Durant is playing now, you got to at least think that even if there is a slight drop off, he's not going to fall off a cliff. He's still going to be a very good player next year. And my whole thing is with Giannis and KD over the next however many years that lasts, and that is the caveat. You don't know exactly how long that's going to last. But however long it does last, to me, it gives you a better chance to win a championship, to be a contender, as you're saying, than any stretch that you would have with the rest of those guys, even factoring in growth and development and all of that kind of thing.
The thing that's tough for me is the idea of an in-season move.
Yeah.
Is what makes this untenable in my mind. Now, we start talking about offseason, and I think I'm a lot closer to where you are, even more so than I would have thought. You guys were just talking, and I heard some of it, but I just got knocked out. You know how you see something that knocks you off, proverbially off your chair?
All the time.
I'm out.
Every day.
Why does Giannis shoot better from three than Alperen Şengün this season? Now, both of them pretty low percentages, but I was just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, Şengün just like flat out stopped shooting him. There was a point in the game the other night where I was at, against the Spurs, where he's got a wide open three and passes it up.
Yeah.
Like he's completely lost confidence in that shot. Never mind the fact that, he's probably justified in not having much confidence in the shot. So, yeah, he's definitely not a floor spacer at this point.
I want to get into something you said.
Yes.
Reggie. Because you said midseason might be a non-starter for you.
Yeah, it's a non-starter for me, I think.
And the reasoning, I'm not putting words in your mouth, would be like, okay, you got to kind of start over. You got to implement a new offense, et cetera.
Yeah, the things that you need around Giannis is not necessarily well situated right now with this team.
But here's my counterpoint: you're still trying to learn this offense yourselves with this group. You don't know what you're doing offensively right now.
Yeah,
I shouldn't say you don't know what, but you haven't established that offensive identity right now. So why would that be a non-starter for bringing in Giannis right now?
Yeah, and I think it kind of you just sort of substitute answers, right? The Şengün hub is a big part of what you do now.
Yeah. The post-ups.
And the post-ups, I think just allowing Giannis to do what he does, and then I think perhaps a little bit more. I think you would be encouraged to do a lot more Kevin Durant and Giannis pick and roll than you've been doing Kevin Durant and Alperen Şengün pick and roll for whatever reason that they haven't been doing that. But here's what I would say about the whole in-season versus off-season thing. I understand those concerns that you would have about it. I would also look at the other side of the market in the off-season of like it would be a much more robust market. It would be a lot more that you're competing with to get Giannis. Now, I still think that you would have the best or among the best packages to present to the Milwaukee Bucks, both now and later.
Yeah.
But this is a strike while the iron's hot. Maybe the timing of it in terms of the market suits you better than waiting in the offseason. So you kind of have to just take those negatives that you're talking about, having to figure out chemistry on the fly, and what does that do? What does it do to team chemistry doesn't bother me as much now that I don't feel like they're a legitimate contender. Because, what am I concerned with disrupting a team that I feel like is going to finish no better than third or fourth or fifth in the West and win maybe a playoff series? I don't see them in the Western Conference Finals. Certainly don't see them winning it. So I'm willing to disrupt whatever that actually is already.
The other thing is I think that I don't know how comfortable I am with flipping the entirety of the scope of what the organizational arc is in the middle of a season. Because, as you mentioned, it would be I'm not here for a long time, I'm here for a good time type move. Yep. You would be looking at severely shortening the window of what the long-term arc of the team is, still having, hopefully, a young player like Amen Thompson to still be the longer-term curve of it. But you'd be doing more of cutting into the youth movement that you have here that feels like some level of foundation for a number of years as opposed to what would then be, which is the short term of Giannis and KD's window of trying to win, and then after that, a little bit more lack of clarity beyond that.
Yeah, for me, this is the part where, all of us who get in the weeds kind of fall into in my view at least, the trap of just being fascinated with development and this long runway that we talk about. And look, maybe that's what it does. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, even in projecting that, I don't see that being better than this long runway that you're talking about does not give championship to me. It gives very competitive, very entertaining. There's going to be some all-stars and some all-NBAs in there. They'll be one of the better teams in the West for a long time. Is it giving championship at any point? I just am not seeing it. I can see it with this combination that I'm proposing.
I think the baseline of that, though, is the question at the heart of it: how much development do you still think is on the bone for Alperen Şengün?
Well, my thing is with B. Scott is, if we're just being brutally honest, do you think KD really cares about the runway?
Well, no.
No.
To some degree. I think that's part of why he comes in.
He won't be here.
Yeah, no, it's that Matthew Johnson meme.
Yeah. I mean, he cares. He wants to help. I mean, he's a hoop junkie. He wants to help and do good by these guys in this organization. But he's not here for the development of other guys and what it looks like in 5 years.
And then to Reggie's question about the development of Alperen Sengun and his potential, it is for me decidedly not Giannis. It's
not Giannis by itself, but you're also giving up some of the pieces that you started putting around what this team is.
Like whom? Like Tari Eason, who you might be parting ways with anyway.
It's possible.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I'm not gonna let Tari Eason, as much as I like him, and even Alperen Sengun, when we're talking about Giannis, I'm not gonna let the idea of their development get me in the way of, hey, let's make me a championship contender
there's
right
those
now today.
and some of the pieces that you would use to build around as well, because you also talk about future draft capital. That's what the Bucks would be looking for as well.
Yeah,
right.
Well, sure, but I feel like as important as it is, I'm not trying to downplay it.
Yeah, but that's the capital that you use to build this.
I'm not trying to downplay it, but as important as it is, I feel like we get too much caught up in the future.
Right.
The future.
Right. Because Reggie keeps talking about
the future.
That's what you used to build this team. Yeah. What I'm saying is build what team?
Yeah.
The team that is fun, much more fun to watch now than it was before, but still is not at that ultimate level that I'm asking for.
By the way, real quick, KD is playing his ass off right now.
He's playing great basketball.
This season, he's playing great basketball. Ass off.
I also think it's a credit to, and this very much gets lost, I think, but even going back to Jalen Green and now with this conversation I'm having with Alperen Sengun, I do think that it constitutes success when a player turns out to be good enough to maybe not necessarily make you a championship contender, but can be the centerpiece in a trade that gets you a Kevin Durant, in a trade that gets you a Giannis. Like that in and of itself, when we're talking about
building.
That's building. That is a success. Maybe he didn't turn out to be. Maybe Jalen Green is not Kobe Bryant, and Alperen Sengun is not Nikola Jokic, but they're good enough to get you one of those guys. That is success to me.
I think you guys make great points. I think the thing that ultimately is at the heart of some of my skepticism on trading some of your future for now is also an understanding of what's happening in the league in this very short span. But you look at, the likes of the way that the Pacers have built, the way that the Thunder have built, the things that feel like they work right now are not top-heavy teams that you then surround. It feels like we have gotten to a point where the league is, you go 1 through 9 of really good players that maybe the top end isn't as good. How do you feel about Tyrese Halliburton? Because I don't think he's a top 5 player, but they have a team of that caliber because of all of the depth that they build around. And it feels like you'd be moving somewhat away from that style of team building to one that is a little bit more of what we saw from anywhere from 2016 till to maybe a handful of years ago, where it was a little bit more top heavy, and then you were like, we'll figure out the rest later.
Yeah, I think that there's something to that, especially if you're following league trends. But then to me, it just becomes a new challenge.
Sure.
Build around Kevin Durant and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Good luck. And I think I don't think that's an unreasonable task, even if you give up some things.
Yeah, the question I have is, are we being too hasty on a season where you had a couple of really unfortunate load-bearing losses? Are you then changing up the entirety of the plan because you're reacting to Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams?
Similar to last year in getting Kevin Durant, it's not like it's something that you absolutely have to. That's the benefit of it, is that you have options. You can stand pat and kind of just rock with it, or you can up the ante because these players have turned out to be at least good enough to yield you better players.
I love that conversation because I don't think there's a definitive answer, but it's very good on either side.
I was going to ask y'all, would that trade for Giannis make them a title contender? You think they could get to the finals?
I think they're closer.
If they make that trade.
And this year makes it complicated because he's injured right now, and you don't know what he's going to be when he comes back.
If they make that trade right now, could they get to the finals?
I'd feel a lot better about it.
I would too.
Than I do right now.
Yeah, I'd understand that. I definitely would understand that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, maybe some of that conversation continues on through the breaking into what's popping, but also the Astros have made a trade. Does this do anything for you? We do it next.
All right, happy Friday, and Friday means this.
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's popping, and appreciate all the people getting involved on what was a very good B. Scott's thoughts. Not that there's very many bad ones, if at all, but we had a rousing conversation.
This one was a better one.
I'll come up with one. No,
a bad B. Scott's? We'll find it.
There's a reason why we don't remember the bad ones.
And
They're
you know
forgettable.
what? That's the way to handle your life. Just if there's a bad one, go ahead and throw that one out. Who cares?
Just take it.
I don't remember.
I take my L, they come, and then just keep it rolling.
Dana Brown and the Astros, who are just under 2 weeks from pitchers and catchers reporting Lopez, they continue to make moves. These are small ones around the periphery, but I feel like they're necessary. The move that they made yesterday was one in association with the San Francisco Giants. They traded their number, I believe I saw on the MLB website, it's their number 13th prospect, but I believe Baseball America, who just recently ranked the prospects, have him as the 20th prospect. It's a 21-year-old catcher, Jansel Villarroel. He's a high A catcher and outfielder. He's going to go to San Francisco. And the Astros bring in an optionable swingman right-handed pitcher. His name is Kai-Wei Tang. He joins he has been pitching out of the pen, but I think the expectation is he has done both. The expectation is that he would be brought up to being a starter, maybe like a sixth starter type guy. But he has options, so you could kind of move him up and down in the system and send him to AAA if you need to. And right-handed pitcher adds that depth. Only thing is 6.37 ERA last year, 29 2/3 innings pitched. But it feels like he misses bats. There's not a high barrel rate. This feels like a candidate for Ash car wash. This feels like an opportunity to add depth to either your rotation or your starters, and a nice right hand that hopefully can help you fill out what seems to be the project of the offseason, which is your pitching this year.
Yeah, it's one of the big stories going into Astros spring training is what are they going to do with the back end of their rotation, because you feel like you got probably the top 4 spots pretty much secured, but who's going to be the 5th starter is a question basically from now until the rest of the season.
And they're going with 6 starters a lot too.
And then they're going with 6 at the very least to start the season.
Yeah.
So to start the season, who's going to be 5 and 6, and then ultimately once you get into the thick of it, who's going to be 5? And so this is somebody that's coming in, I guess, to compete for that. But then on the back end of that conversation, you're also talking about how do we not overly tax the Abreu-Hader combination, because I don't think they want either one of those guys to pitch more than 3 outs. And so you're going to be asking your starters to go much deeper into games. You're going to be limiting the amount that you're asking of those back-end reliever guys. Who's going to make up the difference? So that meaning we're going to be those back-end starters. Who's going to be that bridge in the bullpen? What's your piggyback situation is going to look like? And here's a candidate to fill that.
Yeah, this is a deal that on the surface doesn't really move the needle very much. The Giants needed to make room for Harrison Bader on the roster. The Astros needed somebody who might relieve and might be a starter and maybe get through the car wash and be some. On the surface, it's just sort of like, hey, let's give it a shot. We needed this, we needed that. Let's go. But it could be one of those where, as you pointed out, I mean, they've worked some magic on these pitchers before.
It could turn out to be like, man, remember back at the end of January they went and got some guy that I never heard of?
Yeah.
Man, he's eating up some innings. That type of situation.
And I feel like one of the things that the Astros have to do, because they go into so many of these seasons with question marks, at least have a whole bunch of question marks, so maybe you can hit on a few of them.
Yeah.
It is in my mind the lottery sense of things. It's kind of the way that some people go about the NFL draft, because you can't guarantee, as much as we would like to think, that one of these dudes is going to hit. Give yourself more chances of hitting, right?
Yeah.
Buy more tickets at the lottery and see if you hit on more of them. This feels like another ticket. Although it is interesting that they went from taking what is a pretty barren farm system, 29th ranked, and taking one of their guys lower in them. We're like, hey, let's see if we can get a guy who we can, a fixer-upper to help us at the major league level.
Yeah, they got some knees, boy. Can Giannis bat left-handed? Can he pitch?
They don't have any lefty pitchers.
I would be surprised.
Can Shingun throw a baseball? Can he play
don't
first?
talk too loud.
Wait, hold
the
on.
Dodgers might trade for
while we're here,
give them $1 billion.
This is one of those nonsense topics that comes in that's just fun for Sports Talk Radio. Who do you think of any Houston sports athlete right now could you drop into the Astros to help him out quite a bit?
I'm gonna go.
I'm thinking.
Because they need help in the outfield, probably.
Only because I haven't seen, because some of the Texans I have seen play softball and baseball, and so they're immediately eliminated.
Okay.
But one who I haven't seen, and it feels like just an all-around great athlete, would be Derek Stingley Jr. Like, if I could just plop him in to just do an athletic thing, do a sport, it might be him.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Reed Shepard.
Are we doing a profiling thing there?
He's fast.
We are very much doing a profiling thing, and I'm okay with it.
No, I guess I am. I didn't mean to. No,
He could be a Miles Straw.
Because it's a thing. In your head, you think of him as small guy.
He's big dude.
But
he
he's
can run.
big guy for baseball.
Yeah.
Right?
He can run.
He could be a Miles Straw type.
Oh, God.
Yeah. He's bigger than Miles Straw.
Who got big forearms? Because I was starting at first I was like, can we get Kalen Bullock? He's already outfield guy. We know he's played some baseball. I was like, can he hit, though?
Yeah.
Because we don't just need dudes that can play defense in the outfield. We need dudes that can get to the plate that can also swing the bat.
So big forearms guy would be Daniil Hunter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah!
But also I've seen him swing a bat. I've seen him attempt to play
Do not
baseball.
say Will Anderson Jr. That brother looked like a toddler out there, man.
Yes.
Swinging the bat.
Yes, he did.
I just want to see Daniil. I just want to see it.
Yeah.
I know it's not going to work. I just need to see it, though.
Yeah, it would be
Just on the chance that he catches one.
It would be very disappointing.
He might put a hole in the glass out there in outfield.
Oh, yeah. Oh, could you imagine him running the bases? Hey, all of the infielders are running to the outfield.
Other way. Yeah.
I know we don't do this no more, but can you imagine him going home and the catcher trying to, ain't no stopping. Get out the way.
No.
Protect your neck.
The plate, the run is yours.
While we're talking about the Astros, apparently, according to Chandler Rome, who covers the team for The Athletic, the Astros are interested in a possible reunion with veteran catcher Christian Vasquez. Now, it's not seen as being close by any means, but it felt like this was going to be Cesar Salazar's opportunity to be the backup catcher. Now, he also fairly inexperienced. You know, I don't know that you feel as confident as you did when you had Victor Caratini as the backup. This something that interests you?
Yes. No, I think backup catcher is another one of those as we, think about the storylines going into spring training. They don't have a backup catcher to speak of. No disrespect to Salazar, but they don't view him that way, and I think he probably understands his lot in life at this point. Like, they're looking to upgrade that position.
Yeah.
Underrated, and I was talking to Adam Spillane about this on my podcast, on the Bebop podcast, but there have been even some discussions of, trading Yonder Diaz and just going with a cheaper, lesser version of at catcher, right?
Don't get Lopez excited now.
Yeah. I like Yannick a lot down on the farm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so opening up an opportunity for him, for Yannick, and then just kind of giving up on the Yonder Diaz thing, but also seeing if that brings you something into the system, given that you don't have a whole lot there.
Yeah. A little bit of churning still happening for the Astros. Dana Brown tinkering. We'll see how far this goes. And the big thing, I actually saw Ari Alexander used to be here in market, actually up in Boston, so he's perfectly situated for this.
Yeah.
He was talking about the possibility of what a Red Sox-Astros trade would look like for obviously one Isaac Paredes. He doesn't seem as open or as positive on the possibility of that idea, talking about kind of the difference in value between someone like a Jarren Duran.
Yeah.
You would need to add some more, and the Boston Red Sox may not necessarily be in need of the various other things that you could add on top of Isaac Paredes to make that deal worthwhile. I'll have to reach out to him, see how he felt about Wilyer Abreu, because that's the other outfielder that feels like they'd be tenable in that type of trade. But that was a little disappointing for me to see, because I don't want to see Isaac Paredes go, but if he did, I felt like that bringing back that kind of haul would be good.
And on Christian Vasquez, you improved defensively for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a very good point. Thing. I do want to do this.
Yes.
Because this was really, really cool on a personal level, and I think it's something that needs to be shouted out because we are doing What's Poppin'. My buddy Greg Wise.
Yeah.
Absolute great friend. Both his sons played for me. I learned so much basketball from Greg. I mean, there are so many guys that, over the course of coaching, I learned a lot from, a lot of coaches around, but Greg was always there. Everything we did with, pressing and scouting, he really helped me a lot, learning how to scout basketball players, just as a person, as a man. Greg is one of the best to ever walk Jack Yates High School last night.
Can I shout it out?
Yeah.
I am a former Jack Yates High School student.
Well, you should have brought this up.
Yeah, no. I'm glad that you did.
I should have worn my hoodie then.
I'm so glad that you brought it up because back when I was in school, Greg was actually coaching at Hightower, and I'm the grade behind his son, Nick, who obviously you know, Nick Wise.
Yeah, he played for me, so did Dondre.
Right, and so I watched him play, watched him, Nick as kind of an underclassman sort of phenom as the son of Greg, and have been a big fan of them even back when I was in middle school and high school coming up.
I had probably 4 or 5 of Greg's players play for me.
Yeah.
Including Nick and Dondre and Darius Santee, who made a big living in Europe playing professionally. Darius played at Hightower for a little bit, I think.
Yeah, but Greg changed Yates' program because I played there before Greg got there.
Yeah.
And so I was the type of player that they were putting out there before Greg Wise. And once Greg
what that's supposed to mean?
Once Greg Wise got out there, it got serious.
You wouldn't have been able to play under Greg, huh?
No.
Yeah, he's just one of
no
those
chance.
Just one of those dudes that's important to so many kids.
Yeah.
He was important to me personally, and I'm burying the lead. He got his 1,000th win last night.
1,000 of them things.
With 5 state championships, national championship. Kelvin Sampson showed up for the game.
They made PTI one time when they beat a team by 100 or something like that.
Yeah, so I wanted to give old Greg a big shout out because he's an important guy in this city, man.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Without question.
Co-sign that.
Salute to Coach Wise. Somebody may mention that Salazar can't catch a fastball. Well, not when the pitcher crossing him up.
Yep.
Not when that's happening.
No, not when it's meant for his chest or
shout out to Jack Yates.
Meant for his head. Yeah, shout out to
I've been over there a couple times just to chat with him.
JY till I die.
It's a cool place, man.
Very much so.
It's a cool place.
There's not another place like it in terms of high school environment in the city of Houston. Even its rivals would have to admit, not another place like JY.
We were making note of the other teams in the NFL who made some hires that left the Texans untouched. Maybe we spoke too soon. The Vikings fired their general manager, Kwesi Adolfo-Menso. So that's another general manager job that jumps up. Is it possible that they could come back around and ask to possibly talk to James Littford?
That's the Sam Darnold effect.
They did that kind of late too, man.
Real late in the game. Yeah. I'm wondering as to what the reasoning was behind that.
I thought I just saw him talking.
Yeah, this the time. Phil Yates saying that on Twitter. The timing of this is a major surprise. Adolfo-Menso spent the week at the Senior Bowl. He was just extended last offseason. I imagine once we get the story on this,
Sam Darnold.
It might be
the story.
You think? But Sam Darnold's has been ready to go to the Super Bowl for at least a week.
He should have been fired after the season then, if that was the case.
There is a Seth Wickersham play-by-play.
Yes,
that is
Don Van Natta. One of them will give us something
that has to be in the works.
That's what I am looking forward to it. I gotta admit. Always look forward to this, and kind of sad that we're done here for this week. B. Scott sitting in for the hour. We always appreciate you, my man.
Man, I appreciate y'all. The hour flew by.
It really did. I mean, if you want to hang around, I mean, I'm not trying to take your time, but that's always an option. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time. All right, coming up next, we continue back. We continue on this Friday. If the biggest hindrance to the Texans' offensive development this season happened in training camp, as Clint said, how's it going to be any different in 2026? Let's dive into that next.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, it's a funky Friday. Apparently, that's what I'm hearing from the booth over here where Figgy Fig's at. That sounds funky to me. I love it. So appreciate you rocking with us here on this Friday. Shout out to all the Jack Yates alums letting us know the year that you graduated, class of 86, class of 90, all
wore
checking
my hoodie,
in.
man.
Yeah, I should have told you about that, about Greg going for his 1,000th win last night. I was so happy for him.
No, that's incredible. Honestly, I wish I would have known ahead of time. I would have tried to
get out there.
Yeah, man. Why not, man? Especially when you have somebody historical things happening close to you. I feel like we don't do enough of appreciating that as a society.
Yeah.
Actually going out and seeing a thing like that. So yeah. But shout out to again Greg Wise getting his 1,000th career win at Jack Yates. That was really, really awesome last night. All right, let's get back to these Texans where obviously so much of this last couple of weeks has been postmortem and dissecting various different things. And Clint Stoerner had an interesting thought because he was able to link it back to the start of the season, even before the actual regular season started back in training camp, where he had a criticism of the way that they were handling training camp, and he brought it back around as one of the hindrances, at least, that he felt like factored into the Texan season.
Yeah, shout out to Clint, shout out to B. Scott. I'm sure he had something to do with this post because I missed this live, and then I heard it, and it got me thinking a little bit. Let's listen to Clint.
I mean, they just unleashed it. They did a lot of ones versus ones, right? Which meant the number one offense versus the number one defense. And you saw what our defense was. Everybody knew they were going to be one of the best defenses in the league.
And this was a line that you're trying to put together.
Well, you had a bunch of new faces on the offensive line that never played together. You had a new offensive line coach. You had a new play caller. You had all new terminology. You had a new number two receiver. You had two rookie receivers. You had a brand new back who you brought in late to training camp in Chubb, and you had Woody Marks, a rookie.
I just playing a different position.
Yeah, I mean, and you just unleashed the hound. I mean, that was a Bush League approach, and I believe it stunted the growth of the offense, and I believe that it wasn't doing right by C.J. Stroud. Now to hear Nick Caserio say, "Hey, it ain't about one guy anyway, so who gives a rip?" But if we're going to really analyze what the Texans did offensively and kind of the why and how they struggled this year, I believe it started in training camp.
All right. So
do you agree with this sentiment? Because if you did not understand fully what was happening there, when we were at training camp out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center, you go against ones versus ones. The starting defense, the Swarmageddon defense, whatever you want to call it, was going against a nascent offense where you didn't, as Clint laid out, you had an offensive line that you were piecemealing together. You were just now trying to find. In fact, that was part of the conversation. The largest conversation we were having was, can they find their best five and start developing some level of continuity? Those guys were being ravaged by the defensive line. You had a number of new guys in the wide receiving core, including a not a free agent, but a man that you traded from, and Christian Kirk, and a couple of rookies on the wide receiving core. An entirely different offense, new offensive line coach, new offensive coordinator, running backs. And they were being bombarded by this defense. And I remember vividly Clint Stoerner bringing this up as they're not getting the opportunity to really work on stuff because as soon as the ball is snapped, offensive line's getting their ass whooped, and you've got dudes blowing up plays so that your offense can't find some level of footing.
I can't remember the exact circumstance, but I remember turning to you at one point watching them in their ones versus ones drills and telling you they can't even get a playoff.
Yeah.
They can't even get a playoff. This is training camp. This is when you're learning.
It was the number one defense, John. It was a good defense, John.
And thank God for that. Thank goodness for that. Here's where I think it gets interesting, and I think it's what Clint got me thinking about. It's not going to be a lot different this year.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily the case.
On. There's going to be the same offense.
Yes.
So that's going to be a difference.
Correct.
But you're going to have largely new faces on the offensive line, just like last year.
God willing.
You're going to have a remade running back room, just like last year.
Possibly. I mean, at least in part.
They're going to make Woody Mars number one, that's it?
Probably.
And Jawar Jordan behind him?
Well, depending on injury luck, you might have Joe Mixon back, but I guess that would be different compared to last last training camp specifically, but he can handle being out there in training camp. He's done this a number of times.
You're going to have at least some semblance of a new tight end room. I know you're going to have Dalton Schultz, but you're going to clearly have.
You think so?
Yes. I think you're clearly going to.
There's been a number of people who have been like, clearly they're going to add or do something in the tight end room, and I'm not certain of that.
Mm-hmm.
They've got 3 dudes on the roster that they were looking to going into last season with optimism, and I could easily see them going. Dalton Schultz performed really well, is the way that you've talked about it. Obviously, he made records or made the record books for the Texans. You look at Cade Stover. If he's not injured, they feel like there's more development there. And then Brevin Jordan, who's a dude they've been excited for a number of times. If he comes in healthy, I think they're probably there's 3 tight ends. Boom, let's go.
I don't know about that.
Okay,
I don't know that.
I would hope that you're in the same place, but I don't have the certainty that everybody seems to have that they're just going to change this tight end room up.
And then 2 things I think are most significant. Number 1, DeMeco Ryans isn't going to change anything with how he operates with his defense.
Strong agreement.
The dogs are still going to hunt. They're still going to try to make life miserable for the offensive line. And then the second thing is, yes, C.J. Stroud has been in this offense, but and this is kind of because he'll be entering his 4th season. Any way you look at it, he's still a developing quarterback. It's kind of sad, but still trying to get a grasp of the offense. Seemed to get a little bit of it in the middle of the season. Obviously, we know how things ended. The coaching staff is the same, so that's good. But are they still going to be just getting whooped and losing confidence and maybe gaining in frustration? My question is, how much different?
maybe.
Yeah, how much different really is it going to be for this offense this coming season?
Well, I think that the yes on are they still going to be getting whooped is there. Mm-hmm. Like, this is one of the best defenses in the league, and they have continuity.
Yeah.
They're going to go whoop some asses on top of the fact that you got ass whoopers for players, right? Yeah. Danielle Hunter is a certified ass whooper. Mm-hmm. Will Anderson Jr. is a certified ass whooper. Derek Stingley Jr., certified ass whooper. Do I need to keep going?
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter, certified ass whooper.
All of them.
Aziz Al-Shire, certified.
Just name somebody.
Would you like to play along? 713-572-46 times. Certified ass whoopers, right? That's going to happen. I think the hope is that you're not in the same place in that, yes, every year is different, but you are not establishing fundamentals of what you're doing. Honestly, of an offense that they didn't even know what it was. Remember at that time?
Are you sure about that?
I can't say that I'm 100% sure, but I'm more sure. I'm very much more sure that it's different than what it was last year where, Nick Haley didn't know what this offense was at the beginning, and that was the plan. It wasn't like, oh, this is incompetence. The idea was, let's get out here, let's figure out what works here. And I think that if you think of it from that perspective, I hear Clint very much. I do sometimes, though, on the other side of this, not to ride the fence, but apologies. I think that I have bought in a lot into the ways in which DeMeco Ryans and the way that he goes about his propaganda. I say that lovingly because it works. It lands with his players. It matters. And part of that is we go hard. We don't lay off. So I do understand how it would be hard for him to be true to the way that he coaches and tell that defense, hey, let the offense get this off.
Yeah, can you just let up a little
bit?
Man,
let the offense
when
get
hell
this off.
freezes over.
Right?
Yeah, because and by the way, I don't want them to. That's their identity. I want them to be as savage as they were this year. I want them to be able to attack and really, put the pressure on the offensive line, because you have to find out who's good on the offensive line, and that's a really good way to do it. So I'm sitting there wondering, listening to Clint, kind of nodding my head. Yeah, I could see where it started at training camp. It was a real hindrance to the development of this offense. And then I thought, not going to be much different this year. I hope it, and from a defensive perspective, I hope it's not. So it's a dicey proposition.
Yeah, this is something, though, where this is going to be an issue if your offense doesn't step up to the challenge.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to be able to tell very quickly if there's been progress on the offense, at least from that point to the point that we get to when we get there in August.
Yeah.
From that perspective, are they able to at least look like they deserve to be on the same practice field at that moment? Because last year at the start, they didn't. You should hopefully have better talent on the offensive line, more solid fundamentals, at least with the rookie that you have. But new personnel is there. And so, they're going to need to step in and be there at a better level. Yeah, I think that it will be different in small ways, but I think that the inherent issue will still be there if you view it as such.
Well, not only if you view it as such. I mean,
the reason why I said that is, I think that there's a reason to go, hey, this is the adversary that you judge yourself against. NFL caliber play.
Yes, no, that's fair. But what I'm saying, like, we know how restricted teams are, NFL teams are when it comes to reps. If there's, remember the first 3 days of training camp?
Yes.
All 3 days got their ass kicked.
Yep.
I mean,
it builds character, John.
Well, it did, I hope, but they also didn't get off a lot of plays, or a lot of plays were blown up. That's what Clint's talking about,
sure.
And that's what I'm wondering about this year.
Do you have any thought as to, and I don't want to disregard by any means Clint Stoerner's perspective on this because he's been in that place where he's had to learn an offense in those training camp circumstances. And so I know that he's placing a level of value on those snaps that I'm not going to have as good of an understanding or a, feel for. But how much do you feel like, hey, the idea of picking up some of this stuff in, your when you're running on air and those things is the learning. Then when you get pads, when you get across somebody, the idea is, can you execute? It's not necessarily about, are you learning about this? It's, can you execute? And that is the question that you're asking in that moment. And so finding a way to execute against the best is actually going to be more stealing you for the season.
Yeah. Well,
that's because I think I'm going to be honest. I think that's more where my general thought process lands. Understanding that yes, if they're going against maybe the twos to start, yes, they'll maybe be able to grasp some of this, but you learn stuff going up against Daniil, against Will, and I think that there's always been conversations that we've had with players where they say, hey, going up against a really good dude, and then them stopping and being like, hey, this is what I saw there. This is what you need to get better at. They should be getting some of that as well from these experiences, should they not?
I think they will individually. I think you're absolutely right. Whomever the tackles are, well, we kind of know at least one. We know one. But whomever the linemen are, we're going to talk to them, and they're going to say, yeah, this player made me a lot better individually. As an offense, how much worse can it get? In terms of learning and picking up and developing an offensive identity. I
want to bring this up because it feels like we're doing the thing where we go, all right, this is the defense. Well, not feels like that's defense's fault for being too good. Yeah. And at some point, do we have to ask, where else does this happen?
Yeah.
Right? Is this not more indicative of the offense and the incapability of a very, very fresh first-time offensive coordinator to get them on the right page?
That's a good question.
Because, we're doing a lot of DeMeco Ryan. And DeMeco Ryans, you're the head coach, so you need to find a way to mitigate these things. And I think ultimately that's one of the things that Clint Stoerner was talking about there. All right, that didn't happen there. In year two, is this something that you can see being better because he had that experience and he knows, okay, these are the places that we need to
I was going to do it. No, he's about swarm. He's about, don't let up. Obviously, finish the plays and all that stuff. Now, they're not going to take C.J. Stroud to the ground, per se, but even he's going to get bumped around, hit, maybe, hit whatever, be sore. But it's not even about that. It's about we can't run our offense.
Sure.
And I thought you were going here with this question,
please,
with this point.
I might have been. I go a lot of different places.
It still might be a representation of how this offense is not altogether the right fit, whether it's for C.J. Stroud or just in general, because a lot of other teams had first-year coordinators. And, they might be, and they were in the playoffs, So is it more, that's a factor too. Maybe the offense maybe you should take that as a sign, that this offense has got to make some adjustments.
And I'm inclined to have, maybe you should, right? Yeah. Maybe this is on the margins, something that is one of those things that you can get a little bit better is have them go up against the twos until they demonstrate that they can do that and then have them go up against the ones, right? Maybe that's you stepping stone them into that. But I think I lean more to the idea of this says more about your inability to play at that level. That you not only were you able, did the defense win, they were entirely able to stop you from doing offensive things. I think that says, in my opinion, about the offensive readiness, which we saw early on in the season, and it took them a while to find their footing.
Look, I think that, the good news is it is the second year.
But what does the second year actually mean for them?
The bad news is, does that mean they're going to be better because of not just the offensive fit, but the personnel changes, as we just pointed out, and the fact that this defense is going to make your life miserable?
And that's going to be a very interesting thing to watch, and it better be.
Yeah.
Right? especially from some of the things that we did see that got better. Like, they got marginally better at least, and they looked like they could execute during this season with the guys that they had on the offensive line. I hope that Cole Popovich can translate those things to whoever is new on this. If Jake Andrews remains, the communication should at least still be as good as it needs to be. They understand at least what they did last year, the first parts of the offseason, right, or of training camp. At least you should be able to lean on, hey, these are some things that we have for the remaining day players that are the same, and there's a number of those that'll be the case, even if you have some new people in.
At least wide receivers are going to be pretty much set, and you add Tank.
You should at least be able to get plays off.
You got to get the ball to them.
You should at least be able to get plays off.
Yeah.
Are they going to look great? No, you never look great at the start of camp, but at least they should be able to get plays off. I think that'll be a big tell, at least this year, 1 year versus over the next. Appreciation to Clint Stoerner for bringing back to remembrance that portion of training camp, and it feels like that was somewhat telling over the course of the season when it came to execution, as that was a big watchword for this team.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I did forget Petrie when I was talking about certified ass kickers, and
well, you forgot like 6 others, but that's
you should have just rattled off the starting line.
I know I should have get Sheldon Rankin, certified ass kicker.
I mean,
Tim Settle,
you're not wrong.
Certified ass kicker. I feel like I'm Jim Adler or whatever. And then somebody, all right, I have to do this because somebody did text in and was like, well, those guys got their ass kicked in the playoffs. And I said, when? When did Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter get their ass kicked? The closest you could get is like Derek Stingley because Kayshon Boutte got him that time.
He got him a couple. Yeah.
Like I think that's the closest you can get. And even then,
Bullock. With that one play.
Yeah, I was like, if that's what you want to call getting their ass kicked, I don't know if I would agree with that one.
Too,
I don't know that I would fully agree with that. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcast. San Francisco this year, but Sports Radio 610 will be. All week long leading up to the big game, hear Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive, live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm a little jealous of Seth Payne.
I mean, aren't we all?
Well, yeah.
It's fun to be the penetrator sometimes.
In a larger sense.
I mean, he's not wrong, but
about one thing in particular. And by the way, before I get to my confession, wouldn't Seth be the best one to get high when we're in San Francisco?
I think so. Power ranking the dudes to get high in San Francisco.
Which, by the way, is legal for those who may not know.
Seth is number one.
I think Seth would be the best one. Sean Pendergast.
Is Sean or Clint better in that instance?
I would probably say Sean.
I'm going to look at
Sean. He's one thing I like about Sean. He's a laugher. Once he get to laughing, his laugh make you laugh. And I feel like Sean will probably be cracking up the whole time.
Well, if that's the case, Show might be third. Show would be great.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure where Show goes.
He might be a little too mellow. He might just
because not everybody reacts the same way. Yeah. I just want to know what Clint ends up like when he's.
But the stories,
in an elevated
the depth of thought you would get from Seth, the whole, how people.
Oh yeah, we're going straight Bill Walton.
Like, have you ever wondered, like one of those stories, and it's bizarre. Yeah, Seth would be one, but that's not my confession. My confession is, I'm a big advocate of pronouncing the person's name right. Pronounce it correctly. That's the name that they were given, and a lot of people, know that. We try to pronounce people's name, and for the life of me, although I have it written down phonetically right now, so I can get it right. Tell me if it's wrong. He says Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo.
I said it wrong again.
Well, Antetokounmpo is how a lot of people would say it, based off of the Greek spelling.
Let me write it phonetically.
You would not be wrong. In fact,
but he says it correctly.
Well, Giannis, I think this will. I don't know what way Giannis frequently says it either.
Okay, say it again.
Antetokounmpo, which is a Nigerian pronunciation of what their family name was originally before it was, kind of translated to a Greek spelling, and that's because I am Nigerian and I'm going to be biased towards that, so I will say it like that.
I think you should always pronounce people's names.
Well, the thing about it, and I should have. What I'll do is I'll go and get the audio that I always use as backup. Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo.
There you go. But he also, when he was first asked about this, he said, well, there's two ways that people say it. So I think anybody who has a name that is quote unquote difficult to say is very used to all right, this is the one that people get. This is the one that people don't get. Yeah. And it's all fine. I don't know that he would be upset with either of the pronunciations. You guys have been doing it perfectly fine. Everybody gets what the name is. I just had to make it difficult.
But
and two, had to be loudly Nigerian. That's why.
Antetokounmpo.
It's not K, it's T. Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo.
There you go.
This is radio, by the way.
This is how it goes.
This got you in a chokehold right now.
I'm telling you, that's why I'm jealous. That's why I'm jealous of Seth, because I know Reggie's going to say it right. As a Nigerian, and I'm like, I always
watch. There's going to be Nigerians on the text line. No, I sang it wrong.
Reggie's wrong. Reggie's wrong. Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, you got.
Hell yeah.
That was the whole confession. Very good.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
Yeah, there's times where I'm jealous otherwise as well. Reggie's talking so fast, so Lopez can't enunciate. I do that sometimes, so I need to chill out. Bobby Slowick as the offensive coordinator for the Miami Dolphins now, and I think we're all going to be interested in it and looking on to see just how successful he is or not successful. And I tended towards, even when I first hearing it, not necessarily believing that it would be particularly successful. Not a great offensive line there, but maybe, development can happen. He was early as a offensive coordinator when he was here. Mm-hmm. There's more chance to learn more about the league in his time away. However, something that they did made me go, yeah, I'm leaning even further to this is not going to be successful. Did you see who they hired as their quarterbacks coach in Miami?
Did I? Who?
I saw this.
You saw this?
Yeah.
Would you like to do the honors?
I was going to give Lopez a clue. Remember back a couple years ago, Denver had a head coach, and it was a complete bleep show to the point the play clock kept going down, and people started counting down for him so he could kind of get his head out of his you-know-what.
Who was that?
And they thought Aaron Rodgers was going there, and so they hired this guy. Came from Green Bay.
Oh, boy. They hired, what's his name?
Nathaniel Hackett.
Nathaniel Hackett is the quarterback's coach there. And here's the thing. All the things you're talking about there, they're not in his purview as a quarterback's coach.
Yeah.
I think about him, and I think about how everybody talks about him.
Think about that.
And I just go,
how's
this going to work?
How could you not even trust – how could you not trust him as an offensive person at this point?
Well, because it reflects on him.
Yeah. I just think everything, even why people even hired him because of Aaron Rodgers. That's to me, that's like bringing in I forgot one of Aaron Rodgers' receiver buddies.
Yeah.
Just bringing them along because that's his buddy, and they don't really doing nothing on the team like that. I forgot the Texans legend that was here.
Yeah.
Randall Cobb.
Oh yeah, Randall
That's
Cobb.
kind of like bringing Randall Cobb along.
Yeah. That's gonna. That does change the way I look at it.
It really shouldn't that much.
It really does change.
Nathaniel Hackett was a quarterback coach before he got that opportunity.
Yeah.
He's done this before in the league, and yet and still I'm like, yeah, that guy?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, Aaron Rodgers to Miami?
I guess it could
Yeah, bring Randall Cobb, too.
Well, that's a given.
Alan Lazard and all the boys.
That's a given right there. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Yeah, so I got to confess, man. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I just don't understand why Rich Paul has a podcast.
Yeah.
So Rich Paul, if you don't know, he's LeBron's agent, and
amongst others, to be fair.
Yeah, but everybody knows LeBron's agent. Honestly, LeBron's best friend. They kind of came up early on together. Why is he starting a podcast? And not only starting a podcast, it's not like he's starting a podcast to talk about, how he started and trying to help people. He out here being messy, man, just giving out some wild takes an agent probably shouldn't say in front of a podcast mic. I don't understand the benefit of this. And he seemed like a smart guy. It seemed like
he has to
a
be.
lot of moves he made was very smart and all that stuff, especially where he started from Cleveland, Ohio, and all that stuff. This don't seem smart at all to me.
What does he talk about? I haven't heard his
They talk about what's happening in sports, and there's times where you can very much see that this is him in agent mode, kind of trying to situate, trying to maneuver.
Infomercial or something.
But no, I mean, they talk about all this. This is just a sports podcast with him and Max Kellerman.
He was breaking down the Lakers. I think he was very critical of the Lakers at some point. Even some of the players on the Lakers, to the point where I think a lot of people was upset because he was kind of talking about a player.
Yeah.
And I don't know, some agents kind of came out and said, hey, man, that's my player. You might be messing up the money a little bit. So it seemed like he's kind of talking a little wild on there. I'm like, what? I mean, what made you want to start a show / podcast?
The reason I'm asking is, like, what is the win for him?
That's what I'm saying, man. Like
more elevated profile.
I ain't trying to count the money in his pockets and all that stuff, but this is something people do when there's nothing else for them to do.
Right.
And I know he got a lot of business going on, but man, brother, you with Adele.
Yeah.
Like you can't just hang. You can't just.
You got your lady. You got your money. Shut up.
You got Adele, man.
That's all we need to know.
You rolling in the deep. What are you starting a podcast for, brother?
Yeah.
I just
really wanted to talk about sports.
Yeah, I was shocked. When I heard they were starting it with Max Keller, I'm like, what did he got to talk about? I'm like, maybe he wanted to talk about the experience as an agent and all that.
Yeah.
He out
inside
here
contracts.
Giving takes.
That's why I was asking.
He's giving sports takes. He's giving sports takes.
Because I'd kind of be interested in like, okay, this is how this works, and this is,
And even when I knew he was going to give sports take, I thought it was going to be a little buttered down where he won't give you anything, kind of like a former player won't give you anything.
Yeah.
Nah, he out here wilding. I'm like, what is you doing, man?
Yeah. No, I like I said, I haven't heard it. But I'm with you in terms of what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of creating a little bit of drama, too, especially with the Lakers. I don't know if we talked about the whole Laker thing with Jenny Buss and that article and all that stuff.
We haven't. I actually haven't dug into it in the way that I really wanted to. So, yeah.
It seemed like it's causing a lot of issues, man. I'm like, what made you start a podcast?
Why are you doing this?
Yes.
No, and, I mean, he was talking about the potential of Anthony Davis being traded, another one of his clients, because he's not just LeBron's agent. He he's the head of the Clutch agency, which has gotten big inroads all around sports. And just the idea of having an agent who's going to be involved in these, actively commenting on situations that he's involved in, but then other sports things. It's just odd.
It's being a chatty patty, to be honest.
Well, and also
he's not the first agent to be on the podcast. Don't get me wrong, but he's kind of being a chatty patty with it, which kind of causes
the Players
drama.
Association come in.
I don't know if
Pampering and stuff like that.
I haven't thought that far, but I wonder if it would rise to that level rather. Yeah, I don't know, but it just, for me, I thought about that, and it just stopped for me as this is weird.
Yeah,
this is weird to get. I was hearing about this thing that was happening in sports. What does Rich Paul think about it right now? I would like to know.
Rich Paul thinks.
And he giving out bad takes at that.
Yeah,
it ain't even no good takes. He just out here giving out bad takes.
Have you ever thought to yourself, what does Bill Duffy think about this? I need to find, what does Lee Steinberg think about? Because Lee is similarly, he's done some media stuff.
Yeah,
I don't think it ever felt like this.
But he's never done anything like that. Yeah.
Imagine Lee saying, you know what, let me start a podcast.
He's had some shows before, though.
He has some shows,
but it's more business centric.
Yes.
And see, that's what I thought he was might be getting into.
That's what I would listen
to. But it's no business at all, I want to say.
Yeah.
There you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions. People apparently mad that you coming at Rich Paul, man. They said stop that.
Hey, that's a Cleveland guy right there. I support what he does. A lot of people don't know he used to have a record label.
Did he?
In the day, yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yep, because he's from the other side of town where I stayed on.
Has Clutch started getting into the music area? Because I know they're trying to they're a big agency at this point.
Yeah, so it was early on, way before Clutch and all that stuff, obviously. But he it didn't really go well, so I think he kind of bailed on it and just focused on sports.
You can always go back. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we talked a little bit earlier about the possibility of the Rockets trading for Giannis. This has been a big thing. The Athletic actually has put out some trade ideas. Does this trade make sense to you? 713-572-4610. We'll go through it next.
The NBA.
14.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
The good news is I now know how to pronounce his name so we can have this conversation. That's the good news. A perfect timing on your part, Reggie, to bring up the Giannis trade. That would be Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I love it. I love it.
Had to think. Y'all could smell the wood burning, I'm sure.
We're gonna get you eating. Get you eating pounded yam and stockfish before you know it.
I'm already doing that. Trust me.
He's like, I live in Houston, man. We don't eat the Nigerian food, no problem. But there's a lot of noise around this, right? This has been a thing that's getting up there since your favorite report came out from Shams Charania. And now we're starting to get the hypothetical trades.
Yeah.
I know that maybe not everybody's in on it, but sometimes you just got to see what's the cost. What would it actually be? And so Sam Amick does a great job for The Athletic when it comes to covering the NBA. Started throwing out some various different trade ideas that could be out there. And so I wanted to throw it out there. What would this kind of trade be of interest to you with Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Well, first of all, I do want to point out that this is really starting to heat up based on a report that said nothing. Nothing new, I should say. Remember that? Was that a confession, or we talked about it?
That was a confession.
Because Shams, who's so good, basically said, he might want out, and they might be talking. And
he's ready to look for a new home.
Seems like it could happen, and I'm like, where is this different from, I don't know, June? You know,
it could be this season or next season.
Yeah, he added that too. That's right. Yeah. But all that to say, clearly he had some conversation about him, and it just sort of, resurfaced. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this has been kind of popping up, and of course, the internet's not going to help me out in this moment. But first and foremost, where are you on the idea of trading Giannis? I want to make sure we reestablish.
So I came in yesterday and sort of just posed the question: Are you really talk about the Rockets? Are you a contender? I think we can all agree right now, no. That would be a no. A contender for a championship, a conference championship, whatever it might be. And so, okay, you brought in Kevin Durant to so you can be a contender. You can take the next step, 100%. I mean, there was no doubt about it. They said it. So if you're not a contender right now, and you brought in KD to become a contender, what's missing? Well, clearly we've talked about offensive identity and all that. So it just makes it more attractive, more reasonable. And I know trading, a lot of youth, can be perceived as unreasonable. But if KD's got is it a 3-year contract that he signed here? I believe. I believe it was. Anyway,
I believe it's 2 more years.
He's got a 3-year contract with the Rockets. He's 37 years old. You brought him in to win a championship. And I get your point that you brought up earlier about, but are you going to sacrifice this or that and the continuity of being able to build something special here? Well, you can have something special here. And KD won't be here in 5 years, more than likely. And so if you're wanting a championship, a trade for Giannis has to be considered more.
All right, so this was a mock that was thrown out there for the idea of getting not just one Antetokounmpo, but 2 Antetokounmpos. You can get Giannis
on a roll.
Giannis and Thanasis. Are you excited about getting Thanasis? You get a podcast in
tow.
tow.
LeBron James and Bronny James.
Yeah. All right. What would be going out? What would be going out is the 2027 first-round pick from the Suns. Alperen Şengün to match salaries, and Fred VanVleet.
Those are the only players?
End of trade possibility.
That doesn't bother me in the least bit.
That's where it started getting interesting.
Yeah.
Where I go, you're not talking about Jabari or Tari. And both of those guys, Jabari Smith Jr., Tari Eason, you have concerns and questions about them. Tari, it's his availability. When he's on the court, he is always energetic. He's always going to be playing, some really good defense. But he's had some injury issues that have seemed to plague him. Jabari Smith Jr. can be a little up and down, especially at the caliber that you want him to be at, impact role player. Sometimes he plays almost like, maybe you need to have him off the bench. But he is of certain caliber. He's got the length. help fence, those types of things. You're not sacrificing those. Reed Shepherd, you're not sacrificing those in this mock scenario. Now, the question is, this is where we start doing the media hypotheticals that I wonder if the Milwaukee Bucks would be willing to take.
That seems light to me.
That feels light.
That's very light.
Yeah.
But if they get something like that, especially since you're trading somebody who is an all-star caliber player in Alperen Şengün, maybe if they take that, you're willing to take that deal, aren't you? Are you not?
If that's the deal, and again, it could be 10 times that, but if that's
kind of borderline, just straight up Giannis for Şengün.
Yeah, so it's pretty much like you do it in a heartbeat, wouldn't you?
I feel like I might.
Yeah, no,
I feel like I might.
I would, because that's like I said, that's pretty much like a straight up trade,
right?
And I would rather have Giannis over Şengün right now.
Yeah, he's better.
Yeah,
and that's no disrespect, at all. And I just feel like, and I know you talked about this, Reggie. I'm not picking on you, but we always
pick on me.
We always talk about the future. Dude, you got KD right now, man, and I don't know how much longer. And I said this earlier. He's really playing well. He's scoring and doing different things on any given night. He's been consistent. I know he's had a couple of off nights shooting the three, but not a lot. And he is really in that window right now, where he can win it if you just add those little pieces or big pieces.
Yeah, and the question that I had is one of stylistic question when it comes to building a team. In the National Basketball Association, it has felt like there's been a certain style of team that wins at various different points. People get real mad at LeBron James because when you get to 2010 with what the Miami Heat did, it became about just acquiring superstars. That was kind of a team-building philosophy, and that carried on for a good while until relatively recently, where it feels like the team-building philosophy that has won basketball games is building a roster more 1 through 9, like getting a lot of depth with guys that you can rotate in and feel comfortable with at any time. It feels like a trade, if that would be one that they would accept, would be one that you could still have the depth that you're looking for on this team. It just then comes back to, how do you feel about that shortening of that window, which you feel comfortable with?
Yeah.
And so I think that there's a possibility that the question on whether or not make the move for Giannis is really couched in, how do you feel about where this team is? And I'll bring you back to last night when they played the Atlanta Hawks in Atlanta. Mind you, coming off of a back-to-back, but Kevin Durant looked tired in that game, as evidenced by his first 4 mid-range jumpers felt like they did not go. And then defensively, you saw that slow. Like, you definitely saw him not help in the circumstances where he normally would help and he should help. And then you look around and you go, who else is there to help? Because Alperen Şengün didn't have a great game, although he did make sure to bring in the rebounds that he brought in. But then you were like, where is the supporting coming from? Reed didn't knock down shots. If you have a Giannis, you know that you have another dude who is absolutely going to produce in the way that we talk about stars. Did KD have that type of game a couple nights ago, in fact, where it was like, did not have a great game, but he still put up 33 points, right?
Yeah.
That's the type of thing that you expect from a star player. Alperen Şengün put up 9 points in this game.
Yeah. And he rebounded, like you said.
And he did rebound, so I'm not trying to make it seem like he did nothing, but I don't feel like you get a 9.13 rebound game from Giannis in that same way.
No, I mean, the back-to-back was a big factor. But I want to go back to what you were talking about, how you're building championships now. The teams you're talking about are Indiana, and
Boston.
Boston's a good
Although
one.
Boston, I don't know if they'll be able to sustain it, as they've had a lot of salaries go up. Oklahoma City, who was well situated for the time. And you're seeing the teams that are not situated like that fighting. The Lakers are fighting and clawing. The Warriors are fighting and clawing. What are some other teams? The Denver Nuggets have been trying to make themselves more in that previous style from the latter style.
You can go back a little further. Milwaukee, how they did it with the younger guys and such. So my point is this. You're talking about Indianapolis, Oklahoma City, Milwaukee, maybe even Denver. You're talking about teams that aren't going to be able to put together a package to get it. They're not going to be attractive to those big-time players. Players don't want to go there. You have to build. You have to go through the draft. You have to go through young players and depth and all that. Houston can't be acting like a small market team. I mean, they just shouldn't. This is a huge market, a huge city. A lot of money. The Rockets make a lot of money. I saw a report this week. They're in the top 20 of all sports in terms of just revenue. Now, I know there's some fancy accounting that goes in there sometimes, and so you can take it with a grain of salt. But Houston is a place that players want to go. Shout out to KD. That certainly has the ability to build that type of team. So I would say it does make it more reasonable to me to get a Giannis in here.
For some reason, I still have a little bit of a hang-up at the trade deadline, but as things get louder, and especially as whatever the Rockets are willing to show us on the floor, I think that this becomes interesting, assuming that that's the cost. I think that, though, we're still early on into this being like ever-present again, and I think we'll get more insight on the reporting of what the Bucks want, which I imagine would be young talent if they can get it, but also draft capital going into the future. Alperin is young talent, draft capital, but I think that I'm more interested. I'm willing to hear it out, and I think that B. Scott said it right. You have to consider it at the very least. You have to consider it seriously, even if they ultimately go, we don't have to and we don't want to. I think especially if this is going to be anywhere near the cost, you have to start really considering.
Yeah, if this is going to be the cost, I think that's pretty light.
832 Fred has a no trade clause. I think he might in there, but he would have to. You'd have to work with him.
Giannis,
You'd have to have
Giannis does too, doesn't he?
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
In effect, yes. So,
but that goes back to my point about you're Houston. You're a big market. You're attractive to these players.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Coming up next, well, if that one made you mad, this one might really send you up a wall, because Lopez is looking at a player that might be released that you kind of have to ask the question on, and it's a quarterback. Yeah, let's talk about it next.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a good Friday. We mentioned earlier kind of a developing story that's happened in the NFL. The Vikings fired general manager Kwesi Adolfo-Menso, and it was just a shock. A lot of people in the NFL world tweeting in a similar way. The owner of the Vikings put out a statement saying, following our annual end-of-season organizational meetings over the last several weeks, after careful consideration, we have decided it is in the best interest of the team to move forward with leadership of our football operations. These decisions are never easy. We're grateful for Kwesi's contribution, so on and so forth, you know. Apparently, throughout the season, there was talk of tensions with the organization. Mm-hmm. Seems like that ultimately played out. And if we're being honest, if we're just reading the tea leaves, bad J.J. McCarthy year, good Sam Darnold year, that probably didn't help.
Yeah, to me, it's as simple as that if you're going to kind of bring it down to one thing. But he's had really bad drafts too. I was showing you during the break. His 4 drafts have been like, ooh.
Yeah, I don't know that I could. I don't know that I could find the. This is his you know, his poster boy. This is the
one
one
cooking right here,
dude.
Damn,
I didn't know it was that bad.
I didn't either.
It was something
because it just felt like they still had solid talent.
I thought he was doing it. I mean, I kind of look at the team as, you know, I guess it was more O'Connell. Just
because
them
the team was doing a good job. Well.
Yeah. So that's what I was looking at. I ain't pay attention to the people he actually drafted.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of big names on there either. Let me see if I can pull this back up. Andrew Booth was solid. That was not a bad player that they had gotten. But I'm looking over and there's not a lot of names that are Mekhi Becton or Blackman rather. Never mind, that was the cornerback.
Didn't he draft Ed Ingram?
Did he? Mm-hmm. Dallas Turner he drafted, which okay.
None of these are like, hey now.
Yeah, there's not Donovan Jackson who they just recently got. You go, all right, maybe he'll look pretty solid for him. But yeah, there wasn't any standout name in the 4 drafts that he selected, and that probably doesn't help you fend this off.
And see, that's fair, but I would have fired him right when that Monday when the season was over.
Yeah, they said careful consideration. It must have been really careful.
It must have been
really careful.
I wonder if it was more tension. Maybe he don't want to move on from this quarterback yet, or what his plans is.
How do you feel about, though, organizations and the timeliness of making that decision? Because that's something that I imagine teams have to try and balance. Making a decision that is quick so that you get to the carousel, because it really is like living in a house with 7 kids. Yeah. When the pot of food gets out, get fed or go to bed hungry, right? Yeah. We've been there. But at the same time, you don't want to make hasty moves, so you do want to have considerations. And we saw that here in Houston. They ultimately didn't make big moves, but if they were going to, let's assume that Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans did think, hey, we need a new offensive coordinator, they'd have been late to the party. They'd be circling the bottom of the pot themselves.
Just imagine if they made a move today, just like the Vikings did. Say, you know what, we're going to move on from Nick Caley.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn, Mike McDaniel gone, Brian Dable gone. It's a whole bunch of
the real answer is you're being really unfair to the person, but you're also being unfair to yourself.
Yeah,
because of what
that's not helping you.
Because candidates are going.
I'm just wondering when the season ended, did they feel confident that this was the guy?
Right.
Or in the back of their mind during the bad season they had, they just kind of knew with the tension throughout the season, they kind of knew this was the end.
I think they probably had to, but the careful consideration also can be interpreted as like there was a strong voice that didn't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. So. It almost feels like, and this is easy to say from my seat as opposed to the seat of the people who are actually making this, you kind of always have to have a general idea how you feel, and then you can come back and say, hey, let's take careful consideration, but it can't be – I can't imagine that it's like, hey, let's go through the whole process right now, because if you're slow, you might end up like the Vikings who were out here and they need to find a general manager.
And by the way, they've already said, at least even through the draft, which is in April, their executive president or vice president or whatever is going to control everything through the draft. So they're not going to have a general manager through the draft.
Yeah. So that's those types of things. Does that set them back for another year where you have an offseason that it doesn't go as well as it should because you don't have someone at the helm? These are all things that made me think after Kwesi Adolfo-Menso, who was the general manager of the Vikings, has been relieved of his duties there in Minnesota. A man who has been in Minnesota, a quarterback who is out there. Lopez thinks you got to consider this.
Okay, so I want to say this very clearly up front. I do not want to have this conversation.
Okay.
Yes, all right, man. You put it on the damn dock.
I did. But I don't want to have this conversation. I really don't. We shouldn't.
John Harris is cussing at the doggone
What
radio
up, John?
right
Love you,
now.
buddy. Yeah, John, I still love you. We shouldn't have to have this conversation. I don't want to have it. We shouldn't want to have it. Kirk Cousins is getting released.
You hear this, Figgy? You hear the name, right?
Hey, this ain't.
What was that name one more time?
Kirk Cousins is being released.
Hey, this ain't sports talk in Cleveland, Ohio, man. They ain't, man. They ain't looking.
Again, I don't
they
wanna
might
do
be
this,
looking for a
Figgy.
quarterback.
This hurts me more than it hurts you.
Okay. They're making me do this.
He's being released. And it's going to be a March release, reportedly. So they're going to eat up most of the salary. I think his cap is going to be like $2 million, which is nothing. 2.1, I think I saw. I'm sure you have the numbers in front of you.
No, I don't.
But
I don't want nothing to do with it. So why are you trying to rope me into this, John? This is all you. You did this.
Everybody's like, everybody's stepping backwards, I guess. This kind of gradually moving backwards a little bit from the microphone. His cap hit, regardless, is going to be much lower. Veteran. Gerard Johnson worked with Kirk Cousins in Minnesota. They worked together. Veteran guy. Knowledge. Experience.
Yeah, I still remember when what were we talking about generally in the NFL space about quarterbacking that he gave one of the most insightful answers.
We all saw that.
I recall that very vividly, and I was like, maybe I've not given Kirk Cousins enough credit for what he has, especially as a veteran quarterback in this league.
You like that, by the way?
Is that a reference to him in Washington? Is that what we're doing there?
So let's go through it. Cap hit lower, being released, veteran guy. Gerard Johnson worked with him in Minnesota. You could spin it. You could spin it as, bringing knowledge to the room, all that stuff that we just talked about. Oh, by the way, one of his absolute strengths is the quick passing game. What do they do here?
Get the ball out quickly.
Yeah.
Diagnose. He's been able to operate an offense.
Yeah.
The questions that come up immediately.
I haven't posed any questions yet.
No, but the ones that come up for me immediately. I mean, clearly, let's not dance around this. The thought process is: do you bring this guy in to push C.J. Stroud or possibly take
Reggie
that opportunity?
said it for the record.
Look at this.
You
see this trap that he tried to? He's like, hey, look, that's a sandwich there. Who's eating that sandwich?
For the record, I didn't say it.
What a jerk.
Reggie said it.
You know what? That's fine.
We have the audio.
Lopez there. Reggie farted.
What a jerk.
Reggie farted.
Oh my gosh. Okay, but that's clearly what we're setting up here, right? Is the possibility of bringing. Well, first and foremost, what do you do with Davis Mills?
Mm-hmm.
But I think, all right, if you ultimately get that, does Kirk sign up for that?
Contending team, Super Bowl caliber?
But again, this is somewhat similar to the circumstance that he found himself in. Mind you, that he did not want to in Atlanta, where he thought, this is my job, and all of a sudden you are competing, and then you are a backup.
They didn't
in
just
that
draft
circumstance.
C.J. Stroud.
No, they didn't. But here,
they didn't draft C.J. Stroud the same year they signed him.
No, but this would be you're coming in to compete for a job and likely lose a job and be a backup. Like that is something that he has to consider. Now the question is,
you say likely lose a job.
Yeah,
we don't know that,
but we know that this team is very fond of CJ. We know that they are still very much, at least outwardly, being very supportive of him.
Yes.
I think that it would be fair to assume that if you get into a quarterback battle, that he would have the leg up. Now he would have to still go and win it if you put him in a battle circumstance, but I think he would have a leg up. That's why I say that.
Yeah.
So yeah, are we sure that he would even step into that circumstance before we even get into this?
I would say it's very, very attractive for him. He's got paid. He's going to get $60-something million when they release him, I believe.
Yeah, the number could possibly be, especially like if he's released fully and you're not doing some level of like low level trade. You would get a chance to pick him up and sign him to something that is relatively favorable as a backup deal. You would still, again, have to find something to do with Davis Mills, and someone's like, you just got extended for a year. You could, you if you really wanted to, you could find a way to make that move or what have you.
Super Bowl contending defense by any gauge.
Now, you would have to be going out of your way to do this. I don't want to make it seem like you just get rid of Davis Mills. You'd be going out of your way to do this.
But there's a market for him, for Davis Mills. And the quick game and all that stuff. Reggie brought it up, so I'll talk about it here.
I'll remember that. I'll remember that in San Francisco.
Reggie did it.
I'll remember that in San Francisco. I will.
Did you see me twisting any arms over here?
As soon as the glass break, Reggie did it.
Did you see me twisting any arms here? No, I was kidding about that. But here's the other thing that I think is interesting. C.J. Stroud, I think we can all agree, you tell me if you think I'm wrong, will still be developing in his 4th season next year with this offense. He's still a developing quarterback. We know that because of how he played at the end of the year. You know, the whole does it fit him, does it not fit him, et cetera. This offense fits Kirk Cousins, period. And at this point, you talk about what he signed up for it, given the Super Bowl possibilities with the defense especially. He knows, what the offense is. He's worked with Gerard. There's a lot of respect for D'Amico. Why would he not?
Okay.
Let's
say you're there. Now I'm going to really try and poke holes into this. Kirk Cousins is where you're going here.
I'm not going. You brought it up.
All right.
I feel like you made a good argument for him to be the quarterback's coach.
The quarterback's coach?
He sounds like a good quarterback's
coach.
To
play.
The way you explained it.
I like what you're doing here.
He wants to play.
Fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
I like this. Hey, man.
He wants to play.
Or he could be like a Case Keenum.
Yes, absolutely.
For CJ. And not play.
And to be fair, before you ask your question, CJ would lose his bleep. And you would probably have to, you would have to move on from him at some point.
Yeah. If they sign Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, there might be the competition, at least after camp or something, or going into, whatever, depending on where Kirk Cousins would fit. He'd lose his, and rightfully so, and you'd have to probably move on.
All right. What is the reason why everybody's mad at CJ right now? Right this moment.
I think attitude.
Okay, maybe that, but in a larger sense, playing poorly in these high leverage circumstances of playoffs year. What has been the long-term concern about Kirk Cousins? When we get to these high leverage circumstances, he be getting the lemon booty.
Yeah, have you ever seen
getting tight?
Have you ever seen Kirk Cousins do what CJ Stroud?
Buddy, we've seen Kirk Cousins do everything. What are you talking about? Kirk Cousins has done all the shenanigans in these types of circumstances.
Yeah.
Is that, would you not just be trading at least away from the potential of CJ Stroud, even though I think there's a lot of people that have concerns about it, for a dude who is older, maybe a little wiser, but that also has those similar issues or concerns that you're talking about?
Fits the scheme better it would be the counter argument. I think that another counter argument is what you talk about. What he's a guy that's off the shelf ready. And as I mentioned, CJ Stroud is still having to learn things here. Even going into next training camp, he's going to. That's going to be our discussion. Did he buy in? Will he buy in? Does it fit him?
So would you feel more comfortable to roll with Kirk Cousins on this team for the Texans to make a Super Bowl run?
I would. If you put me on the spot, I would say I think he's probably closer to ready than CJ Stroud. Yes.
Okay, because I'm trying to think. Let's say they did decide CJ Stroud need somebody to just come in and just play. I don't want to say New England football, but just that type of football that the Houston Texans want from a quarterback. Do you feel more comfortable with Kirk Cousins or CJ Stroud?
I'm approaching this. Somebody texted, John is smoking crack. I'm not saying they should do this.
Crack is strong.
I'll fall on the.
But there's definitely some high involved here.
No. I'm not saying anything regarding he should be this or CJ Stroud is toast or all that. I'm looking at it from what you just referenced there. From a Texans perspective, who would they trust more? Who try to get into that building? If you think that, if you at all think that they are wondering about CJ Stroud. If you at all think they're starting to maybe waver on just how good a fit he is, because he's it's been clearly a talking point. From a Texans perspective, I'll put it this way. I'm not advocating for anything. I could see where they would trust Kirk Cousins more, given all those things I laid out,
And if that's the case, somebody said, okay, meth. Send in the drug that you think is leading to this thought process. 735-724-610. All right, let's say I go along with your premise here that okay, they could think about the possibility of what is the CJ Stroud experience? Is there a better option out there? Is Kirk Cousins the way that you go? Like what is clearly like a very short range Band-Aid?
Well, it's kind of a Rockets conversation too, isn't it? It's kind of like what we're talking about with the Rockets. You can win a Super Bowl with this defense, man. You could have won one this year. It's about the window,
Yeah, but do you feel comfortable with this window? I don't know if it's going to be the same window as this season, But do you feel comfortable with the window for next season with Kirk Cousins?
It doesn't matter what I think. I could. What I'm saying is I could see where they would trust that more.
And also, we're also talking about a Kirk Cousins that definitely is aging, and you're starting to see it a lot in the number of injuries.
He haven't really been the same since that injury.
Yeah, he's got an injury too. Yeah.
I hear the underlying thought that you're trying to get to. You're not going to get me there on Kirk Cousins, and maybe I'm just predisposed because I've never been large on the Kirk Cousins thing. Salute to him, though, because I believe him to be a legend at the bank of managing to continue to get this money. I appreciate Kirk Cousins as being a quarterback that actually got franchise tags. That never happens, like forcing and getting out into the open market and seeing what an open market does for a quarterback.
He got
all those things are
RG3 up out here, man.
He sure did. He sure did. Yeah, you're not going to get me there for him as a quarterback, but you're opening. Like it seems like you're putting out the idea that is it possible that the Texans actually are a lot more open to the possibility of what could be outside of CJ here? Because outwardly, they're very, very staunch on the idea that they support CJ. They believe in his capabilities within this system. Maybe that's all the front that you have to put, and maybe there is more consideration on behind it.
I think the big question is, I don't know if you realize what you're saying, but all offseason, remember, or during training camp, we've been saying how the backup quarterback position here was solid.
Yeah.
It seemed like you kind of saying the backup quarterback ain't really.
No, I'm not saying that.
Solid enough to take you to a Super Bowl, possibly.
I think they
because you pretty much saying, hey, let's get somebody else in over Davis Mills. They still got Davis Mills.
No, I'm not saying that.
Because you could easily make a change right there if you wanted to make that run.
I think I don't feel like I'm saying that because I think they trust Davis Mills, but they also know what he is, and I think they think.
Well, why not Marcus Mariota then?
Because I think Kirk Cousins in this offense, because of everything I just said, and not me.
Josh Johnson is a free agent. Why not him?
Because Kirk Cousins is better.
Kyle Allen went to school around here.
Kirk Cousins is better than Davis Mills.
I think Teddy Bridgewater don't got a job.
That's
so. Do you think they will bail on Davis Mills to bring in like a Kirk Cousins? Because if they really had concerns about C.J. Stroud, they will probably try to upgrade the quarterback, the backup quarterback position.
I think the one that is going to be moved would have to be C.J. Stroud. And that's a whole other conversation. But I think, ultimately, if they ultimately
I can't believe we having this conversation.
Can I ask you a question? Because I still want to just get into your mindset here. Are you saying then that because if you think it's Kirk Cousins, how likely do you think is the possibility of like a Davis Mills to help? Because we did a lot of gymnastics to go, okay, if you can get around the Davis Mills situation. But what if you don't? What if there's people that up and down have had the conversation, Davis Mills.
Yeah.
I don't think that you go for that for the entirety of the season. Obviously, he did a fantastic job, though, in a span of, 3 games and change, where that ultimately did look good enough for you.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up.
If you end up in that place, how viable does that feel?
Here's my personal opinion, personal advice that they're not asking for. Fix the offense, decide what you want to do, make it more amenable to C.J. Stroud's skills, and ride with C.J. Stroud, because I personally believe C.J. Stroud can be a very good to great franchise quarterback in this league for this team. So I'm glad you brought that up. Me personally, that's what I would do. What I've been doing this whole time is saying, what are the Texans possibly thinking? And I think that's that.
There's no way they're thinking that harebrained,
not Kirk Cousins
right?
per se.
Okay, I was about to say, there's no way that they're that harebrained, right?
But what I'm saying is, I think they're going to go into the season, and they know how close they are. And if C.J. Stroud is still pouting, complaining, not fitting in, trying to do too much, making mistakes, then they're going to regret. They're either going to regret not changing the offense or not appeasing C.J. Stroud, or I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they say, screw it, Davis Mills.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's people out there that heard at least that last part and were like, I'm interested.
Right.
And that says so much about where we landed.
And again, to reiterate, I didn't want to have this conversation.
Boo, get out of here.
Like them. No,
get out of here.
And here's the most important part. I want C.J. Stroud on this team. I want him to fix the offense and fit C.J. Stroud better. That's what I want. That's my opinion.
I think they want C.J. Stroud to fit this offense.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying let's think for them. Let's see what they might be thinking. That's why I brought this up. Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is the time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so flight attendants revealed the passenger behaviors that automatically judge someone for. And I want to put a Sports Radio 610 spin to it. Which one of the Sports Radio 610 hosts will fall in those categories?
Oh, no. We got bad actors on the plane. Let's find out who next.
The NBA. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So a bunch of flight attendants were asked to provide poor passenger behaviors. They'll automatically judge someone for. And we're going to Radio Row on Sunday. We'll actually be flying out this time because last year we drove over to New Orleans, which was
fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that, man. Yeah. I mean, San Francisco is a lot closer. I wouldn't mind driving again, man.
What if they made us drive still and they were like, you just got to take a road trip?
Start right now.
You just got to drive all weekend long.
It'd be a hell of a content creation right there.
By the time
By
the time all the shows got to San Francisco, all the shows would be broken up.
Yeah. So we'll be flying out, and this will be my first time flying out with y'all. Last year was my first time going to Radio Row. This will be my second year.
Wait, you flew? We flown together as a show at least because we went to
Army Navy.
We did that, but not Radio Row.
Yeah, that's true.
Not Radio Row for the big game, huh?
That's right. Yeah, the big game.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put a little spin on this list, and I want us to pick a Sports Radio 610 host. This might fall.
I would do this particular thing.
Most likely to.
Yep. So I'm gonna read the list, and these are complaints from flight attendants.
Okay.
I'm gonna start with the first one. The first one says, "Poking us. Do not poke me to get my attention."
Ooh.
So
that
who on Sports Radio 610 who would
Ron
going past and poke?
Is Ron a poker?
I don't know if he's actually a poker, but I think the reason why my brain went there is Ron is good about talking to folks. And I wonder if that would be like a get somebody's attention, like, hey, let me. And then,
I feel like Ron wouldn't do that because
he wouldn't.
I don't think he want to be poked. So I don't think
that's
he
true.
would do that.
That's true. But I was just like, I don't really have
like
a better answer.
I feel like that would be a Sean Pendergast thing.
You think?
I could see that.
Maybe.
I could see
because
that.
Because
to be fair, I don't think any of us would. But most likely, I could see Sean.
Somebody,
like, hey, and the kind of
the YouTube page is saying that feels like an old guy thing, and so hey, Sean Pendergast. I was like, damn, y'all mean?
I think it would be him because he's older. But yeah, I feel like Sean would do it without realizing it. That that could be a little irritating. Like yeah, I think he's doing it just from the kindness of his heart.
Just a light tap on the shoulder is what we think.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep. People who think flight attendants are there to serve people food and drinks. That is a courtesy in all caps. Our main job is the safety and security of the passengers and aircraft for getting them from point A to point B. That's what one flight attendant said. So who on Sports?
You're going to give me this food though, right?
Who on Sports Radio 610 thinks that the flight attendants would think the flight attendants are servers?
I don't know.
That's a tough one. Oh, boy.
I feel like when these things happen, I think of Ron way too much, and I'm trying not to do that because it's probably unfair to the homie.
I'm gonna probably say Clint. I think Clint
of all. I don't think anybody would.
And this is not. I think Clint will probably think that's part of their description.
Yeah.
That they're more of a flight attendant server.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're waiters, basically.
Yeah,
okay. I think you're 2 for 2.
They said that's Clint Easy.
832. Clint Easy.
What about this one? I think I already had my answer for this one. Using the lavatory. As soon as you walk on, I saw you sitting at the gate for 20 minutes. Yes, that was my answer.
Although John Lopez, he's a lot better about planning ahead when he knows he's going to need to use the restroom.
I am. But
he would have used the restroom at the gate, but he would also be on the plane.
I would have. That's me. I would do it as I'm walking in. I just go, let's go.
Yeah, I just saw you sitting there for 20 minutes yapping, and now you got to go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
What about this one? Leaving trash on the ground. Especially disgusting trash like used tissues, Q-tips, gum, and bandages.
Sean.
Ooh, really?
He says he doesn't clean.
Yeah, Sean's not a cleaner.
He
himself.
doesn't even know how his dishwasher works.
That's true. But I feel like he's usually respectful. However,
yeah, but at some point.
Wait, let's go back to last year. Who was the worst about leaving stuff places?
Was it? What was the argument on the dishes? Was that Clint?
Yeah, I think. I think it was some miscommunication with that too, because I think he cooked he cooked breakfast, so he left the hot water in the pan so it could be easier to clean. Yeah, I think that kind of ticked everybody off.
This is where, and we definitely don't want to leave out the fellas at Area 45, but unfortunately they're not going to San Francisco with us. There's a couple of Area 45 names that have come up. Somebody said PC would poke somebody. Somebody said trash is Bijani.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
I can see that.
Yeah, but Bijani do be leaving things sometimes.
He does. He did yesterday.
Yeah. What about this one? When passengers wait until the beverage cart is out in the aisle and then use the restroom. So the cart has to be moved all the way to the back. Lopez, why are you doing that?
No, I'm going to say.
Why are you doing that to the flight attendants?
I wouldn't do that unless I really had to go to the bathroom. No, I think it would be Seth, because he tends to be like just doing his own thing, focused on something, reading.
Call that man aloof.
And then all of a sudden, I got to get up. And then whenever the urge hits, it hits. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see Seth possibly getting up and then seeing the cart. Yeah. He's like, I'm sorry. You know what? Let me go back to my.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is if
the flight attendant is like, no, don't worry about it. Let me push it all the way to the back so you can go to the bathroom.
If he did, he would apologize profusely.
Yes, he would.
That's one thing I am certain of, though.
Yes. What about this one? Getting out of your seat during turbulence. This ain't like a. I can see Clint doing that.
Just getting out the seat.
Yeah, just kind of standing up. Yeah.
In turbulence. I might be in that category.
I thought about you too.
I might be in that because a lot of times I don't respect turbulence as much.
You're like, hey, we're fine.
I'm cool.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna fall.
That's just from, flying. So I'm like, whatever.
I've been flying for 50 years. I know what I'm doing.
I'll fall on the sword a little bit there.
All right. Somebody else said the inconsideration that people show when they don't put the smaller items under the seat in front of them, instead put it in the overhead bins.
Mm-hmm. That's all of us.
I feel like that's Seth just because he's like, I need this leg room.
I do not do that.
I think everybody, if you have that, if the bin is packed or whatever, you don't want to go back, 3 rows when the plane lands to get your stuff, for the open bin. I think all of us could fall into that category.
I could also see Sean being that a little bit.
Yeah.
I feel like Sean,
if he got like a little side bag,
Yeah.
and let me just put this in the overhead bin.
Yeah, right.
Yes, yeah, okay. What about this one? Pressing the call button for silly reasons, like to give me your trash when I just came through the cleaning cabin.
That might be show. That might be show. Like, hey, let me get this out of here, or whatever. And
somebody got to come handle this.
By the way, flight attendants hate when you hit that button. They despise.
Even if it's for good reasons, they're just like, stop calling me. I got stuff to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
I never hit that button before.
32C, whatever. They hate it.
Yeah. This one, we ain't got to put a name on this one. I thought this was interesting. The person, one of the flight attendants said this. Changing diapers on the tray table is absolutely diabolical.
That is diabolical.
Is it? Okay, I was
guess
wondering.
People do that. Well, they have the little flip down thing in the bathroom for babies.
Yeah,
Really?
but they're just like, I don't want to get up and go. I'll do this right here in my seat and expose everybody to this fecal matter.
I never went through that before. I never seen anybody do that.
That's
I'm like,
gross.
is people actually doing that?
I mean, poor baby, whatever happens has to happen, but go to the bathroom.
I don't know if this is one that's on here, but it's one of the things that always annoys me. Is anybody at Sports Radio 610 the guy that goes, I don't care, why is that baby making all that noise?
Oh, I think we're all
pretty good about that, right? Okay, because I got to say, I really like that. I like that person.
Kind of lead to number 14, or the second one, entitlement in all ways.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like somebody on here have a little entitlement when it comes to anything while on the flight?
Why is Sean always mentioned?
I feel like Sean,
up in my head.
But the reason why is because Sean would pay for it. Yeah. Sean's like, I'll pay the money to get the stuff, but give me the stuff. That's what he was talking about with the Southwest. He was like, they're taking his money because he's just like buying all of the upgrades because he's like, I want to live well at this point. I'm not going to not live well.
Yeah.
And the last one, reminding me of their status. I already know. And I don't care.
So I kind of just said that, didn't I? Yeah. I do feel bad about that, but
look, I'm a platinum member. Yeah. Sorry, Sean.
Yeah. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I actually did have some a kind of a similar thing, but not playing related to I guess who is going to be the drunkest host.
Right.
I don't know if y'all want to go through that.
I mean, I feel like I earned that one last year.
You did earn that one.
You'll be the drunkest host.
I feel like I earned that one last year. I don't know if I'll earn it this year just because it's not New Orleans. I feel like New Orleans brings it out of you, but we'll find out.
What about most money spent? Who
Ooh,
spend the
that's
most
tough.
Ooh, I feel.
I'm gonna say Sean.
I feel as if it'll be Seth, Sean, or me.
What, souvenirs? Like, what do you think people are spending money on?
I think Seth might be the cheapest, to be honest.
Yeah, Seth's going to go to the grocery store and make his food in the hotel. Like, he's just not.
The only reason I said me is because I guarantee you there's going to be a dinner that I want to go to or something that's going to be more than, whatever we're going to get reimbursed. And I'll just say, screw it. Or a car ride. I want to go see something, or whatever.
Clint likes eating nice, though.
Yeah.
Clint does like eating good.
Yeah, I don't think he have an issue with. I don't want to say issue with pricing, but I felt like he'd just.
If he wants it, he'll get it.
He'd just go in. He don't care about the price. He just, hey, we doing this?
Yeah.
Here's my black card, Chief.
Right.
So I can see that.
Oh, Clint is on the list, man. Remember he had that $7,000 steak dinner?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Clint eat good, man.
Yeah. What about the first to tap out? So somebody that's outside early, but
Seth Payne.
Yeah.
We in the house. You too. Yeah,
you're going to say Lopez.
Yeah,
Lopez is a good one.
Seth or me.
Yeah.
Because I'm all in, but when it's time to go, I go.
He like, I got to go.
I go.
Yeah.
All right.
You can't even twist his arm.
Yeah.
He like, no, the wife is calling.
No.
Oh, I forgot about the wife is calling. He does use that one.
I'm like, buddy,
you gotta call the wife.
I do not.
Yes, you do.
A lot of times,
like, brother, your phone ain't even on right now. You got it up to your ear like she on the phone.
But to be fair, I'm in. I'm not. And I just say, I'm out. See you guys tomorrow.
Who is the host that will sleep through everything, a.k.a. miss their alarm?
That one's gonna be tough this year, seeing as we're on the West Coast, so we're 2 hours behind. I am really afraid that it's going to be me.
Yeah.
I am really afraid that it's going to be me. Yeah. I'm not a morning person.
I was pointing at him when he said it.
I am really afraid. I was thinking about it this morning. Yeah. I'm going to set 5 alarms.
Yeah. Who will be the lost host? The one that, hey, where y'all at? Oh, I walked to the wrong building.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to do that because we're going to be close.
It might be Reggie, too.
You think I'm going to get lost?
No, because you're going to have 3 different plans working.
Yeah, that's true.
He does that a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I got to go see my friend from blah, 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 and then I got this. Where are y'all?
I hate it when you're right.
This is my favorite one right here. We can wrap this up. Voice gone by day 2.
Also me. I'm feeling offended, but also me.
Hey, Seth is right behind you.
Seth is there,
buddy.
too, yeah.
He is right behind you. Yeah.
My voice was lost by day 2 last year.
It was.
It really was. Yeah. So, real quick, just want to give a recipes to Catherine O'Hara.
Just happened.
Yeah, it just happened.
Just announced.
Yeah, just announced. TMZ had it. Passed away at the age of 71. And I know her as the mom from Home Alone.
Yeah.
I know she played in a lot of stuff. She played in something else, too. I don't want to pronounce it over the air.
Bleeps Creek?
Yes.
People say that on air, and I'm just like, is that not an FCC violation?
Well, it's spelled differently.
Yeah. I wasn't know if it was pronounced differently. I never heard or seen
No, it's pronounced the way it looks, and it's just like, I didn't think that you could say that.
My favorite roles of hers is Best in Show.
Yeah.
She was fantastic. Bleeps Creek. And I don't even put Home Alone. I mean, she was great, but I don't even put Home Alone up there.
Yeah, it was less about her in that.
Yeah, that's where I know her from. I haven't seen a lot of shows with her in or movies.
She was great in Best in Show and that Bleeps Creek.
Yeah, she was also in some MasterCard commercials with Kevin Hart, I want to say. And they kind of imitated the whole Home Alone thing.
They had that recently as well.
Yeah. So rest in peace to her.
Oh, that's sad. Really sad.
How old was she?
71.
71, man.
Pretty good run.
She was in Beetlejuice. I forgot about that.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think the thing is, she was still active, too.
She was active.
It wasn't like she was on
That's
grid.
why.
Yeah. Yeah, so I ain't really see that coming, but rest in peace.
Yeah, absolutely. Rest in peace. All right. That is Figgy's mixtape. a Friday edition of it. Somebody said, Beetlejuice, come on, man. And I probably
forgot about that.
Probably shouldn't say it one more time.
The original one? She was in the original one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about it. I didn't see that. The original one.
I mean, she's got a huge filmography, so it's not like if you name something
the Home Alone
you're going to
lady.
get it all, right?
Yeah.
All right, that's Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. The fun will continue in San Francisco, right?
Yes, it will.
Maybe.
Okay, all right. But at the Figgy Fig on social media.
And no guess ain't in my spot.
Fair, that's true. And more importantly, at Sports Radio 610, because Figgy's manning the Instagram and all the social medias.
Yeah.
If you want to see what's happening on the ground in San Francisco, that's where you definitely want to be.
Yeah, follow the station account on Instagram at Sports Radio 610. I'll be posting every single thing.
Yeah.
And I ain't asking for no consent from y'all either.
Oh, no.
Y'all gonna be having a conversation. I'm going to be rolling.
Oh, no.
No consent.
A lot of off-air topics.
Well, that's not the typical mantra of In the Loop. I want to make it clear.
Yes.
This is a consent show. I want to make that clear. All right, coming up next, let's get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Bill Barnwell of ESPN did a power ranking of the best head coaching hires of the last 5 years. Where do you think D'Amico Ryans ranks? We'll talk about it next.
appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Now, Figgy, were you joking with me? Were you joking when you told me that? Oh, well, love that. Here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But were you joking when you said that Joe Flacco is a Pro Bowler?
No, I'm not joking.
Mm-hmm.
He has been added to the AFC Pro Bowl.
So, yeah.
Who's Joe Flacco, Shedeur Sanders, Pro Bowlers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a picture of both of them at one point wearing the same uniform.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
that is not photoshopped. And that happened this year.
Yeah, in fact, there was a photo, a tweet rolling around that the Browns are a quote-unquote factory for Pro Bowl quarterbacks. Joe Flacco, Shedeur Sanders, remember, Tyler Huntley has been a Pro Bowler.
Quarterback you.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious.
You want to be a Pro Bowl quarterback? Go to the Cleveland Browns.
I have a feeling the quarterback will be like, nah, I'm good. Who needs the Pro Bowl? Do not need that. So, yes, Joe Flacco, if you want to see him.
Career, too, I want to say.
What?
I see something that said that was the first of his career.
Really?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But I was kind of shocked to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody said it was the first of his career.
That.
And he gets it like that?
By hook or by crook, I guess. Yeah, he had only, obviously won his championship, the Super Bowl MVP, and he had won Comeback Player of the Year. He had not been a Pro Bowler until this moment. Life's funny, ain't it?
So Shedeur Sanders was a Pro Bowler before he was.
Oh, boy, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, in a very technical sense, yes. Okay. That is a thing that happened that I cannot deny happened, but it did indeed happen. Wow. Okay, so the Pro Bowl, excited for that. That's also going to happen while we're out there.
Are you?
In a way, I kind of want to see if we can get over there because it's going to be happening at the same Moscone Center in San Francisco. I don't know exactly how it happens. I kind of want to see if I can amble my way over there. Although I think it might be happening the same day as the media party, so maybe I don't.
Yeah, just go. We'll tell you about the media party.
So I kind of want to go to the media party. Bill Barnwell of ESPN, I'm very fond of him. He's one of the analytics nerds that you will make fun of at times. But he put together a power ranking of every offseason or every coaching hire since 2021. And I believe that ultimately entails, let me make sure I get this right, 37 hires. 37 hires.
Last 5 years.
In the last 5 years. We will ask where DeMeco Ryans is, but I kind of want to start by, do you know what the worst one is? Because it just makes me smile. And it was one that you knew was awful pretty as soon as it happened.
Callahan?
No. I mean, it was top of the
Who am I forgetting, Figgy?
top of the TV shows bad. Out here assaulting players. Out here.
Oh, Urban Meyer.
There you go, you man, Herb.
Oh, that was within the last 5 years?
Yes, it was.
It sure was.
Easily the worst
Trevor
one.
Lawrence rookie year.
Easily the worst one. The Texans actually
Damn,
have.
it sure was.
He got fired in the middle of the season. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
The Texans actually, I believe, have 3 here. Is that right? Or 2 or 3 here. But where do you think DeMeco Ryans ranks as hires in the top 5 of the 37 head coach hires that have happened in the top or last 5 years, rather?
I feel as if he should be in the top
10.
I was going to say 5. I think top 10 might be more closer to the reality.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say 8.
8?
I'm gonna say 7.
Lopez, trust your gut.
Yeah.
5.
5.
They rank him as the
I've been
fifth,
on a roll lately
the
too.
5th best hire
Yeah.
in the last 5 years. Bested only by number 4, Mike Vrabel, which you understand why they go there, right? They just hired him. They had a complete turnaround from a 4-win team to a 14-win team.
Yeah.
And they're going to be playing in the Super Bowl. You understand how that one goes. Mike McDonald, number 3.
Makes sense.
Couple of 24.
Is number 1 going to hurt?
We'll see. Number 2 hurts, but you understand why. Nick Sirianni.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't, for some reason, he feels like he's not competent, but
he feels like he shouldn't be in the top 10.
He's won a Super Bowl.
But he won a Super Bowl.
He's won a Super Bowl. He's been to a couple, in fact. I don't know what you do with that. Number 1, I don't think it hurts. I think it makes a lot of sense. Dan Campbell.
Oh, I was thinking Liam Cohen.
No. In fact, I'm interested. Where is Liam Cohen here in what we have here? Liam Cohen ranked 11th.
Yeah.
Saying that it was a successful first season, but it was also a strange one. They had pre-snap penalties. They had a lot of drops, things like that.
Let me
they
ask
did
you
address
this.
those.
Do the Texans have 2 in the bottom 5?
Let's see. I know that they have 1 in the bottom 5. I can do that for
David Culley.
Let me see. Actually, I don't think Culley falls in, does he?
That was within the last. Was it not within the last 5 years?
Oh yeah, it does. Sorry, I completely missed him.
Culley and Lovey.
Yeah.
Culley is 34. Lovey's 33.
What did I tell you?
The only ones worse than that.
What did I tell you?
I mentioned Urban Meyer's 37. Frank Reich's 36. Nathaniel Hackett. 35.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Those are the only hires that people have viewed as worse than Lovey Smith and David Culley. Do you have any disagreements there? Any whatsoever?
Why would I?
I was like, is there I was going to say if you would make any level of redeeming argument for either of those hires in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
In fact, both of those considered worse than the Josh McDaniel hire where he didn't even stay there for a while. Las Vegas, you remember that?
Yeah.
But yeah, top 5 hire. In fact, 5th best hire according to Bill Barnwell. And I mean, you still feel that, right? Because we've had moments this year where people got a little uncomfortable with the ways that DeMeco Ryans has gone about things, the questions about if he ends up having the same impact on the offensive side as he does on the defensive side, game management considerations. Still, with all of that being the case, at least Bill Barnwell, ESPN's like, no, 5th best hire of the last 5 years.
And I don't see why you would any argument with that, even if you can quibble a little bit. Whatever with game management and all that type of stuff. I mean, look at the results: 3 straight playoff berths. 2 before this year straight division titles. It's just getting over the divisional hump. But considering the bottom 2 of the bottom 5 were coaches that he basically picked up the scraps from, it's absolutely understandable.
Yeah, and they talk a lot also about the idea of team had won 4 games or less the previous 3 years, and now you've been to the playoff 3 times, double-digit wins in each of them. And then also I love that he made mention of the ways in which they elevate players. Tommy Togiai pops up in this. Obviously, he talks about the ways that they've added some really great players, but the way that they've elevated players, at least on the defensive side, has been notable as well. So salute to DeMeco Ryans, and I think that while that has been a good hire, now we're entering a different stratosphere in a way that, the conversation that was being had on the morning show is, are these teams progressing? You get to a certain point and the progress up to the next level is more difficult. I think that's the place where a lot of these teams in Houston are. Yeah. Well, the Astros, I think, are in a different trajectory, but the Rockets and the Texans are in this seemingly similar trajectory where you jump up to a certain point, and now in order to climb even further, it gets to be more difficult. It gets to be a little bit more about the minutiae and the details.
Well, the expectations are changing for DeMeco now too. Great job, top 5 hire. 3 straight playoff berths. All right, what's next? So I think the expectations are going to start, kind of rearing their heads here.
Yeah. We're about to welcome in the fellows of The Drive, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. Before we get there, something that I'm going to be honest, I neglected, is the way that teams are starting to defend Amen Thompson an issue. Or maybe the way to say that is the way that the teams are just deciding to not guard Amen Thompson out past 12 feet going to be an issue for this team? Because that's been kind of a small subplot of the last couple of years.
I mean, lay off. I was telling you during the break, I mean, this is basketball 101 stuff. If you don't think the guy is a shooter, lay off of him, so your defender can help. It's kind of weird that it took this long.
Honestly.
It really is.
Really and truly. I thought that early on,
because he will roast you on the drives.
Without question.
Yeah.
If you're willing to step up at all, he has the capability to actually get by and turn a corner.
Yeah.
And this is going to be applied, especially as he looks like he is the primary option of this is who we're going with to try and answer the ball handling circumstance for this team.
Yeah.
This is an interesting thing. I want to actually ask the fellows of The Drive as we welcome in Ron the Show Hughley. We got Paul Gallant in for Dirty Red himself.
Boy.
Fellas, how did you feel about
shut up. It's Gallant night. Stay put.
How do you feel about that? The way the teams are deciding to guard Amen Thompson, just completely giving him all that space and saying, if you want to shoot it, shoot
it. He's not the first and only person in the league that struggles shooting like that. And you got to figure out how you want, how to work through that and how to use him. Like Draymond can't shoot.
Yeah.
Draymond's also not the primary ball handler.
Sometimes
Sometimes
he is the guy that initiates the offense.
Yeah.
Like the primary ball, he's going to dribble the ball over the court. You're going to lay off of him anyway. Like you definitely don't just lay off of him like they did in the Spurs. Just sit him over there on the perimeter and not move.
Yeah.
I liked yesterday a little bit more. He was in the middle of the floor where he is near a place where you got to respect that he can score and he can. Like this to me is like I'm not going to sit here and just talk about like look at him. Yeah, he's got to get better in some things, but you got to figure out a way to work with understanding his issues.
Oh, that's the biggest issue that Rockets have right now.
Like, hey, like if you can't work with him and he's got to come off the floor. Like if you can't figure out how to run offense. When you got Kevin Durant and Shagun out there, get out of here.
Yeah. No, and
he ain't been.
Yeah, the question isn't about Amen Thompson himself. It's about the way that this offense works in general. And I mean, you don't have the greatest shooting to create more spacing or whatever, so teams are able to kind of pack the paint in some ways. Is this becoming an issue, Paul?
Yeah, I think so. But he's going to have to shoot through it. He's going to have to become a better shooter. The only way you can become a better shooter is if you actually put it in action. And I guess my hope is, as somebody who grew up a Celtics fan, is there a Rajon Rondo world for him where from time to time he is at the very least decent from outside? Rondo was specifically like that in the playoffs back in the day. He's got the athleticism. He definitely doesn't have the distributing ability that Rondo did, but that's what you got to do. And I mean, I think at this point in the year, and I know Ron and I are going to talk about it at some point during today's show, but you see the ceiling. And it's partly due to injuries, but it's also partly due to his limitations that you hope get better over time. But it's not happening this year.
Yeah.
But you do get the victory in what looked like that game looked like a back-to-back ass game last night. I mean,
a little sluggish.
Kevin Durant, he couldn't knock down middies. I feel like that is the canary in the coal mine. If Kevin Durant is pulling up a mid-range jumper from about 10 to 12 feet and it's not going down, that says a lot about where his legs are at in that particular night.
It's a back-to-back, and that's a tough group to get inspired by.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they were even missing some guys.
Yeah,
a lot of guys.
They were on a back-to-back too. And they were. I'll never forget Charles Barkley while he was playing. He apologized for a 15-point effort one time, and he said, "I'm sorry, guys. It's just hard for me to get up for the Golden State Warriors."
At that point,
if you remember those, those Warriors.
When run TMC or nothing.
I think it was probably somewhere between them.
Yeah.
Like somewhere where they were real bad before Weber showed up and that. Somewhere where they just like where Mullen wasn't there.
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Man, I'm sorry, man. I can't get energy up.
Yeah.
They ain't at the game.
Because he threw me under the bus, I'm going to throw him back under the bus here. Did y'all hear the nonsense that Lopez tried to pull about an hour ago?
I didn't say it.
I missed it. What is the nonsense?
I didn't say it.
Lopez was saying that there is a quarterback that's going to be out here seemingly this offseason. Should the Texans be considering the possibility
hold on.
Kirk Cousins?
I said thinking for the Texans.
Okay.
Would they at least consider Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins for what?
Brink coming in. $2 million. They're going to pay most of his salary in Atlanta.
But to do what?
To play quarterback.
It seems
like in what space? Starting back? Like what do you
compete?
I think it depends on what you do with Davis Mills and if
Davis is under contract.
If James Littford maybe goes on to the Falcons, does Davis Mills go to the Falcons? And but it's going to take I think a lot of maneuvering like that.
And for the record, that's not what I think. I was trying to think for the Texans.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, I'm thinking for the Texans now.
This is what you get.
Let them do that.
Yeah.
Boy, let them do that.
Yeah.
They might as well trade CJ now.
Yeah. Oh no, CJ would have to be.
And Kirk Cousins, that's what you want to roll over here? We're going to have Kirk compete?
Hold on, sir.
Damn, Davis. Maybe Davis can. I don't even think Davis should be competing.
No, I don't either. I'm saying, maybe a better way, would it surprise you, given the window, Super Bowl caliber defense, CJ, who knows if he fits, if they like him the way he fits, would they consider it?
No.
The general idea of having somebody trying to compete.
They just can't.
Not even them.
No. We've got to have a couple injuries.
Mulligetta would ruin everything.
Oh,
as
God.
Well.
But that don't even make sense to me. Football. That just no. He need to take his ass up to one of them booths He's going to have him a nice job somewhere. He does a pretty good job.
He dresses nice,
he
too.
does a pretty good job rolling
like
in
that
there.
turtleneck on last
I was a big fan of that turtleneck.
Is Matt Ryan coming off that set?
Yeah, Matt Ryan's
he's
off
coming
the
out.
set.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right there. He slid right in the last 2 weeks on CBS.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah.
I will be, boy. I will.
I'm here for you. I'm here for you.
I'll run myself into D'Amico at the CVS down the street from the house.
Yeah.
Like, are we serious? I'll wait him out.
I'll wait him out.
I've seen him up there. I'll wait him out.
Fellas, excited for the show today. We got Paul Gallant in.
That's right.
Oh, man, it's going to be a fun Friday before you guys head out before we all head out to San Francisco. Lopez, I'll see you on the flight.
You darn right you will.
All right. Figures.
Tyler wanted to let you know, not all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all be safe, though, man. Have some fun. Have a safe trip.
That is true.
Been there, Tyler.
Go get to work,
Hey,
baby.
Doc, I felt bad. I was sitting in there and I was thinking, damn, man, I don't know when I'm going to find time to pack. And then I felt like I heard some music play like, dun, dun, dun. And then Tyler goes, yeah, I wish I was packing.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Take a lot of pictures.
Yeah. Sports Radio 610 on Instagram. You'll see all of it. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. I would take you if I could, Tyler. And right now, the drive is live.
All right, the drive is live. See, you could have kept that comment. Don't tell me you could take me if you. What? Man, you keep that comment.
I like to have some fun, man.
No, I'm talking about Reggie on the way. I'm talking about Tyler. I'd take it if I could. Man, you could have kept that.
That's real, though. That's real.
That's love.
Well, it's impossible. He can't take you. He's always. All right, Paul Gallant in the building. PG and the real PG 13 in the building.
What's going on?
Okay, but we got a lot to get to. But you came in with that tight shirt, Paul. What is going on, big
I got big old
boobs.
boobs.
Show that chest like that.
Listen,
look at Paul.
The girlfriend is watching.
Look
I want to give her a little eye candy.
Damn, you got a girlfriend? I was about to get. We was about to have a little drive dating game right here. I was about to tell Tyler to open up these lines. Let's see if we could set up a little love. But we got some right here, baby.
Oh no, man, it's pretty serious.
Look at this.
We
man.
started in late March.
I know what's behind that shirt.
You could say things are getting pretty serious.
I don't know what's behind that shirt, Tyler, but it looks like if I look over it, I would think we've got a Magnum PI situation going. I think we've got a Tom Selleck situation
strong.
going right there. I
Dressed us in for Halloween for what it's worth.
I'm telling you. Yeah, I've seen the Detroit hat. I've seen it. I can see. I feel like you got a nice little chest hair action going right there.
Just enough. So I don't need to do all the waxing and all that stuff. Like some of you poor SOBs got to do.
Just don't use Nair, man. That's all I'll say. My nipples will never forget.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Tyler grows quickly, and then he lets you get away from him too quick, and then and then he's got a problem. He's got to get.
I am a hair machine.
He's got to get clippers. He's got to get razors. Yeah, and then he tried Nair. That just
never again.
Endorsements here, though.
His dime-sized nipples off. Yep, they are there. But Clint is out. Paul is in, and we'll have fun on this Friday. A lot of places to go. The Rockets got back on. I guess they bounced back last night. They walked through that first half, and then it got better.
It was such a back-to-back night. It was a back-to-back night for the broadcast team too. You could tell they were talking about whether or not Craig Ackerman could dunk for an entire quarter of that game.
And who knows what happened in Atlanta. And so hey, they got through it. They got the dub. That's a tough little trip. You're home, Houston, and then bang to Atlanta. That's a tough one. But we'll get there too. But I want to start here. And here, man, go ahead. Let's get it going with the people. We normally don't do this early, but you can open up the phone lines, Tyler, 713-572-4610, because I want to get people's thoughts. I want Paul, Tyler, all hands on deck. And Tyler, within the rundown, this has been something I've been kind of messing with. I wanted to give it enough time to really have this conversation, and I feel like we've got time. The timing is better now. Paul, it's been 12 days since the debacle in New England. It's been 12 days since God, and I felt so bad for many. There was a real belief from Texans fans, especially after seeing Denver win the game and then Bo Nix break his ankle 2 plays, with 2 plays left in the game. And you're like, oh, my God, we get Jared Stidham. We got There was a real belief.
When I saw, Ron, that Nix had broken his ankle, I immediately texted our boss here saying, hey, any way you can get me to San Francisco? Let's get this thing ahead of schedule.
Oh, you just felt it. Yeah.
Right.
Why not? Why not? Everybody. I think Tyler might have been able to go. Everybody's role. But I could feel this is going to happen. I mean, I talked to Brandon Scott. I mean, it was far going conclusion. Hell, he thought Buffalo was going to win. They were going to host it, but then Stidham, fine, we'll win it. And then the game happened, and obviously we all know what happened from the turnovers to CJ. And I just want to know this from everybody because I know where I am. Are you mad at CJ, or are you done with CJ? 713-572-4610. I think Tyler, you're right. I think we had to wait a little bit because I think early on, a couple days after, people would have just gone out and I'm done. You've had 12 days. You've had a couple weeks now. Where are you mad? Are you mad at CJ or are you done with CJ? For me, I'm just like, damn, man, really? I'm not done with it. I'm not done with CJ. I'm not like I didn't come from that game or the last two games and think like that's just him. That's just going to be him moving forward. I was more just mad that he came out and played that way. I ain't mad, just disappointed that he played that way. Where are you? 713-572-4610. Are you mad at CJ or are you done with CJ?
I'm definitely mad because I thought he was a top 5 guy after his rookie year. What have we seen since then?
See, when you say that, then your can't be done.
But here's
if you thought he's a top 5 guy 2 years ago, you can't be done.
I don't know if I believe that anymore, though. That's the problem. I think opinions have to evolve.
New evidence.
I hope that he wins all of us back, but I posted this right after the game, and I feel the same way, Ron. 12 days later, I no longer believe in C.J. Stroud as a championship quarterback. Do I believe in him as a lot better than a lot of other options across the league? Absolutely. But it's about that next step. And I think for a fan base that's pretty jaded and sometimes a little bit bandwagony, things are once again wavering, which is pretty crazy to say about a team that's been to the second round of the playoffs 3 years in a row. But that's where we're at. I don't believe in him. I'm mad at him.
So are you done? I don't think, when you say you don't believe in him, Paul, that sounds like you're done.
I would respond to a 2 a.m. you up.
I don't believe in him. Hell, you're done.
Bars closing.
I think that's what they're saying in Miami. They don't believe in Tua. You don't believe him. Tyler, are you mad at CJ or are you done? I'm seeing some people jumping in. Ray just said, I'm just mad at him. I'm done with that choker from the text line. Mad at CJ. No, I'm not mad at CJ. I still believe CJ is a really good quarterback, just not great yet. Where are you?
I'm in the same place I was the day after. I'm pissed off. I'm mad at CJ, and I'm the closest I've ever been to being out on CJ, but I'm not out. But I'm damn close. He's got a – I need him coming out those first 4 games next season and putting out like MVP type stuff for me right now.
I am, and we'll get to call 713-572-4610. You can jump in and give your thoughts. When did you stop believing? That's what I want to know. When did the stop believing happen? Because if you're gonna tell me it was Sunday that day is when you stopped believing, that I still think maybe you need more time. When did you stop believing?
At the end of the first half.
I think you stopped believing, not just for that game. You stopped believing in CJ.
I was like 4 first-half interceptions. God. 4 first-half interceptions to me, ew, gross. Get away from me. It's like getting closer to someone and they have a snaggletooth of sorts. I remember Trevor Lawrence had a 4-interception first quarter game against the Chargers a couple of years ago. And from that point on, I was out. I already was
even when he came back. Even when they came back and won the game.
Especially when he came back. It was the Chargers choking. We're going to give Trevor Lawrence credit that one. Justin Herbert doing nothing in the playoffs. Wow.
Kind of.
Listen, I have a very unrealistic standard for my quarterbacks, having grown up with my Lord and Savior Tom Brady. And I know, Ron, that you probably have a different standard yourself, seeing somebody else that's been so good for so many Sundays.
I remember life before him, though.
4 interceptions first half. To me, I'm thinking to myself, looking at his demeanor in that rain and in that cold, and this is something that came to me on the way in, Ron. I was thinking about conversations that you and Clint had during the offseason, and I'll admit it, I disagreed, and I was like, F this when I was working down the street.
Yeah.
Part of it was a little bit of punching up, all that jazz. But now when you think about how he handled the Tank Dell situation, and then you factor that in with how he looked in this game against the Patriots with the weather looking the way that it did, doesn't it make you wonder just a little bit about his ability to handle adversity?
It depends on adversity, right? I think he's an emotional cat, but I think there are a lot of emotional cats.
I agree with that.
I think but that doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't handle adversity well. Listen, I don't think anything was abnormal. Hey, bro, when you're in the biggest game of your life, and one of the biggest games of your life, and are you 2 interceptions in? And that second one, your arm gets hit, and it looks like you're playing jackpot, and they return it for a touchdown? Oof. Like, hey, man, you're probably gonna look a little down. You're probably gonna have a mopey look on your face, like hell, Tyler has been pissed at himself for a bad drop, and it has carried Tyler for 2 more segments. Tyler has had moments where he put a drop in or he put it in right where I've talked, and he has apologized. Man, damn, I'm sorry. And I can look in Tyler's eye, and we've lost Tyler until 4. All right,
the quest for perfection continues.
Imagine where he was after the 3rd pick happened. Right, then the 4th one. Then you might have a bad face. I get what you're saying. You might have a bad face. Maybe he would. I always when that's brought up, I always think back like, hey, go look at the Super Bowl from last year. The greatest quarterback of this time frame, and in my opinion, the GOAT in waiting. He had a lot of looks on his face that would mirror what CJ had. Now, obviously, walking into that what he has done before, but I'm just saying he wasn't walking up and down the sideline. He had a lot of his lip was out and it looked shell shocked the way that CJ did. So his reaction is not abnormal. I didn't think he was scared. I just thought he was overwhelmed and shell-shocked in a situation where, damn, you throw 4 interceptions in that game, you might be.
Let me make a comparison to another guy who early on in his career struggled in the playoffs, and I'll be honest, it was mildly arousing to me. And, of course, talking about the Peyton Pout and Peyton Manning.
Interesting choice.
Oh, man, I was there for both of those playoff games where it started snowing, and little Peyton Manning is pouting up and down the field. Suck it, Bill Polian. But to bring it back, Peyton in that game, the Pouts were annoyed and angry. And it's almost as if you'd feel maybe a little bit better about Stroud's demeanor if he was going to the sideline and throwing a tablet, maybe throwing a helmet or something like that, as opposed to seeing him just sitting there looking like he had just gotten off Omaha Beach.
And that's what I do when I beat myself up. I get pissed off, but I'm not pouting and moping and saying poor me. And that's why I get frustrated with CJ.
I do that from time to time. I will do that. That's why I love my girlfriend. She is great. She's like, Paul, Paul, you're so soft.
Ultimately, ultimately it's the same thing though, Tyler.
In a way,
you're mad. But ultimately for him, his mad is like, damn, I am messing this up.
I know, but I promise I wouldn't be at a presser in front of everybody being like, yeah, man, I'd be like, I sucked, and I got to be better. There's a difference there.
Yeah, but your difference you're making is does not gate the thought of I'm out. Like I'm not
saying it should.
Like you know what I mean? Like
I think it is very different.
He just handles it. Like there are people who handle things that way. There are Super Bowl quarterbacks that are like, damn. Like
that was my I'm out moment though, Ron. And to make a comparison to a Christmas Carol, Muppet Christmas Carol, the GOAT Christmas Carol. I'm like the ghost of Christmas present. I'm always living in the present when it comes to takes. And you got to have a short memory, and you don't look to the future. This is where I'm at right now. And every athlete in any sport that I cover has the ability to change my mind. You have to allow yourself the ability for an opinion to evolve.
Yeah.
But today right here, I'm mad, and I don't believe in him going forward.
All right. Yeah, believe in him. You don't believe in him, you're out. Right? I look at this and I think, boy, that was a rough 2 games.
But I left my coat there just in case.
But again, I have said this here. There's been 52 of them games that he has played since he's been with the Texans. And I would say 75 to 80% of those games he's been good to great. Even in pressure moments, there's a win or go home moment against the Colts. He's played at other playoff games, and he didn't look like that. But everyone is entitled to feel how they feel. And I can see, but I just wonder, like, if you had a little time, had almost 2 weeks, has it settled down a little bit? We'll go to the phones coming up next. I got you coming up, Craig, Reverend KJ. I like that. JC, be thinking of that. Phone lines are open. Are you mad at CJ or are you done with him? We'll discuss that next.
The Drive is live.
The NBA rumor mill is churning. What do Rockets fans think of a potential Giannis to Houston deal?
Losing Tari Eason and Alperen Şengün, but bringing in Antetokounmpo in is still not going to fix what is really holding this team back, which is, all right, we need to develop a true point guard. I think the bling appeal of
Twitter's mad, but he's not done. And it's mixed here on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Some are done. Reverend KJ, where you at? Are you mad at CJ, or are you done with him?
Man, look, I was done with CJ when he was sitting on the ground like a 5-year-old that just got his toy Tonka truck taken against Pittsburgh after that fumble. This is the thing with CJ.
Why you say Tonka truck?
I have a lot of those. That's good.
But this is the question I pose for you guys, and I'm going to get out of here.
Go ahead.
Is it possible that although they're saying what they're saying publicly, could the coaching staff be done with CJ? Because we criticize the play calling and all of that, and him being a game manager, but they're around CJ every day. All we see is what we see on Sundays and what tidbits we get from behind the scenes. So maybe the play calling is dummied down. Maybe, and I know this doesn't excuse all the issues on the offense, but maybe they approach the game with CJ, or maybe they're so delicate with CJ because they know he's fragile. This next season is really going to be a test for CJ. You stunk up the place 2 games in a row. You had 2 down years. So his competitive integrity is going to be on full display. If he's going to let him drop next year, we're going to see rookie CJ. If he'll be walking around there with his thumb in his mouth, we're going to see what we saw at the end of this season, man. But, yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
All right, appreciate you, KJ. At least he didn't put a binky in his mouth. Listen, I think, Paul, there is some level of done from the – I don't know about done from the coaching staff, but they certainly don't treat him like the talent and what he has shown that he could be, right? They're running offense that, like, hey, just do the same thing that Davis does. They don't treat him like – it's like, hey, Patrick Mahomes, just go run what Alex Smith ran, right? That's what they're – so they're not treating him like we've got a great quarterback and we're going to play like we have a great quarterback. They're treating him like, hey, man, we got a great defense, just you don't mess it up.
They're not throwing him under the bus publicly like an a-hole like Sean Payton, with the Bo Nix situation going on right now. But, I mean, go back to Nick Casario's press conference. How many times did he mention we can't turn the football over? Take a look at what the Texans haven't done with their offensive coaching staff this year. They've only moved on from a tight end coach. The offensive coordinator is still there, and the quarterback coach is still there now.
They can't give him away.
Maybe they are hoping that the Eagles hire Gerard Johnson so that they don't have to make that tough decision.
They went to a guy 1 year removed from playing.
Right. And if you take a look, too, at what Aaron Wilson had reported about what potentially could be next for the Texans at quarterback coach, I mean, they might be moving towards and his name, I always have a tough time pronouncing it.
Shaplinsky?
Shaplinsky, yes, Jerry Shaplinsky.
Jerry's the only one he was able to bring with him.
Right. So that guy becomes the quarterback coach. Does that seem like, hey, we think that the offense is the problem? No, they seem to think, based off of every action and Nick Casario's press conference, that Stroud has to get it together this coming season, and we'll see if they can further confirm that by, I don't know, taking their sweet time with that 5th-year option, which I think they will give him, and not giving him an extension, which is the probably more likely out.
Something they didn't think they weren't going to do. Something that not at all. JC, you're on the drive. Where you at on it?
What up, guys?
What's up, JC?
I'm out on CJ, baby. Now, I support this show. I'm at every remote in Katy.
There you go.
And I'm here to tell you, brothers, that the reason why I'm out on him is because when I saw this boy crying inconsolably with snot coming out of his nose on the football field when Tank Dell went down, that was a big red flag.
But, JC, I don't believe you were out then. You were out then?
Listen, the reason why I'm out is because D'Amico came in, and what he's built, he needs somebody who has fire in his gut. CJ, it's obvious something's wrong with him. Mentally, spiritually, we don't know what it is. But check this out. It's almost like the guy has realized that it's no longer fun playing football. It's a money game. And that's what I think is wrong with the young man. That's
what
I think.
Appreciate the call, JC. Appreciate you coming in.
Those some takes right there, JC.
I don't like, to me, if you're pulling that from like, it feels like you're pulling that from what, 3 incidents or the last game? Because I do not believe you coming out of that Kansas City game when Tank Dell broke his leg that you stopped believing in C.J. Stroud. I don't believe it. The reason why I tell you I don't believe it, as I've told you last week, see, I sit here and I watch these, and I look at all three of these screens.
Can confirm.
Every single day, because I argue with most of you. I'm telling you, and Tyler can back it up. It wasn't no outrageous outcry of, man, I don't think he's got it. More of y'all, we were pointed out, we're saying, no, leave him alone. No, you guys are being macho. No, you guys are doing this. Like, no. So bump that. That just you guys, and I've said this from the jump. I think you guys are putting, and I say you guys, the people who are going in that direction, you're putting more stock in the 2 games as opposed to the 50 of the 52 games that he's played, in which you had pure belief. The reason why Texans fans thought they had a chance to get to the AFC Championship game and win a Super Bowl was not Will Anderson, was not Derek Stingley. I'm not saying they're not important. The reason why people felt like they had a chance is because of 7. That was it. And then 2 games has occurred, and it feels like some people, not all of you, some people are out, like JC.
At a certain point against the Steelers, I think if you had belief, it was more because this defense is so damn awesome. And I think when that flips a little bit, then you do have to wonder to yourself, is the quarterback holding us back? That last caller's point, I was wondering where he was going, where he began by saying boy. Finished the call with young man.
That raised my eyebrows.
I'm really proud of you, too, that jumped you guys up.
I did not like that. But I do think that indirectly he's talking about the maturity level of Stroud here. And I think, not to put words in his mouth, and I think that's what people are wondering about with the composure side of things. And, to go back to the conversation that you guys had in this past offseason, like the take has aged fairly well. It's something that I think you just have to think about with him. Is this going to get better over time? And it can. For a lot of guys, it actually does. Take a look at Sam Darnold, who's in the Super Bowl.
Many people learn from their trials.
Right. Right. It's just hard to feel like he's going to right now. And perhaps that's unfair to CJ Stroud, but we weigh what you do in the playoffs way more than what you do in the regular season. And by the way, should. And I'm tired of some of these people that are local reporters, and maybe it's because of a fear of losing access, who are telling us, and I saw this from Jonathan Alexander after the Steelers game of the Chronicle, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, this defense is all-time potential. So let's see the quarterback not screw it up. And he gave the game to New England. And Drake May made plays. Stroud, where have the plays come from? You just think about the entirety of the playoff run. It's the Texans defense eating up the Browns. It's the Texans defense ultimately eating up the Chargers. It's the Texans defense eating up the Steelers. The play that Stroud makes comes on a muffed snap, which he did, 37 times against the Steelers? I'm talking about the one against the Chargers. Yeah. So,
it's not a not worry about it, but
would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Justin, close this out, man. Where are you at? You mad at him or are you done with him?
Hey guys, what's going on, bud?
Go ahead, Justin.
All right, man. Here's where it's at, man. 12 days later. I'm coming to terms with the fact we're not going to get rid of him. That's my opinion. It makes me mad at the fact that if we would have done this differently, it would be a different outcome. So
what part done differently?
We would have. Well, like if we would have put in Mills, okay, just for a couple of drives, I think it's a win for him because let's say Texans turn it around with Mills. Okay, C.J. Stroud's just having a bad day. He's got another chance to prove himself.
Justin, I hear you. Justin, you got to trade C.J. Stroud if you put Mills in. If you take C.J. Stroud out of the divisional playoff round, if you take him out of that game, it's over, Justin. Now maybe you're good with that, but I'm just telling you,
but I feel like that would be a learning experience for him. Unfortunately, he had a great first year. Fortunately, he had a turnaround in the Steelers game. Those moments where he should have had this come to Jesus, those were kind of overlooked, and he would just can't win the next game thinking he's top 5 quarterback. So I just wonder how many times do we let it happen? How many times do we get to the playoffs and we see him do this? I just feel like
all right, I'm going to let you off. I'm going to let you. How many times?
All right, appreciate you guys.
All right, go ahead. But I was going to say they've been to the playoffs 3 times and they've played 6 games in it. How many times did this happen? Like I feel like some people, like Justin, just in his mind that this has been what C.J. Stroud has been in the game, and it's not. It's not. Like, he has not been obviously he has not been 7 turnovers in 2 games.
First year against the Ravens didn't look ready. Last year,
but he played a game before that, didn't he?
He did play a game before that, but here's the other thing too.
The playoff games.
Yeah,
it's
but
not like the Texans been winning playoff games regularly out here.
He did set a record though, which you don't want to be doing.
But no, you just drove past the Cleveland playoff game.
Yes,
the first
Joe
one.
Flacco.
So what? Joe Flacco came in here a couple of weeks before and whooped the hell out of him.
Am I supposed to be impressed by that? That don't impress me much.
I'm just okay. So all right. So the Charger game. Was that nothing? The Colts game that got him into.
But the Charger game did not. Listen, the Colts game, he made the big plays early, but it's not Jonathan Taylor. It's whoever the hell that running back was who came in for Jonathan Taylor, who drops the ball in that 4th and 1. I mean, the Colts could have won that game. It's the Chargers game. It took a while for the Texans offense to get going. When it got going, it got going. But I listen.
This
I think
is the anger coming out.
Oh no! Come on, Rob.
You're still mad. You're still mad.
Deservedly.
You're still
deservedly.
Mad. You're still mad. You can't give him credit for playoff games.
But do you give any? Hang on.
You're not. This is not the Patriots. This is.
But I want it to be the Patriots.
This is the Texans.
I want that.
All right. Hey, we're gonna continue here. This is fun. Paul Gallant in, and I know he's got a point he wants to finish, but Paul doesn't know this. I like working with Paul because I know Paul can roll with any punches that are thrown.
Hit me.
And I'm going to hit him coming up.
Uh-oh.
Coming up next, folks. I don't know what Paul's favorite bottle is. I don't know if he's a wine drinker, tequila, whatever, but I got him. It's on the line. If Paul can answer 3 out of 5 questions correct from Black TV, from
yes.
Black TV trivia. If he can answer 3 of 5 questions correct, I got a bottle for it. I got a bottle for him. 713-572-4610. Do you think Paul has a chance? We'll do that next.
That's what the whites used to do.
The best sports talk around, anytime, any.
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donations super easy. Your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Tyler Milner, Tyler Milner, a fan of the concert idea of Neo and Akon.
Akon and Young Jesus.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios.
Trying to take it easy.
Sports Radio 610 presents
Only way to go.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Let's get it. But if you're looking for me, I'll be on the block with my thing cocked, possibly sitting on a drop down.
Hey. What a banger.
We're going to have to address Tyler in a bit with this.
Come on, Ron, it's Friday.
No, there's deeper to this, and we're going to bring you into this conversation. Tyler has let this completely get away from him. The listeners know exactly. Listeners, it got worse. Coming up a little bit later, Tyler let it completely get away from him.
Whoa, interesting.
Yeah, it did. T-Mill being T-Mill. Yeah, it is. It's a rough thing. All right, I didn't mean to cut you off. Coming up here in just a few minutes, Paul Gallant. Whatever your drink of choice is, whatever your bottle, I don't know if you're now listen, let's not get aggressive here. We got to go like Cayman's Top Shelf or something like that. But whiskey or wine drinker, you're a tequila drinker, vodka. I got your bottle if you can pull this off.
Okay.
I got a little black TV show trivia. Okay. Now I've run this by Tyler, and I feel like Tyler was pretty close in knowing a lot of these. And so I am intrigued to see where you got to get 3 of them. 3 out of the 5.
Okay.
3 out of the 5. You get a bottle. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. How good do you think our guy from the New England area, the Massachusetts area, how well do you think Paul is going to do with black TV trivia?
I'm just going to preface this by saying the town I grew up in Massachusetts, Ron, I'm pretty sure we had more Dunkin' Donuts than black people.
That's fair.
We had 5 Dunkin' Donuts. I do not think we had 5 black people. What's the name of the town? Hanover, Massachusetts.
Hanover.
This is a suburb town in Plymouth County.
That sounds good and white. Right there. Yeah, baby.
Just let it shine.
Hey, that's a good start right there.
He added to it. Yeah.
I didn't have that reference when you first brought it to my attention 2 years ago.
That one hurt. Yeah, he didn't have that one.
Did not watch the sequel.
He didn't have that. All right, but did you have a point you wanted to finish on CJ? Yeah.
Basically, it's just this. In these playoff games, has he made plays? Sure. He made more plays, or has he at times looked like just doesn't have it? And I feel like we've seen a lot of the latter, and I have brought this up on my podcast.
There you go.
When I look at him, I'm giving him a henna tattoo. You know what those are? They're the tattoos that last a while, but they don't last forever. And it is that of game manager, because in this offense, that is what they are asking him to do. They are asking him to take what is available to him and they do not want him to do what I have seen put out there by a couple of people who cover the team, and I'm assuming this has also been told to them by people that are behind the scenes, is that what you were saying a little bit ago, that he was trying to do too much, that he was trying to, without Nico Collins, without Dalton Schultz, overcompensate. But he can't do that. And I think if they're going to keep this offense the way that it is, that's what he is. And I think we got to take a look at that 2-word label. And I think you got to look at it not as an insult. With where the defense is right now, could Stroud be totally different 5 years down the road in his career? Sure. But I think at this moment in time, just given what the team is in a team sport, he's a game manager.
I tell you, boy, that's the part that is hard for me to get around when we start talking about the C.J. Stroud part.
Because he's got the playmaking ability.
They watched him do what he did as a rookie. When I say they, I say Nick, I say D'Amico, watched him do what he did as a rookie. Injuries up and down the team, receivers out. I remind you, Tank Dell has never played in a playoff.
It's been 2 years since we've seen it, though.
Well, no, what I'm saying is this, is they watched him do that, and then they said, let's make him a game manager. Like that's odd. That's the approach. Like, we watched him do that.
But wasn't that their philosophy then, too? Like, no, when he balled out?
No, he was not a game manager. No, they didn't treat him like they wanted for him to. They put the ball in his hand to make plays. Their mindset was, we're going to win because of CJ. Now it is like, hey, just take what they give you, man. Dump it down. End with a kick. It's fine. Like, that is like they're looking at him and just do what Davis does. That's insane to me. That guy led the league in passing yards. That guy went toe-to-toe on the road against Joe Burrow and won the game on the road. Went in there, got to have it game. I know that you're now
prisoner of the moment, baby.
His second half, but got to have a game against the Colts with multiple receivers out and only Nico out there, and he's going in and
first play was awesome.
There's several other plays in there too. Nico had like 100-something yards, not by himself. And then you thought, hey, man, let's just have him. Let's have him just be a game manager. All right, here we go. Yeah, Tyler, I need some black TV trivia music. I don't know what that is or what is in your mind. Okay. All right, this is fun. Go Lil Wayne here, okay?
Yes, sir.
I got you. All right, some people text in. I got 2 out of 5 for you, Paul. We'll see. All right, I'll start.
One text, Paul's voice sounds like he's going to be an 0 for 5 guy. Hey.
You should see his hair then.
Let's yeah. Hey, man, we get some length in the back. Let's start here. Family Matters. Family Matters. I think this is a popular Steve Urkel.
And I do that.
All right. What was Carl Winslow's occupation?
Police officer.
Oh, here we go. See, there's the easy way.
He's
right out of the gate.
That was my favorite TV show.
Right out of the gate. Here we go.
Days go by.
Here we go.
It's the bigger love of the family.
That's one. He nailed it, baby. He came out quick. All right, we got one. 2 more.
I always wondered, was he the same cop in that show, because he's in Chicago, obviously, that he was in Die Hard? Yeah. That would be a cool, nice little crossover.
He just got stuck with a tough name. All right, let's go with the Jeffersons. The Jeffersons. What is the first name of the lead male actor in the show?
Oh, actor, damn.
Not the no, his name on the show. What's his name on the show?
This is a
Do you have this, Tyler?
I think it's George.
Is this your final answer?
This is my final answer.
I don't think I have
it. It's got it, baby. That's 2. George Jefferson, baby. I didn't think he had it. Did you have that, Tyler?
No, I didn't.
You didn't have George and Wheezy?
Oh, the characters' names.
Yes.
Sorry. I thought I heard it was the actor name.
If he'd have said Sherman Hensel, I would have lost my mind.
On my honor, had that. I thought you were talking actor name. My bad.
Is this the spinoff from the Honeymooners?
No.
Okay.
All in the Family.
All in the Family. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
He used to go with Archie. All right. You need one more.
Okay.
Let's go, Martin.
Oh.
Martin.
What was the name of Martin's longtime girlfriend?
Okay. Damn, this is
What was the name of Martin's longtime girlfriend.
So I have seen 2 episodes of this.
Tisha Campbell is the actress's name. She sued him too.
Please don't get mad at me because I'm again going to throw a Hail Mary out. And this is I'm just going to throw a name out, okay? I feel like I heard this name, but I could be wrong. Was it Monique?
No,
Okay.
it's not. Damn, Gina Waters. Gina Waters. All right. We got 2 more in the holster. All right. Fresh Prince. Will Smith moved back to Bel Air with his Uncle Phil and Aunt Viv. He also moved in with 3 cousins. What are their names?
Oh, all 3. Carlton.
That's one. That's the easy one.
I'm so bad with names on TV shows because I have watched a lot of episodes of this.
She was so sexy.
Yeah, the older sister that was also in Major Payne.
Exactly how I referenced
Karen,
it.
yeah. One of the rare black Karens.
You're
gonna have to get a time limit here.
Yeah, I got a punt. I got nothing.
Hillary Banks.
Damn it! I knew it was.
And Tatiana Ali. Ashley.
Yep.
Hillary.
See, now it's coming back to
Ashley.
me.
All right, this is it.
I didn't think you were going to give me something for Fresh Prince. I got super excited.
This is it.
I feel like I blew it. I feel like I CJ Strouded myself.
You got 2. You got George Jefferson. You got Carl Winslow's occupation. The last one, The Cosby Show.
Okay.
How many boys did Cliff and Claire Huxtable have? How many boys did Cliff and Claire Huxtable have?
Final answer 2.
Theo. Just Theo. Only rest in peace,
second.
Malcolm.
That was
Jamar Warner. No.
See, the sad thing is, I knew the actor who played him died. Damn.
Damn it.
I'm
you
so
could have had
disappointed.
it.
I'm so disappointed.
That was good. Someone just texted, as I said, 2 out of 5. Damn it.
Yeah.
I thought, man, he started out strong.
I'm mad at myself right now.
Damn, I thought you had
and you know what? The rest of the show, I might have the same composure that CJ Stroud had on the sideline.
Some people texted in Tiffany. There's no Tiffany. Damn it, Theo. Thought Rudy was a boy.
Damn.
All right, coming up.
I was going to ask for Hennessy, too. That would have been fun.
Yeah, that would have had
What is the top shelf of Hennessy?
I think Hennessy.
Hennessy?
Or
is
white,
it all one?
Are
there different brands?
No.
As a white man, am I allowed to ask that?
Get white Hennessy. Yeah, you can have
It's cognac.
Coming up, the Rockets. We got to have a come to Jesus meeting about the Rockets. We'll do that next.
Just let it shine through.
Trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. 1 hour down. Paul Gallant is in as Clint is out. And we're in good hands, having a good time. T-Mill is on the ones and twos. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you. You can see us. Those of you who've been riding. If you missed it, we just there's a nipple right there, so the show has started. If you missed it, Paul Gallant had a bottle on the line. He was going to go with Hennessy, I guess. He had a bottle on the line, and he needed to get 3 out of 5, and he got 2.
Not all whites look the same.
I mean, and he came out firing too.
I was so excited.
I mean, that he met he met me with police officer right after I finished it.
You started off with.
And then you got George Jefferson, and you weren't real confident in that.
That was a Hail Mary.
And then
it was like Case Keenum's first half against the Colts way back in the day, and then the second half happened, and
I think
felt like I was having an episode.
At Fresh Prince, I thought that was a winner. I thought you had that one in the holster.
Hillary, I knew. Ashley, I'm not sure I would have
been
known.
a hard pull.
Yeah.
Ashley, yeah, young Ashley. Yeah. All right, but it's a good time, man. Stay with us, 713-572-4610. Call, text in as we will include you, as always, in the show. All right, I feel like we may need to have a serious, almost come-to-Jesus meeting about the Houston Rockets. They got the dub last night, back-to-back. I don't put a whole lot of stock into that. Good, they got a win, but those are tough nights. It's always best when both teams are coming off a back-to-back. That is almost much more fair than a team that's been off multiple days and then this other team's coming into town off a back-to-back. So they were both coming in the same situation, but they were able to pull away in the second half of that game. But I just think overall, for me, Paul, I just don't, because we had a little conversation yesterday. I said I'm for pulling the trigger before the fifth and throwing your name in the hat and trading for Giannis. That's where I was yesterday. I just don't know how you can watch this team and watch KD play to a level that I didn't. I said this other day, I think he's playing better than I anticipated he would. This does not look like somebody that is going down. He is playing really well. Like, he didn't shoot it great last night and slid into 33 points. So, like, he is playing at a high level. And damn it, I don't know how you can sit here and watch this team and arrive to the point and think they'd beat OKC in a 7-game.
Yeah, they're not winning the finals.
They beat San Antonio in a 7-game series.
Definitely don't feel that way either.
Now look out, Jokic is returning tonight. They'll beat a healthy. Aaron Gordon's going to be out for a little bit, but they'll beat a healthy Denver team. I mean, they're like 2-10 against those teams. Throw in the Pistons. They have struggled against those level teams. Hell, I don't even know if they beat Minnesota in a 7-game series.
I think that's where you're level, but you're right. It's a toss-up.
But I don't see this team winning a championship. And I just and before even good trade stuff, it feels like many of you still sense that. And I will say, as we talked about how evidence can change things, at the beginning of the year when they got KD, I thought you were a team that was right there with Denver and OKC. Now that we have seen it play out, and we've seen, to me, it's more the other teams have really taken off. I thought maybe the Spurs may be another year before they've made this leap, right? And these teams are they're just coming, and I just don't. I'm a bit surprised that people still look at this team, and we've got almost half the season sample size, and look at this and say, yeah, when the postseason comes, I think this team can get and win a championship.
I think a lot of people are like me, all of a sudden paying attention to basketball with a little more focus. So it's going to take you some time to get to the point where people who have been watching the team all year are. When Fred VanVleet went down, that was a massive punch to the head, and you are still dazed from it. You lose Steven Adams. You lose the one edge that you maybe had on the entire NBA, that you could play bully ball with anybody and win in a game where you're just going to muck it up and have way more size than the opposition. Yeah, they're not winning a title. And I think now you got to ask yourself the rest of the way, what are our priorities? But the Rockets aren't looking at it that way. They're going to try to compete their best. But to what you were saying just a moment ago, they beat the Spurs recently, and it took Victor Wembanyama playing maybe the worst game he's played all season.
And Kevin Durant having to spend as much energy as he has spent since probably Golden State playoffs to defend.
Right. And on top of that, he spent a little energy after the game giving Wemby advice on, hey, man, stop shooting threes. You're not that good at it yet. You didn't need to do that, Kevin, but hey, I get it. Basketball, savant, all that stuff.
And that alien is just getting better. I mean, he's just going to get better.
How could he? It's playing with children where he's at. And not to diminish NBA players, but when you're that big, you can experiment a little bit. He's doing this in January. What is he in February and March, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm with you. I think most people are looking at the team and realizing it's just going to be too tough to overcome it. I saw some suggestions on what maybe the Rockets could do at the trade deadline. I was listening to Ryan Russillo. He had Bobby Marks on. Marks had suggested that the Rockets take a look at a guy like Chicago Bulls point guard Trey Jones, who's out right now. Maybe trade for him. Without a real how messy things have looked offensively, it doesn't really look all that different from last year, even though you have Kevin Durant. You aren't doing anything without at least some sort of organization there. And do you have what it takes or feel that you have the urgency to go and get that guy? That's what I wonder about from both Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone.
Yeah, and but again, are these moves that are going to put them in that?
No, it's we're going from 0% to 2%.
Yeah, and that and it looks like they want to potentially watch this group grow, but these guys lie all the time. Who knows? There's no way they're not checking in on this. Like again, when I say some of the come to Jesus meeting with people, like I'm not going to sit here and guarantee you that you trade for Giannis, and as I've said. What many people have floated around, it's Şengün and it's one of the, Eason, Smith, or Reed Shepherd, one of those guys. I'm not guaranteeing you that they're going to win. I'm telling you at that point that the Rockets have a chance and can compete with any of the other teams to win a championship. They don't have it right now. And as I see here on the text line, no point in trading away your good parts to get someone who won't help you win a championship. And then also saying that nobody can't tell me how Giannis makes us better. I don't know what to do for you then.
Yeah.
I don't if you're sitting here and you're wondering if how Giannis will make the Rockets better if he's on the team. I mean that's I don't know what to do with that. That's like asking me what does it mean that Kyrie Irving would make them better if he was on the team rather than Fred? Like I don't know Giannis is one of the 3 best players in the sport.
I think this goes back.
You're going to be better if Giannis was on the team.
I don't disagree. I think it goes back, Ron, to some of the old school internet gang wars between Harden gang and Giannis gang. Remember those where there were some indirect shots being thrown between Harden and Giannis? And I think that there are a lot of Rockets fans out there who loved Harden and for whatever reason really disliked Giannis and felt that Giannis should get some of the guff that Harden gets because they believed that Giannis wasn't watchable when Harden wasn't that watchable. But I'm with you. I mean, Giannis has won a championship. He has the absolute right mentality for Ime Udoka.
He's just a better player. And it's not close than Şengün.
He's a finished product. He's a finished product. Şengün has his moments, but
he's a better. This is a guy.
You're upgrading.
Who is 30 and 11 and 12 and 6 assists, and he is the best two-way player in basketball.
And also
that can play multiple positions, and he pairs well with him and KD's game would fit well together.
I love Giannis.
You can say I don't know if this move is going to help us win a championship immediately. You can say I don't know if I want to break up these young guys. I believe that this, but you can I can't help you if you don't know how Giannis doesn't make you a better team.
Yeah, especially a motivated Giannis who's sick of where he's been and has been handling that situation about as well as you possibly can when the writing is on the wall and everyone knows that you want to get out.
I can't explain to you why, hey, Anthony Edwards adding to this team, how does he make us better? I can't. These guys are the best. These guys are.
But I think most people agree with you. I feel like these are real diehard, but perhaps siloed Rockets fans who were so focused on this team. And it kind of goes back to a couple of years ago. And I used to make fun of them, and some of them blocked me on it. Some of the Rockets Kids Club out there, they were like, we traded Ty Washington. Those people. There's a little bit too much loyalty about starting with where you're at now is going to get you to the same place that Oklahoma City is. And, you've done a pretty good job, but have the Spurs not lapped you?
But
Have
that's the part. Like, there are two things with this. Like, and I want to get to the other one. But with that point that you just brought up, and I said this yesterday to people. Yes, the OKC, the Celtics model, where they've done this from within and they've raised their stars. And I would just say, I hear you with that. Kevin Durant's probably 2 years, right? You don't want to trade. You don't want to mess that up. You want to grow this thing like OKC. I got it. Who is the one? Who is the SGA? Who is the Tatum? Who is that? Who is that guy? Do you think it's Şengün?
No. Not yet.
Now, some of you may. Do you think it's like, take KD away? If we're talking about the future, because KD he's got two. Who is the person that is going to be this? Like, do you think that Şengün is Jokic?
And I think that's the question you have to ask, because when was it that Jokic really took that big step from where he was, which was a second-round pick that did a really good job carving a role for himself in the NBA, to becoming the best player? He was 23, 24.
But do you, I think Şengün is really good. I think Şengün is going to be a lesser version of him. Like, I think he's going to be, like, his ceiling is going, like,
and by the way, Jokic is one of the best players ever.
Yes, but Denver needed him to be that.
Yeah.
And how many times do you think Denver's been in the Western Conference Finals?
Off the top of my head, I'm only with Jokic.
Like, twice.
Yeah.
I'm talking about with Jokic. Twice. And one of them was the bubble year that people don't like to count, where they got rolled through by LeBron and the Lakers. And then the year they went to the championship. Like, and that's with him being the best player in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like, like, when that part of holding, I get the OKC, like, trying to build, we want to keep these guys together. I know y'all don't think Amin Thompson's about to turn into that.
No, it's going to take time for that shot to develop. It's going to take a couple more years.
And I love Amin. Right? I think Amin's going to be a unique, like, weapon that we haven't seen, but he's not going to be Tatum. Like, they don't.
No, he's more likely
that piece.
He's more likely to be a Ben Simmons who cares.
You know who that piece? Giannis is that, though.
Giannis is, I think the question, and Champ Slice brought this up on YouTube. What, I guess, window do you have with Giannis still being Giannis? Does Giannis's game lend itself to playing a couple more years after this at the same level he's been at?
He's 31.
Right.
And he is not slowed down.
He hasn't.
His production.
He is the Greek freak for a reason.
And we're watching, and let's, like, obviously LeBron is LeBron, but we're watching these guys, like, look, Kevin's 37. We're watching these guys age. How long do you think Giannis is a top 10 player in the league?
I would definitely say at least the next 3 years.
I would say at least the next 5 years that Giannis is a top 5 player. And I think your best window and chance to win a championship is this Kevin Durant, this version of Kevin Durant. Because when he leaves, now you got to try to find another. When he leaves, you got to find another. And
he's been worth it. I mean, he has been awesome this season, and he has been on a tear of late. So to that point, hey, yeah, this guy's playing at his peak. Get somebody else who can play at their peak right now. You don't often have these openings.
But again, do people think this team? I don't even mean to go that far. Do people think this team can win? Like, can get to the finals this year?
No, I don't think they think that. I think they believe that if we keep this together 3 years from now,
so it's more of a future.
2 years from now, it is. It's for sure. It's diamond hands.
Because the thing that
to the moon.
The thing that is getting me annoyed is, listen, I respect Fred VanVleet, but there are people who believe that this team is a solid point guard away from being on the same level as those other teams, and they're not.
Yeah, the
so like if Fred was
on offense.
Like if Fred was healthy on this team, they would be better. Yes. I still don't think that it is all right. Game on. Here we go, OKC. Here we go, Denver. Here we go. Fred would have some problems with De'Aaron Fox. Like he's a good player, and I think people just feel like, boy, if they just threw a point guard, just give me Drew Holiday in there. Like, yeah, if you're talking about a point guard, you're talking about Steph. Like we talking a point guard. You're talking about one of the best in the game.
What's the medium? What's the in between Steph and a Fred VanVleet? Is it Drew, you mentioned?
Drew, maybe
It's definitely not
I feel
Jones
like Drew
from
and
Chicago.
Fred are probably in a similar vein. Yeah, I mean, I like.
Van Vliet deserves respect because he single-handedly kept you in that series against the Thunder, or excuse me, against the Warriors. But you're right. Like there's a limit, and he's more of a chucker.
Yeah, I just think people feel like, boy, it's just the point guard play. Like they could get improved point guard play. But
That doesn't
like
fix
Fred
the
is
offense.
Not, Fred.
You need like an offensive assistant, don't you think, or something to help Ime Udoka out because things just continuously look messy. And now on top of that, this year you're seeing some of the defensive effort and focus wane at the end of games, and that's a little concerning.
All right, I know Paul's got a thought and a question in regards on what the Texans are doing with one of their most important players. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. other, right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You'd be excited to know, Tyler, a little roster move. Not a roster move, but the Texans have made an addition to the coaching staff.
Oh, my.
And you know, as I like to say, when you're sitting there and you're trying to figure out, all right, I gotta get back to the core of it. We gotta make this thing go. You tend to hit that arm and you go back home.
Ooh, I thought you were
you go back to the place that you know, the people you can trust, and you go.
I didn't know where you were taking this.
You
All right,
go
I'm
to
sorry.
New
I'm
England.
back with you.
You go to New England. You go to Patriots Pass.
Or
you don't
John Carroll.
Yes, or John Carroll. They are going to New England. James Ferenz is adding to the offensive staff, and now we know he is he is going to be working with the tight ends. Don't know if he's the tight end coach. I see Aaron Wilson saying he will be working with the tight ends, but he is a former Giants assistant, former New England Patriots lineman. He is coming in. That's right, baby, Nick. Go to the blood.
Not the Patriots South, man.
You go to the blood. You go. That's what Triple H said. You go to the blood. You go back and you go to the click, and they go right back to that Patriots click, baby.
Yeah, that's right. Well, in the league, dude.
Right, baby.
Yeah, dude. I'm going to Donkeys later. I'm gonna put a little Bailey's in there.
Baby.
Yeah, dude. All you losers, you think you're better than me? You ain't better than me.
How do you lose this? Did you ever
No,
have that?
I wasn't allowed to have
Hanover's a little different.
No, Hanover's not a little different. Hanover's a couple of towns over from Brockton. That's where it's the thickest. But no, I wasn't allowed to have it. My mom's from Philadelphia. She thought, rightfully so, that it was trashy, and thank goodness.
Philly's got it. They got a little sound too.
Oh, they do. Yeah, there's an O. They overpronounce their O's. They say water. I know that because my stepdad's got a little mini Philadelphia accent.
I'd like to mix them.
Look, it's back, man. Hiring the Patriots is in vogue again. They're in the Super Bowl. Don't you get it? But it is kind of ironic, and I heard Tyler make that comment just a moment ago.
He's not with those Patriots. He's with the older.
The next generation of Patriots.
He's with the Nick.
It's the newer model. But it is kind of funny that Caserio said, was it even a month ago when he wasn't it on Texans All Access or something like that where they were talking about, hey, we're not Patriots South? I feel like it was with Mark and John. Maybe it was somebody else. Yeah. But I feel like I have heard them say that, hey, yeah, we're different than the Patriots leading up to the game against the Patriots in the not-too-distant past. And yet here we are with another ex-Patriot on the staff, which is kind of funny.
Well, I mean, but this leads to something that I know is in your mind, and that is, like, we can understand everything that C.J. Stroud has done, and he is added, you know, he plays a big role into where they are with him as well. But I know for you do look at it, and this adds to it, right? In a way, this is another piece to the offensive staff is what are they doing around him? Like, are they doing enough to get to a situation where C.J. Stroud could play at his best?
What have they done? You know, that's the thing that you look at. They fired a tight end coach a year too late, you could argue. I feel like this year, what could you really do with all the injuries that you had at tight end?
And then the one you had almost a career year.
He did. He played really well, but you know, going into the season, you lose your blocking tight end, your super athletic tight end, and all of a sudden his name is eluding me.
Who are we talking about? Luke Lachey? You're looking about
no. Torn ACL. Jordan Brevin.
Brevin Jordan.
Jordan Brevin. Listen, I'm rusty.
I'm
rusty.
Was awesome.
But
that's Rusty. Does a podcast every day. Rusty.
This week has been a little less so. Playing a little too many video games, getting my sadness.
But no,
on.
back to Jordan Brevin.
They have not done much to change up this offense this offseason. The quarterback coach is still here, Gerard Johnson. I thought that there was a chance that they were going to move on from him. And I'm not necessarily saying need to move on from him, but I feel like they're looking at themselves in the mirror and saying, C.J. Stroud turned the ball over so many times in this game. What do we really need to do? Is he going to do that again? Probably not. And I don't know if that reflects how the fan base is feeling about him, you're really going to roll back with the entire same offensive coaching staff. Okay, Nick Haley another year. I can get by that because statistically there were some improvements offensively, and the offensive line was better. So Cole Popovich, you got something out of him. But are you going to stay with Gerard Johnson? Are you going to move on from Gerard Johnson for Jerry Shaplinski, another ex-Patriot / John Carroll guy? Where are you changing things to make things better from one year to the next? And I'm not necessarily saying, Ron, that I need a scalp or a head on a pike, whatever you call it, but this does seem like they're just going from where they were last year into next year with mostly the same cast of characters.
Let me ask you this and the people. When the season ended, right? Like, and I know it was, and I'll be honest with you, they're getting bailed out big time by CJ's performance. Right? Woody Marks is getting bailed out pretty good too. Like that fumble just didn't occur.
Oh.
Like that one, nobody.
You're right.
I think a lot of people just think, Tyler, that CJ threw 5 interceptions.
Yeah, basically.
I think Clint said it one day. Just went and gave him that Woody Marks fumble. But I think they're getting bailed out. But I'm wondering from you and our listeners, like what was your thinking when the season ended? Did you think like they need, in terms of this offense, they need to make what kind of steps, what kind of changes? Like, did you think this needed to be like this? They need to make big changes. They need to make some, like, what kind of level of changes did you think they needed to make? Because thus far, coaching staff, everything else, it's not a lot. They just moved the tight ends coach.
I think continuity is good in a way here, but I do think you have to look at the quarterback coach, given that Stroud, for whatever reason, was trying to do as much as he was. And sure, okay, maybe Stroud was overcompensating justifiably because there was no Nico Collins in that game and he loses Dalton Schultz like a couple of plays in. But at the same time, I mean, who's on the sideline to guide him back on the rails? And doesn't it make sense to have some sort of accountability to show C.J. Stroud, hey, man, you're up next if we do not get that level of play that we saw for your rookies and that for whatever reason is missing?
I just don't know how they sit there and they watch that offense and they're like,
I'm surprised by it too.
This is going to be good enough.
I'm surprised by it too.
Right, like, and again, I want to leave this out for Caserio and D'Amico. They still have, there could be sweeping player changes, right? Like they could have multiple new offensive linemen. They could bring in, I think they're going to bring in another running back, another receiver. So we'll see how much. I don't think they're just going to run it back. But like, I sit there and I watch them at the end of the year, Paul. I'm like, they need to make some significant changes.
Yeah, and it feels
like significant changes, mindset, something, because, like, yeah, in this game, CJ turned the ball over. You still only scored 16 points. You still, like, again, let's remember the Patriots never scored any of their points off of the turnovers except for the pick six. All the others came on regular fields, right? Like, you look at it, you needed some help at times to get to the points that you needed to get to win some of these games. You needed Andy Reid to hit the bottle. You needed, some controversial calls against the Colts and the play clock, and that, you needed some of that. You needed the Chargers to have their punter punt 22 yards to set you up for field goals to score, them to drop passes. Like, you needed some help at times, and your defense needed some help to get to the points. Like, when they played good teams, decent defenses, you're sitting there at 16, 20. They had to get a pick six to get to 23 against the Raiders. Like, I just don't know how they look at that. And all right, probably the odds are that Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are probably going to be better than the 6 wins they had.
Lamar Jackson,
odds are probably the Ravens are going to be better.
Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
We'll see, Burrow and the Bengals. Josh isn't going anywhere.
Yeah,
right?
You had a lot of things that rolled in your favor.
To think, and not to say that the Texans can't beat those teams, but I don't know how you don't sit down right now and look and say, okay, We have got to. It can't just be, if we just don't turn the ball over. No, you're not gonna be like, they could not turn the ball over all they want against the Seahawks the way they're playing right now. They're not winning that game with the amount of points their offense scores.
Maybe the help that you're talking about right now, they think they're getting it with Tank Dell back next year.
Sure.
And with Joe Mixon back next year. But to what you were saying a little bit ago, with all the fortune that they had to get to this point, is that going to happen again? It's going to be a lot more difficult. I am with you on that front.
I think it's hard to say Tank Dell, Joe Mixon. I know. I feel good they're going to be exactly what they were when they left.
You feel good about Dell?
That injury is just such where it's like, is he going to be?
He's young. He's
young, but that was.
I agree. I'm nervous
to just bank that he's going to return. I hope he does.
And with whatever happened to Mixon and how secretive they're being about it, I mean, my God, does he have?
But whatever it is, I hope they are. But to bank and say, all right, we're getting those guys back, like, you're getting Stingley back from the oblique that he had all year. I don't know that you can roll with that. All right, we got to address this because Tyler has completely let it get away from him. Just completely let it get away from him. I didn't know that this was going to sustain the way it did from the opening of the show, but I'm talking, we got to be approaching 1, maybe 1:30 in the morning from Tyler in multiple different ways of communication.
He's not saying it was a dirty water.
This isn't bonk.
No, I don't. Oh, I think he was completely sober. He just completely has let this take over his life. We'll discuss that next. Like, oh my God, Tyler.
Good hell.
Oh my God.
The NBA rumor mill is churning. What do Rockets fans
coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I mean,
Akon was putting out
he
hits,
must have touched your soul.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Creeping, I can see it from my shadow. Wanna jump up in my Lamborghini Gallardo.
Tyler, this is getting out of hand.
It's a vibe,
and people on the like Joseph Champ, they already knew. The people on that tease didn't slide past anybody. They've gone through the break to this Akon. This Akon thing. So we're clear. You've dropped Neo, right? You've dropped Neo completely in this conversation.
Oh, yeah, I love Neo, but Akon's on a different level, brings a whole different vibe, an electric one.
If you missed it, and this is when radio becomes fun, you never know what is going to jump off. Just simply in passing, started the show like Tyler. I didn't know Tyler was, like when I told Tyler, ooh, Neo and Akon are putting together a tour.
Hell yeah.
They're coming to a city near you. I did not have on my bingo card that where'd you go? Sterling?
Ross S. Sterling High School.
Sterling High School in Baytown. Tyler Milner, who drove a yellow Hummer while I was deep in college. In high school, I did
trees.
I did not have that he was provoked. That, ooh, give me Neo and give me Akon. Did not have him also later saying that Neo got me through it as a
and
middle
he can
schooler.
get you out there through it, too. If you got some heartache, Neo, man, those lyrics, the vibe those tunes bring.
I don't know a Neo
Tyler,
song.
What the church minister just came out of you right there. What that got. And he can help you too. I thought you just opened up the doors.
I was on the path to be teaching for the Lord at one point.
But I did not know that he was going to be touched by this, and then it took off because he then stuck his heels deep and goes, "Man, Akon, are you crazy? Akon, who had a better run than Akon in the early or mid 2000s or whatever.
Answer: nobody.
Absolutely no. Everyone started to rattle off multiple people.
No, there's a 3-year stretch where no one can F with Akon.
Hey, all right.
If you're being honest with yourself,
I am. Lady Gaga would like for you to be honest, and she'd
not
like
in
to
that
have a
3-year
word.
stretch, man. Akon was grinding.
Whatever 3-year stretch, I believe Usher would like to have a word. Okay, like I just think in this time frame we got some folks that might have a word with Akon. Who is it nice as you're gonna, but it did not stop after the show.
Oh no,
Tyler
had a great.
This is the hill he died on.
Not just Tyler, and I knew Clint wasn't into it because Clint just stopped responding.
He doesn't really ever text.
And he just stopped. No, he was texting earlier, and then Tyler. What time was this? Tyler got started at about 10:30.
I saw the text, and it seems like only one person is sending a lot of text based off of looking at Ron's hand.
He's
welcome to the chat.
Unresponse to, he's just rattling off songs. I Wanna Love You, featuring Snoop from Akon.
Banger.
I'm So Paid, featuring Wayne and Young Jeezy
Who
from
could
Akon.
forget that classic?
Bartender, featuring Akon.
I know that one.
T-Pain also would like to have a word. T-Pain would also like to have a word about that. Who
he
had a
knows
better
he
run?
worked with him. You just
Who had
said.
a better run? Kanye West would also like to have a word with you about who had a better run during this time.
It's a 3-year span, man. Those albums weren't in there.
I bet you late registration is somewhere within that 3 years. And who could forget the timeless classic from the early 2000s? I mean, he's just rattling them off. IG just rattling them off.
It was a vibe last night, man. I was legit having a jam session.
You were. You
amazing.
want to make sure this is getting out of hand, man. Hey, no man, and this is
disrespect
like I feel
is
like
getting
you're
out of
trying
hand.
Your attempt to try to prove, look at all of this that Akon has done, further lets me know that I think you are having reservations of your comment of him being a megastar and of your comments of
quite the contrary, sir.
Now,
not
real
contrary,
quick,
but
Champ,
quite the contrary. I'm more confident than ever in Akon and his superstarness.
Champ Slice, I can't go with Yin Yang Twins, but Little John would like to have a word about that time frame. He had a hell of a run in that time frame.
Oh, come on. He crossed over into pop culture with Chappelle's show.
Absolutely, and he was a DJ, not a talented singer like this guy we're hearing right now.
he was on track.
I feel like if you are this married to Akon at the top as a mega star, that he's one of your 3 favorite artists ever.
He's not. Is the honest truth. But it's like, I think you want to know what I really think is a big part of this. It's pure nostalgia, man. It is a dopamine hit to my brain. But no, he's still a superstar.
He's not even a superstar.
Especially those 3 years I keep telling you about.
He's already dropped from Mega.
This is like
Mega. Mega's fine.
This is Creed from the early 2000s now. And again, I appreciate it.
Last concert I went to,
but
brother.
It was a blur. It was a flashback. Can't wait till they're at the rodeo.
Yes.
I was at the rodeo announcement party. Lost my mind.
But when you hear Akon, it
takes me a moment.
Akon, when I hear megastar, you don't even have to listen to the genre, you don't even have to know the music that well. You hear the name, all right, I got it.
Oh, you didn't have Akon?
No, I have Akon.
What about Young Jeezy?
And Young Jeezy's not a megastar, and he's not.
If you're looking for him, you catch him on the block.
I know he's a bigger star than Akon. He's not.
R. Kelly was a megastar.
Okay, now here we go.
Whoa!
What are you doing?
He was.
Here, Paul? What
He was.
Are we doing, man? We're just.
You mentioned a song where it's like Young Jeezy and your boy Kelly, and these are. Listen, I'm musically challenged.
Paul, this country's going through enough right now.
What?
To bring up R. Kelly right now.
What?
We're all just.
He's in jail. He can't pee on you. Come on.
Hey, Remix to Ignition is still pretty fire.
Again, what are we doing? See, when you say his name, people instantly have to go to that TP2 album or get taken to 12 Play, and that's not we're not trying to do that anymore.
Was he not a megastar relative to Akon?
Akon,
I believe I can fly.
Akon, he was Babe Ruth. Okay, drip. He was Babe Ruth compared. I told you who was the football players we said that Akon was yesterday.
I think we landed on Hines Ward.
No, you did. I did not land on Hines Ward. Hines is going into the Hall of Fame. I think I said Webster Slaughter. I think he is not. He is not stop putting him near some Hall of Fame.
At the 40th minute of every hour today, we're 2 of those in now. You've heard 2 bangers. There's 2 more coming later on. They're endless.
Give me country music people that you think. I don't listen to country music. Give me country music people that you think are megastars.
Got 90s guys. Paul, you got anyone current?
I'm just talking about. I'm just throughout country music that you would say that guy's a megastar. Garth Brooks, megastar.
Yes,
right?
Toby Keith, R.I.P.
Yes.
I know. Is he a megastar? I would put him in super, but if Garth Brooks is a megastar, I would have him lower. Like Shania Twain,
George Strait,
megastar. I know it. I don't think I've listened to On Purpose any George Strait, but I know. I got George Strait.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of people who there's probably some people out here ain't got Akon.
Megastar is Carrie Underwood. Megastar is Beyonce.
Is Carrie Underwood a megastar? I'm stepping out. I know
we're going to get people triggered.
Sunday Night Football every single week. Still her.
Yeah, I know it's her.
Faith Hill was a country megastar.
Mm-hmm. And her
country megastar, but it's like
Tim McGraw, absolutely.
I would say that.
I will. So this is with Akon. I recognize all these songs. And I'm musically challenged, so cut me some slack. You would have to explain to me that all of these songs are Akon for me to know that they are Akon. Where if this is a megastar that we're talking about, you know who it is by right away. If you're a music casual like myself,
I don't think Akon has a chance to sniff the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I don't think he has it. I don't think he has it.
Unlike Bill, he should be first ballot.
No, he should not.
Absolutely.
He should be waiting on that ballot as long as L.C. Greenwood was.
Telling you,
I'm with
man.
you on that.
You didn't look close enough at this stretch of time I'm telling you about.
Megastars
13
have
top 10s, 3 number ones.
Only megastars that don't have more than a 3-year run are people who died. Like Leonard Skinner. They're the only people. They're those people.
I go.
And we miss them much.
Akon's still walking around doing crypto. Right?
He's got a city in Senegal that hasn't been built.
He was able to retire from music after that badass run he had because he was so successful.
Well, not with the crypto.
No.
The crypto did fail.
Yeah, he does not have a chance to get there.
I think I'll make a comparison that is a movie star comparison. I believe that Nick Cage's 1995 to 1996 run, featuring some of the most goofy movies but awesome movies ever, Con Air, Face Off, The Rock, those were all 95, 96. That run was awesome.
Yeah, but he's got Leaving Las
Very
Vegas
iconic.
He won Best Actor.
Very iconic.
He had a stretch where he was maybe a megastar. He ain't a megastar anymore.
He's not.
Nick Cage?
No, he's not a megastar.
He had a little stretch, but didn't last.
I would say Nick
he's
Cage
a Nick is a star.
He's a megastar.
He tried to that run with National. What are those damn
National Treasures? But they wouldn't let Nick be Nick.
But he may come back. What is this? What is this movie where he is taking his health into a place to become John Madden?
Yep.
Christian Bale's in that too, dude. I'm taking that one seriously. Christian Bale and
I'm excited about
Nick Cage. I am too. It could be terrible or great. Either way, I'm definitely watching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. So we got it settled. Megastar.
No, he is not.
I don't know.
You're pissing people off with this. Like you've got to come off.
Sorry, people don't know good music. Sorry. Probably some boomer.
3 years stretch.
Here's Akon.
3 years stretch. 3 years stretch.
This
Coming up.
Akon guy's music isn't my taste.
We'll try to hold down a little Dirties daily. We'll get to the Texans and somebody that Paul Gallant is enjoying getting absolutely crushed all week long. I don't know why he's getting enjoyed. This guy's a senior.
Bury him 6 feet under.
He's a senior citizen, for God's sakes. That's coming up next.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling him to bring it back.
The best sports talk around anytime.
NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements, rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. A little Dirty's Daily. Clint is out today, but Paul Gallant, he is in, and we are in good hands. We've had a good first couple of hours. Dirty's Daily is honestly brought to you by no one. Someone could grab some balls or ovaries and step up and say, I wanna sponsor this segment. All right? Just stop. Just stop fighting it. It's here for you. Sponsor the damn segment. Every day, we'll say it right here.
Hold on, so
We'll sell it hard.
Yeah, where's Baytown when
Your
Clint
time.
needed them bucks? Let's go.
Right here.
It's your damn time.
Yeah, Clint had to get that vacay before the vacay, you know.
Side note, coming in, shout out to Luke Morrow, who just texted, if Akon goes into the Hall of Fame, they should just close the damn door.
He thinks the Beatles are the greatest gift of music in the history of music to the planet Earth. So.
I don't know. Luke
No,
and I
we're
see
not
eye to eye
doing
on
this.
music.
We're not doing this. We are not doing this. No.
Beatles,
stop.
Overrated.
I was named after Paul McCartney.
That's all right. There's no.
But my mom claims she did not name me after Paul McCartney because I think that she didn't want Papa to know that she had a little crush on Paul McCartney.
Oh.
Anyway,
We're not doing it. We're not doing it.
I see
down this. We're not getting down this.
Could have offered my take there, but
No,
I follow the
Tyler-
leader.
Tyler's just the most disrespectful. See, you're almost going to get me to do it. I'm almost
Let it be.
It is
Let it be.
most
Overrated.
influential musical group in the world.
Rage
Overrated.
baiting.
All right. I was named after Ronald Reagan.
I was named after some
Sorry, I
guy
don't
in a
believe
soap opera.
I don't believe you.
No, that's not true. My mom,
Happy Days, Ron Howard.
my mom was so into trickle down.
Trickle down economics.
That's her thing, man.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
That was right next to the Martin Luther King picture. It was Ronald Reagan saying that with that.
I thought your mom was maybe just a fan of him during his movie making days.
All right, we got to get to this. I was not named after Ronald Reagan. I just made that up about my Bob. All right, it was just Martin. All right, Dirty's Daily, man. I know for you, there's some things that's kind of annoyed you of what you've been hearing coming out of the game, both from I know the media with the Texans and Stroud, and with just the place that some people are in terms of believing that the Texans were really, really close to winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think there's been a little bit of washing going on with local media, and maybe that's because people want to maintain access, and I get it. Access is limited these days, but I don't really know what that access is getting y'all, to be perfectly honest. Say you are listening today, but I saw from Jonathan Alexander in the Houston Chronicle the video that he had posted saying, hey, people behind the scenes think that C.J. Stroud was trying to do too much in that game against the Patriots. But, Jonathan Alexander also said, hey, maybe relax after the performance against the Steelers, which I did not. I've seen John Alexander point to Sam Darnold and Trevor Lawrence as examples that make you believe that Stroud could potentially become something more than what we've seen of late. I don't think those two names really float my boat either. Even Darnold being in a Super Bowl right now, I've seen false equivalences made between Stroud's bad performance and the entire divisional round weekend of quarterback performances The idea that Stroud and Josh Allen were anywhere comparable in that game is ludicrous to me because Allen, even though he did screw up a lot in that game, he did make his fair share of plays in that. I mean, he's the reason the Bills made it as far as they did. I get that the idea of saying Stroud is lost, done. If you're somebody who covers the team, that's probably a route you don't want to go down. Maybe limits access that you get and alienates you in the locker room. But I feel like there's been a little bit too much of that in these 12 days since, Ron, the Texans season ended. And I just want those people to stop and to allow the many people out there who are mad or perhaps like myself no longer believe C.J. Stroud, even if they've left the code at the table so they can potentially go back. I think those people need to tone that down and let
what do you think
the
they
burn
should say?
Continue.
What do you think?
I think they should step to the side. I think they should be like the cop in the town who sees these 4 dudes with AK-47s that are wearing nun masks.
Where are we heading?
And I think he should look the other way. They should look the other way. Let the fire burn.
I concur.
Let it burn.
I went back and forth.
You're just let us be mad. Stop.
Well, actually, excuse me. Excuse you.
It's not all sunshine and rainbows.
Yes.
And I went back and forth on Twitter recently with a member of the Houston media, someone actually I love to death and enjoy talking with. But we had a very big disagreement.
You're a sucker.
Oh, I ain't going to do that. But we had a big disagreement because they were upset about a tweet I sent being very critical of the Texans in a very bad situation. I'm pissed off. I have Texans fandom in me, and I'm vocalizing that, and they wanted to tell me, no, they've come so far.
See,
look at what they've done over these years. We're heading in the right. It's not always all sunshine and rainbows, man,
Fellas,
and that's okay.
I get the point of not trying to force to tell somebody how they should be feeling. Right, like if you want to go back and force and debate, like I'm not going to tell you to not be mad.
Exactly.
I'm not going to tell you, but I do think, in fairness, that there is some things of like. I personally think that the commentary on CJ has been too far. I think it's been too far. As I've said, man, we got 52 games of CJ Stroud.
But you see, I don't even agree with that statement.
You don't think we got 52 games?
No, that you're saying there's a big chunk of like this greatness. I mean, we've seen flashes since his rookie year.
52. I'm saying 52 games we've watched him play. He's either been, to me, most of the vast majority of the time, he's either been good or great. That's not fair?
I wouldn't say great over the last 2 years very often.
I would say most of the time
I'm
good.
saying over the 52 games he's played, he has either been good or great.
I'll compromise it good. We have seen some great. But I think it has been mostly good.
You're saying the same thing I'm saying. In that time frame.
I know.
In
with
that
a different
time
tone.
Well, yeah, but
a different tone.
But if the time frame, if the greatness is contained in the first of those first 4 years, you got to make that distinction.
But what I'm
feels
saying,
like it's been declining.
What I'm saying, in that time frame, for a 3-year period since he's been here, 70 to 80% of the time, he's been above average. He's been good. He's been great.
I'd say average to good.
That's what he's. And then the other percent of the time, he has struggled and looked like he did over the 2 playoff games. And what I'm just saying is that is, like, I think to move to get him out of here, he's gone. Trade him. I don't believe in him anymore. I think that is putting way too much weight in the 2 games that I think most people are jumping into than the first 50. Because there are a lot of people, Paul and Tyler, that they got this way in game 51. Which is crazy to think, like, I believe, and then bam, then 50, 51, and 52, it's completely, I just think that's a little too far. So I think that's okay for guys like in the media or people, because that's where I've been, in the media or people saying, hey man, this is a little strong. Like, it was 2 bad games, and fans, this happens, especially that's why it's better to talk about 12 days later. But, like, it's just like we've forgotten all the other stuff. And I still stand on it, Tyler and Paul. He is the number 1 most important figure that has been on this team from a player's perspective that has allowed this 3-year run to occur. Like, he's been the most important thing to the team.
That could be fair just because of
over the 3 years.
Will Anderson's a good argument. And that could be fair just in the sense of the quarterback position and the weight that carries in all sports.
Thank you.
It's near the top.
The quarterback position carries a ton of weight. All right.
Fair point.
And he has lived up to it the vast majority of the time. I think it's fair to point like, hey guys, let's hold on, man. Maybe we slow down. I get like, all right, man, I don't know if I want to drop, $50 million on him a year after this year. But the jump to let's just trade him, he's never going to get out of it. That's a little steep.
No longer believing in him, though, does not mean, hey, move on. I just don't think that things are going to change with him. I don't see a better alternative. And that's the tricky part for a lot of teams that have good quarterbacks that are not in that great conversation is, well, are we really going to roll the dice on what's potentially next? I mean, you stumbled into this with the second overall pick at the, honestly, at the behest with a lot of bitching from a lot of folks who were mad that they won the last game of the year against the Colts. By the way, the most pathetic thing ever, rooting for your team to lose. You're a loser if you do that. But to bring it back to Stroud, okay, his rookie season, I thought he was great. I thought he was potentially one of the guys. Then the next season happens, and I start to waver. And then a lot of this season happens, and I'm like, okay, I know it's going to take time, and I'm wavering. And then in the playoffs, he is so bad. And that's where I'm like, I just can't believe anymore. This does not mean I want to trade him right away. But I think a lot of people have gone from over that exact same period of time believing that this guy is going to be as good as the top quarterbacks in the game and somebody who could potentially lead you to a Super Bowl to now a guy who's in the way of a historic defense, even if he is a guy that is, for the most part, above average to good on a Sunday-to-Sunday basis.
Yeah, listen, I think, to me, again, when you are angry, like many of you are, Roland, or someone just texted in, Ron, you're wrong. It's a what have you done for me lately world. Again, when you're angry, and you guys have every right to be angry, I'm not trying to steer you wrong. Like, I think this is stupid. He's the new David Carr.
That's crazy.
That is stupid.
I
is
think,
dumb.
Like, I think it's dumb of, hey, man, I think we should go with Davis. Okay.
That's also crazy. People act like Davis Mills is this game manager. Like, Davis Mills takes you on some disasters waiting to happen himself.
Well, I'm just saying, but people, if that little 3-game stretch, now, of course, we've just completely dismissed the Denver game they played most of, but that 3-game stretch, there
were some close calls.
There are people who have kind of glorified that 3-game stretch to think it was more
3
than
wins.
Yeah,
I'm totally with you there.
That was 57% completion.
There were some misfires, that's for sure.
Yeah. But he did what he needed to do. I'm just saying, also when you're angry, you don't take everything into account. I think he's getting below average coaching from an offensive perspective.
That's a fair argument to make.
I think
they haven't changed it.
They've had their offensive line in shambles since he's been here in day one.
It did get better this season for what it's worth.
It got better.
But it was pretty bad.
We got better to average. We got better, and then we roll into it. And what we had to get better, we had to move our high-paid right tackle to play guard. We had to bring in
City Sal.
We had to bring it we had to do all these things. And then when the game happened, he got our right tackle got hurt, so we had to move him back in. Had to bring Patterson back in here. We had a
lot of juggling.
We had and
avoiding playing Juice Scruggs.
Hey, you play a drive, and you play a drive.
Yeah.
Lakin Tomlinson, that's been an issue, right? Tank Dell has never played in a playoff game or played past week 14 in a season, and this is 3 years. Nico Collins keeps getting hurt, right? This is a playoff game, right? Like he was set up to have a bad day against the Patriots. Now he made it worse. I want you to hear that, but he made it worse, right? He was set up to have a bad day. No Nico, no offensive line that they wanted to put out there with Trent Brown, and no Dalton Schultz early, and then Titus Hill, he went down for a series. He was set up to fail. I just think we also have to look at all of those things and think to ourselves, how did we get to this decline? How have we gotten to this point? Is it all just him? Is he just a fool? Is he just dumb like some of you like to text in? Is he just does he just not get it? Like, it is wild to me that so many people will roll and look at CJ and think to yourself, all right, we got CJ, we got Nick Caley. Right. We've seen one of them be great. I know it's just a long time ago, 2 years ago. We've seen one of them be great, and now we got the other one who's who's been a tight ends coordinator.
Totally fair.
To think and to think something was going on with Bobby Slowick in the building last year, because guys like that just don't get fired after what they did in a 2-year span.
Football is football.
In a 2-year span. So something was happening there, and I'm not saying he didn't have as much to do with it, but I think you got to take the whole thing in to say, all right, because first for me is that dude played to that level. He's 24. That was age 22. He played to that level, and we are here. How did it happen? Do I just look and say, got to be him? I got to look at it all to figure out what happened.
I think those are totally fair points. The counter argument that I'm not necessarily making is, why are the Texans looking at themselves in the mirror, keeping the same offensive coordinator, bringing in more expatriates this offseason, and potentially hoping that Gerard Johnson moves on or rolling with him into next season? That's the question I ask, because clearly the Texans think that whatever they are giving C.J. Stroud is enough, based off of at least the last 12 days.
They do. I think this is the offense that's going right well for them. That's probably what they want. Does that sound crazy to you?
A little bit.
Like they would sit up here. This is a team that wants to put a ring on the bull. And you watch what they do. They're aggressive. What they do with this offense. That sound crazy to you?
A little bit.
An offense that has an all pro level wide receiver on it when he's healthy. A quarterback like that. I don't know. I think the other things around CJ has attributed to where CJ is as much as CJ is.
For sure. Right now though, I only want to hear about the guy who puked his pants. Wait, pooped?
Well, no, and I know, and in fairness,
pants,
people, but he is the one that you see. He is the one that you see. He's the one that made that threw the interceptions.
Yeah,
he's the one
puked to pants.
Yeah, he did a little of both.
That two games,
the food poisoning.
The 2 games erased a lot. Not only just erased a lot. What Paul did earlier from those 2 games, and then he took down the other playoff games.
Sniper. I'm that dude in Saving Private Ryan.
Well, he had a good first half against the Colts.
I'm a weapon of the Lord.
The Lord is my shield.
Put me within a mile of Hitler, I'll take him down.
We have mentioned R. Kelly. I'm sorry. We've mentioned R. Kelly and now Hitler today, so we might want to slow it up.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
He's dead. He's dead and gone forever.
He took us down that road with those.
Burn, baby.
Those guys
Genghis Khan
with nun mask and those AK-47s. I know where we're going with that.
Bro, you never seen No Town?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, there's that scene.
I want to see
cop looks the other way.
I want to see the rip too. All right, Adam Silver. Adam Silver found.
Oh God, what did he do now?
He found
hair.
He found.
No.
He found what he needed. He has found what he needed, and this is the pot, the lottery ticket he needed, and it is developing right now. We'll discuss that next.
The NBA rumor mill.
I wish them well.
Yeah. But no, good having you with us. You can roll with us. It's great conversations going on YouTube and Twitch with the Drive family there. So you can be a part. You can see us on YouTube as well. Please like and subscribe. Do us a favor there. All right. I think Adam Silver, Paul, and Tyler found the dream. Now, they got to make sure they do this right.
And it's not Hakeem Olajuwon, okay?
No, it's not. No. That's not a nightmare either. They have found the dream. And, I think for years, there's been a thought, a conversation of, yo, LeBron, Steph, and KD are getting old here. And that next crew, there isn't, anybody to kind of hand this thing off. We know there was Magic and Bird, then to Jordan, then Jordan kind of to the Allen Iverson, Kobe, Shaq kind of train, then to LeBron and Steph. And, they've had this handoff, and it feels like they haven't really found the handoff for the next one, right? There's some great players, right? But it doesn't seem like they've found the next person that drives people to make them want to get there.
That's right, the next American.
Yeah. American? What hell? Yeah.
This Jokic fella?
Yeah.
From Uzbekistan or whatever?
Jokic would rather not even play on television. That's he doesn't even, he doesn't want it at all.
He wants that horse.
He wants his horses. That's right. And Luka is maybe the best to cross over. We'll see what happens with Wemby. But they haven't
Euro flopper.
They haven't been able to find it. Maybe the Frenchman.
Wemby, I do not like what is going on in your country. Hey, only we get to talk about it.
Oh yeah, that was an interesting.
And then you got the other. Who's the? Oh yeah, Giannis.
Giannis.
I mean, a lot of the best players in the NBA right now are not from the United States of America.
and they just haven't connected. And I think that is a piece of it. That is a part of it. And they've just had to sit there where LeBron and Steph, those games still are the highest rated games when they play each other that they have. And those guys are getting old. LeBron's 41, Steph is 37, KD's getting 37, 38.
And LeBron's carrying himself, and we've said this so many times before, but I don't know. With what we saw from him in Cleveland, I don't know. Is there an end of the tunnel coming?
Well, I mean, it's near. It's near. I mean, maybe another year, I would think.
Maybe he needs a 9th tribute video in Cleveland.
He should get 13 of them, to be honest with you.
He has had officially 8.
He should. He needs more of them. Hell, everything else, all the money's brought to that city.
That's fair.
But I don't think Anthony Edwards has done it. I don't think some of the stars that they've tried to push this thing through.
He's had rough playoff moments.
And just and he doesn't always want it. He doesn't always embrace to have it, right?
I think he embraces being a heel, right, more than the face.
But this Joker last night, this Cooper Flag Joker, that's the dream. That is the dream. He had 49 last night, and it's not just, he just came on. Cooper Flag he is picking it up. I thought, this is a guy that's 18, that's supposed to be in college right now. I thought it might take a while. I know he's got a good body. I thought it may take a while, but he's really picked it up, right? He is. You start to look at it, he's going to potentially have numbers production-wise that look like LeBron's rookie year, rolling in here. 49 last night. Now, they lost. But you can see, he's in a pretty good city, in terms, I know the people can't stand Dallas, but I mean, he's not in Indiana. Sorry.
No, I like it.
He's not stuck.
Indiana can't take enough shots.
He's not stuck in Salt Lake. He's in a large American city, and he is they got a chance. And I think him being white helps.
The whites are back, Ron.
This renaissance.
We got corners and everything now.
This renaissance that we're seeing of the white, I have not.
They might let us play quarterback again soon.
It continues to happen. Him and Con Knippel were the two best players on the floor last night in that game.
That's what the whites used to do.
And I'm not kidding you. This is it is becoming a white basketball player renaissance, and he is leading the charge, and that is the dream, because we see the effect that Caitlin Clark has had in that sport. And Cooper Flagg, there's some other things, but I'm saying we've seen that where there could be some more relatability in the sport. That is, I think Cooper Flagg is somebody that I think could drive people to want to watch the sport, to drive people who may have been out that has not been as interested to drive. Like, he seems to be potentially the perfect handoff that they have been looking for to kind of get the NBA and get the interest up. I think, and then when you have him, and then when you have a guy like Edwards, and you have other guys that are in there, but he seems to be the potential centerpiece, like LeBron was, or like Larry and Magic were, like Michael was.
It's an interesting theory. I think the big problem, with Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, when they came out of college, and I wasn't alive for this, but I've read about it and I've watched so many documentaries because I love Larry Bird. Met Larry Bird before the first sporting event I ever went to. Got a picture with him. Hey, Paul, going to scream and cheer tonight. It was before a Celtics game in 1996 against the Charlotte Hornets, double overtime. He had all that buildup coming out of college, and Magic Johnson had all that buildup coming out of college as well. I don't know that Cooper Flagg necessarily had the same buildup coming out of college. I think it was, he is definitely going to be the number one pick. I'm not quite there, but I also will say this at the same time. I think everyone is now starting to turn their attention to the NBA. So I imagine in a couple of weeks, Ron, you could be on to something.
But he's like Tiger Woods different.
I don't know though. But
I'm not saying that he's as good as Tiger. I'm saying when he is the almost an anomaly where like this dude may have a chance to be the best player in the sport.
Does he have to win almost now?
No. I think he just has to continue to be to hold his own and be really good and start to move. Like if Cooper Flagg, an American white basketball player, gets to the level that Luka is or Jokic is, like it's a
totally different game. I agree with you.
You know what I mean? And he has a chance to be that.
But I think he really has to win.
You think he has to win right off the bat?
Pretty quickly. I don't necessarily mean his rookie season. I think you're onto something here, but I think it's going to take more than being one of the best players in the NBA. Like, you got to really seize that crown as arguably the top guy. And is that, I think you're implying like, hey, there's definitely some room for a fight after LeBron, Steph, whoever else walks away, Giannis,
the
Durant.
NBA needs somebody to captivate. Like, that's how they've been. They've been built on stars that pull and captivate people and get people to come in, and they just haven't been able to get that player. I think Cooper Flagg is unique because he is a white basketball player that is a white American basketball player that has a chance to be the best player in the sport in a league that is not generally lit since Larry? Who's the last white American basketball player that's been the best player or even perceived to be that? Larry? That brings a lot of people to the table.
For sure.
A lot more potentially.
And look, he's going to have to win early. Larry won pretty early. He's, I think, going to need maybe a little bit of polarizing element to bring to the table as well as a trash talk or something like that. Because Larry was famously reserved with the media.
Paul, come on, Paul.
But Larry was a bleep talker on the court, and there was obviously some animosity between him and the Sixers and the Pistons and the Lakers and all that stuff. And I think that added to it.
Paul, he is going to be polarizing without having to be.
I suppose
he is going to be polarizing. It's just saying in your mind. He is good,
like a polar bear.
If he gets up to a level where he is like a top 5 player, how much love will he get? And
I think he'll get a lot.
Then what will the other side?
Yeah, like the little race wars we've got going on at quarterback in the NFL right now.
Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, that too.
Someone's bringing. Here we go, bringing race into it, guys. Right? Yeah.
What we can talk about it. We should all be comfortable talking about it with one another. It is a part.
It's like, be honest. The WNBA has gotten to this space in women's basketball a lot of it on the shoulders of that dynamic.
Clark is weird because
but then it got to a point where it was like, man, she's really, really good, and I'm enjoying seeing this. But then it continues to come back to that.
There's something with Clark that I still can't figure out as far as why Clark took it by storm in the way that she did. And sure, race is definitely an element. It always is. But it's strange that she became the biggest ever relative to some of the play that we have seen in that league over time.
She made people feel some way or that.
And there is a special element to her.
Caitlin is polarizing, and it is nothing that she does.
It's a Steph Curry-esque game, but you're right. It is nothing that she does, and it's for whatever reason, it just brings the worst out of everyone who goes up against her. And I think some people tune in for the car crash element of it. So you might need a little bit of that with Cooper Flag, if not a championship right away. I'm not poo-pooing this. I think that if it goes that direction,
if he is a rising
Silver
star,
has stumbled
like
into
he's
something.
putting 50 up on people, basically. Like if he is that, that's a whole new ballgame. All right, coming up, Tank Dell, he spoke about C.J. Stroud, and I think it's probably the biggest saving grace for C.J. We'll discuss that next.
Tank is a freaking beast, bro.
The best sports talk around anytime, anywhere.
I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Akon in the early 2000s. That man was on fire. These are two megastars.
These are not two megastars.
Well, okay, I'll pump the brakes.
Never been megastars.
Akon is.
You have lost your mind.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Joseph coming in on YouTube. Prince is a megastar.
Yes, he's like mega.
No, I was going to say, you about to... Yeah, there you go. That's a smart move. That's
the
a smart
greatest
move
of all time.
to add a mega to that mega, because you know good and hell well you can't have Akon in the same
absolutely.
While you're bringing up Prince, if you've never seen the video edition of While My Guitar Gently Weeps at the George Harrison and Prince induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, do yourself a favor and watch it, because Prince, as always, steals the show, but in a visual way as well. I stumbled onto that a couple of weeks ago, and then I listened to that song on repeat for about an hour.
Yeah, nobody will be weeping. Nope. When Akon.
No, I agree.
Nice
transition.
Maybe.
He will not.
From the beauty of his voice.
Yeah, there's nobody going to be weeping, because you have to have the scenario of him being inducted into the Hall of Fame for that to work.
Yeah. This makes me more weep about how far my college days are behind me. Stop making that motion, Tyler. Bonk. Sorry. Bonk. I didn't want to see that.
Check out the YouTube stream if you're not already, Drive family.
What a toss.
Hey, do you have you got Tyler Tank Dell, him talking about CJ the other day. CJ, I think this is CJ's saving grace. Why I think that this is, unless you just feel like people are full of it, but this is why I think inside the doors there's a different feel than outside the doors. Here's Tank Dell talking about CJ Stroud.
In every way possible, like he was there for me, people could say what they want about Seven, that's they sitting on the couches just typing on computers or typing on their phones. But everybody know who Seven is, especially in the facility. We know who he is, and when we get back out there with him, it's going to be special. So we can let them say what they want. It's all right.
I think the biggest saving grace for him is that's just the latest, right? Now, some people I know Clint believes sometimes they feel like they got to prop him up or something, but the biggest deal is the important pieces. Now, I'm not going to sit there and say, 60, 50, 80 practice squad included guys are like, hell no, I ride with CJ or whatever. But a lot of the real important pieces of them, we've heard it from Kamari Lassiter. We've heard from Will Anderson. There's Tank Dell. We've heard it from Nico. We've heard it from Titus. We've heard it from the confidence inside the doors from the players. Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say that I feel like this is what I'm saying is including of the coaches. But at least from the guys that are running out there with them, the guys that are playing, they believe in him. Like, I think that is a saving grace. Like, this team, this isn't a deal in which they're like, oh, boy, man, I don't know. Like, I think Will Anderson, Tank, all those, they still believe CJ can be that guy and that dude. And I think that's a saving grace. It would be a real issue to me if we start hearing some interviews where you've done this as long as I have, if not longer. Tyler, you've been doing. You can hear when they don't believe in that dude. I've heard some Jags talk about Trevor Lawrence that I don't believe they believed in that dude. I've heard some people with the Panthers talk about Bryce Young where it doesn't feel like that they believe. I think that is the big thing that is a help for CJ.
Well, that's a big question. Do they believe in him, or do they say they believe in him? And yes, sometimes you can sift through and see it, but I would say this about the Texans as an organization, from the front office to the coaching staff to the players. This is about as tight-lipped of an operation as there is. And I would want to get some of these guys under some truth serum and hear their honest evaluation of him, because I do think that this is a tight locker room where everyone has each other's back. At the same time, every now and then, no matter how you might feel, how much of a back you have of somebody else, there's got to be a moment where you see a guy struggle, whether it's in sports or in life, and you're like, something's up. So that's what I want to know, and we're never going to be able to get the answer to that. You mentioned the coaching staff might have their doubts. I agree.
They haven't said it, but I just judge by their actions. Like
the exact same operation.
Their actions,
more Patriots for next year.
Yeah, their actions say that they need to be more protective of him, or like temper him down, right? Like so, I'm not going to say all of them do, but the players, the important guys in that locker room, I knew Philadelphia was moving on from Kevin Petula, their OC, the minute you start hearing some of those guys talk. When they hit Jalen Hurts with the, hey man, what's your thoughts about him coming back? Hey man, I'll just let these guys make the decisions they make.
Lamar Jackson on John Harbaugh, same thing.
Yeah, like these dudes.
That's fair.
These dudes are like I'm sorry if Will I don't think Will was acting. I don't think Kamari Lassiter. I think you would know how Kamari Lassiter feels, right? Like they all roll through, and they have that because if you lose those dudes.
Yeah.
If they believe
it's like the Osweiler situation with the Texans defense in 2016.
Yes, I think they believe coming out of half that CJ would get it together and give them a chance. I think they believe going into next season, as they call him 7, that he is like that's their dude. And I think that is a big deal.
I believe that they are being good teammates. I do not know definitively that they have the confidence that they are saying they have in CJ Stroud. I love that they do this, by the way. I think it is, sorry to be sexist, I think it's catty and womanly to not have your person's back in a press conference setting, because all the conversations that need to happen should be happening behind closed doors anyway, unless you feel so hopeless that no change is going to come about.
But it's also the tone and how they're saying it, though. Like the tone and how they're saying it sounds like it sounds like this is something that they are very serious about. Like they're feeling. It didn't seem like they lacked of confidence.
It feels sincere. Yeah, I still wonder, though. I think it's fair to still wonder.
And I don't think all of them do. I'm not saying everybody in that locker room.
I didn't say you.
I didn't. I don't know. I'll just grab a name. Jared Patterson might look at him sideways, like I don't know about that dude. I'm not going to say all that, but I think they for real now. As Tyler said, he come out there in them first 4 games next year, and he throws 3 or 4 interceptions in that span, and he struggles. I wonder if we will hear the same thing, if there will be a difference. But I think that's a big key. By the way, who was it? Will and Tank. That's where we heard the audio. They were at the Rockets game.
I believe so. Yeah,
they were at the Rockets game. Great response.
Yeah.
What happens if CJ's a part of that? Are they booing him? Is he getting booed? If he was one of those guys, are we at this point? Like, is it still?
Yes.
We would get some boos.
There's a smattering at the very least. Right now, yeah, dude, 4 first half interceptions. It just doesn't matter.
Like NFL record, baby.
They're still in that space. If you saw him, like,
if it was Philadelphia, they would.
Because Tank, they were excited to see. Will, they're excited to see. CJ walked out there.
Nah, he might be wearing a hoodie.
And they announced them one by one. You think we get some boos for CJ?
Yeah, some is the key word there. I don't think it'd be like an overwhelming NRG shaking boo crowd, but there would be some scatter.
I think CJ got to just now lay low now until the season.
Yeah, he's like those.
I think he would get booed if he was throwing the first pitch.
He's probably going to be doing the thing that celebrities do when they're trying to stay, on the DL, where baggy hoodie over a hat.
Gray sweats.
He probably just went to California.
Bottle of wine.
Just chilled.
California might be the play.
He's probably
that is probably the play.
He's probably in L.A.
Get some sunshine, man.
I feel like I kind of feel bad for it.
Go to the beach.
I feel bad for that man.
I as someone who is looking for a job, I do not feel bad for
I think
at all.
I think he would. I think it would have been booed some smatter of this.
Yeah, he would have gotten booed. He would have. Hey, come on.
everything.
Do you think people are so good?
He's thinking himself after everything I've done.
It's been 12 days.
Quite frankly, everything I've done. For you. All right, coming up, the Texans, they make a move to their coaching staff, and the Astros make a move, I guess. We'll see how important that is. Also, the Rockets, they bounce back. Kevin Durant led the way, and Kirk Cousins. It's about time, Kirk. About time, man. Only so many times you can make the quarterback documentary. It's about over. It's time to grab that booth. He is getting released. We'll let you know all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
The NBA rumor mill is churning. What do Rockets fans The Texans play here.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, PG.
Hey.
Paul Gallant.
Or the Fonz.
There it is. Hey.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, I normally say, oi! That's what I do.
Yeah.
I stole that from Roy Kent.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I'm rusty.
I stole that from Roy Kent. Anyway.
Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
So,
That's him.
and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, it's a little 5 o'clock fire. Clint is out today. Paul Gallant is in for him. And I do want to get to this move that the Texans have made to the coaching staff. But first, as it is a little 5 o'clock fire, we want to pour one out to Catherine O'Hara.
Oh, that was awful.
We lost Catherine, one of the worst television moms in the history of the world. It's really odd that
not once but twice.
It's really odd that she's so embraced. She should have at CPS. She should have had her children taken from her.
Thank God Donald Trump was there.
Yeah, he was there. I think Richie Jackson was too. But no, man, she's been amazing, hilarious.
Bleeps Creek, the TV show.
I was gonna say, can we say it?
I figured just say Bleeps Creek.
I'm gonna say
with
it.
a CH.
I'm gonna say it. So if Tyler has to,
I'm not dumping it. So if you say it, it's on you, boss. You hear me? I'm not dumping it. So
all right, let me chill out.
Backed into the corner.
I'll move on.
But Bleeps Creek. Everybody wants to say it so bad, don't it? I know it. They lost her in the studio. Man.
Apple TV, the studio.
Is it good?
Rogen, it's awesome. It's a
I've
really
tried.
funny show. It makes you cringe a lot, but it's a really funny show.
Because Bryan Cranston, I got to like Bryan, and
Yeah.
I probably watched 25 minutes of it, but I can't.
It's a stressful show, but I love it, dude. It's a good show, and she was a big part of season 1.
That pluribus has had me in a chokehold, man.
Have not seen it. Want to because I love
finished it.
Kim Wexler, actress from Better Call Saul.
Oh,
Is it worth the hype?
Oh, it's
okay.
It's good.
It's on the list. The girlfriend and I have a list. We have not gotten to that one.
Stitches.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
More of a comedy?
It's got
Dark
some comedy. It's comedy, but it is like, I don't know if you've ever seen the show The Good Place. It's one of those that makes you like you think it's society thoughts and thinking about it.
Okay.
A lot of.
Haven't watched that one. That's also on the list.
Yeah, that's very, very, very good.
Okay.
All right, but yeah, shout out, pour one out to Catherine. Kate, that was her name. I never knew what her name was on that movie, Miss McAllister. But shout out to her. But the Texans, they are hiring James Ferentz. He is a former Patriot offensive lineman. Don't want to bury the lead, but according to reports, he will be working with tight ends. Not quite sure what his role will be, but he'll be working with the tight ends. And they added him. They just let go of Jake Moreland, and I just knew his name earlier this week.
Same.
Didn't have him, as I said. He could have slapped me in the face right now. I wouldn't know who he was. But
same offensive coordinator for now, same quarterback coach for now.
Yep. But they got a new tight ends coach, and I wonder is this the extent of the movement on the coaching staff? And it feels like it probably will be. It seems like that Gerard Johnson has a job if he wants to come back to it. The only way he leaves is if he finds something that's a better role.
Had a second interview with Philadelphia.
They've already hired their OC,
right.
So he's out there.
Yeah.
I mean, Clint was talking about it. I think it's not a bad idea for maybe him to get out of and get to another system.
I bet the Texans want him to.
You think so?
Make the
you
decision
think they
easier
want him
for him.
to?
I think they like him. It feels like you got to make some sort of change on the offensive coaching staff.
I've said it feels like there needs to be not just a change on the offensive coaching staff. It feels like there needs to be a change with something directly attached to the quarterback.
Things are fixable.
That's good. Like that's what it feels like to me. Like there's got to be somebody working differently with the quarterback.
I agree.
That feels and that
older backup,
new quarterback coach or new offensive coordinator.
But maybe they carry a backup just on the team as a third string. But right
Case
now,
Keenum, one more round.
Case, hey man, Chicago might fight you for him.
Mm-hmm.
And they said he hit Caleb there too. So, but they add to the coaching staff. We'll see. I don't like looking at this. I don't think they are. They're going to make any more major changes. I don't.
It doesn't
think so.
feel like anything is imminent. That's for sure.
Like they could have taken a look at that wide receiving situation. That over there, that coach.
You think Phillip Rivers, quarterback coach, just throwing names out there? He's clearly interested in the NFL.
Nah, man, he want to wing it too much. Phil's too aggressive. Let's reel it down, baby. Come on, man. You know what you want to do. You know what we want to do.
Let's not wrap it up. That's for sure.
Well, okay. You couldn't let that go. I believe you just said Phillip Rivers just so you could get around to getting that.
Nope.
That's right. So that is the newest addition to the Texans coaching staff.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros, they made a move. They said, are they not done? No, baby. No, they're bringing more.
Verlander?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
They did make a move with his former team, the Giants, though. They made a trade, and they received, let's give it a shot here, Tyler, Kai Tang. Just going to go with that. Just going to ride with that. Kai Tang is a potential add to
not
the road.
Pootie?
No, just Tang. Not Pootie Tang, just Kai Tang. Tang is an option. He could be a swingman who could pitch out of the rotation or in the bullpen, give him some right-handed depth.
Swingman.
So I don't know. I don't think they're going to make any more moves. It feels like they have too many people to play the infield and DH spot. Their outfield is atrocious for me. Like
It is bad. I had a conversation with Chandler Rome on my podcast last week, and he thinks that by the end of spring that they will move on from somebody in their infield. They want to move on from
who do you say is
Walker.
most likely to?
Isaac Paredes, it seems like
That is
the
nuts
only one.
to me.
Well, he's the only one that anyone wants. So if you're going to move Christian Walker, you're going to have to eat a lot of salary, and who wants to bring him in where the big match for the Astros would be with Boston, where Boston's got too many outfielders, and the Astros having Paredes, a guy who would be great at Fenway Park.
Yeah.
Because of
Just
the
like
short.
Greatner.
Right.
But that is insane to me, Paul. I'd like the 26-year-old that's coming off an all-star season that seems to be a perfect fit in the ballpark that can play third and second and first. That's the one that you're moving on from.
But it's because...
And I get it, but to me, I'd rather keep him and let Christian ride the bench or let him platoon somewhere. Of all the people, of the people in of that little log jam, your nine and Paredes should be the one that should be on the they should be in the lineup.
Jim Crane's fingerprints are all over the Carlos Correa move. For what it's worth, Correa was really good when he joined the Astros. But it put him in a situation where I wonder if Dana Brown had a different idea for what the Astros were going to do at the trade deadline, and then they bring in Correa, and now all of a sudden you got this problem. I will say, at the very least, they have an asset that is worth moving to potentially get something to fix an outfield, because as you said, Ron, it is not good right now.
Yeah. Now, I don't think Boston. It's going to take more than Paredes to come off of
I don't know. I think they're idiots.
One of those outfits.
I think the Red Sox are idiots. That organization has been horribly run for much of the last 20 years, to the point where they have burned most of the goodwill they won by winning 4 World Series.
Duran would be nice.
Right. So I don't think it's impossible. I mean, they said that they were going to make a big move position player-wise, and they signed Ranger Suarez, a guy whose numbers seem to be declining.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's the name you hear. It's just like, whew. Yeah. Like it's got to be a serious piece that comes back, because I mean, he would be he's the guy in the Kyle Tucker trade that you feel like might do something for you.
Right now, he's the only one that has for all of the season, right? Because it was a couple of months with Cam Smith.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's.
It doesn't even sound like Cam Smith's a lock for the opening day roster.
I was going to say I saw potential projected lineups. He's not in it.
Yeah, he's not a lock. Dana Brown made it clear in the press conference.
He did. Yeah, Dana just let him have it. Or Paredes. It's just I think.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
We know you do, Dan.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they got a dub last night. It looked sluggish at the beginning, but they pulled away 104-86 in Atlanta. The Hawks, they're a classic team of like, what are y'all doing?
Why are you here?
Like, what are y'all doing? What's the plan here? I know they traded Trae Young, but like, what are you doing? But they play hard. But they were led by Kevin Durant, had 33 last night. They kind of struggled with it. Again, man, and I think you're as impressed with him as I have been. Kevin Durant this year,
he's been everything we thought he would be.
I think I said this the other. He's been better than I thought.
Fair.
From every standpoint of, like, he doesn't look like he's slowed down. He seems to be like the place where I feel like a lot of people were concerned is, his team chemistry. Mm-hmm. Is he going to be? Like, he seems to have fit in pretty well with that, too. I think he's one of the real leaders on the team. Like,
I agree. He's playing every single night.
In a good way.
He has had his character assassinated by a lot of people because of a move that he made a lot of years ago. A lot of people did the same thing with LeBron James when he joined the Heat. But that's a long time ago. I don't think he was ever the issue in Brooklyn.
But it's been even worse. But it's even worse with Brooklyn because the other part is they feel like he ran off Steve Nash in that situation, which I think is kind of unfair.
That whole situation was an absolute mess. Yeah. I could see why anyone would run away from that situation, even if they maybe threw Steve Nash under the bus first.
Yeah, Kevin Durant.
He's been great.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that he would be this good for them. So they'll have a couple of, but they go in Atlanta and take care of business after that back-to-back. So shout out to the Rockets. Keep rolling.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this is almost unbelievable.
Almost.
We're not done adding quarterbacks into the Pro Bowl. For those of you who are looking at it, in the AFC, most recently 1,400 yards, 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and 7 ball games. Shedeur Sanders made it to the Pro Bowl, but he's not it. Now Bengals/Browns quarterback Joe Flacco, at 41 years old, Tyler, he is now been added to the Pro Bowl roster. And the part about it that is mind-boggling to me is not that he's played for 2 really bad AFC North teams this year, but this is the first time in 18 years that Joe Flacco has made it into the Pro Bowl. I don't even know how that is. Shedeur made the Pro Bowl before Joe Flacco did in his career. Just want to let that sink in, technically. Like, how did that happen? How is Joe Flacco never...
Yeah, $100 million contract after that Super Bowl he won.
Amount of guys that drop off every year. Joe wasn't a fourth alternate, a third alternate. I cannot believe that he has never made it to the Pro Bowl.
There's so many alternates now, and I feel bad for guys who were perennial Pro Bowlers in their day, because now even this title, it's nothing. It's now, were you an All-Pro going forward? But it's a bummer because there were some guys who were made Pro Bowlers back in the day, and to be a 6 or 7-time Pro Bowler, even if you're not an All-Pro, that's a hell of an honor. That's Hall of Fame worthy. And now, especially at quarterback, it's another sign that they just got to end this farce. Who's going to watch these games? And I've been shocked. The Pro Bowl ratings have been
watch them. That's why it's still going on.
But it just the NFL, we get it, you're greedy. But, we're about to play games probably in Saudi Arabia and China. For God's sake, just get rid of the Pro Bowl.
They moved to flag, and it did not slow up.
Ugh. Yeah, I will not watch.
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know about you fellas. I thought Joe Flacco had more accomplishments than this.
No, he won the 1 Super Bowl.
I know, but I'm just saying, Joe has one honor. He was the AP Comeback Player of the Year that year when they got beat by the Texans in the divisional round. He has never been to a Pro Bowl. He has never had an MVP vote. He has never had anything in 18 years. I thought Joe was better than that. I don't think maybe
he can't play dead in a horror movie.
Maybe Joe is Akon. I thought he was. Well, I don't know. I thought he was better.
The antithesis, maybe.
Do you know who Joe Flacco should thank more than anyone for that $100 million contract that he got? An actual Houston Texan. Does anyone remember Texan safety Raheem Moore, who played for the Houston Texans for a year? So on that big play that Joe Flacco threw to Jacoby Jones in that awesome double overtime classic between the Broncos and Ravens, it was Raheem Moore's horrible play on a football that should have probably been intercepted that led to that huge Jacoby Jones touchdown. They go to overtime, the Ravens. They win. They beat the Patriots. They go on to the Super Bowl. It's all Raheem the Dream Moore.
Another dream, huh? Yeah.
Led to that happening.
I just thought Joe had a better run than that. Damn.
He had the playoffs of all playoffs, much like Eli Manning has had two playoffs of all playoffs.
He was always just like solid, though. Like he was always solid every year.
He always played well against the Patriots, and I as somebody who grew up a Patriots fan, I respected him
a couple times,
begrudgingly.
Yep. All right, congratulations, Joe. You're the 14th pick down. Probably deeper than that. They gotta be deeper than that.
They only can pick.
Got to be in the 20s, right? They're going to backups.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, more quarterback news around the NFL. Kirk Cousins is expected to get released by the Falcons. A lot of people. Kurt got to 38 years old. Damn, where did time fly?
Bet he doesn't like that.
Hey, 38 years old, 15th season. Yeah, he bet he doesn't like that. He needs to go ahead and hang this thing up. And a lot of people thought in Atlanta, ooh, hey, he worked with Kevin Stefanski. Hey, maybe in Minnesota he was his OC. No, I feel like Kevin to let him know, nah, man, we're going to go in a different direction, buddy. Like, it seems to be time for Kirk.
I have two questions about Kirk Cousins. One, how much money do you think he made over the course of his career, off the top of your head?
Oh, boy. 320.
That's in the ballpark. It's between 300 million and 400 million. Here's the question that we're never going to know. How much has that goofy fella spent of that $300 million?
$1 million.
$1 million.
$1 or $2 million. Yeah, he is.
No one strikes me as someone who would spend less of that money as Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that quarterback show, which made me become more of a Kirk fan. He's out there at Target strong, boy. He's out there Target like us out there strong, man. Kirk's out there.
I've never heard that term before.
Oh, yeah. They were. He's out there. They were literally shopping. They was at Target strong.
Nothing wrong with Target.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, you don't generally think guys that's made between $300 or $400 million are banging it at Target.
No, I respect
They was going out there shopping. They were having it delivered. And Tyler has it delivered.
No, I go into Target. There's a lot of MILFs there. What? Just enjoying the views.
Coming up next.
Sir, are you married?
Yes, but I appreciate the beauty of a woman created under the image of
Did she ever get mad at you for saying that?
I mean, she's working. I don't even know if she hears anything.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
But no, she doesn't.
No, if I say anything about a strong, powerful, independent woman, the girlfriend who watches just about all the shows I'm on,
she might give me a little something for it and joke around, but nah.
Okay.
She knows I go to Target for the views.
Ron's just looking down at the
T-Mill's best.
Bonk.
T-Mill's best, Brett. T-Mill's best.
Best breasts? You're on to something, dude.
T-Mill's best bet. Coming up next.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeart. Call Mo-Carroll Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
They were playing that song about you swag and surf, and I looked around, I was like, this is pretty sweet.
Sports Radio 610 present The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They icons too? Are they megastars too?
Who, Kirk Cousins?
Swag surf? Are they one-hit wonders? Are they? Do they fall in the icon? Like the,
no. Great listen, great vibe,
one-hit wonder,
good tunes, but no, they're not superstars like Akon.
I'm glad you came down.
I didn't come down. It's whatever, megastar, superstar. Prince is we decided megastar.
T Mill's best bets, and not whatever I said before or coming up here in a bit. He was 0 for 3 last night, guys. He was 1 for his last 6. He had the 4 for 4 day on Tuesday, and outside of that, it has been completely downhill. Let's see if he can finish on a Friday. Might be time to fade him. We'll see what you want to do, but T Mill's best bets coming up in a couple of minutes. All right, I wanted to get this to you and the people, because I think this Super Bowl is going to really show, like, the power and what the NFL is. I know if you are not connected to the teams, if you're not a Seattle fan or a Patriots fan, there is nothing great about this Super Bowl to me. Right? There's no, I don't think there's a great team. I don't think there is, a great storyline. I don't think there is.
You don't like Bad Bunny?
Right now, but again, we're talking about the game. That might be one of the bigger things. But what is the number one storyline in this game?
How quick a turnaround can happen. 2 years for the Seahawks, 1 for the Patriots.
All right. Now compare that to some of the previous years. And the start, but who's the biggest star in this game?
Potentially Drake May, because he's an MVP candidate. But with the way he's played these playoffs, it's a little hollow feeling at this moment in time.
See, to me, I think Sam Darnold's the biggest story in the game.
I would agree with you that he's the biggest story in the game. Redemption story from where he was to where he is now. If he's saying I'm going to Disney World at the end.
He's becoming the biggest talking point. Sam Darnold, that is the biggest thing.
I see ghosts, Sam Darnold, to me.
And I just
always will be.
I think you're in a bad foot when he's your biggest story, potentially.
He's the biggest story. The biggest star is Drake May. Maybe the biggest star is Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the Patriots. I would just say the Seahawks have been the best team all year. As someone who covered the Seahawks not that long ago when I was up in Seattle for a couple of years, see where they have gone from with Pete Carroll as a solid but not great franchise to now is really a reflection of how great of a general manager John Schneider is. A lot of people don't talk about him. Dude is a fantastic roster builder, has been since that 2012 draft class that has every single draft grader since then too nervous to give out an F. So everyone gave that thing an F. It was incredible. He went from Russell Wilson forcing his way out of town to taking what is Sam Darnold on his 5th, 6th team now?
Yeah,
and
Geno and moving on from Geno.
Right, which everyone said was a terrible move this offseason. I like if they pull this off, John Schneider, I think you could say best GM in the game next to Howie Roseman for the Eagles.
Yeah, they've done a great job. But I get
what you're saying. This isn't a big story. This isn't bringing everybody in. This is football nerds.
Do you look at Seattle as a great team?
I think they were the best team this year.
I think they're the best team, but I'm talking about a great team.
Yeah, arguably the best, but great, no.
No, the last couple of you look at last year. Obviously, you got the three-peat situation. I think a lot of people viewed the Chiefs as a great team. I think people probably viewed the Eagles as a great team, and there were Mahomes and Kelsey and Taylor and Barkley and Hurts. Like there was star power through this. Andy Reid, one of the star coaches, that psychopath Nick Sirianni,
diehard Eagles fan base. Pretty big Chiefs fan base.
Like there were just interesting things that draw in people. This is still going to be the number one watch show in television for the year. This is still but it's like that's when it shows the power of the NFL in the Super Bowl that I don't think it matters the matchup.
I wonder. I bet the numbers will be down compared to last year.
They got to really drive up this Cardi B, Stephon Diggs thing. I don't know what they're waiting on. They got to drive this thing.
You know what they're going to do at the Super Bowl? They're going to be asking Stephon Diggs about the recent incident that took place within the last month or so. At least that became public to all of us. There's another Patriot, Christian Barmore.
He might send somebody up in his place. Like
I'm just here so I don't get fined to pull a Marshawn Lynch or something like that.
It's just a fake Diggs, like he sent to us at Radio Row last year. They might do that, Tyler. Oh. What you think, Steph? Hey, you think Stephon Diggs can find that guy who came to us and go up there and he should do that? Yes, he broke it.
That moment almost broke me.
He broke it.
Oh, and you're gonna have to pay for it now, apparently. Oh, microphone down.
He's got a hold of the rest of the way.
I don't have a job.
I bet Clint loosened it up.
Andy, it broke again.
And give us the weather for the weekend.
It broke again. Yes, they could run fake Stephon Diggs again. I think I looked him up. I think he was a cornerback for Vanderbilt.
I felt so helpless in that moment.
He was a cornerback for they could run him up there and he'll have to answer all of the questions.
I was just looking at y'all on the camera, and I was like trying to get attention, but y'all were doing an interview. So
I knew immediately.
No, I know you knew, but you can't
just stall to end it.
It does work, right?
It does. No, it works.
Okay. Oh, it works. You just got to hold it.
That's all right. If Andy's here, Andy might be standing behind that door right there.
Jim
Andy's
Nance,
right
that
there.
thing.
Yeah, you got to hold that thing up there. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just it's not as much that's drawing you to it, but it's still, I think people are just. This has just become a thing in our culture. Where everybody's just going to watch this. That's what everybody's going to do. No matter who is in it. It could be Jacksonville. It could be what is the all-time worst matchup that it could be? That nobody Jacksonville, Carolina? That's
pretty strong.
Yeah, that'd be pretty rough.
Is that the Arizona maybe in there?
Yeah, Arizona.
It would have to feature two not good quarterbacks at all, too.
New quarterbacks and just weird, like the Browns. No, the Browns would
Shedeur
be huge.
Sanders, oh my
God.
God.
I'm just saying the Browns, but the Browns fans, that would be huge. Now, I mean, the Browns and the Lions are working like the Cubs at that point.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right, let's get to T. Mill's best bets. He's going to try to finish the week somewhere. He is on a 1-for-6 slide right now. What's your best bets? And by the way, if you need to look at those, Paul, it's over. Just hold it. If you need to look at those, you're not fixing it. If you need to look at those, go to @TMillRealDeal, and he will help you out with those. But go ahead. What you got tonight?
Yeah, we had a perfect day this week. Other than that, it went to hell very quick. We need a rebound. 5 bets. 5 for you.
See, this is
scared money. Don't make money. That's the motto.
I just think you like.
It's not original, but that's the motto.
That's when you make me nervous. When you start going over stuff, you then get aggressive and put 15 bets in.
Well, I almost have to. It's a Friday, so we got no more best bets for this week. And if we want to get to where we're going, we need to hit all 5 of these. Here's 5 NBA bets for you for tonight. Luka, LeBron, they are in action. The Lakers. I'm taking the Lakers minus 9.5. They take on the Wizards this evening.
Yeah, we'll see. The Wizards are probably going to play like their Super Bowl, but that should be something good to go with.
Speaking of poverty franchises, okay. And then I got
what are they doing?
Cavaliers money line. I got the odds at minus 150 as they square off with the Phoenix Suns tonight.
That should be a good one. That should be a good one tonight. If the Cavs shoot threes the way they did in the second half the other night, they're gonna really give them some problems. But the Suns, that's like the surprise team of the league where they are right now.
Yeah, they've been crazy this season, especially considering moving on from Durant. But credit to Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
Once again, another fan base is finding out this guy helped
drop
things
40
win.
last night, right?
Like he is.
He had 40 last night.
Yeah, he dropped 40 points last night.
Yeah.
He is so strange. But go ahead.
I enjoy him.
Strange. Yeah,
thoroughly.
I enjoy it, but he's strange. All right, those are the first 2 best bets for tonight of 5. By the way, in that Cavaliers game that you're taking the money line on, Jarrett Allen isn't on best bets, but you know if you bet his under on points, you're going to get cash in your pocket. So do that if you want to.
13.5.
Trailblazers at the Knicks. I'm on the over. We got 3 overs to finish things out. Trailblazers Knicks over 224. Raptors Magic over 219. And then Kings Celtics. This is a dangerous one. Over 217. Low number, but the Celtics, as we've discussed,
the Celtics, they're going to put up 48 threes. Or they're going to make 10. They're going to make 24 of them. Like that's the deal. Like, that's what got you caught up last time on that over. But, yeah.
I'm just happy they're winning this year, but it is a tough brand of basketball to watch.
The
offensive side,
they're going. But you know they're going to shoot them.
I do know they're going to shoot
They're going to shoot them.
I love Joe Mazzulla. I love Jaylen Brown, MVP candidate. It's still a tough watch.
Hey, Joe. Sam Cassell is a legend. He's a legend for the Rockets. He's a legend in Houston. You need to calm your ass down. You wasn't that mad. You wasn't that mad. Did you see what he did? Did you see what he did to Sam Cassell?
What about E.T.?
He's about to get his ass ejected, and Sam was being a perfectly good assistant coach trying to get over there to him, and he about hip tossed. Sam ended up on the ground. Sam looked like he got bad hips, but Sam didn't quit. Sam didn't quit on the play. Sam, after he got tossed, got right back up and ran and got back to Joe. It was if you have not seen when Joe Mazzulla threw Sam off and Sam didn't quit and made the play.
Mazzulla does fighting on the side as like a crazy person.
He looked like this week. Go do yourself a favor, see what Joe Mazzulla did to Sam Cassell.
That is Celtic champion on Celtic champion crime because he was on 08 team.
The way Sam got up, I didn't know if Sam was going to fight him right there or Sam was going going back to, like he got up like, mother, like, but he stopped him. It was nuts. All right, coming up as we continue, let's look at the Rockets, man. Where are they at right now? And we're going to answer and discuss this. Do you really look at this team and think this team, as it is constructed, is a championship team? Do you look at this team and think that? We'll discuss that next.
Let's go, Rockets.
The NBA rumor mill is churning. What do Rockets fans think?
TheBigShow.com.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
They were never
I will not hear that Akon was not a superstar.
Yes, you will.
Megastar.
No.
Akon and Young Jesus.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios.
Trying to take it easy.
Sports Radio 610 presents
Only way to go.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Let's get it. But if you're looking for me, I'll be on the block. Possibly sitting on a drop down.
Because I'm about. Hey! Welcome in. As the Drive has been taken over by a madman with the music. Skylar Milner is.
It's an Akon takeover. We got a song called that, Taking Over, by the way.
Look at PG.
Are we back in 2008? I'm holding a microphone.
Hell yeah.
He holding that piece of steel, ain't he?
Nancing that thing.
That left arm's getting tired, ain't it? Yeah.
That's a little arm workout.
They look like he's going to say hello, friends. They look like hello, friends. Here we go, Tony.
Oh, he broke his mic, Jim.
Here we go, Jim. Here we go, Jim. Text line coming in, our guy Gene. Also, fake Stephon Diggs was probably a top 5 all-time greatest Sports Radio 610 moment. The look that Show had on his face when he realized you're not Stephon Diggs. Yeah, that was early. Just trying to figure out how to get out of it.
Yeah, we can laugh now.
I would have been so mad.
Oh, trust me, bub. Might be the angriest I've ever been on this show.
Yeah, it was fun. I looked him up. I think he was a safety for Vanderbilt. I found out because he told his name was CT. I reached out to him. He never responded. I hunted him down. Yeah. But, hey, next week should be fun, though. We should have a good time.
Enjoy.
And be with us every step of the way, Sports Radio 610. Please check out all of our platforms. You'll be able to see all kinds of content of us kind of bringing you in to our trip out there for the Super Bowl. So
watch your step. Watch your step.
Yeah, I was there. I was out in San Fran about 5 years ago. So I know the steps.
Same.
Yeah, I know the steps. It was downtown. It was aggressive, but should be a good time. Should be a good time. Area 45 coming up behind us. I already saw Patrick Creighton in there. Sean Bijani, saw him earlier, too. They got you until 10 p.m. I think I saw Byron, a.k.a. Bryce Young. He'll be holding it down.
A.k.a. Byro.
Yep. Byron's getting this close for me to follow him back.
You still haven't followed him?
I told him he's got to earn it.
He's earned it.
No, well, first off, the earning is decided by the person who pulls the trigger.
Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't follow me. I don't mind that.
He's getting real close, though. He really is. He really is
Follow
getting close.
that man back.
No, man. You don't.
Am I closer to getting a follow back than Byron?
You don't get. You know what? I'll follow you back right now.
Am
I not following you? Am I not following you? I feel like I am.
I don't know, man.
Guess we'll see.
We'll see.
It's really not coming.
I think
up.
on Instagram you are.
Oh, there it is. Follow back right there. There it is.
Just follow him right now.
There it is. See? He earned it.
I'm glad that I earned it.
He earned it, Byron.
It was the Creed song that I sang that one time.
It's great effort. If you missed it around 2:45, he gave a valiant effort. He could have won
2 for
any
5.
kind of bottle. He had to do Black TV trivia. He got 5 questions.
Started off strong and crashed.
He did. Stumbled on Fresh Prince, stumbled on Martin, and then and closed it out.
No excuse with Fresh Prince.
Stumbling on the Cosby Show. Great movie.
Just let it shine.
You just set him up to do that. Is what you did.
Just let it shine. Can't go all the way
2
up.
for 5, guys. Just tough effort. Great effort.
2 for 6 after that little segment.
Yeah, that was rough. But but it's been a fun time.
I think that's real.
There it is. Thank you, CJ. I think people in their cars booting as that was played, which is sad. It's just terrible, man. Everything he's given to you all, just booing this man. But no, man. I think there are people out there, and no joke. I would love to to see people on text line, YouTube, and Twitch, because I think there are people, based on the discussion I had yesterday about, like, I think it's time to make a move. Your best chance to win is to get a Giannis and not try to just continue rolling with this group. Like, you keep watching this team. You keep watching this team against the elite teams in the league, and you see this group, and you understand, like, Kevin Durant, the way he's playing. Şengün has had some lower half issues, but, you know, he's still there. Amin Thompson, as much as some people are annoyed by Amin Thompson, he's having a career year, right? He's playing well most times out. Do you really look at this team and think this team could win a championship?
No, and I didn't when it was just Fred VanVleet gone, and now Steven Adams is gone. So the one thing that you had on every team in the league where you have more big.
Now,
depth.
did you going in? I thought they could. You didn't think so either.
No, unless they get somebody at the trade deadline. I thought that they would be a more compelling watch with Kevin Durant. But I think the other thing that you got to recognize too, and I'm all for bringing in Giannis because for content, it makes the Rockets one of the most relevant teams in the NBA if they have both Giannis and Kevin Durant. I guess I'd ask, though, if you bring in Giannis, how much different does the offense look? Does it look more organized? Does it look like there's more of a plan, or is it as messy as it's been of late? I would think it would still be pretty messy.
Well, I think obviously Giannis and Kevin are two guys that command immediate double teams every time they are on the floor, and Giannis isn't neutralized by double teams, right? Like,
no, he can just blast through.
It's like, I'm not saying that he's unstoppable, but compared to, you know, Şengün, this is like he is more productive and has more answers through double teams, and it's harder to do that with Kevin Durant. Now, I think when you get more talent, it makes it more easier that you don't have to depend on your coach as much. Right, and your coaching staff. Because I still think offensively a lot of it is, like, especially the second half of that Spurs game, they just never adjusted to what the Spurs were doing to them. And that has happened at times this year offensively. And so I think their offense and their coaching staff need to have better answers for the teams. Like, the answer can't be, all right, repeatedly the team is funneling everything so Amin Thompson is taking jump shots, and that is the shot that we get. That can't be the answer, and that's not just because Amin Thompson can't shoot. We got to figure out something else offensively to do.
Right.
But I think a Giannis and better players together, like, it causes more issues for the defense to do things like that. Like, if Giannis is on the floor and you want to put Wemby on Amin Thompson, okay, try that. I don't think you can. You want to put Amin Thompson, he with a head of steam gives you more of an issue to get to the rack. So I think there are several things that he can do to get you better. But the coaching staff offensively, they've got to come up with more answers. They got to help their players too. Because Amin Thompson, his shooting is probably not going to move that much.
Yeah,
right, so.
It's going to take a couple of years for it to get to a level where you really, really want it. Assuming you keep Amin Thompson, the idea of pursuing an Alperen Şengün pursuing a Giannis and using Alperen Şengün to do so. I don't hate it. It's going to get you a net better player, even if you do not get to see Şengün continue to grow, which he might not, by the way. He might not get much better than he is right now.
I just wonder what people are seeing, though. Because there are people who are really in belief, like, not just don't break this team up, but really believe right now, like, if they just got a point guard, if they just were able to do, like, I saw somebody.
They'd be better, but they're not winning a title with just a point guard.
I don't feel great about this team getting to the West Finals. Like, if you were to ask me, gun to my head, heart, or scrotum, places I don't want to get shot, where do you see I see them in the West semis.
Do you see them in the second round?
That's what I see them winning. I see them winning the first round.
I'm not so sure on that one.
Losing in the semis.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not so sure even to get out of the first.
I think they got to run into OKC. They got to run into Denver. They got to run into San Antonio.
With where they're at right now,
I feel pretty good about them against the other teams.
Where do you think seed-wise they're going to end up at the end of the year? Because where they're at right now, they're not going to be the 2 seed and have a wounded Warriors team going into the first round.
What are they in the 5 spot now? I think.
Right.
I think probably 5 or 6.
Yeah, that doesn't give you the best.
No, I know it doesn't.
Matchup.
I mean, it's 5 or 6, but like if they're playing the Wolves or the Lakers or something in that first round, I feel
there's a chance.
I feel good for them about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's those 3 teams, and really the T-Wolves. I'll be honest with you, they gave it to OKC last night. Now OKC has some injuries, but they gave it to them big time, and Edwards is something special. So yeah, they're going to do something at the deadline. I don't think they're going to get Giannis. I would hope they do, like you. I don't think they are. I think they're going to try to keep this group together, and I would just say, okay, like I don't like their chances of winning a championship with Kevin Durant if they keep this group together, and I damn sure don't like where they're heading when Kevin Durant leaves. When you look at what San Antonio is doing and how they're going, and OKC's not going anywhere. Like they're still going to be to that level. Okay, thank God, man. You finally got off of that. Thought he was going to continue. I thought you were going to just end us out with, you know what, I should have. I was going to say, man, I thought you had given it to us enough, and you were going to go one more time. All right, remember, go to T-Mill, at T-Mill Real Deal to check his best bets, as he is he's going to try his damnedest. He got 5 up there for you to choose from, so check those out. Next week, you will hear from us starting at 6 a.m. with Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive in San Francisco on Radio Row. Should be a fun week. We hope you join us. Paul, great job as
Thanks,
always.
Ron.
We appreciate you stepping in. Clint should be back with us on Monday. Tyler, great job as well. I am Ron the Show. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Peace.
Oh, man, it's going to be a fun Friday before you guys head out to before we all head out to San Francisco. Lopez, I'll see you on the flight.
You darn right you will.
All right, figure as well.
Tyler wanted to let you know, not all of us.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Take a lot of pictures.
Yeah. Sports Radio 610 on Instagram. See, you'll see all of it.
What? Man, you keep that.
Tyler, why don't you get your butt out there sometime and sweat like they do?
Have a good weekend, good golf, good tennis, or whatever makes you happy.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your
Thank you.